My name is Lin Tingqing. I am a male, 18 years of age, and I am married. I entered into matrimony at the tender age of 9. Prior to that, I led an utterly mundane existence, much like the other boys around me, despised by all, harboring dreams of conquering the world. Then I faced death. At 9, I was suddenly stricken by a peculiar illness, suffering from an unrelenting fever. My parents, desperate and weary from traversing numerous hospitals, could not uncover the cause nor find effective treatment. Although my mind was clouded by the fever, I retained a semblance of awareness, plagued by an overwhelming dread of death. Yet, more fearsome than death itself was the sorrowful and helpless gaze of my parents as they looked upon me. In retrospect, those moments of parental affection were indeed the pinnacle of my existence. What transpired thereafter fills me with a desire to one day sever their life support. Indeed, a twist of fate spared my life. In their frantic desperation, my parents resorted to every remedy imaginable. They sought divine intervention, indulging in superstitions and consulting so-called powerful shamans, dragging me along to endure the absurdity of being force-fed talismans and incantations. In my already weakened state, I was subjected to countless trials and tribulations. All of it proved futile. However, considering their genuine love for me, I shall attribute this experience to their parental devotion, perhaps allowing me a fleeting moment of hesitation before I ultimately sever their life support in the future. No, I harbor no grudges. Just as I was on the brink of death, a wandering Taoist approached my father, requesting a light to ignite his cigarette. At that moment, the fire emanating from my father's head could have ignited both him and the cigarette in his hand. After receiving a stern reprimand, the disheveled Taoist, unperturbed, smiled and said to my father, "I possess a method to save your son, though the chances are exceedingly slim." Even if the prospects were dim, what parent would not yearn to seek any glimmer of hope for their child? The Taoist not only lit his own cigarette, but also borrowed my father's lighter and half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, huffing away as he explained that my condition was not a sickness, but rather a unique constitution. According to him, I possessed a body characterized by the 10 yangs at the apex. The number 10 symbolizes fullness. When water overflows, it spills, and when rigidity surpasses balance, it shatters. He claimed that my persistent fever was due to an excess of yang energy, asserting that if I had practiced Taoism from a young age, I could have avoided this calamity and perhaps even had the opportunity to attain immortality one day. Having encountered a tribulation at the age of 9, it was too late for me to embark on a path of cultivation. Although the Taoist spoke with apparent conviction, the notion of attaining immortality seemed rather far-fetched. Nevertheless, my parents were not concerned with such lofty ideas. They were solely focused on finding a way to avert the calamity. The Taoist exhaled a cloud of secondhand smoke and uttered the phrase, "the balance of yin and yang." He explained that my predicament stemmed from an overwhelming abundance of yang energy, devoid of any yin energy. He asserted that acquiring a powerful source of yin energy could suppress the excessive yang energy within me. While hopes of immortality seemed unattainable, living a vibrant life for 1 or 200 years appeared plausible. However, such potent yin energy was not easily found. The Taoist's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of gravity. To suppress the 10 yang, one must possess the 10 yin. Such a constitution is not merely rare, it is almost non-existent, even within an era spanning several centuries. Across the vast expanse of the world, should such individuals exist, where might one even seek them? Upon hearing this, my parents, who had only just begun to kindle a flicker of hope, found it extinguished once more. Yet the Taoist, with a knowing smile, assured them not to worry, for he possessed resources. However, these resources were not of human origin. The Tenyang body would encounter calamity at the age of 9, leading to the incineration of its vital organs, reducing it to mere ashes. The Tenin body, on the other hand, would face its tribulation at 18, resulting in the freezing of its meridians. Though it would not disintegrate into nothingness, it would transform into a 10-yin malevolent spirit, endlessly wandering the world with no path to heaven and no door to the earth. The resource the Taoist referred to was precisely such a 10-yin malevolent spirit. According to his words, If I were to engage in a yin marriage with this spirit, I could harness her yin chi to suppress my yang chi, thereby safeguarding my life. In turn, she could utilize my yang chi to dissipate her ninja de yin chi, freeing her from the shackles of being a wandering soul and allowing her to reincarnate anew. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a win-win situation. Truth be told, such words seemed utterly nonsensical. Yet with life hanging in the balance, my parents could not afford to ponder the absurdity. They promptly paid the Taoist for a ceremony and procured the necessary items, conducting the wedding that very night. The wedding chamber was none other than my childhood room, devoid of festive decorations, save for a pair of resplendent dragon and phoenix candles placed upon the desk. Many memories from my early years have faded, yet the events of that night remain vividly etched in my mind. I suspect they shall linger until my final breath. As I gradually regained consciousness, enveloped in darkness, the flames of those dragon and phoenix candles flickered dimly, no larger than a soybean. Gradually, the yellow soybean grew larger, and the surroundings brightened. Not excessively so, but sufficiently to allow me to discern many things. For instance, the figure kneeling beside me, gazing intently in my direction. My wife, whose name I would later come to know as Gu Jinshuang. I was taken aback, not because of the sudden presence of a woman beside me, but rather due to her astonishing beauty, which was truly otherworldly. She donned a resplendent red wedding gown, her hair intricately styled high, her features resembling a picturesque painting, her luscious red lips exuding a captivating allure, and her figure sinuous and curvaceous. In that moment, I was convinced that not even the most skilled artist could capture even a fraction of her exquisite charm. The sole imperfection was her exceedingly pale complexion, which possessed an almost melancholic quality, verging on the dazzling. For she was not a celestial being, but rather a ghostly apparition. At that time, I was already aware of her spectral nature. Remnants of consciousness had allowed me to overhear conversations between my parents and a Taoist priest. Yet, I found myself devoid of fear. I mused that I too could embody a ghostly presence, she, a vengeful spirit of the Tenin Eye, a gluttonous spirit of lust. Modern boys possess a wealth of knowledge, thanks to the wisdom imparted by the exceptional individuals in my class. I consider myself one of those exceptional beings. However, although I, Lin Tingcheng, prided myself on being a fearless and audacious rogue, before such breathtaking beauty, I found myself uncharacteristically restrained, appearing innocent and bashful. Thus, I came to a realization. One should not blame those who feign, for it is the inherent nature of all men to put on an act in the presence of a stunning woman. Yet, the action she undertook next rendered it impossible for me to maintain my facade. She, with an ethereal grace and unparalleled beauty, bestowed upon me a gentle smile that made me feel as though I could attain immortality without the need for any elixir. Her allure possessed such enchanting power. Extending her delicate, porcelain-like hand, she tenderly unfastened my trousers. I was left in a state of bewilderment. "Ah, dear husband, it seems a bit lacking. How shall we consummate the marriage?" she remarked with a teasing tone, tinged with mock lamentation. The celestial maiden transformed into a brazen temptress in an instant. This was my wife, Gu Jinshuang, uttering her first words to me. I was overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts and emotions. Yet all that escaped my lips was a complex and anguished scream. My parents, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room. Upon seeing me, who had seemingly returned to normalcy, their excitement was palpable. They embraced me, tears streaming down their faces, neglecting even to help me don my trousers. It was indeed a rare moment of heartfelt tenderness. Yet I could feel nothing but pointed at her, exclaiming her. My father was bewildered. "Son, what are you talking about?" I noticed her smiling and waving at me. Beautiful yet infuriating. "She is right there," I insisted urgently. My parents exchanged glances, and I could see on their faces the swift transition from confusion to terror. Could it be that the foolish Taoist was telling the truth? My father began to waver in belief. "Impossible," my mother vehemently countered, asserting, "This boy must be delirious. Surely he hasn't lost his wits. We should take him to the hospital for a checkup." Thus, on the night of our wedding, I was taken away from my wife, rushed to the emergency room. A series of examinations was not concluded until the afternoon of the following day, and the results indicated that everything was normal. Since then, my parents have refrained from mentioning the topic of ghost marriage, nor have they spoken of the absurd Taoist who had seemingly vanished without a trace, known only by his moniker, lack of fate. Lack of fate, lack of fortune, lack of essence, lack of wealth. Who possesses a title that denotes a lack of wealth? That fellow must surely be a charlatan. But what did he deceive me in a parting with? A meal, half a pack of cigarettes, a lighter. Yet, the wife he procured for me is undeniably real, albeit visible solely to my eyes. Moreover, there is at least one matter that substantiates her existence beyond the realms of my imagination. That ice after our marriage, irrespective of the sweltering summer heat, my home has no need for air conditioning. If one wishes to avoid catching a cold, it is advisable to don a thicker garment, resulting in considerable savings on the electricity bill. Regrettably, the reduction in expenses did not elicit joy from my parents. Rather, their expressions grew increasingly grim, and their gazes towards me became more peculiar. Xiao Chang, is Shuang Shuang sitting here? My father inquired, glancing at the empty space on the sofa beside me. Dad, she is currently perched atop my head, I replied. My father's countenance shifted, and he tossed aside the remote control before retreating to the study, while I continued to watch the animated series Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Xiao Cheng asked Shuang Shuang if she finds her mother's cooking to her liking. My mother endeavored to foster a cordial relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Mom, I've told you numerous times not to set the table for her if she were to eat. We would be unable to partake. Gu Jian Shuang. Put down those chopsticks, and no using your hands. I hurriedly snatched back the pair of chopsticks that seemed to move of their own accord, pointing towards a corner of the dining table and raising my voice. My parents sighed deeply, simultaneously laying down their bowls and chopsticks, and departed in silence. Such days did not last long. The dissonance and peculiar discomfort ultimately triumphed over their love for their child. Shortly after my 10th birthday, they both left to work in another city. Son, your mother and I have pondered this for quite some time. Although you're only 10, having already entered into marriage, you ought to be independent. The younger generation possesses their own ideas, and living with us elders can be quite inconvenient. We will regularly send you living expenses. You and Shuang Shuang should make a good life together. On the phone, my father, who was not yet 40, spoke with the gentle tone of a man in his 70s, conveying heartfelt words. Son, while we long to hold our grandchild, it seems unlikely. Your father and I have come to terms with this. It is far better for the two of you to care for each other. Although Shuang Shuang is exceedingly beautiful, you must not act recklessly with her before she turns 15, as it could harm her. Even after she turns 15, moderation is essential. My mother, believing she was being quite tactful, earnestly imparted advice to me. Then only 10 years old, in a manner I could barely comprehend. In short, there was no doubt about it, they had fled. Thus began the cohabitation of Gu Jian Shuang and me, at the tender age of 10. Though my mother spoke the truth, Gu Jian Shuang was stunningly beautiful. I remained as calm as a still lake, occasionally on the verge of losing control. Yet, such details were of little consequence. The psychological shadow she left on me on our wedding night lingers still. I'm not one to harbor grudges, yet some grievances transcend mere animosity. They are matters of principle. Who would wish to spend eternity with a soulless specter of a rogue woman? I shall eventually perform a rite to liberate her spirit. Then, I shall seek a living woman to marry, one more exquisite than Gu Jian Shuang, just to infuriate her. Yet perhaps she was dead to begin with. Nevertheless, Gu Jian Shuang possesses a resilience as formidable as fortress walls, seemingly unperturbed, spending her days either tormenting me or teasing my close female friends. Thus, my inability to find a human girlfriend cannot be deemed my fault. This predicament persisted until I reached the age of 18. I still found myself ensnared by her memory, without a girlfriend in sight, believing my woeful existence would stretch on indefinitely. Until one fateful day, a bizarre phenomenon descended upon us. The world faced impending doom. Ha ha ha. Wait, why am I laughing? I have no desire to perish. Yet, in this peculiar era, survival is a daunting challenge for many. The tale unfolds, and as I finish my business, I shall don my trousers and place my hands where they ought to be. Let us converse slowly. Chapter 2. Something seems amiss awake. My dear, rise and shine. If you linger any longer, the adorable yet mischievous wife shall devour you whole. Still in slumber? Truly. You cannot be doing this on purpose, can you? In that case, let us rise. Still lost in dreams, I instinctively raised my hand to shield my mouth, only to feel the icy imprint of lips upon my palm in an instant. Ah, the trick of timing, just when success seemed within reach. Feigning a mere beginning to catch me off guard. Such a tactic, even if employed 100 or 1,000 times, would still ensnare me. If that were the case, I ought to seek a checkup for my intellect. As I opened my eyes, I found a pair of discontented and sorrowful eyes mere inches away. I smiled nonchalantly, proclaiming my victory for the day. Breakfast is prepared. There is still time to eat before departing. Gu Jianshuang, unfazed, stepped off the bed, standing at the edge adorned in a pink apron tied around her waist. I'm not eating. I have no appetite. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, waiting for her to leave so I could change. How could one neglect proper meals? Would you rather indulge in unhealthy street food? It's both a waste of money and detrimental to health. Your parents entrusted your well-being to me. If I were to ruin your health, how would I ever face them? As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on me, showing no sign of leaving. Surely, I can eat now? You go ahead, and I shall join you shortly. Absolutely not. What if you cannot resist the temptation to lie back down and fall asleep again? The final year of high school is inherently stressful, and while being late may seem trivial, wasting precious study time can lead to greater trouble. Since you are aware of this, why not step outside and allow me to change my clothes? Are you merely eager to watch me undress? You shameless fiend. I could not help but confront her directly. However, my dear, you are already over 18, are you not? When I was your age, my cousin had already welcomed her second child, and it is entirely reasonable for someone to observe you change clothes. Growing weary of her antics, I realized that further engagement would indeed make me late. After all, she has seen more than enough over the years. Without hesitation, I began to remove my nightgown right before her eyes. True to form, Gu Jianshuang fled once more. I think I shall step outside, she exclaimed, for she is not the type of woman to lack decorum. With that remark, she vanished from my sight, quite literally disappearing before my very eyes. Ah, I knew it. I had recognized long ago that this woman epitomizes FAAD of boldness with a fragile core. She is indeed quite lascivious, unafraid to utter any words or engage in any actions, all for the sake of witnessing my blushing, flustered, and bewildered reactions. She presents herself as a composed and mature older sister, further provoking me with her teasing. Yet, if I can suppress my embarrassment, it is she who becomes flustered. I can only describe such a woman with 2 words: insignificant fish. However, let me correct myself. She is not simply a woman, but rather a specter. Ever since my 10th birthday, when my parents abandoned us, Gu Jianshuang and I have cohabited for over 8 years. During this time, aside from the absence of my parents, who, thanks to those 2 oddities, seem to have vanished from our lives, our experiences have been akin to those of ordinary children. Upon completing primary school, I transitioned to junior high, and then to senior high, following a predictable course. Now, with merely 2 months remaining until the National College Entrance Examination, I stand on the brink of university life. If I were to encapsulate my essence in 2 words, I would humbly designate myself as ordinary. I am akin to a mere passerby in the vibrant tapestry of youthful years. Neither tall nor short, neither stout nor slender, with average academic performance, and apart from possessing a somewhat handsome visage, I possess little else of merit, while others, endowed with good looks, may pursue romantic endeavors in their youth. My visage has yielded no such opportunities during my high school years, for I have long exhausted that prospect. Indeed, I forfeited my chance at youthful romance, having wed prematurely. My wife, Gu Jianshuang, is, aside from not being human, occasionally exasperating to the point of frustration. Yet she is otherwise impeccable in every regard. This sentiment I have never disclosed to her, for fear it might elevate her spirits to an unwarranted height. The indignation I once felt upon her arrival in my life has long dissipated. I have come to accept the reality of our situation. So I suppose I will just make do. What other option is there? Although I still outwardly express disdain towards her, it is merely to prevent her from becoming overly self-satisfied and overreaching. In truth, I have already embraced and grown accustomed to her presence. She fulfills the roles of my parents, housekeeper, playmate, and at times, my arch-nemesis, alongside being my wife. With her by my side, I have managed to grow up smoothly and healthily, save for the lack of friends and the daunting prospect of integrating into society in the future, which remains a challenge. This period undoubtedly marks a significant juncture in our lives. How we will coexist moving forward remains uncertain, for I am now an adult, and in 4 short years, I shall be a member of society. In matters of love, while others engage in the traditional cycles of dating, breaking up, and eventually marrying, I have taken a more direct approach. However, this very path has left me with a notable deficiency in the experience of interacting with women of my age. The pressing question that occupies my mind is how to genuinely embody the role of a husband, rather than merely being a child who relies on her care and whimsically pouts when displeased. Despite my contemplation, I find myself without answers today. Having finished my meal, it is time to head to school. Just as I voiced my intention, my wife, Gu Jinshuang, cautiously replaced her home attire with a charming JK skirt and followed suit. She possesses the remarkable ability to change her outfit at a mere thought, achieving a record of more than 10 transformations in a single day. I suspect she might be the most affectionate wife in the world. Aside from her reluctance to accompany me to the restroom at school, fearing the sight of unsightly things, she insists on remaining by my side at all other times. Despite my repeated admonitions falling on deaf ears, she continues to play the role of the pouting, wrong child. I find myself unable to withstand her charms, ultimately conceding to her whims. As a high school student, I rise before the rooster crows and retire later than the dog. Upon entering the elevator, I noticed it was still early, just past 6 o'clock, and in 40 minutes, I would be seated in my classroom. The elevator was empty until I reached the 3rd floor, where a girl wearing the same school uniform entered. The unflattering and bulky fabric did little to conceal her exquisite beauty and the essence of youth that enveloped her. It is no wonder she is regarded as the school belle. "Hello, Lin," she greeted in a soft voice, nodding in my direction. "She is my classmate, Long Lingyu." I offered a slight nod in return, maintaining my aloof demeanor, such is the nature of a married man. My wife, Gu Jinshuang, is quite the jealous one. Generally, those who are envious seldom admit their feelings. Thus, her catchphrase is, "Wow, that girl is so beautiful. Why not go and talk to her? You might just have a chance. Look, is she not stunning? Far more attractive than I am. Wouldn't you agree? Don't worry. Feel free to speak your mind. I shan't be angry. Darling, you don't think I'm jealous, do you? What a jest. How could I possibly feel envy over a young girl like that? Your wife is not the sort to be petty." Which of these statements is truthful? The answer is none of them. Moreover, I have a past connection with this Long Lingyu that cannot be overlooked. Although now we are merely acquaintances who nod in acknowledgement, I discreetly retreated to a corner, maintaining a significant distance from Long Lingyu, which allowed the complexion of that certain someone to brighten. We exited the elevator together, left the community together, waited for the bus together, and boarded the bus together. Right up until we entered the classroom, Long Lingyu and I exchanged not a single word. She is a taciturn individual, possessing a rather introverted nature. This has always been my impression of her. I, on the other hand, was once exceedingly extroverted, or I would not have found myself in so many predicaments. Until the peculiarities of my family were laid bare, and Gu Jinshuang's profound education forcibly molded me into an introverted person. Having this family is indeed a blessing. Long Lingyu and I settled into our seats and began our studies. Indeed, we are still desk partners. For nearly 3 years, this has been the case. Her academic performance consistently places her among the top 3 in our grade, never falling below the top 5. Based on the historical academic performance of our school, should she perform to her potential in the college entrance examination, she would undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious institution. It is indeed surprising that such a commendable student would enroll in an ordinary class. The rumors hold true that entry into the elite class is reserved for those of wealth and influence. However, maintaining my current academic standing can be attributed to her inspirational presence. If I were to continually associate with certain individuals, I might as well resign myself to a mundane existence. "Hey, Orange, guess whom I spoke to this morning?" A sharp prod on my back interrupted my thoughts. Turning around, I saw a burly figure whose demeanor suggested a lack of mental agility yet exuded an honest charm, struggling to contain his excitement. "Can't guess." "Haha, I knew you wouldn't. It was Lu Ruyan. Can you believe it?" "Ah, that's quite unexpected." "Cut it out. What you call conversing is a mere joke." That person across the aisle laughed out loud, pointing at the burly man. Lu Banhua was chatting and laughing with Hu Xiaoqiao, while you went over there only to find yourself dismissed. Is that what you call a conversation? What do you know? That was her being shy. You should have seen how her face flushed upon seeing me. Haha. And I noticed your fists were clenched too. Look, she just returned from the office. Why don't you go and make her shy again? Nonsense. Why waste my breath on you? Orange, you're the only one who understands me. What do I even understand? It's quite challenging, but I must admit, this man, who seemingly embodies the role of an admirer, is, in fact, the only friend I have made over the years. Yang Ziwei, focus on your studies. It's already self-study time, so refrain from chatting. We can discuss this after the first class. I attempted to brush it off. Lin Tingqing. The teacher has always emphasized the importance of maintaining silence upon entering the classroom. Please refrain from whispering. On the stage, Lu Ruyin held a book, her brow furrowed as she gazed at me. Wow, she is actually speaking to you. In the back row, Yang Ziwei continued to exert his presence, his voice quite loud. However, Lu Ruyin, visibly annoyed, chose to disregard him. I too ignored them. Suddenly, I sensed an unusual temperature around me. I turned to see Long Lingyu holding a book, although her peripheral glance was directed at me. Upon noticing my awareness, she hastily feigned concentration on her reading. Gu Jianshuan was perched on my lap, her expression unfriendly as she glared at Long Lingyu. Orange. Did you see that short video yesterday? A series of murders occurred around the school last night, and my home is quite close to the school. What should I do? Yang Ziwei continued to murmur to me. This topic, like a stone cast into a still pond, captured the attention of several nearby students. Haven't they already dispelled those rumors? They claim someone is deliberately seeking attention through sensationalism. Do you truly believe such baseless gossip? Use your brain for once. It's clearly a montage from a horror film. If it were as depicted in the video, would we even be attending school today? Exactly. Haha. Are we really afraid that a murderer might come to school? Some say the authorities are intentionally suppressing the news to avoid mass panic. What doesn't circulate online? Do you believe everything you read? Focus on your studies. Even if the sky were to fall, we must still prepare for the college entrance examination. It's utterly laughable. No wonder telecom fraud is rampant these days. It seems there are truly so many fools. Lin Tingqing. Look, that person down there is quite peculiar. Why is their skin so dark? Long Lingyu suddenly remarked. She sat by the window. Even the model student has begun to lose focus. I found it rather intriguing and leaned over to take a glance, the enticing aroma causing a peculiar discomfort in my ears. I had intended to voice my thoughts, yet the individual downstairs appeared exceedingly bizarre. He bore the physique of a primary school student, albeit with a stout build, clad in tattered garments. Apart from his remarkably pale face, the rest of his skin was a shade of dark blue-black. The distance rendered it impossible to discern finer details. Goodness, that individual possessed an oddly striking appearance. Could he possibly be a monster? Perhaps I have indulged too much in cinematic thrillers? A classic trope. A creature rampaging through the school, wreaking havoc, is it? Look. The vice principal approaches. That fellow is about to face a severe reprimand. The vice principal, notorious for his stringent and rigid demeanor, is unafraid to chastise anyone in the school, save for the principal. Students seated by the window in the back. Kindly refrain from whispering. While you neglect your studies, there are other students eager to learn. Lu Ruyin, who was supervising us in place of the teacher, expressed her discontent. Yet, even her devoted admirer, Yang Ziwei, disregarded her this time. Something felt amiss. It was as if someone articulated the collective unease. My dear, this truly feels off. We should return home swiftly. Gu Jianshuang, unmindful of the blush ignited by my close proximity to Long Lingyu, wore an unusually solemn expression. Before I could respond, the very individual being scolded by the vice principal leapt up and wrapped his arms around the vice principal's neck. His movements suggestive of a girlfriend playfully vying for her boyfriend's attention. Then, he opened his mouth, a gaping maw filled with jagged, menacing teeth visible even from the 5th floor. It was so exaggeratedly large that he bit down on the vice principal's head. A crimson fountain erupted on the playground, seemingly from nowhere. It was evident that not only our group had noticed the situation over by the playground, students from other classes had observed it as well. Consequently, while we stood there in a state of shock, the entire building erupted in a cacophony of terrified screams. Chapter 3. Escape from peril. Everyone was frozen in disbelief, myself included. Although I had encountered supernatural phenomena since a tender age, I had never anticipated witnessing such a gruesome scene of bloodshed. What are we dawdling for? That creature only feasts on heads. If we do not flee now, it will be too late. Gu Jianshuang's hand gently brushed against my cheek, jolting me back to reality. I stood up abruptly. Had I misheard? Was everyone in the building truly screaming? It seemed something dreadful was happening downstairs. Lin Tingqing, what are you doing standing up? It's self-study time. I could hardly spare a glance at Lu Ruyin as I slammed my palm heavily on Yang Ziwei's desk. What are you still doing here? Run. Oh, Yang Ziwei remained dazed, while others who had witnessed the scene were shrieking in terror, scrambling to escape the classroom. Zombies are coming. Everyone run. His voice, edged with excessive fear, pierced the air, reminiscent of a girl's shriek, and his comical fleeing posture elicited laughter from those oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Some reproached him for disturbing their studies and threatened to report him to the teacher, while others seized the opportunity to mock him with glee. Lu Ruyan, however, wore a grim expression, persistently urging everyone to be quiet. Run, Orange. This is no joke. I know. You run first. If we do not flee now. Waiting for others to awaken and rush outside together will not only obstruct the exit completely, but may also lead to a stampede, creating a troublesome situation. There is no time for hesitation. Some have already sensed the danger and are gravitating towards the window. As I urged Yang Ziwei, I hesitated for a brief moment, then lifted the pale, trembling figure of Long Lingyu into my arms, casting a fierce glare at Yang Ziwei. Upon seeing Long Lingyu in my embrace, Yang Ziwei suddenly shouted, Like smoke. Like smoke. What a joke. Facing death, you still care for others? If you don't run now, don't blame me for kicking you. Yang Ziwei, already paralyzed with fear, would have resisted me had he been in his right mind, but in this moment, my word was law. We had to surge forward without further delay. Hey, where are you going? Come back. Until I dashed out of the classroom, Lu Ruyan was still shouting furiously. In the corridor and stairwell, some perceptive students were already rushing downstairs, but with 3 staircases, some were uncertain which to choose, hesitating in confusion. Which way? Yang Ziwei yelled. Definitely not the middle. Go right. I shouted back. Our classroom was closest to the right side, and that unknown monstrosity was positioned directly at the center staircase. There was no need to veer toward that direction. Just as we sprinted out of the teaching building, we witnessed the creature taking its final step and vanishing at the center staircase, immediately followed by the sound of a crisp crunch. Several students, drenched in blood, burst forth from that place, their faces utterly contorted in terror. Evidently, they were fortunate to escape the monstrous jaws, yet the owner of the bloodstains was far less fortunate. However, Lady Luck's favor proved fleeting. Before they could even relish their narrow escape, they were besieged by a multitude of monsters, rendered utterly defenseless and met with a fatal bite. Waves upon waves of heart-wrenching screams echoed, causing the very structure of the educational building to tremble. While we found ourselves momentarily unassailed by monsters, safety was by no means guaranteed. Moreover, no one possessed knowledge of the circumstances outside the school. Where could we possibly flee? To your family's supermarket. Oh yes, indeed. I had resigned myself to the direst of possibilities, that such creatures had infested the entire city, akin to a zombie apocalypse from a novel, heralding the end times. With insufficient supplies for survival, even if one were fortunate enough to escape being devoured, starvation would inevitably claim them. I was genuinely disheartened. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the very narrative of my life had shifted so dramatically? From the exuberance of youthful campus life to the grim struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world? Were it not for Long Lingyu's nails digging painfully into my flesh, I might have thought myself ensnared in a nightmare. Alas, this was the harsh reality, whether it was ancestral blessings or mere happenstance. Despite the increasing number and variety of monsters within our line of sight, they seemed oblivious to our presence, skillfully circumventing us and focusing their attention on others. Within mere breaths, several individuals were gruesomely devoured. Though pale with terror, Yang Ziwei exuberantly shouted, By heavens! Oranges! We are truly lucky. Are these creatures blind? How can they not see us? Ha ha ha! They are blind, and you are foolish. Silence, and do not let pride cloud your judgment. Are you so fearful that they might not discover us? Yang Ziwei quickly fell silent and fled in silence. I suspect that this matter cannot merely be attributed to luck. I cast a glance at Gu Jianchuang, who floated beside me, her dissatisfaction evident as she clutched Long Lingyu. Her lips pursed in indignation. Yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Although she would not admit it, I believe our escape from the monsters is undoubtedly due to her presence. It seems she is even more formidable than I had imagined. However, this is not the time for probing deeper. Some questions can wait until we truly escape this peril. Yet one inquiry I am eager to resolve immediately. Who are you? I asked the girl trailing behind me. She merely glanced at me before continuing her flight, seemingly uninterested in conversation. I wisely held my tongue. After all, she was preoccupied with the urgency of survival. In truth, I did not need her to answer. Her identity was unmistakable. Huijuti, the unwavering top student of the entire school, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to be this year's provincial champion. However, she is not even required to sit for the college entrance examination. She could effortlessly select from the world's top universities, having already achieved a Grand Slam in the International Mathematical Olympiad. The reason she remains at this school, much like her initial motivation for attending, is simply to retrace the footsteps of her esteemed grandfather. The conglomerate founded by her grandfather now ranks among the Fortune 500, which means she is not only academically extraordinary, but also a bona fide heiress of immense privilege. What is most perplexing is that she is not only exceptionally talented and comes from a wealthy family, but she also possesses a beauty that could rival the most enchanting figures in history. It seems as though she has monopolized all of the world's blessings. If there were a comprehensive ranking of the world's affluent and beautiful women, she would undoubtedly secure the top position. Those who boast greater wealth than her lack her brilliance. And while there may be individuals more accomplished, none can compare to her stunning appearance. As for those who are more beautiful, what a jest! Is there even a modicum of potential enhancement left for such a visage? Even Gu Jinshuang has never dared to underestimate her. Such a person is an entity that all teachers and students at our school can only aspire to admire from a distance. Our sole interaction with her throughout our lives is likely to be the fortunate moment we catch a glimpse of her flawless silhouette. In the past, I had only observed her from afar, but now, having the opportunity to be in close proximity, I am astounded by her audacity in possessing such beauty. The level of her allure is comparable to the moment I first beheld Gu Jinshuang. However, Gu Jinshuang cannot claim the same wealth nor the accolades of a gold medal at the Olympiad, thus she remains inferior in this regard. What a formidable woman she is! Even the specter haunting my home has been thoroughly overshadowed. I dare not ponder further, for while my familial ghost may lack wealth and accolades, she possesses the ability to read minds. My name is Huajudi. May I join you? Huajudi inquired. Is it possible to maintain such grace even in the midst of a desperate escape? I could hardly bear to look at her again, lest an ancient jealousy erupt. Your physical prowess is remarkable. You can run so swiftly even while carrying someone. She effortlessly caught up with me, matching my pace. How shall I articulate this? My physique is certainly not one that should possess such physical prowess. Perhaps it is the years spent in the company of Gu Jinshuang that have caused a peculiar transformation in my constitution. Upon observing my aloof demeanor, Huajudi ceased her further inquiries. We hastily exited the school, only to be met with a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. The streets were awash with carnage, the anguished cries of humanity mingling with the insatiable roars of bloodthirsty monsters. The supermarket belonging to Yang Ziwei's family was not far from the school, and as we traversed the perilous path, we remained impervious to the various creatures that lurked about. Upon our arrival at the supermarket, we found that the roller shutters had not yet been drawn up, a promising sign indeed. Typically, such mid-sized supermarkets do not open until after 8 in the morning. Yet some employees arrive early to prepare for the day ahead. Thus, as the four of us entered through the smaller entrance, we discovered not only Yang Ziwei's parents but also several employees huddled in the corners, trembling in silence. Darling, you have finally returned. I was utterly beside myself with worry, exclaimed Aunt Qiu Xinyue, Yang Ziwei's mother. Although in her 40s, she appeared as youthful as a girl in her 20s, tall and voluptuous, her unadorned face radiating an exquisite beauty. Her mature and enchanting demeanor was simply irresistible. Clearly, she was acutely aware of the horrific scene that unfolded outside, her heart aching with concern. As soon as she spotted us, she rushed forward and enveloped me in a tight embrace. Yang Ziwei, accustomed to this display of affection, took deep breaths and exchanged a playful fist bump with his father. Yang Fanggang, Yang Ziwei's father, was a towering figure, exceeding 6 feet in height and possessing a robust physique. It was said that in his youth, he could single-handedly overturn a 300-pound wild boar, and he was still in the prime of his life. It is evident that if he were not a paragon of masculinity, a true embodiment of strength, he could hardly retain the enchanting presence of Aunt Qiu, a veritable goddess among mortals, as his wife. Just his mere presence sends those with ulterior motives towards Aunt Qiu scurrying away in defeat. At this moment, the fierce-looking Uncle Yang, confronted by my embrace from Aunt Qiu, offers me a warm smile. Ah, how I have grown accustomed to it. Does he still perceive me as that timid child who nearly wet his pants in fright? Furthermore, Aunt Qiu's embrace is both soft and warm, fragrant and delightful. To be met with such affection would be worth any consequence. This has been my sentiment for many years. Chapter 4. Stepping out to save. Within me reside 2 unresolved enigmas. The first is why Gu Jinshuang chooses to be my wife. The second is the peculiar depth of affection Aunt Chiu harbors for me, which borders on the unconventional. The Yang family relocated to this city when I was in the 6th grade, and I can barely claim to have known Yang Ziwei as a childhood friend. Or perhaps it was merely my own perception. At that time, I was a withdrawn and solitary young boy, devoid of friends and lacking any intention of making them. Initially, I did not consider Yang Ziwei a friend, yet he unilaterally decided I was his companion and insisted on bringing me to his home. I must admit, they are the finest people I have encountered in my life, warm, friendly, and always respectful of boundaries. They consistently attended to my feelings. Among their family of 4, Aunt Chiu is the most affectionate towards me, often enveloping me in her arms, uttering sweet and indulgent words, and delighting in kissing my cheeks. Even though I have reached the age of 18, she frequently embraces me, affectionately calling me my dear and sweet child, leaving me both embarrassed and helpless. To be fair, I have never possessed the delicate physique, fair skin, or cherubic features that older women typically favor. I am not the innocent-looking young boy with large, harmless eyes. My face has always appeared somewhat mature, often leading unaware individuals to mistakenly perceive me as at least 2 years older. I cannot claim to be particularly endearing or cute. Although my features are relatively well-proportioned, they exude an air of gloomy mischief. This is not merely my adolescent angst. It is a judgment passed by a fortune-teller I encountered, who remarked that I bear a shallow connection to my kin, predicting difficulties in finding a partner in the future, and even waved his hand dismissively, claiming to feel pity for me and refusing payment. Remarkably, he was indeed correct. I do possess a tenuous connection to my family, with the few remaining relatives being distant relations. While my biological parents abandoned me to the care of a woman of dubious character, albeit with financial support, it is indeed challenging for me to find a partner in the future. I am already married. What need have I for a partner? So why does Aunt Chiu hold such affection for someone like me? Is it merely because she has a penchant for my type? Yet, her husband is still alive. Just 2 months ago, she suggested that we bathe together, offering to scrub my back. Doesn't that seem rather inappropriate? And she made this suggestion in front of her husband. Moreover, this has been a recurring topic over the years. I can assure you that her intentions are far from playful banter. Had I not resisted fiercely in previous years, she would have succeeded in her pursuits. The most alarming aspect is that, despite her striking beauty, she maintains an impeccable reputation, regarded by others as a graceful and poised beauty, the esteemed proprietress. My perspective on Aunt Chiu is that she is a kind-hearted individual, albeit rather eccentric. Perhaps she still needs to be invited for tea by Uncle Mao a few more times. Nevertheless, her beauty is undeniable, which leads me to blame myself for my lack of discernment. Yet, what can I do? Her husband could effortlessly dismantle me, while my own wife could do so without lifting a finger. I find myself utterly overwhelmed by Aunt Chiu's incessant presence. Zifeng. Where is Zifeng now? Zifeng is still at home, sleeping. She should be brought here without delay. Given the current state of affairs outside, she remains oblivious. What if she accidentally ventures out? You are right. Uncle Yang nodded, his gaze fixed upon me with a predatory intensity. Aunt Chiu, I will go with Uncle Yang and the others to fetch Zifeng, I declared. No, it is far too perilous outside. You cannot go. Aunt Chiu frowned, insisting that Uncle Yang and my younger brother should go instead. Mom, I am older than him. I am the older brother. Yang Ziwei mumbled weakly. Oh, well, as the elder brother, you should naturally protect your younger sibling, understood? Understood, Yang Ziwei replied, his spirits seemingly deflated. For quite some time now, he has harbored doubts about who among us is truly his mother's biological child, and I too share that skepticism. However, I can discern that Aunt Chiu is not acting out of favoritism. Rather, she is genuinely terrified, her thoughts in disarray. It is no wonder. Who could remain composed in the face of a monster invasion? Even now, the air is filled with the anguished screams of humanity and the roars of the creatures. A glance around reveals the grim expressions of men and women, old and young alike, some even stifling quiet sobs. Even the usually unflappable Uncle Yang found himself at a loss. He longed to rush out and rescue his daughter, but his wife and employees were also a heavy weight on his heart. Only Huajudi and I remained relatively composed. Truly, she was a distinguished young lady accustomed to grand occasions. Once Aunt Chiu regained her composure, she gently released her grip on me and silently returned to Uncle Yang's side, her expression stoic yet tinged with sorrow. No, we must bring Zifeng here. She cannot be left alone. I insisted. However, no one outside knew the true circumstances. If we recklessly ventured out, we could not even guarantee our own safety, let alone save anyone. a trembling employee remarked. Since I was the one to propose this course of action, it was my responsibility to see it through, I declared. I will safely bring Yang Zifeng back. Uncle Yang, you and Yang Ziwei must remain here with the others to guard the supermarket. Whether faced with monsters or humans, we cannot allow anyone to enter. This place is vital to our survival, and we must protect it at all costs. These two female classmates will be entrusted to Aunt Chiu. They are friends of both Yang Ziwei and me, so please take good care of them. I gestured for Huajuti and Longling Yu to greet Aunt Chiu. The two girls exchanged simple pleasantries with her, establishing a semblance of acquaintance. Wait, Orange, are you suggesting that you go outside alone? That is out of the question. Yang Ziwei frowned. Now is not the time for bravado. Even I understand that we must not act impulsively. We need to think this through carefully. I smiled and said, those who wish to accompany me may enlist. Numbers are not crucial. 3 or 4 more will suffice. Before anyone could speak, I firmly declared, Uncle Yang, you must stay here. You cannot go anywhere. Uncle Yang, reluctantly, nodded without uttering much. He is a man of both strength and sensitivity, despite his protective instincts for his daughter. He comprehended my intentions. My primary concern lay with the few employees here, 3 men and 4 women, who are outsiders. In such precarious circumstances, it is inevitable that they might harbor ulterior motives. Only Uncle Yang possesses the authority to keep them in line and prevent any chaos. At this moment, any slight disturbance could prove fatal. We cannot afford even the tiniest mishap. I have Gu Jinshuang for protection, so I am assured of my safety. However, Uncle Yang, Aunt Chiu, and the others are individuals I deeply care for, and I cannot bear the thought of them coming to harm. Suddenly, an unexpected voice emerged, Huajuti, without hesitation. Volunteered first. Everyone stood in stunned silence. You, a young girl, cannot undertake such a perilous task. Uncle Yang shook his head. I appreciate Uncle Yang's concern, but I have been diligently training since childhood. My physical capabilities surpass many boys, and I would never hinder the group. Huajuti responded politely, yet resolutely. Let her go, I said with a smile, to say nothing of her speed. If necessary, she can simply run away. Huajuti glanced at me, expressing her gratitude. Uncle Yang assessed Huajuti for a moment before nodding in agreement. I am definitely going. Yang Ziwei raised his hand. Longling Yu had been wanting to speak since earlier, but I silenced her with a look. She truly cannot go. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Longling Yu silently lowered her head. Among the 3 male employees, 2 raised their hands, and I chose the one who appeared more capable. His name is Yu Zhuang, a veteran of this supermarket in his 30s, whom I affectionately refer to as Brother Zhuang. We equipped ourselves with some sports supplies from the store. The most formidable of us was Brother Zhuang, who seized a cleaver, a tool that could sever a pig's leg with just a couple of strikes, although no one knew the defensive capabilities of those creatures. Yang Ziwei, Huajuti, and I armed ourselves with baseball bats, solid wood, both hard and resilient, far superior to those hollow iron rods. One of us donned a full set of cycling protective gear, including a helmet, knee pads, and wrist guards, which made him look less like a monster slayer and more like a participant in a cycling competition. This gear likely served only as a psychological comfort, for if we encountered a creature with a gaping maw, it could easily devour both helmet and head. Nonetheless, we had no time for such concerns. Saving lives was paramount. We observed carefully through a small door, and when no monsters were lurking at the entrance, we dashed out. The people inside the supermarket quickly shut the doors and barricaded them with heavy objects. Once back outside, a strange and bloody scent permeated the air, rendering it quite unpleasant. I took a deep breath and led the charge toward a nearby residential area. Chapter 5. Yang Zifeng. The supermarket was not far from the community, yet along the way, we encountered many grotesque creatures, a sight both harrowing and distressing. Nevertheless, we managed to avoid any direct confrontations with the monsters, leaving Yu Zhuang utterly astonished. He watched in disbelief as several bloodthirsty creatures, their teeth sharpened, passed by us at a short distance, seemingly oblivious to our presence, as if they were afflicted with myopia. Were these monsters blind? It hardly seemed so, Yu Zhuang bravely remarked, noting their predatory prowess akin to that of a hawk when they hunted others. Oh, do refrain from such dramatics. The priority is to save lives. Yang Ziwei remained deeply concerned for his sister. Little boss, I have an ungracious request. Yu Zhuang said with a forced smile. I was hesitant to approach you and your wife earlier, but now that we are navigating this situation so smoothly, could we perhaps save a few more people? Save a few more? Yang Ziwei furrowed his brow. My girlfriend, her child, and her parents also reside in this community. You've met her. Can we not rescue them as well? Yang Ziwei hesitated, indecision clouding his judgment as he glanced at me. Yu Zhuang turned his gaze towards me as well. Zhuang, it's not that we are unwilling to help, but we never planned to rescue others from the outset. The environment is perilous, with uncertainties lurking everywhere, and saving so many people is beyond our capacity. You see, the ones you wish to rescue are all elderly and children. And your girlfriend is rather delicate. How can we possibly bring them back? I expressed my concerns with a troubled countenance, sincerity etched on my face. Yu Zhuang, visibly displeased, retorted, Shaolin, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your reluctance to save my girlfriend and the others. You have always been the decisive one. Even the boss and his wife heed your counsel, yet you cannot turn a blind eye to those in peril. The presence of an additional individual translates to an increase in strength. Only through unity can we navigate through adversity. As an educated person, you should comprehend this principle. Shouldn't you? He then turned his gaze towards Yang Ziwei. Little boss, speak honestly. I have labored in your family's employ for more than just a year or two. While I may not have rendered significant contributions, my efforts have not been without merit, have they? This time, in order to rescue your sister, I volunteered without hesitation. My girlfriend's family resides nearby. It is not far, and currently, there is no imminent danger. Why should we not proceed with the rescue? Will you affirm our course of action? Will we save them or not? Yu Zhuang exclaimed passionately. Despite his fearsome appearance, Yang Ziwei possessed a kind heart and a gentle disposition. Hearing Yu Zhuang's fervent plea, he felt inclined to acquiesce, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Rescuing a few more individuals would undoubtedly heighten the risks involved. Moreover, considerations regarding the supermarket's capacity as a refuge weighed heavily on his mind. He pondered whether others, witnessing Yu Zhuang's success in rescuing his family, might feel compelled to seek assistance as well. Would neglecting their pleas breed resentment? The answer was apparent. Even Yang Ziwei grasped this complexity. He found himself unable to make a decisive choice and turned to me for guidance. It is indeed possible to conduct a rescue, I affirmed with a smile. Here is the plan, Brother Zhuang. We will split our efforts. You shall go to fetch your girlfriend and her family, while we will retrieve Zifeng. We shall reconvene in the apartment building over there. You want me to go alone? Can we not proceed together, rescuing one by one? Yu Zhuang protested, clearly dissatisfied. Such an efficiency is untenable. The longer one lingers outside, the greater the likelihood of unforeseen variables arising, which could render any rescue attempts futile, endangering not only ourselves but potentially leading to our own demise. With utmost sincerity, I expressed my awareness of the location of your girlfriend's residence, even closer than her own family's abode. Just you alone would suffice, and it would undoubtedly leave a favorable impression on both your girlfriend and her parents, thereby solidifying the prospects of your union. Upon hearing my words, Yu Zhuang appeared somewhat swayed. I possessed a keen understanding of his circumstances with his girlfriend. Coming from a rural background, his family was devoid of wealth and educational credentials, and now in his 30s, he yearned to establish roots in this city, making his girlfriend's support crucial. She, being several years his senior and seemingly nearing 40, was a divorced mother of 2, rumored to suffer from intermittent mental health issues. Despite her family's modest retirement income, they owned 2 properties and a vehicle. Yu Zhuang was relatively handsome and possessed a certain charm, which likely attracted others' attention. However, despite his attributes, the woman had remained rather lukewarm, skeptical of his intentions. Should he manage to perform a heroic rescue this time, the marriage would undoubtedly be secured. Observing the surroundings for any imminent danger, Yu Zhuang resolved to act, bidding us farewell as he darted in a different direction. Are we truly going to save someone? Orange. Should we consult my parents? Yang Ziwei expressed some concern. It's all right. Once we return, I will speak with uncle and aunt. Surely my parents would agree. They are quite kind-hearted, so there should be no issue. His worries quickly dissipated. Are we genuinely going to save someone? My dear, should we? Gu Jianchuang glanced towards the direction in which Yu Zhuang had departed. I gently shook my head, unnoticed by anyone. Understanding. Gu Jianchuang ceased all movement. Uncle Yang, Aunt Qiu, and Yang Ziwei were indeed exceedingly kind. Yet, alas, I'm a cunning and selfish individual, only contemplating the virtue of being good when it bears no negative repercussions for myself. The moment there is even the slightest detriment, I find myself hesitating. If there are only disadvantages with no benefits, then hesitation is unnecessary. Having stepped away from Gu Jianchuang's protection, amidst this density of monsters, the likelihood of Zhuang Neng successfully rescuing anyone is quite slim. However, I remain unfazed. Upon reaching the entrance of the apartment building, I found the door firmly shut, and the absence of bloodstains around us was a stroke of good fortune. What to do? Where can we find the building manager? Yang Ziwei was in a frenzy. Is there even a building manager around? I shook my head. You too, close your eyes. What for? Just do as I say. Can it harm you? Only then did Yang Ziwei comply, while on the other side, Hu Judy had already shut her eyes. How obedient she is. Quite intriguing. Gu Jianshuang and I had already established a silent understanding. By the time they opened their eyes, we were already behind the door. Well, how did you do that? Yang Ziwei exclaimed in excitement. It's a magic trick I just learned. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive doesn't even begin to describe it. It's absolutely phenomenal. When will you teach me? We'll discuss it later. You must teach me. I implore you, we are good brothers after all. We'll talk later. He actually believed it. Now that is truly astonishing. Regret fills my heart for having involved the astute Judy. Her eyes shimmered with evident astonishment. Yet she refrained from expressing it audibly. The neighborhood we were in consisted of antiquated buildings devoid of elevators. In Chapter 6, Absorbing the Anomalous Cores, Gu Jianchuang presented me with a collection of tetrahedral anomalous cores, with only one being an icosahedral core. I counted a total of 53 tetrahedral cores, each radiating a flickering white light, suggesting varying qualities among them. The icosahedral core emitted a glaring red light, strikingly vivid and evidently not something one could easily obtain from ordinary anomalies. I first lifted the icosahedral core. Its texture was smooth and warm, devoid of any discernible odor. More accurately, it bore not even a hint of scent. As I contemplated placing it in my mouth, as suggested by that anonymous blogger, I suddenly halted and glanced at Gu Jianshuang, who was observing me with keen interest. These anomalous cores were acquired from lesser anomalies, weren't they? I gestured towards the tetrahedral cores. Gu Jianshuang nodded in affirmation. This one, I said, tossing the icosahedral core lightly in my hand, is incredibly powerful. There are 3 tiers separating the tetrahedral from the icosahedral, clearly indicating a significant disparity in strength among the anomalies. Not too shabby, Gu Jianshuang remarked nonchalantly. Since I've never consumed an anomalous core before, will my body be able to handle such a high-grade one? I scrutinized her closely. I haven't consumed one either. How would I know? She replied. It's quite possible, which is why I took away those of slightly higher quality, all purely out of affection for you. She seized every opportunity to tease me. Then why don't you take this away? I inquired. Even if it is to test my tolerance for safety's sake. You should have provided me with a regular cube. I sensed a profound seriousness in Gu Jianshuang's demeanor as she smiled brightly. This particular item, though of high caliber, was indeed very unique. Anyone who consumed it would find it adaptable. Moreover, the abilities it bestowed would also be exceptional. An inexplicable excitement surged within me. And without further hesitation, I placed the enigmatic core into my mouth. Indeed, it vanished in an instant, just as the anonymous blogger had described. It did not dissolve in my mouth, but rather disappeared into thin air. I quietly attuned myself to my body, eagerly anticipating remarkable transformations. However, after a considerable time had elapsed, no extraordinary sensations manifested. Is it ineffective? I murmured to myself, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over me. Is it? Gu Jianshuang chuckled, gently patting my shoulder. Following her gesture, I turned my gaze and nearly fainted from the overwhelming sight. Countless tiny characters were densely inscribed upon the tetrahedral cores, overlapping in a dizzying display that threatened to induce a headache. This is an identification type ability, I exclaimed in astonishment, my face lighting up with joy. At first glance, identification abilities may seem less impressive than flashy combat skills, yet if wielded correctly, their utility far surpasses that of the latter. Not only could the enigmatic core identify itself, but it could also discern anything within the room. As I gradually acclimated to this newfound power, the once overwhelming information became manageable. With just a modicum of focus, I could control it effortlessly, precisely selecting the target I wished to identify and instantly comprehending all relevant information about it. Gazing into the mirror, even I can ascertain the truth. I am nothing more than an utterly ordinary human being. Additional ability, identification shield for the possessor of this ability. Those with identification skills below level 6 cannot discern your information. Additional ability, identification alteration. You may also choose to freely tamper with your own information, deliberately leading others to draw conclusions. Additional ability, identification protection. This grants your chosen target the aforementioned 2 abilities, if you opt for identification alteration. The tampered information is designated by you, with no restrictions on the target individual. Additional ability, Identification destruction. This ability strips any target of identification capabilities below level 5, rendering them permanently incapable of regaining such abilities, ineffective against level 5 and above. Additional ability, identification limitation. This endows chosen individuals possessing identification skills below level 5 with restrictions, such as incurring a loss of lifespan upon using the ability or requiring the chanting of incantations. I was taken aback. What is the nature of these additional functions? Moreover, they are rather distasteful. Although they are meant to annoy others, I find myself quite fond of them. I utilized my identification skill on Gu Jinshuang, and as expected, nothing was revealed. Can even a level 5 identification skill not discern her? A heavy feeling settled within me. Honey, there's no need for you to fret. You know my physique, don't you? Gu Jinshuang remarked seriously. Who is concerned about that? I retorted, filled with indignation. Hee. If it's not, then it's not. Regardless, there are other things I cannot divulge. Gu Jinshuang declared with an air of triumph. When will I be able to know? A secret. I was left speechless, descending into silence. Though we have been married for many years, my understanding of her is largely confined to her name. Despite her seemingly endless chatter, discussing matters concerning myself and others, she remains silent about her own past and origins. What kind of marriage is this? I am left with feelings of frustration and powerlessness, rendered speechless. Gu Jinshuang, perceiving my despondency, perched herself upon my lap, cradled my face, and gently reassured me, please, do not overthink it. One day, I shall reveal everything to you. I am now your wife, and regardless of what transpires, this truth will forever remain unchanged. I will always be by your side. She bestowed a kiss upon my lips, as cold as eternal ice. A wave of comfort washed over me. Though she seemed to possess celestial powers, she could not warm her own body. Yet, thankfully, despite her frigid exterior, her heart, husband. Part your lips, I wish to introduce my tongue. Get away, I protested, feeling touched by her affection. Gu Jinshuang, in a state of feigned grievance, whined softly. Your whining is futile. Go play elsewhere. I pushed her away with determination. Yet, she clung to me tenaciously, leaving me with no choice. I allowed this insistent creature to indulge in her futile antics upon me, ignoring her completely as I continued my examination of the enigmatic orbs. Through my identification skills, I categorized them into 3 primary types, the most abundant being the offensive type, followed by the supportive type, and lastly, the functional type. I consumed the various types of orbs, leaving aside the duplicates for the time being. Suddenly, a thought struck me. With so many orbs remaining, some could be generously bestowed upon others, those whom I trust completely, such as the Yang family, whom I hold in the highest regard. I find myself genuinely contemplating the prospect of moving into his home. Yang Ziwei has been a cherished friend since our 6th grade days, and his family embodies the epitome of kindness. Upon learning that I, at such a tender age, was living alone without my parents, they expressed deep concern and affection for my well-being. Aunt Chio even suggested the possibility of adopting me, a proposition I declined, citing the presence of my parents. Over the years, I have been profoundly nurtured by their generosity, almost becoming an unofficial son to their family. Even in these tumultuous times, when individuals are preoccupied with their own struggles and familial ties may fray, their unwavering support for me remains remarkable. Although I often present a facade of emotional detachment, it would be insincere to claim that I am not moved by their kindness. They are unaware of Gu Jinshuang's existence. To them, I am merely an ordinary child, pitiable due to my parents' irresponsibility. Should their kindness be deemed insincere, feigned over such an extended period, I would willingly accept their pretense with gratitude. If they harbored ulterior motives, that seems implausible. They are simply exceptionally rare, genuinely altruistic individuals, at least in my experience. Hence, I am more than willing to reciprocate their kindness in whatever way I can. As for my own parents, my feelings towards them are intricate. Initially, I found it difficult to forgive their actions, harboring significant resentment. Yet, memories of the past linger in my mind, leading me to gradually realize that I cannot solely dwell on their shortcomings. Their moments of kindness should also be etched in my heart. Everyone experiences selfishness and cowardice, desiring to escape at times, even towards their own flesh and blood. No one can be compelled to offer unconditional devotion. They have not truly ventured to the distant places they claim. Rather, they have merely found accommodation less than a kilometer from home. I realized this when they trailed me, nearly mistaken for human traffickers. While I found the situation amusing, I refrained from exposing them, instead choosing to deliberately overlook their evident flaws. The densely populated urban village they reside in is rife with chaos, having descended into disorder even before our own surroundings. However, with Gu Jinshuang covertly intervening, the two of them, though living in constant fear and anxiety, remain unharmed. I wonder how they would feel if they knew their safety is thanks to the very daughter-in-law they have always scorned and feared. Recently, they have bombarded me with phone calls, finally recognizing the value of familial companionship amidst this apocalyptic time, which leaves me somewhat speechless, prompting me to largely ignore them. Over the years, it has been only Gu Jinshuang who has shared my days and nights. Although she often appears playful and irreverent, she is, in truth, exceedingly dependable, providing me with care that encompasses both parental love and nurturing, completely filling the void left by my parents. Most importantly, she is my wife. The wounds inflicted by those two have nearly faded from my memory. However, if they do not apologize to Gu Jinshuang, reflect upon their wrongdoings, and amend their attitude towards her, I shall never forgive them. I can be understanding, magnanimous, and even endure humiliation while pretending to be a dutiful son who incessantly praises his parents. Yet, I will never allow my wife to suffer. No one shall dare to bring her distress. At present, they exhibit no inclination towards repentance. Thus, let them be. I have other matters to attend to. Chapter 7. The elevator is out of order. Physical enhancement, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, mental enhancement. All of these aspects are of paramount importance. Regardless of the potency of the abilities I may wield in the future, if my physical condition does not keep pace, not only will I struggle to vanquish my foes, but I may also unwittingly bring about my own demise. To my astonishment, the existence of mental enhancement as an ability is indeed a remarkable discovery. I pondered the myriad of bizarre entities that could potentially exist. Should I encounter something from a Lovecraftian realm, merely gazing upon it might drive me to madness. How then would I navigate such a scenario? Thus, it is clear that strength must not reside solely in the body, but also in the mind. Preparedness is an eternal truth. I am eager to test the abilities I have acquired. However, the confines of this indoor environment severely limit my actions. I must continue residing here, as any damage to household appliances or plumbing would render me helpless in finding someone to make repairs. Therefore, it is time to venture outdoors. I harbor little concern regarding the bizarre. Based on my online research and the accounts provided by Gu Jinshuang, I have come to understand that most of the peculiarities outside are not as fearsome as they appear. With an array of abilities at my disposal, what is there to fear? Even if I were to encounter a few challenges beyond my capacity to handle, with Gu Jinshuang as my guardian, I need not worry. As long as she is not intent on orchestrating my demise, my safety is virtually assured. However, she did warn me that should I dare to be unfaithful, I would be left to my own devices. I have always been deeply devoted. Now, as I prepare to step outside and commence my first battle, I acknowledge the various advantages at my disposal, yet exercising caution is never unwise. I have also mastered the ability to alter my appearance and physique, allowing me to evade numerous troubles. However, I remain unable to change my attire. Perhaps a more advanced form of disguise could achieve that. I don a mask and sunglasses, coupled with a windbreaker and hiking boots, before layering a hoodie on top. In this guise, even my own mother might struggle to recognize me, yet it still felt insufficient. I activated my transformation ability. My body swelled, and my face followed suit. Remarkably, despite my figure becoming plump and my clothing stretched tightly, my movements remained unhindered. I surmised that the excess fat was merely an illusion conjured by my disguise, rather than a genuine increase in weight. How astonishingly considerate! I could now remain unrecognizable to anyone. As for my voice, a lower pitch would suffice. How ugly! Who are you? Gu Jinshuang remarked with discontent. Enough chatter. Do not question my judgment. Well, fine. With this appearance, I likely won't attract any women. I look like a lecherous deviant, huh? Gu Jinshuang continued her sharp-tongued banter. Although I had always struggled to attract anyone before. Humph. I shall attract someone just to prove you wrong. Do you dare to try? You say try. Yet I refuse. I retorted defiantly. With a smile, Gu Jinshuang embraced me, exclaiming that I was pleasantly soft to hold. The sensation feels much the same as before. I am quite serious. I then secured my dagger in its sheath on my thigh. It was time to set out. Just as I was about to stow my phone, I received a message. Lin Tingxing, do you have any food at home? It was Long Lingyu, my first love. Oh, my first crush. We attended the same kindergarten together, and even before I married Gu Jinshuang, I was particularly infatuated with her. We maintained a friendship, and I never bullied her, unlike others. However, after marriage, my interest in girls my age waned, and under Gu Jinshuang's stern influence, I felt compelled to distance myself from her and other girls. In middle school, we were no longer at the same school, which further estranged our relationship. Though we attended the same high school and were in the same class, Yang Ziwei harbored feelings for her, only to be rejected. To continue enjoying Aunt Chio's sumptuous meals, I felt obliged to ally with him against her. Thus, despite residing in the same building and occasionally encountering her outside of school, our interactions were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. She possesses a gentle and shy demeanor, harboring a profound fear of engaging with strangers. How could she possibly ask me for food? The last time we spoke was over a year ago. No, I responded decisively. I have some surplus at home, but I hesitate to come upstairs to your place. After all, her family doesn't operate a supermarket. How could I confidently claim that they had an abundance of food? Understanding her character, I realized she was not merely offering polite niceties. She genuinely wished to share food with me. Initially, I harbored doubts, which stirred a sense of unease within me. I dialed her number directly, and she answered. Long Lingyu, tell me the truth. Is there not much food left at your home? I inquired straightforwardly. There's not much, but I can still share some with you. Are you authorized to make that decision? What about your father? She comes from a single-parent household, having lived with her father since her parents' divorce in her early years. He has gone out. Out? I was taken aback. How could he leave you alone at home? Long Lingyu wept softly, expressing that remaining at home would only lead to despair, and it would be wiser to venture out and seek fortune, accompanied by a few uncles in search of sustenance. Given the urgency of your situation, how can you even consider sharing your food with me? Are you out of your mind? I retorted, agitated. Did you not claim to be out of provisions? I was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating what to say. After some reflection, I realized I had ample food at home, as I had always maintained a habit of stockpiling supplies. I'll bring some down for you. I'll call you when I arrive at your doorstep. Long Lingyu appeared bewildered. But you just said, oh, never mind the details, I exclaimed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Regardless of who inquired about my provisions, I always replied in the negative. Don't be foolish. You must learn from me to stay safe. My father also advises me to speak this way to others. Then why do you so naively utter such words? You are not just anyone. We have been friends for many years. Enough. Just wait for my call. I hastily ended the conversation. Initially, she was not on my list of concerns. Yet her actions stirred something within me. Oh dear, feeling tender-hearted? Wishing to rush to her side without a second thought? Gu Jinshuang interjected teasingly. Do not call me that. I merely wish to reciprocate her kindness. As you well know, she is not a bad person. There are plenty of good souls in this world. Must you bare your heart just because someone speaks a few kind words? I have not bared my heart to her. After all, there are so many supplies available. I could easily spare her a little. But those supplies, are they yours alone to share? Who truly holds authority in this household? Of course, it is you. My dear wife. I forced a smile, my face aching from the effort. I declared, no sharing. Then no sharing it shall be. But if you proclaim no sharing, what are you doing? These rice and meat were purchased with my own funds. What do you mean, your funds? This is marital property. Put that down. Not a single grain shall be touched without my consent. I had no choice but to comply obediently. Who is the ultimate authority in this home? Gu Jianshuang inquired with a frosty demeanor. You. Will you continue to speak harshly to me? I shall not dare again. Am I forbidden from snuggling under the covers? From now on, should you wish to, then you may. Gu Jianshuang coldly chuckled, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, but do not expect a repeat. I smiled faintly, aware that she was not truly narrow-minded, merely feigning anger. It was a unique form of playful charm. She could embody many personas: the aloof ice queen, the pure and sweet maiden, the adorable lowly, the fragile maid, the commanding queen. Hence, she concocts delightful dishes for me daily, yet I remained so thin. I gathered the food I intended to present to Long Lingyu and stepped outside. The elevator is out of order. It is neither a power outage nor a failure of the electrical grid, for the elevator operates independently. Even if the power grid were to fail, it would not cease operations immediately. In this scenario, there are only two possible explanations. The elevator has malfunctioned, whether due to its own fault or human interference. The former is somewhat bearable, yet the latter sends a shiver of apprehension through me. Has the descent into chaos begun without my awareness? Gazing at the desolate stairwell, my eyes drift to the dagger at my waist. Chapter 8. An unexpected discovery. I reside on the 13th floor, while Long Lingyu lives on the 3rd. It was on the 7th floor that I first noticed the group. Three robust young men, armed either with machetes or baseball bats, truly lethal instruments. They crouched at the corner of the staircase between the third and fourth floors, smoking and whispering idly. In an instant, I surmised their intentions. They were likely starving at home, too fearful to venture outside in search of sustenance, thus laying an ambush for returning residents, coercing them into relinquishing a portion of their provisions. The rationale behind demanding only a portion rather than the entirety is perhaps a sign of a modicum of intelligence. Anyone with a semblance of sense would act similarly. With only 3 of them, should they dare to seize all of another's vital supplies, even the meekest of souls would rise to defend themselves in such dire circumstances. However, by requesting merely a fraction, they exploit the inherent tendency of many to avoid conflict, making their scheme all the more likely to succeed. Though despicable and shameless, it is indeed a rather effective strategy for survival in this apocalyptic scenario. After a brief pause to ascertain that no additional accomplices lurked nearby, I continued my descent. Standing at the 4th floor landing, I could clearly see the trio huddled in their corner. These individuals possessed a modicum of cunning, had they brazenly positioned themselves in the open. Any passerby from below would have instantly recognized the threat and fled in alarm. As it stands, even if someone were to discover them, escape would be nearly impossible. I merely pretended not to notice them, yet with my current physique, I was inevitably spotted upon my arrival. The trio's eyes sparkled with intrigue as they brandished their weapons and swiftly encircled me. "Young man, what do you have in your hands and your backpack?" The leader inquired with a disarming smile. Before I could respond, the other 2 eagerly approached, patting my backpack and tugging at its opening, their faces alight with delight. "Well, Chong, it's all food. This will last us several days," one of them proclaimed, reveling in his perceived triumph. "What are you doing? This is exceedingly rude." Chong expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting that the food belonged to me. "Can we really take it all? We only need to borrow a little." Yes, we're just borrowing. A little bit. What is the harm in lending and returning?" Their words implied a promise of repayment, as if it were a certainty. I feigned fear, sensing the oppressive nature of their bullying. What do you intend to do?" Chong chuckled lightly. "Young man, do not be alarmed. We are not villains. We simply find ourselves devoid of provisions at home and thus must ask our neighbors for assistance. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as reliable as close neighbors. Since we all inhabit the same building, it is only fitting that we help one another in times of need. You have plenty of food here. Sharing a bit with us is hardly an imposition. But this is meant for my parents. They have run out of supplies. We too are out of provisions. And we are not asking for all of it, merely a portion. Young man, I advise you not to be so selfish." Chang'e retracted his insincere smile, his 2 lackeys sharing in the malevolent laughter. Yet, I possessed only a meager amount of food, insufficient for my own needs. We were strangers. Why should I share with you? I argued vehemently. Damn it, if you refuse to drink the toast, you'll be forced to drink the penalty wine. Chang'e, stop wasting time with this fatso. Just take action. Let us see what he can do about it," one of the lackeys declared, reaching for the bag I held in my left hand. You cannot do this. It is against the law." I protested with indignation. "Against the law? Ha ha ha. We simply wish to satisfy our hunger. What law have we broken? If it comes to it, go ahead and call the police." The 3 of them erupted in laughter. "Have you ever considered that if you steal my food, my family and I will starve? Thus, your actions amount not only to robbery, but also to murder?" I inquired. "It's you and your family who will starve, not us. Why should we care whether you live or die?" Chang'e wholly shed his facade. "You glutton. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give or not? Refusing will indeed lead to murder today. After all, no one is overseeing us now. Don't you fear that by committing murder, someone might also come for you?" I pressed on. "Ha ha ha. Who could kill us? You?" Chang'e chuckled, prodding my ample belly with a baseball bat. "You worthless, fat fool? Murder? You'd struggle just to ascend the stairs, wouldn't you? Ha ha ha." They laughed so boisterously, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for unwanted attention. I silently nodded and relinquished the bag. "Finally, you've come to your senses." As Chang Ji's eyes sparkled, he tilted his chin and languidly remarked, "You may leave now, but remember to bring back food upon your return. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to sever your ears to accompany my drink." Just as his 2 subordinates were about to take the bags away, I interjected, "Hold on. Chang'e, there are still 2 brothers here. I have a method that will ensure you never lack food again." "Oh." Chang Ji's interest was piqued. "Do tell." With a smile gracing my lips, I drew a dagger, its blade slicing through the air with a chilling arc, directly severing Chang Ji's carotid artery. Blood gushed forth. and despite his futile attempts to staunch the flow, he soon collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. You, one of the subordinates stammered, trembling with terror. You just killed him. But are you not also murderers? I replied coolly. I merely returned the favor. Another attempted to flee, but I swiftly seized him, slamming his head against the wall. The immense force caused his skull to merge with the surface, and his body crumpled, sliding down weakly. Big brother, please, I beg you, do not kill me. The remaining subordinate, paralyzed by fear, knelt in the blood-soaked ground, desperately bowing his head. I won't say a word. I swear. Please, just pretend you never saw me. I have an elderly mother at home. I delivered a gentle kick, and he jerked his head violently, the angle too extreme, resulting in a sickening crack that silenced him. I pried open the elevator doors and disposed of the 3 corpses one by one into the shaft before closing it again. The blood was no concern. My ability, Cleanse, was activated. The art of committing murder and theft without leaving a trace is indeed a remarkable skill, and it is surprising that such a technique exists even amidst those chaotic circumstances. The damage to the wall poses a challenge, yet others likely remain oblivious to the means by which it was caused. TSK. I never anticipated that my husband would display such ruthlessness on his first endeavor. Gu Jianshuang mused. Ruthlessness? My greatest disdain is reserved for those who prey upon the weak, while I hold no grand notions of championing the oppressed or punishing evil. Why should I tolerate their bullying, especially when it has crossed my path? Should I continue to endure in silence as before? That would be akin to inviting the end of the world. Indeed, that seems quite reasonable. Gu Jianshuang nodded, yet she remarked, but you committed murder without even a blink, which is somewhat terrifying. The feelings of dizziness, nausea, and vomiting are merely manifestations of a troubled conscience. Crushing a few parasites only serves to fortify my moral resolve. Henceforth, whether they are parasites, lions, tigers, or even dinosaurs, should they provoke me, I shall eliminate them all. I stated calmly, Well, husband, you are so handsome, truly deserving of being my husband. Gu Jianshuan exclaimed with starry eyes, ready to rush forward to kiss me. However, she hesitated, a look of distaste crossing her face. Could you perhaps revert to your original self for a moment? I simply cannot bring myself to kiss this face. Isn't that a twofold benefit? I ignored her remarks, transforming back to my usual appearance only upon reaching Long Lingyu's doorstep, so she would not fail to recognize me. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Jianshuang leaned in to shower me with kisses. Had she been able to leave any trace of her affection on my face, I would have resorted to my cleaning abilities repeatedly. Her occasional clinginess is something I find utterly overwhelming. After sending a message to Long Lingyu, the door opened shortly thereafter. Long Lingyu, her hair cascading freely, adorned in a white dress, possessed a captivating visage that haunted the dreams of countless young boys. Her delicate features appeared pale, yet this only enhanced her charm, while her eyes, tinged with red, sparkled with unshed tears. Before I could utter a single word, she rushed towards me and enveloped me in a tight embrace. The corridor began to freeze around us, leaving me utterly astonished. I had never imagined I held a place in Long Lingyu's heart, despite our acquaintance spanning several years. Throughout this time, our relationship had been rather lukewarm, scarcely qualifying as friendship. There was a period in elementary school when we were quite close, yet we were merely children then. And while those joyous moments are worthy of reminiscence, most have faded from my memory. At the instant Long Lingyu swung open the door, my innate ability to discern emotions activated, and I instantly grasped the entirety of her feelings, including her long-standing infatuation with a certain boy, Lin Tingqing. That boy was, in fact, me. Chapter 9. Departure. Does Long Lingyu harbor feelings for me? Is this real? I was utterly bewildered. What about her long-standing crush? I had been completely oblivious. Though my heart felt the weight of this revelation, I quickly regained my composure, gently pushing her away by her shoulders. She fidgeted with her hands, gazing downward. Her lips pressed tightly together. Do not mistake my lack of romantic understanding. It is simply the predicament of a married man. At this moment, my wife was watching us with a benign gaze, and if I embraced her any longer, it would not just be us who would face her wrath, but the entire building would surely be swept up in it. On the surface, Gu Jianshuang seemed only wary of Qiu Yuexin, appearing indifferent to my interactions with other women. In truth, she forbade me from engaging with any female, not even a stray cat. Ghosts and humans indeed share numerous similarities. For instance, the words uttered often diverge significantly from actions taken. As for other spirits, I cannot speak, yet this particular specter in my home embodies such traits. It is not solely the jealousy of females. Even the male spirit harbors envy. She has long harbored intentions to eliminate Yang Ziwei. Nevertheless, despite her jealousy, she is considerate of my feelings. If I disallow her from taking action, she complies, and she begrudgingly tolerated Long Lingyu's recent behavior. We narrowly escaped a perilous situation with the school beauty. Let us proceed inside. I sensed several households peering at us through their peepholes. This is not a venue for conversation. Long Lingyu silently nodded, her demeanor submissive. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the lights were unlit, casting an atmosphere of gloom. Prolonged exposure to such an environment can darken one's mood. Why are the lights off? I inquired, proceeding to switch on the electric light. I fear some individuals find solace in illuminated spaces, while others feel quite the contrary. I nodded, extracting the contents from my bag and backpack, piling them upon the floor. There were rice, meats, fruits, vegetables, as well as canned goods, instant noodles, biscuits, and snacks. So much? Long Lingyu exclaimed. How can you give me all this? What will you eat? I have enough elsewhere. That is unacceptable. It is simply too much. I cannot accept it. Long Lingyu hastily gestured in refusal. Having brought it all down, are you suggesting I carry it back? I chuckled, explaining that the elevator was out of order, and I had ascended via the stairs. The elevator is broken? Her tone shifted noticeably. Indeed, Long Lingyu is not only beautiful but also intelligent, even with such simple information. She seems to have vaguely sensed something, her already haggard expression further marred by apprehension. Did you encounter any troubles on your way here? She inquired softly. No, I replied, though there were initially some. Long Lingyu let out a small sigh of relief. Her father often said that in chaotic times, people's hearts become unsettled. Even the most gentle and kind individuals may resort to unspeakable cruelty. One must remain vigilant, or disaster may ensue. Your father is correct, I affirmed. Upon mentioning her father, who has yet to return, Long Lingyu's mood visibly plummeted, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears that stubbornly refused to fall. Her demeanor reminded me of a moment from her childhood. Humans are inherently visual creatures, and Long Lingyu had always possessed an extraordinary beauty that set her apart, standing among her peers like a crane among chickens. During one's school years, those who are remarkably attractive often face two possible fates. They may become the darling of the crowd, a leader in the class, commanding admiration from all, or they may find themselves isolated and targeted, enduring a lonely plight. Typically, jealousy among girls and boys swayed by female opinions, or unrequited love leading to resentment, contribute to this unfortunate dynamic. The outcome largely hinges on the individual's character. Those with strong, proactive personalities and high emotional intelligence tend to thrive, while others may falter. Long Lingyu evidently falls into the latter category. At that time, I was rather naive, merely following the crowd, and I committed some rather vexatious acts towards Long Lingyu. I would hide her books, scribble indiscriminately on her desk, and splash water on her clothes, among other misdeeds. In the face of everyone's malice, Long Lingyu silently endured it all. Many fear being out of sync with the group, terrified of opposing the collective opinion and facing isolation, thus they succumb to cruelty without self-awareness, especially children. What is often described as innocence is, in truth, a blatant manifestation of wickedness. There were countless moments when I wished I could traverse back in time and deliver a few stinging slaps to my former self. Perhaps the best course would have been to strike me down entirely. This sentiment grew particularly intense whenever I caught a glimpse of the identical sadness in her eyes that I see today. There was no anger, only a sense of grievance, sorrow, and confusion. I immediately held my breath, unable to meet her gaze, ultimately watching her depart in silence, her small figure appearing forlorn and desolate. Following that day, I learned a rumor concerning her. Her mother had eloped with a wealthy man, abandoning her and her father. I recalled her reflection in my eyes that day, and for the first time, I experienced a tumult of emotions and a heart-wrenching pain. Children never disguise their malice, nor do they comprehend cruelty. Such news fails to evoke their sympathy, instead igniting their excitement and prompting them to treat her even more harshly. They surrounded her, singing twisted nursery rhymes, incessantly reminding her that she was a motherless child. The more she remained silent, the more unrestrained their laughter became, their joy resounding. When I finally regained my composure, I found myself delivering a fierce punch to the face of the boy who laughed the loudest. The entire class fell into silence. Aside from the cries of that individual, there were others, their laughter ringing loud and clear, second, third, and fourth in volume. I could not ascertain whether they were indeed the loudest among the crowd. However, Their faces struck me as particularly loathsome, perhaps simply because of their unappealing appearances. They certainly would not endure the blows without retaliation. And soon they united in an offensive against me. Did you think I would effortlessly vanquish them like a deity descending from the heavens? Earning a smile from the fair maiden? In truth, I was outnumbered, and despite my feeble resistance, I was soon reduced to a state of utter humiliation. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the teacher, I might have met a far graver fate. Because I had initiated the conflict. Despite suffering the worst of the beating, I was still compelled to summon my parents and make a heartfelt apology before the entire school community at the flagpole. Yet, I harbored no regrets. My only remorse lay in the fact that I had once been complicit with them, having inflicted pain and uttered hurtful words against her. I also regretted not consuming more meat and vegetables to build a robust physique. Here I was, the supposed hero, reduced to a mere bear before her. Even after my apology, I did not genuinely reflect upon my actions. Following that incident, during a raucous recess, I ascended the podium and proclaimed before the entire class, including her, that she was mine. Anyone who dared to bully her would face my wrath. I then plunged a fruit knife, pilfered from home, into a plastic blackboard eraser. This act led to another report against me, and once more, my parents were summoned. Yet, from that moment on, no one dared to trouble her again. I came to realize that many did not truly harbor grievances against her. They merely found amusement in following the crowd, mimicking what they saw. However, they all perceived me as mentally unstable. If engaging in a particular endeavor would provoke a lunatic, it would certainly lose its charm. Consequently, no one dared to undertake that task. My feelings of guilt towards her have remained unmitigated, even to this day. Although I objectively altered her circumstances at that time, I was undeniably one of the perpetrators, a fact that cannot be disputed. I do not believe I have absolved myself of my transgressions. Thus, despite my affection for her, I refrained from expressing it, seizing every opportunity to draw near her, striving fervently to bring her joy, solely to elicit her rare and beautiful smile. Yet, not long after, I found myself Wedigu Jinshuang. Time seemed to fly by, as if I graduated from elementary school overnight. Upon reuniting in high school, we were as strangers to one another. When I caught myself gazing at her in a daze, Long Lingyu bashfully lowered her head. Have you had your fill of staring? Do you require assistance in removing her face to take home for closer inspection? No, I exclaimed hastily. Long Lingyu looked at me with a puzzled expression. I intended to convey that she should not be so disheartened, that her spirits need not be so low. Was she once again worried about her father? I said softly. Long Lingyu nodded, barely audible in her response. Your father is under divine protection. He will be fine, I reassured her. What you must do is adjust your mindset. Do not frighten yourself, and maintain a positive outlook to truly live well. I understand. Long Lingyu replied, her eyes sparkling with an unusual radiance. My goodness, was this not glaringly evident? How had I been so oblivious in the past? Though I felt a flicker of joy, we were destined to remain unattainable. Suddenly, Long Lingyu's stomach let out a rumble. She cradled her stomach, shrinking back shyly. Haven't you eaten yet? I inquired. I want to wait for Dad to come back and eat together. But how long will that take? I hesitated to voice my thoughts, yet the truth remained. Health is paramount, and with her frail constitution and tense spirit, how could she endure without proper nourishment? If she were to fall ill, it would be impossible to rush her to the hospital, and her father would surely be frantic with worry. I promptly unwrapped an energy bar and placed it into her hand. She glanced at me before nibbling at it delicately. Remember, do not open the door for strangers. No matter who it is, do not let anyone in, I cautioned as I slung my empty backpack over my shoulder. Stay calm. Do not fear. If anything happens, just call me. Wait, she said hurriedly. Is there something else? I asked. Could you not leave? She whispered, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly, her voice trembling. I'm scared to be alone at home. I was at a loss for words, thinking to myself, am I not frightened as well? Prolonging my stay would not alleviate our fears. I intended to step outside the community. I'll go with you, she declared without hesitation. After a brief pause, she looked taken aback. I reminded her of her father's wise words. Remaining cooped up at home was a dead end. Waiting for rescue would be futile, and depending on fate was less reliable than relying on oneself. You mustn't go, she implored, her voice tinged with tears. I found it unbearable. She was not my wife, yet she seemed to seek to control me. Rest assured, I won't be going alone. I have several companions with me, I assured her, hoping to ease her worries. Perhaps we might even encounter your father, and we can return together. Upon hearing my words, she indeed wavered, yet gazed at me with a lingering sorrow. After a moment of contemplation, I moved her sofa to barricade the door. Caution is always prudent. The fact that I brought food to her home had become common knowledge among her neighbors, potentially stirring suspicion. Should anyone knock or cause a disturbance, remember to contact me immediately, I instructed. Oh, but if I call, wouldn't he that? Do not fret, trust me. Oh, she inquired again. Now that the door is blocked, how will you exit? Through there, I indicated towards the window. But we live on the 3rd floor, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. You ask too many questions, I replied coldly, my patience wearing thin. Remember to ask less in the future. Longling Yu shivered slightly yet nodded in agreement. Lock the window after I leave, I added before leaping from the windowsill. As I landed gracefully, Long Lingyu appeared astonished yet relieved. I waved goodbye, and she returned the gesture, inexplicably smiling in a silly manner. The curtains were drawn, and I took a deep breath before sprinting into the distance. Chapter 10, An Encounter with the Strange. Did you see that? When she looked at you through the window, her eyes were nearly popping out, fixated on you. Must you describe it so dramatically? Besides, there's glass in the way, isn't there? You know she harbors feelings for you. Why are you still so kind to her? Are you developing feelings for her? I only realized this moments ago. I glanced at the flustered Gu Jinshuang, feeling somewhat helpless. What feelings could I possibly entertain for her? You have not known her for just a day. You used to mockingly refer to her as a yellow-haired girl. How could you possibly hold a grudge against her? I am not quarreling with her. I am addressing you. Gu Jinshuang insisted. If you were to argue with me, then it is even more unwarranted. I have long lost any interest in her. My assistance is merely out of pity for her plight. Furthermore, I have wronged her in the past, and this is my way of atoning for it. Would you prefer to witness me tormented by guilt for neglecting her? I have yet to see you exhibit such compassion towards me. Good wife, be obedient. And I shall make it up to you when we return home. My beloved wife desires a child. Otherwise, I fear it may lead to discontent. Humans and spirits cannot procreate. How can one know without attempting? Let us first fulfill our duties, and then leave the rest to fate. I still wish to live for another 2 years. With that said, I ignored her incessant chatter, focusing instead on my own affairs. After so many days, I finally stepped outdoors again, feeling as if I had been transported to another world. The air outside was far more refreshing than that within my home. Invigorating yet tinged with an unsettling atmosphere, drifting beneath the gloomy, overcast sky. I utilized my perceptive abilities to their fullest extent, rendering a 20-meter radius around me entirely transparent. Even beyond that, I could sense some faint energies. After walking a short distance, I finally encountered living souls. Those individuals clutched their backpacks tightly, nervously peering around. Ever vigilant of any slight movement in their surroundings, their faces pale with anxiety as they swiftly moved along the walls. They also noticed me, but merely cast a cautious glance before diverting their gaze. I did not spot Long Lingyu's father among them. I was acquainted with that man. He is kind-hearted and intelligent. Yet his steadfast honesty often leads others to perceive him as a fool. Although I did not actively seek out her father, should I happen upon him, I would be inclined to offer assistance within reasonable bounds. As for others unrelated to my quest, I could only wish them well. My purpose in venturing out was to explore the peculiarities of the abilities I had acquired and to hone my combat skills, so I chose to head toward deserted areas, where the likelihood of success would presumably be greater. Curiously enough, despite the unsettling presence of the bizarre that instills fear in humanity and plunges the world into chaos, I had encountered none during my time outside. Dear, have you cleared this vicinity as well? I inquired. Within a kilometer radius of our home and my parents' house, I conduct thorough sweeps several times daily. It is quite normal that no new anomalies have appeared in such a short span of time. Is your clearing range truly so extensive? You could have alerted me to the absence of any anomalies nearby, sparing me the need to tread cautiously in thin air. You look rather adorable when you are this serious, even if you are dressed like a pig's head. And extensive? I had initially intended to cleanse all the anomalies throughout the city every day. That would be excessive, I replied. Cleansing an entire city is far too vast a task. Even if she were adept at it, the variables involved would be numerous and highly precarious. Furthermore, should a city be transformed into a safe zone, it could inadvertently attract the attention of formidable anomalies endowed with intelligence. Among them, there likely exists a presence even stronger than Gu Jinshuang. It is perilous, both for Gu Jinshuang and for me. Very well, if my husband insists it is unnecessary, then so be it. After all, I am a devoted wife. Gu Jinshuang unabashedly boasts. I have no time to engage in a war of words with her, since there are no anomalies in the vicinity. I muster my courage and stride forward. Soon, Gu Jianshuang reminds me that I have ventured beyond the safety zone. Upon hearing this, I slow my pace and adopt a more cautious demeanor. Perhaps it is merely a psychological effect, but the atmosphere around me grows increasingly oppressive, almost suffocating. I find myself strolling along a once bustling pedestrian street that has now become eerily desolate, lined with shops whose doors are either tightly shut or shattered and ransacked, stripped bare of their contents. This street is primarily filled with restaurants, snack shops, and bubble tea establishments, alongside a few convenience stores and small supermarkets. I arrive in front of one convenience store, which too has been plundered. The evidence of destruction is fresh, with nearly all edible items taken, while other possessions remain largely untouched. The looter's sole aim appears to be the acquisition of as much food as possible, leaving little concern for anything else. Within the small supermarket, a frenzy unfolds as individuals frantically stuff food into their bags, with a constant stream of people hurriedly entering and exiting. Some even carry multiple backpacks. They share an unspoken understanding to maintain silence. Any slight noise sends their already heightened senses into overdrive. As the crowd swells, competition for the remaining provisions escalates into violence. While others turn a blind eye, focus solely on scavenging the overlooked items, hastily filling their bags and making their exit. I did not encounter Long Lingyu's father within, but I did spot 3 of my high school classmates. They were embroiled in a heated argument over meat in front of the frozen food aisle, shoving each other about. The situation escalated into chaos. It was possible that such a ruckus would attract something sinister. With that thought in mind, I exited the small supermarket and activated my invisibility ability across the street, observing the scene while idly chewing the gum I had just taken. At that moment, I felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. Until now, I had only encountered the bizarre online, never having witnessed it in reality. Without first-hand experience, it was merely theoretical discourse, leaving me unable to truly comprehend the terror of the unknown. Soon, I caught sight of a remarkably tall woman clad in an antiquated gray gown resembling a shroud. Her hair was dense and lengthy, smooth and lustrous enough to star in a shampoo commercial. She bowed her head, her face entirely obscured by her hair, and slowly made her way to the entrance of the small supermarket, standing there motionless. The crowd was frantically vying for the last of the food, eager to exit quickly with their spoils to avoid attracting attention. The towering figure blocking the entrance easily incited the ire of others. "Hey, what is wrong with you?" a middle-aged woman shouted, pointing at her. "You can either come in or go out, but don't just stand there blocking the way. Do you have any sense of public decency? You uncouth wretch. Look at you, dressed in such tatters, obviously a pauper. You stink to high heaven." The woman emitted a low, rumbling laugh. This only fueled the middle-aged woman's fury further. "You dare to laugh? Today, if I do not teach you a lesson, you will remain ignorant of your own insignificance." She leaped up and struck the woman's face with a slap. It connected, yet the woman stood motionless, her long hair billowing around her. The middle-aged woman suddenly froze, her contorted visage solidifying, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Nearby, onlookers of all ages, regardless of gender, gazed upon the woman, erupting into heart-wrenching screams. Some fled in panic. The woman remained silent, her hair lifting gracefully, revealing a pale face with a smile on the back of her head as she gently pulled down the rolling shutter of the small supermarket. Those still outside could scarcely afford to escape in haste. Secondary anomalous entity, the two-faced woman, with a front visage that delights in human flesh and a rear visage that revels in drinking blood. Her appetite is insatiable, and she prefers to appear in crowded places. Lacking any sensation of pain, she can regenerate severed limbs when her stomach is full. Due to her lack of restraint, she often meets her demise by bursting from overindulgence. From behind the rolling shutter erupted a cacophony of horrifying screams, wails, and the sounds of gnashing teeth. I was instantly taken aback. Dying from overindulgence? Does this imply that as long as one provides her with sufficient sustenance, she can be vanquished without combat? Do all anomalies possess such peculiar vulnerabilities? If someone were to uncover these weaknesses, perhaps they could safely acquire their anomalous cores. Yet, the cost seems unbearably steep. At least, I could never bring myself to such an act. However, I am aware that some would undoubtedly be capable of it. The two-faced woman, a secondary anomaly. My wife. How formidable is this entity? I inquired. With a mere flick of my fingers, I can resolve this matter. It may not be an impressive feat, yet it surpasses the capabilities of true ineptitude. Why do you wear such a glum expression? I can clearly see Gu Jianshuang fuming with indignation. Why were you staring at her just now? She demanded. I was taken aback. Could it be that she is jealous of something so absurd? Despite my familiarity with her nature, I found myself bewildered by her reaction. Surely, you are not feeling envious? My expression contorted in disbelief. She was so earnest, as if I truly harbored some unmentionable thoughts about that monstrous being. Humph, I would never, she declared with a touch of arrogance. Indeed, you are feeling jealous. Fine, I shall enter and slay her. Will that satisfy you? I said with a shudder. Splendid, my dear. If you could also eliminate that dragonling I would be even more delighted. Her eyes sparkled with joy. You might want to temper your enthusiasm, I replied coolly. Humph. She murmured something under her breath again. I approached and kicked the door of the curled leaf aside. There should be no survivors at the entrance, so there is no need for concern about collateral damage. Truthfully, if it weren't for that two-faced woman ferociously gnawing on one of my classmates, her hair cascading down, she would still possess a certain allure from a distance. I can only hope that the afterlife is devoid of peculiarities, Zhang Wei. Now, I must rely on my identification skills to recognize him. The two-faced woman noticed me. Yet her mouth did not cease its motion. She merely regarded me with her other face, casting me flirtatious glances. Ugh. Now, it seems I have no choice but to eliminate her. Chapter 11. The absence of chivalry. The long hair of the dual-faced woman appeared soft. Yet it was as resilient as steel wire, capable of extending at will. Her tresses nearly enveloped the entire small supermarket, ensnaring numerous humans. Yet she refrained from immediately taking their lives. They struggled in vain, either calling out for help or simply closing their eyes, awaiting their fate. She savored her prey with a disconcerting calmness, her manner of consumption rather unsightly. The ground was strewn with many remnants of human bodies, akin to discarded chicken bones. As if to her, the abundance of food rendered waste inconsequential. Judging by the types of remaining tissues, it seemed she had an aversion to bones, preferring thighs, faces, and various internal organs. Should the victim be corpulent, she would meticulously gnaw at the arms as well. As for other parts, she would merely tear off a few bites of flesh and discard them carelessly. She relished the crunch of delicate finger bones, reminiscent of the sound produced when munching on peas. Her eating pace was astonishingly swift. She could finish an entire person in less than half a minute. The visage on her reverse side was considerably more refined, gently kissing the neck of her victim while slowly sucking. However, her eyes remained fixed on me, unwavering. In documentaries, even ferocious beasts like lions and tigers do not pounce upon their prey immediately. They first observe to ascertain whether the target is worth the effort. Slightly more astute creatures possess an instinct for self-preservation. The dual-faced woman exuded a similar aura. She was evidently not astute enough, as a stream of hair lunged toward me. I sidestepped effortlessly, seizing a shopping basket and hurling it in her direction. She exhibited no reaction, continuing to feast voraciously. Although her hair had initially missed its target, it swiftly rallied and lunged at me once more. I sidestepped, drawing my dagger to confront the strands, only for the blade to shatter upon impact. The hair was too resilient. Despite my considerable strength, my weapon proved inadequate. Scanning the vicinity, I found nothing useful, leaving me with no option but to fight barehanded. The bystanders, astonished that I had evaded those two assaults and dared to retaliate against the creature, were momentarily stunned, some appearing to grasp at a lifeline, fervently cheering me on. Yet, following the destruction of my dagger, I turned and fled, leaving them dumbfounded. The hair pursued me outside the store. But the two-faced woman did not follow. She seemed reluctant to sacrifice a greater prize for a trivial one, even though I must have appeared quite delectable in her eyes. Darling, why did you run away? Gu Jinshuang exclaimed. You could easily defeat that creature now. Of course, I was aware of that. But the creature was simply too repulsive for me to want to engage directly. As I ran, my eyes scanned the surroundings in search of something suitable. In the web novels I had read, the protagonists invariably had formidable weapons at their disposal, yet I was not hoping for such divine armaments. I merely sought a longer steel pipe. How about this? Gu Jinshuang offered me a cleaver. It appeared to belong to that strong fellow, though it was somewhat short. It was superior to my dagger. I took the cleaver and struck fiercely at a nearby traffic light pole, only to find it shattered as well. This implement was inadequate against the two-faced woman's hair. I need a blunt weapon. What about this? It was a metal baseball bat belonging to Brother Chang's subordinate. Glistening ominously yet merely a fade, consisting of nothing more than a thin layer of iron, easily bent. How audacious these three individuals must be to attempt robbery wielding such shoddy imitations. I could not help but admire their courage. Although these contrivances were utterly useless, the habit of collecting spoils is indeed commendable, I remarked. The previously sullen Gu Jinshuang's face lit up with delight. I traversed several streets, encountering numerous aberrations along the way. Some were in pursuit of their victims, yet they were all weaker than the dual-faced specter, merely rank 1 anomalies. These trifling creatures would not yield any valuable cores upon defeat, rendering them of no interest to me. However, one peculiar entity did capture my attention. It was a nightly apparition wielding a lance, its visage obscured by armor, revealing not eyes but 2 orbs of blue ghostly fire. To my surprise, it came equipped. Upon noticing me, it charged with a nightly rush. I deflected the massive lance and retaliated with a punch, shattering it into a heap of scrap metal. My hand throbbed slightly, yet I could endure the discomfort. Did such a being, devoid of flesh and blood, succumb to physical attacks? I kicked the scattered pieces of armor, which responded with utter silence. Could I don this armor? I inquired. How filthy. You must not wear it, came the reply. Indeed. The armor was riddled with rust and numerous dents, yet its defensive capabilities surpassed that of standard steel. Despite its grimy appearance, I felt a twinge of reluctance to part with it. Surely, with a good cleaning, it could still serve its purpose, right? Brother. Brother? A figure emerged from the shadows, gazing at me in astonishment. Did you slay that anomaly? Incredible! You dispatched it with a single blow. Are you the one rumored online to possess the enigmatic powers of the aberrant? I neither confirmed nor denied, merely offering a faint smile. Is there an aberration? The man inquired cautiously, fearful of provoking me. Please, do not misunderstand. I am simply curious. This anomaly is rather feeble. It lacks any true aberration, I replied. Feeble? You say? The man was taken aback. It just killed several people. I observed fresh blood on the lance. In the realm of anomalies, this can indeed be considered weak. I stated, could you possibly sell me that armor? The man suggested. After all, it is a piece of an anomaly, akin to acquiring loot from vanquished foes. While it may not be a rare drop, even common loot can be quite valuable. Wearing it would significantly increase one's chances of survival. I have a family heirloom, a gold necklace. What do you think? His speech was rather amusing. I chuckled and waved my hand dismissively. These items hold no value for me. However, I shall take the lance, and you may keep the armor. The man gazed at me in disbelief, and upon my earnest nod, he expressed his profound gratitude, hastily donning the armor as if fearing my change of heart. Finally, he fitted the helmet, which suited him remarkably well, as though it had been tailored for him. How peculiar, he remarked, excitement brimming in his voice. Yet, after a brief movement, his expression shifted dramatically. This armor is freezing. Why do I feel so hot wearing it? I cannot explain, I replied. It is growing increasingly warm. I cannot endure this. The man attempted to remove the armor, but it clung to him as if fused to his very being, resisting all efforts to be shed. The heat intensified, and he began to emit smoke. Brother, save me. I am on the verge of succumbing to the heat. His face has turned as crimson as a boiled shrimp, however, lacking the ability to summon water. I hastily activated the nearby fire hydrant. The fierce torrent of water cascaded over his armor, yet it utterly failed to extinguish the invisible flames that raged within. The man's visage contorted grotesquely as he emitted a desperate wail, unrecognizable as human. In an instant, a blue flame reduced his face to ashes, illuminating half the street with its fiery glow. At that moment, the identification information shifted before my eyes. Demonic fire armor, initially a level 1 aberration. It transforms into armor upon defeat. Once donned by a human, it rapidly assimilates them, ascending to a level 3 aberration. A minuscule retainer of the fallen Night King Crowley Rod, a mysterious level aberration, shrouded in the Night King's influence, capable of concealing part of its information. Special attribute, Knight's Pride. It accepts only one-on-one challenges, cannot be vanquished through direct assault. Should more than one challenger appear, it will immediately summon the Infernal Night Legion. Level 3? Far more formidable than the Two-Faced Woman. Moreover, with these chaotic attributes, it can summon minions for a collective assault. This is beyond anything the solitary Two-Faced Woman could contend with. The terrifying aura continues to swell, and my expression darkens, even in a singular form. This creature is exponentially more fearsome than the Two-Faced Woman. I unleashed a bolt of lightning, which, as expected, had no effect. Under the influence of that horrifying heat, I found myself retreating incessantly, yet the heat wave surged relentlessly towards me. The transformation was complete. The tattered armor now gleamed with the smoothness and texture of obsidian. Its form had also shifted, with flames roaring in its eyes and vibrant blue fire erupting from the gaps in the armor, dazzling in its brilliance. The newly upgraded lance automatically flew into its grasp, and merely standing there, it exuded the aura of a formidable deity. Is this truly a level 3? The dual-faced woman. By what right do you claim to be level 2? I was taken aback. Just as I was about to flee, when the identification information appeared again. Knight's Majesty. When a challenger attempts to escape, they immediately become enraged. With a threefold increase in all attributes, and a dual barrier is initiated, which will not dissipate until one party is dead. Who dares to challenge you? Is there no reason left to be had? I was genuinely furious. I wouldn't even hold it against you for playing the fool. But must you retain some semblance of dignity? A knight, indeed. Knight's Majesty, upon provocation, immediately enters a state of rage and summons the wrathful Inferno Knight Brigade. I stood there, dumbfounded. The dual arena unfolded, enveloping the entire block. Simultaneously, a colossal spatial portal appeared behind that figure, and I heard the thunderous roar of countless warhorses, as though thousands were about to charge forth. The glass of the buildings on either side shattered from the heat. Trees ignited in flames, and the asphalt melted away in a frenzy. In an instant, the entire block transformed into a sea of fire. I had merely intended to find a long steel pipe. I murmured. Chapter 12. A resolved heart soon. An entire army took shape before my eyes. Their ranks orderly, a dark mass stretching endlessly. Had it not been for the fortification of both my physique and spirit, I might have collapsed under the terrifying heat wave and the formidable pressure it exerted. It is utterly bizarre. Can this truly be the domain of mere mortals? Yet, I have no time to ponder such thoughts, for I find myself targeted by this fearsome army. Glory of the Inferno Knights. Face the enemy, charge forth. Until the adversary is utterly vanquished. The flames engulf everything, and the earth trembles. They are on the move. Help me, my wife. I cried out. Coming right up. Gu Jianshuang soared before me, gently waving her hand, and a chilling breeze swept towards the charging Inferno Knights. Moments later, the gentle zephyr transformed into a white tempest, extinguishing the flames and turning them into ice sculptures. Crack. The once formidable Inferno Knights, seemingly unstoppable, were reduced to a fine white powder. In the blink of an eye, it was all over. I exhaled in relief. A peculiar, purple-glowing polyhedron flew towards me. Upon inspection, I realized it was a dodecahedron. Is this merely a dodecahedron? I gazed at Gu Jianshuang in astonishment. What else could it be? She shrugged. How terrifying must icosahedron be, then? I inquired. Not too bad. It's no more challenging than the previous one, she replied. I was about to ask how formidable the enigmatic golden sphere was, but restrained myself. If she were to say it was equally trivial to handle, I might very well lose my mind. What manner of creature is my wife? I couldn't help but wonder. Do not look at me like that. Gu Jianshuang gently patted my face, smiling. Even if I am slightly stronger than you might imagine, your wife will always remain your wife. As long as you behave and do not dally with other women, I will forever protect you, ensuring that you come to no harm. I was moved, gazing at her with gratitude. Thus, you need not exert yourself so fervently. What is wrong with being a little man living off my efforts? Gu Jianshuang teased with a playful grin. As long as you put in some effort in bed, I could help you conquer the world. I was taken aback. How about this? Can you refrain from uttering such bizarre statements every time I am touched? I retorted, delivering a playful punch. My fist passed through her, as if it were air. As long as she chose not to be touched, I could not reach her. Oh dear. After I helped you deal with so many adversaries, you resort to domestic violence against me. Gu Jianshuang feigned tears, looking utterly aggrieved. I found her act unbearable, hastily popping a strange core into my mouth and enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Her tactic was indeed infallible. What a cunning woman. No, a cunning specter. Judgment of the Infernal Knights. Execute any enemy unable to withstand a single charge from the Infernal Knights. The effect of the core I had just consumed manifested vividly in my mind. This ability was far more decisive than any fire-breathing, water-spouting, thunder-striking powers. No, it should rightly be called a skill. Furthermore, it seemed rather overpowered. Surely, I could annihilate 100 or more of these lesser entities with ease. Would I then not transform into a core harvesting machine, acquiring as many low-level cores as I desired? Reflecting on the situation, I felt a surge of excitement. I had little time to search for a weapon. The lances of the Inferno Knights appeared quite formidable, but alas, they had been reduced to mere dust, frozen beyond use. My dear, extinguish the flames surrounding us, I instructed, glancing at the raging inferno consuming the nearby structures. The anguished cries of numerous individuals reached my ears. This fire was beyond the capability of any fire brigade, and indeed, there was none available now. With a snap of her fingers, Gu Jianchuang made the conflagration vanish in an instant. Relieved, I dashed towards the small supermarket. Upon my return, I found that most of the patrons had been devoured, leaving only 2 or 3 survivors. I activated my skill, initially concerned that the area of effect might be too extensive and risk collapsing the building. However, I had already tested this on my way, confirming it was a precise attack with a minimal range, suitable for indoor use. A blue flame swept forth, incinerating the dual-faced woman before she could react, leaving her nothing but ashes. Her hair was consumed, yet those entangled in it remained unscathed. It was indeed a splendid skill, alleviating my worries about collateral damage, though the fates of these strangers mattered little to me. I was exhilarated to collect the anomalous core that had emerged from my first kill, though it was merely an ordinary tetrahedral core. It held significance as my inaugural spoils from defeating an anomaly. 2 survivors, having narrowly escaped death, appeared shaken and disoriented. The remaining individual, however, seemed quite composed and approached me with an air of confrontation. She was a young woman, though her appearance and figure were rather unremarkable. "Why did you abandon us and flee?" she demanded. "Are you aware that we were almost devoured by that monster?" The woman glared at me, her anger palpable. "Don't think that just because you possess some semblance of superpowers, you are extraordinary. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Do you understand? You lack any sense of awareness. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner?" I replied with a smile. "I saved your lives, and instead of expressing gratitude, you choose to criticize me? Are you not afraid that I might dispatch you just as I did the monster? Huh? Do you think I was raised to fear? Do you dare to kill? Do you believe that having superpowers makes you immune to bullets? Come, I stand here, ready for you to strike." The woman not only showed no fear but stepped forward, defiantly meeting my gaze. I was perplexed by the audacity she displayed. I had encountered many individuals like her, those who, in their self-righteousness, would not relent. They believed themselves to be the epitome of strength, and in the past, I would merely dismiss such encounters with a silent admonition to not stoop to the level of a shrew. Now, however, I nodded slightly and unleashed the charge of the infernal knights upon her. In an instant, a pile of ashes lay before me. Ah, how satisfying. I turned to the remaining 2, who stared at me in abject terror, and then, as if choreographed, they knelt in unison. One of them was even my high school classmate. What a stroke of luck. "Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain," I reassured them gently. It was at her insistence that I acted. It is rather peculiar to encounter such strange demands in these times. Beware of the peculiarities that still lurk outside. And take care on your journey home. Farewell. With that, I departed, my initial battle victorious, though I had benefited from Gu Jianshuang's assistance. It would not have been so simple to vanquish the 2-faced woman alone. I solemnly vow to rise and seize control, regardless of how formidable Gu Jianshuang may be. There will inevitably come a day when she is utterly subdued beneath me. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely aspire to earn a rightful place at the table. With the decree of the Infernal Knights, I have come to regard ordinary anomalies with indifference. However, those formidable aberrations that can contend with the Infernal Knights are beyond my current capabilities. Thus, the urgency to enhance my strength has not diminished. Rather, it has intensified. One must witness the grandeur of mountains to truly comprehend one's own insignificance. The Infernal Knights are but a tenuous presence within the vast, unfathomable realm of anomalies. If they are so fearsome, what then of those who stand at the pinnacle? How terrifying, how suffocating they must be. I must tread upon all these challenges before I can rightfully claim the ability to support Gu Jianshuang. As that anonymous blogger aptly stated, this is humanity's trial of transcendence. Despite the current trembling of humanity under the threat of anomalies, I firmly believe that soon, a portion of individuals will rise in strength and carve out their rightful place. Some may even ascend to join the ranks of the powerful, contending for the summit of the world. These are my potential competitors, and for whatever reason, I shall not permit myself to be outshone by them. The imperative to fortify myself and amplify my prowess is imminent. I think of the Young family. They are currently the only individuals I can trust. I shall gather them as my initial foundation, gradually recruiting others as needed. This world is on the brink of transformation. Perhaps as soon as tomorrow, or even today. It might indeed be now. However, I wish to return for a moment to check on Long Lingyu's well-being. Disguising myself, I sent her a message and climbed onto the windowsill to await her response. Upon seeing me, she hurriedly opened the window, gazing at me silently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Has your father not returned yet?" I inquired. Long Lingyu remained silent, gripping the hem of my garment tightly. Unable to bear it any longer, I turned and said, "I will help you look for him." She continued to cling to my clothing. I could easily shake her off. Yet I merely turned back and regarded her coldly. "Longling, what do you truly desire?" "I wish to accompany you," she murmured, her gaze lowered. Yet her tone conveyed unwavering determination. "Do you not realize how perilous it is outside? Do you think this is merely a game? Many have already perished. Do you wish to join them?" My words were devoid of gentleness. Her carefree demeanor was unacceptable. She seemed entirely oblivious to the dangers of the current world. If this continued, she would likely meet a grim fate swiftly. I did not wish for her demise. Yet, if she insisted on courting danger, there was little I could do. I understand the outside world is fraught with peril, but I cannot remain here alone any longer. I am terrified and profoundly lonely. For my father is absent, and you are not here either. I would rather embrace death than endure this solitude. Therefore, please allow me to follow you." She raised her eyes to meet mine, a flicker of something I dared not ponder shimmering within them. "Take her with you," Gu Jianqiang interjected. "With my protection. She can go anywhere. There is no need to be so callous towards her. Although it may create some inconvenience, it would spare us both from distress." What did she mean by that? I felt an overwhelming urge to explain. After years of marriage, what kind of person are you? Is it necessary to elaborate further? Yet, I find myself yearning to understand what kind of person I truly am. However, she remains reticent, having already taken flight into the world beyond. I inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Long Lingyu, my tone unwaveringly indifferent. "Are you certain?" I inquire. Long Lingyu nods, softly affirming. "If you leap from here, I will guide you." I gesture towards the windowsill, speaking with utmost sincerity. Long Lingyu hesitates momentarily. I smile, on the verge of disregarding her and departing alone. When I observe her beginning to climb, though her movements are awkward and sluggish, her determination propels her upward. Ultimately, she manages to crouch upon the windowsill, one hand gripping the ledge while the other steadies herself against the window frame. The wind rushes in, tousling her long hair, and a familiar fragrance wafts into my nostrils, ensnaring my thoughts. Has she truly used the same brand and scent of shampoo all these years? "Jump," I declare, my expression devoid of emotion. Long Lingyu casts a glance back at me, her skirt billowing as she descends toward the ground. In that moment, I ponder whether allowing her to fall would create a poignant and beautiful scene. Yet, I follow suit, leaping without hesitation, propelling myself off the wall to accelerate downward. I catch her just before she meets the ground, avoiding any inappropriate contact. I hear her heart racing, yet her breathing remains calm as she gazes at me, unexpectedly revealing a radiant smile. Thus, I embrace her and quicken our descent. Gu Jianchuang stands nearby, glancing at us with indifference before stifling a yawn. My body is besieged by pain in at least 3 areas. My head aches, my groin throbs, and my ears ring. How audacious of this scoundrel to feign indifference while twisting my ear. Chapter 13. A tragedy unfolds. Lin Tingqing, how have you become so formidable? Long Lingyu gazed at me, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Gu Jianchuang's murderous intent was now unmistakable. I empathized with her feelings. Even a female ghost would naturally feel a surge of hostility upon hearing another woman praise her husband in her presence. "Don't you surf the internet?" I inquired. "Huh. Is this what they refer to as?" Long Lingyu gasped, instantly grasping the situation without further explanation. "Where did you obtain that eerie core?" she asked. "My wife gave it to me," I replied. "Haha. You're only 18, not even of legal marriageable age. Where did you find a wife?" She chuckled. I merely smiled in silence. Long Lingyu did not linger on this topic. Instead, she began to speak of her father, expressing her hope that once they reunited, they could live together, providing mutual support while awaiting rescue. If help did not arrive, they could escape together. Although they were uncertain of their destination, they believed that solutions would present themselves in due course. As long as one survives, there is always a way out. She even mentioned how often she spoke of me to her father, claiming he was quite fond of me. Such perplexing sentiments. Why did she unilaterally include me in her life plans? We were merely ordinary classmates, after all. Yet, seeing her finally smile after shedding her worries, I felt reluctant to dampen her spirits. Is this truly the right direction? She sought affirmation. Trust me, it will not be misguided. Oh, she nodded and smiled, eagerly anticipating the moment she would reunite with her father. He would undoubtedly be delighted to see me. Yet I feared that my disobedience and sneaking out would incite his anger. "You must promise to protect me," I replied weakly, yet her smile only brightened further. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over me, particularly as Gu Jianchuang seemed oblivious to our presence, completely unresponsive to her own sweet, tender words. It was inconceivable that she would allow me to be close to another woman unless something of greater significance had occurred, stirring her compassion for Long Lingyu. As I gazed at Long Lingyu's beaming face, my heart momentarily halted. At the entrance of a narrow alley, Gu Jinshuang came to a halt, and I followed suit. Huh? Why aren't you running anymore? Are you tired? Long Lingyu asked with concern. We have arrived. I could scarcely utter those words. Arrived? Long Lingyu glanced around, searching. I don't see my father. Where is he? Please tell me. She seemed to think I was teasing her mischievously, pouting playfully, yet her joy was unmistakable. Long Lingyu. No matter what you see next, you must remain composed, I whispered urgently. Huh? Why? Long Lingyu inquired, perplexed by my sudden odd remark. The answer was simple. I had sensed the presence of someone within that alley, her father. Yet, he no longer exuded any life force. Bloodstains lingered at the alley's entrance, trailing ominously inside. Anyone approaching could easily notice them. I saw them, and so did Long Lingyu. Her body instantly stiffened, the color drained from her face, as if her soul had been abruptly siphoned away. After what felt like an eternity, she murmured, No. No. It can't be true. She gazed at me, her smile more grotesque than tears, her lips twitching incessantly. You didn't even see him. How could you possibly know? That cannot be my father. Lin Tingqing, you agree, don't you? I longed to affirm her statement, yet I found myself unable to do so. Long Lingyu, I'm sorry, I uttered. Why are you apologizing? It's so strange. You haven't done anything wrong. Why apologize? She replied with a smile. You simply made a mistake. It's not a grave matter. Just take me to continue searching for my father. That's all you need to do. Just that. I embraced her tightly, while Gu Jinshuang said little, merely releasing a soft sigh. After an indeterminate stretch of time, which felt as though a century had elapsed, the girl in my arms finally stirred from her silence. I'm all right now. Take me to see him, no matter what he has become. He will always be my father, and I can accept him, Long Lingyu whispered. I released her, intending to grasp her hand as a gesture of support, but she recoiled. She offered me a grateful smile, devoid of tears. I walked ahead, with her trailing behind me. We ventured into the alley. There lay the man, his lifeless eyes fixed upon the sky, a knife embedded in his chest and a gash across his throat, from which the blood had drained. Upon recognizing the familiar visage of the man, Long Lingyu's legs weakened, yet she did not falter. Why? She approached the man, slowly knelt beside him. Trembling as she cradled his weathered face, her voice a mere whisper, Father. The call echoed through the alley, yet no reply would ever come again. I lifted her from the ground. Her body was as limp as a rubber band, light as a feather. A sorrowful expression, one I had seen countless times in my nightmares, resurfaced on Long Lingyu's face. This time, the sadness expanded, devoid of any support, her tears cascading down like a torrential downpour. My nightmares had finally materialized. She threw herself upon me, embracing me tightly, nearly suffocating me as she wept inconsolably. After a moment's hesitation, I held her close, responding to Gu Jinshuang's nod. Do you have any way? I mouthed. There is no way. Once a person has departed, they cannot return, not even with the might of the heavens, Gu Jinshuang replied nonchalantly. However, if you wish, I could attempt something, though it may slightly deplete my vitality. I do not wish to. I blurted out without a second thought. I understood that her mention of slight depletion actually meant a significant drain. Regardless, I was resolute in my refusal. While I would gladly witness Long Lingyu's father resurrected, alleviating her sorrow, it was not worth the risk of harming Gu Jinshuang. Such considerations were out of the question, not even for a stranger. Not even for my own father, nor for myself. I adhere to my principles, and this is one of them. Gu Jinshuang felt a surge of joy at my response, yet she was acutely aware that the prevailing atmosphere was ill-suited for such elation, and thus she restrained herself. I was deeply appreciative of her thoughtfulness. With her father no longer present, she was left utterly alone, a fragile woman of striking beauty. If no one were to care for her, her fate would undoubtedly be more tragic than that of her father. Gu Jinshuang spoke in a subdued tone. I remained silent. Let's take her with us, she said, casually gesturing as if it were akin to adopting a kitten or puppy. I could make an exception, provided you harbor no ill intentions towards her. I gazed at her in disbelief. When I was her age, I too left my father, she murmured. The only difference was that it was I who passed away. Do you know that after a person takes their last breath, the brain continues to function for a while, capable of perceiving certain sounds? My father wept for me just as she does now, though I can scarcely recall his face. After she finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped us as she turned away. It was my first occasion hearing her recount her past. Looking at Long Lingyu, I thought. Since my dear wife has granted her approval, very well. Long Lingyu, listen to me, I began, enunciating each word clearly. Your father is no longer with us. You must be strong. Living well is what he would have wished for you. If you dwell too deeply in sorrow, it will not only torment you, but also disturb his spirit in the afterlife. Do you hear me? I grasped her shoulders, locking my gaze with hers. Long Lingyu nodded, tears welling in her eyes. You need not fear the prospect of solitude, I gently reassured her. From this moment forth, you shall follow me. I will stand by your side, protecting you as your father once did, until you emerge from all tribulations and can stand firm in this world on your own. But, won't I be a burden to you? She murmured softly. A burden? I chuckled, shaking my head. As a person born in the year of the ox, I fear nothing less than being a burden. But aren't you born in the year of the snake? She retorted. Hiss, that was merely a metaphor. You silly girl. I playfully ruffled her hair. With tears streaming down her face, she laughed, her mirth punctuated by the comical bubbles of snot. Completely devoid of the elegance one might expect of a schoolbelle. I smiled silently, enveloping her in my embrace once more. You've never called me a silly girl before. Gu Jianchuang protested. With your intellect, how could you be considered foolish? I replied. That's true. No. Let go of me. You mustn't hold me any longer. If you do, something dreadful will occur. Don't be so petty. Petty? Ha. I have tolerated you for long enough, allowing you to take her in. And this is the gratitude I receive, being called petty? Gu Jianchuang scoffed. If you are so magnanimous, why not reunite with her family? I shall send you all to join her father. I promptly released Long Lingyu, who fixed her gaze intently upon me. We have matters of great importance to attend to, I stated. Long Lingyu's eyes shifted to the wounds on her father's body, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 14. Heartless and ruthless in a secluded corner. Several middle-aged men huddled together. You've killed someone. Zhou Dafu, do you realize what you've done? One man stammered, trembling. Silence. He Zhengyi, have you not taken a life yourself? The wound on the old dragon's neck was inflicted by you. If it weren't for that blow, perhaps the old dragon could have been saved, proclaimed Zhou Dafu. You speak nonsense. He Zhengyi retorted. You directly pierced his heart. Even if you were rushed to the hospital immediately, it would be too late. And besides, where are the doctors now? Why did you deliver that final blow? I merely wished to grant him a swift end. He Zhengyi fell silent for a moment. Who could blame him for looking at me with such eyes? Let us refrain from further accusations, a man interjected. The situation has escalated to this point. What purpose does mutual blame serve? Furthermore, old Zhou did not act with malice. Old Long attempted to mediate. Old Zhou only intended to intimidate you with the knife. It was an unfortunate accident that he stabbed Old Long. None of us wished for this outcome. The others readily agreed. It is still Old Long who possesses reason, Zhou Dafu scoffed. Moreover, whether you or I are the culprits matters little. No one will come seeking answers, so what is there to fear? Even if we confess, there is no place for us to turn ourselves in. We might as well bury our concerns deep within. But how shall we explain this to his daughter? He Zhengyi inquired. We will say we encountered a strange occurrence, that her father was slow to flee and was caught and devoured by the anomaly, leaving no trace of his remains. After all, there are no witnesses to contradict us. What can a mere girl do? Zhou Dafu said nonchalantly. But if her father is dead, how will she survive in the future? He Zhengyi pressed further. Is that not simple? Zhou Dafu replied. Let her court my son. She will become part of my family, and I would not let her go hungry, would I? To court your son? A man sneered. Who doesn't know your son is in his 20s and still cannot undress himself? How dare you utter such words? You've just committed murder. And now you wish to possess another man's daughter? Are you even human? What a disgrace. Xiaoyu has grown up before our eyes, and you, as an uncle, shamelessly harbor such thoughts about her? He Zhengyi, unable to believe it, exclaimed in anger. The crowd erupted in vehement denunciation, their words fierce and unrestrained. Zhou Dafu's face shifted from pale to flushed. Shut up. Stop pretending. That girl is so alluring. What man wouldn't he be tempted? He pointed at the man who had first questioned him. Old son, when did you become a paragon of virtue? You used to indulge in debauchery daily. You are the lecher among us. Do you dare claim you have no such thoughts? No matter how lecherous I may be, I would never lay a hand on a friend's daughter. Old son retorted through gritted teeth, albeit lacking conviction. Zhou Dafu detected the uncertainty, surveying the crowd with disdain. You all know better. What is the current state of affairs? It's the end of the world. In these apocalyptic times, Do you think anyone would bat an eye at playing with someone else's daughter? Even indulging in one's own daughter would go unnoticed. Do you comprehend? If I do not take her, how long can that little girl survive? She would merely be snatched away by someone else. Rather than letting another benefit, I might as well enjoy it myself. If she can have a meal in this era, who knows who truly benefits? The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Joe Dafu chuckled, urging his companions not to let their minds be clouded like cement. He implored them to engage their intellects to progress with the times. For the world has transformed, and we must adapt accordingly. Otherwise, we may end up like the old dragon, meeting a fate without rest. Unable to protect ourselves or our families, dying in unrest. Take women, for instance. It is not merely the daughter of an ordinary citizen, but even the daughters of high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants could find themselves in the arms of those they deem to be beneath them. Who can accurately predict the end of days? It is not just women. Food, power, these are all attainable. The crux lies in whether you possess the resolve to seize them. To steal, to kill. Your weakness and ineptitude render you vulnerable, while others may be ruthless, leading to your demise, your provisions stolen, and your wives and daughters reduced to mere playthings of others. Conversely, we could become the hunters, taking from others, possessing their food, and enjoying their women. Joe Dafu, with the fervor of a significant orator, reveled in his profound insights, convinced of his absolute correctness, believing these individuals would be swayed by his words. He resolved to stoke the flames further. Before anyone acted, he proposed that they, as brothers, unite to seize control of their building, then the entire community, gradually expanding their influence outward, not necessarily to reign supreme, but at the very least, to strive for a position of power among lords. In such a scenario, they would have everything they desire, far surpassing their previous existence by thousands or even millions of times. Would you not agree? After a moment of silence, Old Sun spoke, acknowledging the validity of Zhou's assertions. He stated that if they wished to survive, they must adopt a new way of living. However, he cautioned, but old Zhou, the daughter of old Long cannot belong to you. If you relinquish her to me, I shall become your devoted follower henceforth. Very well. However, remember, she is merely a woman, Zhou Dafu said with a casual air. Once we gain power, we shall have access to women of unparalleled beauty and poise, with figures that are voluptuous and alluring. We must broaden our horizons. Haha, I have a penchant for those who are slender. Zhou Dafu then inquired. Old He, Old Wang, and you fellows, what say you? The group exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. He Jingyi merely sighed, offering no dissent. Since we have reached a consensus, let us return and gather our weapons, systematically take control, win over those willing to comply, and deal with the obstinate. It would be prudent to make an example of a few, spill some blood, sever a head, and none shall dare to defy us. This is how emperors of antiquity established their reigns. Remember, only with a ruthless heart can one achieve great things. Zhou Dafu emphasized gravely. Everyone rose, their gazes resolute. At that moment, a young man entered, startling the group. This strikingly handsome figure was none other than myself. Albeit, I still fell slightly short in comparison to you. You are that kid from 1302. One individual exclaimed, pointing at me and informing the others. This lad lives next door to me and often shouts at the air. Clearly, he has some mental issues, which is why his parents have largely abandoned him. Aside from his mental state, I found myself at a loss for a rebuttal. It appeared that he was a classmate of old Long's daughter. He Jingyi remarked. Zhou Dafu, upon hearing this, smiled faintly. Young man, did you overhear our conversation? Indeed, I did. I speak candidly. What do you think? Would you like to join us? By becoming a member now, you would be considered a core member. Zhou Dafu inquired whether you harbor feelings for that girl, Long Lingyu, from your class. As long as you align your interests with ours, we, as elder figures, would gladly arrange for her to be yours. Naturally, in the future, you will not find yourself lacking in female companionship. The others remained silent. What do you say? Zhou Dafu approached with an air of intimidation, his hands concealed behind him. I interjected, urging him to halt his advance, declaring, I am no fool. I witnessed your earlier display with the knife. Zhou Dafu's expression hardened, and he lunged at me, thrusting the blade towards my heart. I seized his wrist, twisting it to break his arm. Zhou Dafu let out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his severed limb, drenched in cold sweat from the agony. The others contemplated intervening, yet I leisurely retrieved the knife, methodically severing their tendons. Now, they writhed in excruciating pain on the ground, resembling oversized maggots. We have no grievances against you. Why resort to such merciless brutality? Zhou Dafu gritted his teeth. Merciless brutality? Did you not assert that one must possess a ruthless heart to achieve greatness? I retorted, finding wisdom in his words and embracing the very ruthlessness he espoused. What do you truly desire? Killing us serves you no purpose. It would be wiser to release us. Zhou Dafu exclaimed. Murder is against the law. You are still young. Do not tread a path of no return? I chuckled, carelessly selecting one of the fallen, and before Zhou Dafu's very eyes, I slit the man's throat. He bled out rapidly, and the others were truly terrified, their faces pale, their gazes towards me filled with dread. Do you seek vengeance for Old Long? Spare me. Spare me. Old Sun pleaded desperately, declaring that Old Long was slain by Old Shou and Old He. These two individuals are to blame. We are truly innocent. Silence. Old Sun, roared Zhou Dafu. While you did not wield the blade, your involvement cannot be dismissed. You were aware that this man was a murderer. Yet you conspired with him, thus rendering yourselves accomplices. Just moments ago, you spoke of ancient emperors embarking on ventures, did you not? Are you aware of the dire consequences that befall an emperor who fails before ascending to the throne? I lightly nudged Zhou Dafu's head, cautious not to exert any real force, fearful that death would grant him too gentle an escape. Exterminate the 9 clans. Zhou Dafu stuttered. It seems you are indeed a well-read scholar. I remarked. Regrettably, I lack the leisure to investigate the identities of your 9 clans, suffice it to say. Your entire family shall meet their end. Spare me. Spare me. I beg you, do not take my life. You may take mine, but leave my family unharmed. Such malevolence will surely invite retribution. Various cries echoed around us, but I remained unfazed. In truth, you are correct, I stated. We harbor no enmity, and I am merely fulfilling a task entrusted to me. Regrettably, I must impose upon you. Is it not Long Lingyu? Is she the one who sent you to eliminate us? Zhou Dafu shouted. Summon her. Bring her forth. She is a kind-hearted child and would never condone such brutality. Let us speak with her. She is indeed very kind, and I wholeheartedly agree. However, she is not the kind of fool whose kindness is devoid of intellect. Were she such a simpleton, I would be loath to assist her. You wretched creatures, lesser than swine or dogs, are undeserving of even a modicum of kindness. I said coldly. Silence enveloped the room as everyone gazed at me in despair. Fear not, I reassured them gently, for I shall not allow your demise to be too swift. That would be a grievous waste of your pitiful lives. I will ensure you deeply appreciate the value of existence, and feel an overwhelming sense of regret and envy that you cannot simply endure a single stab like that esteemed gentleman over there. Oh, now it is 2 stabs. Yet you are already fortunate. Soon, you shall come to believe my words. I shall take great care of your families, I said. Now you may depart in peace. I threaded climbing ropes through their shoulders, dragging them to the carefully chosen destination I had prepared for them. It was a bizarre gathering point, predominantly inhabited by ruthless individuals akin to the double-faced woman who relished in the act of devouring their victims alive. Many had already succumbed to unconsciousness along the way, only to be joyously revived by the monsters. Observing the satisfaction of the diners brought me solace. I returned with Long Lingyu to the community, where we each went home to gather our belongings, entrusting what we wished to take to Gu Jianfeng. The only item we both opted not to carry was the urn. I delicately suggested that Long Lingyu leave it behind. She acquiesced. Now, regardless of my requests, she would comply. Let the dead rest in peace. Do not harm their families any further, all right? She said. I would never truly engage in such actions, I remarked. Thank you. She offered a faint smile. Let us proceed. I took her hand and we departed. This remained within the realm of consolation. I merely wished to assure her that she still had something to lean on, alleviating her sorrow. Yet, the unintended consequences of this decision would, on some future day, prove more formidable than I had anticipated. Even if I could foresee the future, I would still choose this path simply because I could not bear to witness her in distress. The slightest discomfort in my ears was of no consequence. Moreover, I had caused pain to the families of those affected. Gu Jianchuang, in this matter, displayed an even greater fervor than I. It seemed the plight of Long Lingyu had struck a chord within her. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to tolerate Long Lingyu's presence, merely twisting my ear to vent her frustration. She was truly endearing, and I found myself increasingly drawn to her. Infinity +1. Chapter 15. A Direct Revelation. Yangzi. I have arrived at the entrance of your supermarket. At the small gate, I messaged Yang Ziwei. Is that for real? Why did you come alone? Did we not agree that you would inform me beforehand, so my father and I could come to fetch you? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by the strange entities with such a slight frame? If you do not open the door soon, I shall indeed be consumed by the strange entities. Wait, you are not the strange entity impersonating my brother, attempting to deceive me, are you? Even if I were. Would I divulge the truth to you? That makes sense. You are too clever to be a strange entity. I shall inform my parents right away. I was certain he had not been impersonated by any strange entity. Shortly thereafter, I heard the sound of heavy objects being moved behind the door. The door was initially opened just a crack, revealing a head clad in a football helmet, two expressive brows and wide eyes gazing at me. Upon confirming my identity, Yang Ziwei let out a chuckle and fully opened the door. However, his attention swiftly shifted to Long Lingyu beside me, leaving him momentarily stunned. You rascal! Why haven't you let Xiaoqing in yet? A pair of large hands struck Yang Ziwei's helmet as another burly man, also wearing a helmet, bellowed. Uncle Yang glanced at me and then at Long Lingyu, somewhat surprised but chose not to comment further. The bewildered Yang Ziwei was pulled aside by Uncle Yang, allowing me and Long Lingyu to enter the supermarket, the door sealing shut behind us. Next to the billiard table in the supermarket, numerous plastic stools were arranged, where Long Lingyu and I found ourselves under the scrutinizing gaze of the Yang family. Yang Zifeng was the first to speak up. Lin Tingqing, you shameless, fickle-hearted scoundrel. We graciously allowed you to come, and you brought a woman with you. What does that mean? He exclaimed, his indignation palpable. Yang Zifeng, feeling wronged, sulked. Brother Cheng Cheng risked his life to come here, and you not only show no concern, but dare to be so rude. Are you seeking death? Qiu mocked coldly. Is he your son or mine? Of course, he is my son. If you two were half as worry-free as he is, your father and I could rest in peace. Aunt Qiu retorted. Andy, you shouldn't utter such ominous words. I interjected gently, reproaching her with kindness. You and uncle are in good health. You could easily live another 200 years. Haha. With such a statement, wouldn't I become an old hag after 200 years? 3 centuries hence, you shall still appear as beautiful in my eyes. Ha ha ha. Little Cheng, your words are as sweet as honey. Who knows how many young maidens will fall victim to your charm? How could that be? I am not skilled in flattery. I have always spoken the truth. You are a young lady as well. Would you truly be troubled by me? Little Cheng, little Cheng, little Cheng. Mua. At that moment, the Yang family, father, daughter, and son, simultaneously let out a cold snort, interrupting us. Aunt Qiu smiled gently, regaining her dignified composure. Little Cheng, you have yet to introduce us to this young lady. Who is more beautiful, her or Auntie? I naturally chose to overlook the latter question. She is, don't you know? Yang Zifeng remarked with a mocking tone, the campus belle that someone has been raving about for the past 2 years. Is it Senior Long Lingyu? Don't spout nonsense. Yang Ziwei quickly interjected. Yang Zifeng sneered dismissively. Long Lingyu, maintaining her usual composure, stood up beside me and slightly bowed, saying, Uncle, Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all, Aunt Qiu replied with a smile. But what is your relationship with little Cheng? Everyone present, except for me, appeared quite curious. Just as I was about to respond, I was preempted. Childhood friends, Long Lingyu said nonchalantly. I found myself momentarily stunned. What? Yang Zifeng looked even more shocked than I did. Lin Tingqing, you have a childhood friend. You've never told me. Are you serious? Why should I tell you? I replied, not revealing the truth. You, me, Mom. What is the big deal? It's merely a childhood friendship, a beautiful bond indeed. And Qiu maintains her warm smile. And you two should strive to remain good friends in the future. It does sound somewhat peculiar, doesn't it? In any case, her family has encountered some difficulties, and she is currently with me. I brought her along without prior permission, and I sincerely hope for your understanding, Uncle and Aunt. Do not speak such formalities. Uncle Yang, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I have high hopes for you two. Childhood friends with a strong bond will surely grow old together. His words sounded rather odd. We are not quite in that sort of relationship, I replied. Phew. Yang Zifeng patted his chest. Yang Ziwei glanced at us, scratching his head, feeling that the atmosphere was rather strange. Are you two conspiring behind my back? I cannot comprehend what you are discussing. Quite the coincidence. I cannot comprehend either. Did you encounter any danger along the way? Aunt Qiu inquired with concern. Were there many strange occurrences? Yang Zifeng asked. Did anyone from the country take action? Uncle Yang queried. No one paid attention to Yang Ziwei. I answered their questions one by one. The 3 of them fell into an ambiguous silence. By the way, oranges. I must show you something. Yang Ziwei exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, breaking the silence. You surely did not see it on the road, did you? It will surely frighten you. With that, he rushed to fetch a laptop, standing beside me without approaching Long Lingyu. This video has gone viral. It's incredibly terrifying. Is it that frightening? Yang Zifeng approached, positioning himself between me and Long Lingyu, nudging closer to my side. Let mother take a look as well. Aunt Xiao stood behind me, resting something unspeakable against the back of my head. Uncle Yang squinted at me from across the room. What are you all doing here? Yang Ziwei exclaimed. Haven't you already seen it? Be quiet. Play the video. The mother and daughter said in unison. Yang Ziwei shivered and clicked play. From the thumbnail. I already knew what the video contained. Within it, a street and its surrounding buildings were engulfed in blue flames, accompanied by countless eerie sounds, yet the scene remained obscured. Then, the flames vanished entirely. After a lengthy pause, the camera began to move, ultimately arriving at the site of the incident. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of white powder, filling the distortions created by the intense heat that had melted and then cooled the street. It was an anomaly, Yang Ziwei exclaimed excitedly. The anomaly is not frightening. It is that person who is truly terrifying. The video concluded with a blurred image, magnified to the point of indistinction, yet a small silhouette was circled within. Some people online claimed it to be an anomaly, while others insisted it was human. If it were human, this individual would be even more extraordinary than Superman. How impressive. One person managed to eliminate such a vicious anomaly. I am so envious. Don't shout so loudly. It's deafening. Yang Zifeng retorted. It's most likely an anomaly. If there were such a powerful person, would we still be stuck in this place? Xiao Chang, what do you think? Aunt Xiao gently inquired. I concurred with Zifeng's viewpoint. I agree, I replied. See? Yang Zifeng proudly remarked. I never expected you to possess such discernment this time. We have indeed been fortunate. Uncle Yang slowly responded. This street is not far from us. Had that individual not intervened, we would likely have suffered greatly. If he were human, we ought to express our gratitude. That is unnecessary. It would be rather embarrassing. Moreover, the outbreak of the infernal nights is related to me. If more individuals of such formidable prowess, or even greater, were to emerge, humanity would have hope. Yang Ziwei exhibited a commendable perspective. Not necessarily, I countered. Can such terrifyingly abnormal beings still be considered human? In their eyes, we ordinary folks might be akin to ants. Would they fight to the death for a swarm of ants against the bizarre? Thus, if there truly are many such powerful beings, I fear that the source of calamity may extend beyond just the bizarre. Xiaoqing's words held substantial merit. Aunt Xiao wholeheartedly supported me, in every conceivable sense. Surely not. After all, even the mightiest are still human. They must retain some semblance of humanity. Yang Ziwei insisted. News has surfaced revealing that in the struggle for food, many have turned against one another, ultimately attracting the bizarre, resulting in their demise. The most ludicrous part is that there was actually enough food. They merely resorted to violence over minor disputes. Yang Zifeng scoffed. Is this what you call humanity? To expect such individuals to gain power and save the world is far more naive than relying on oneself. Please, do not be so gullible. Why do you hold such extreme views, girl? You are still a young lady. Orange. Quickly, tell her. No, I find the remarks made by Zifeng quite reasonable, I stated. A hearty laugh escaped Yang Zifeng as he looked skyward. You truly lack loyalty. You prioritize romantic pursuits over friendship. That is incomprehensible, I replied with utmost seriousness. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. This adage suits our current predicament perfectly. Uncle Yang nodded in agreement, while Aunt Xiao also acknowledged my point with a slight gesture. Everyone observed me in silence. I proceeded directly to the heart of the matter. The reason I had changed my mind to come here today was that I suddenly felt an urgent need to acquire the mysterious core and gain extraordinary powers. Imagine if someone were to transform into a formidable being like those in the videos before us. Even if they possessed humanity and a sense of justice, we would inevitably find ourselves at their mercy. Should they impose unreasonable demands upon us, we would have no choice but to comply. Such a life would hardly be preferable to one under the oppression of the uncanny. Uncle Yang wholeheartedly concurred. Zai, consider this. Both of you are 18. Yet Xiaoqing is so insightful. A child of such intelligence and maturity should not be delayed. Marriage should come swiftly. What nonsense is he spouting? Yang Ziwei exclaimed, caught up in his own excitement. Are you implying you agree to join us in hunting the uncanny for the core? I nodded, but added, before we embark on this venture, we must first arm ourselves. Naturally, he replied. Our supermarket is stocked with a plethora of sporting equipment. The quality of the baseball bats is exceptional. I even have a set of football gear at home, though it may not fit you perfectly. I shook my head slightly. Items like baseball bats and jerseys are utterly ineffective against even moderately powerful anomalies. We must seek out more suitable means of armament. Armor? We don't have that. Xiao Cheng, please stop keeping us in suspense, and Chiu gently urged. I rummaged through my pockets and placed the items on the table. What is this? Fruit candy? Why is it glowing? Is it an illusion? Yang Zifeng reached out to grab one, exclaiming, I've never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, she froze, allowing the object to slip from her grasp. This is... Yang Ziwei was momentarily dumbfounded, nearly losing his breath. The composed Uncle Yang was also taken aback, his eyes wide as he pinched his own frighteningly aged face. Strange core. They nearly screamed in unison. Indeed, it is a strange core, I affirmed, their reactions entirely within my expectations. He. My Xiao Cheng is truly remarkable. And he is so fond of this. And this one too. I can't take it anymore. The concentration of vixens here is overwhelming. I'm nearly suffocating. This one too. Long Ling Yu gazed at me silently, her eyes gentle as water. This one is not included. I am also on the verge of losing it. Chapter 16. Nonsense. Dude, are you buying in bulk? Yang Ziwei inquired. Did you rob a bazaar bank? Yang Zifeng added. Am I really not asleep? Uncle Yang wondered aloud. After holding back for so long, these three individuals emerged with such trivial remarks that I was nearly dozing off. Thankfully, Enchia was quite invigorating, though she nearly made my wife faint. There are a total of 27 tetrahedral strange cores here, including the one obtained from the two-faced woman. I have tested it more than once. Repeatedly consuming the same level of the same type of anomaly does not enhance this ability. These anomalies are superfluous to me. Gathering dust in my pocket, better to distribute them among others, thereby strengthening their capabilities and augmenting my own auxiliary combat power. Yet, they remain oblivious to my intentions. As for the multitude of anomalies I possess, refrain from probing further. The answer is simply that they were bestowed upon me by my wife. I remarked, If I choose not to divulge, then so be it. What an absurd jest. Yang Zifeng scoffed. Ha. Yang Ziwei laughed heartily. Uncle Yang gazed at me with a mixture of concern and compassion, momentarily disregarding the closeness between my wife and me. Hence, I impart a lesson. When faced with an outrageous response, do not hastily dismiss it as nonsense. It may indeed hold a kernel of truth. They no longer dwell on that matter, yet remain perplexed by my intention in presenting such a plethora of anomalies. Orange. What do you mean by showing us so many anomalies? Is it a display of arrogance? Yang Ziwei inquired, puzzled. You too are overly self-satisfied. Do not presume that possessing numerous anomalies is something remarkable. I am not impressed. Yang Zifeng retorted dismissively. Surely you do not expect us to barter for them? Although we desperately desire them, there are certain things that are absolutely irreplaceable. Remember, my wife is your elder. Moreover, I cherish her deeply. Even if you were to offer me 1,000 anomalies, I would never betray her. Uncle Yang is truly a man of deep emotion and unwavering loyalty. While I could surmise that many men might abandon their wives and children when faced with the allure of extraordinary powers, believing that an endless stream of women would flow towards them, why should they care for a mere plain woman? Ha. Aunt Chiu chuckled enigmatically. Upon hearing Uncle Yang's words, the Yang siblings exchanged wary glances, their expressions revealing concern. Orange, you wouldn't genuinely entertain thoughts about our mother, would you? That cannot be allowed. Even disregarding our father's feelings, how would I address you then? Yang Ziwei frowned. Why should our father's feelings be overlooked? Uncle Yang's temper flared. Lin Tingqing, you truly are incorrigible. I acknowledge that these extraordinary powers are indeed precious, even life-threatening, but you shall not wrest my mother from my father's side. I, Yang Zifeng, will not permit such a thing. Yang Zifeng declared resolutely. Indeed, daughters are truly wonderful. Even the iron-willed Uncle Yang felt a surge of emotion at this moment. However, the significance of these powers to us is undeniably profound. They enable us to protect one another and survive in this apocalyptic world. Yang Zifeng continued, accompanied by a deep sigh. Regardless, we cannot reject it. Therefore, let me take my mother's place in your grasp. I, Yang Zifeng, would willingly sacrifice everything for my family. With a sense of righteous valor, Yang Zifeng stood firm. The room fell into a profound silence. Sister, oh dear sister, you are truly... I. Yang Ziwei wept openly. Brother cannot bear to see you carry such a heavy burden at such a tender age. It's all right, brother. Yang Zifeng's expression was solemn. If I do not enter hell, who will? As a daughter, it is my duty to endure suffering on behalf of my mother. Alas, I shall not disclose that the voice emanated from behind me. This is for the best. Uncle Yang nodded, sighed, and remarked that he and your aunt had indeed intended to marry Zifeng to you. Just waiting for you both to come of age to discuss it. Really? Such a significant matter. Why did you not mention it sooner? No, wait. Humph. I have no desire to marry him. Sighing, she conceded, nevertheless, for the sake of my family, I must reluctantly comply. Yang Zifeng cast a triumphant glance at Long Lingyu, who returned a composed smile. TSK. Another sound escaped. They were lost in their own peculiar thoughts, filled with inexplicable emotions, leaving me at a loss for words and unable to interject. When they finally appeared to reach a consensus, their unwavering gazes fixed upon me. I finally spoke. These mysterious treasures are being freely given to you. I do not intend to exchange anything for them. If one must insist, consider it a meal allowance for me and Long Lingyu. However, even if you neglect our sustenance, I shall still bestow them upon you. Upon finishing my statement, freely given, they were all taken aback. Nowadays, there are wealthy individuals willing to spend billions for just one. Yang Ziwei's eyes nearly bulged out. Such generosity from you. And I misjudged you so terribly. I must be a fool. Take my wife with you. Remember to treat her well, or you shall not escape my wrath. Look. Uncle Yang was so agitated he began to babble incoherently. How could it be given away for free? It is simply outrageous. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Zifeng was on the verge of tears. No, you must exchange it for my mother. Allow me to take her place. Otherwise, I shall not comply. TSK, is this never-ending? I smiled, urging everyone to calm down and listen to my words with patience. After various efforts to regain composure, they finally settled down. Firstly, I began. The concept of spectral cores is undeniably vital for humanity at this juncture. It determines whether one can exist with dignity, akin to a human being, rather than being trampled upon like an ant by the bizarre or others. Each of you is of utmost significance to me, and I cannot bear the thought of you descending into a state worse than death. Thus, I wish to bestow these spectral cores upon you, and I implore you to accept them. Everyone gazed at me with profound emotion. I accept. I accept. Yang Zifeng wept uncontrollably. The wedding need not be extravagant. Tomorrow will suffice. Conduct it now, if you please. Hey, wait. What I'm offering you are spectral cores I accept as well. Yang Ziwei cried, from now on. You shall call me brother, and I shall refer to you as father. Huh? I've always been the brother here, haven't I? You ungrateful wretch. Your biological father is still alive. Uncle Yang nearly succumbed to exasperation at that moment, casting a complex gaze in my direction. However, perhaps you are indeed more worthy of loving her than I am. Given the circumstances, I must acquiesce. What nonsensical things had they all accepted? The apocalypse is truly terrifying. Each one of them seems driven to madness. I could only console myself in this manner. I also noticed Long Lingyu staring at me with a frigid gaze, her lips tightly pressed. As I glanced over, she looked at me with a pitiful expression, trembling with anxiety, akin to a small kitten on the verge of abandonment. Alas, this marked the third time. My wife was nearing the brink of exasperation. There were still two matters I remained oblivious to. I truly had no intention of bartering, nor did I wish to exchange anything. Regardless of their belief, you genuinely do not desire me to bestow these upon others. As I spoke, I intended to reclaim those peculiar items. Please, do not. How troublesome it is to offer a gift. Life is indeed complex. Until now, they had genuinely returned to normalcy. Realizing this was neither a dream nor a manifestation of madness. Perhaps they recalled their earlier astonishing remarks, each one red-faced, wishing to vanish into the ground or leap from a rooftop to dispel their woes. Little Ching, your uncle was merely inebriated earlier. Do not take his words to heart. Young uncle forced a grimace, assuring that Andy remains your auntie and I continue to be your uncle. However, Zifeng's potential marriage to you is indeed true. We shall inevitably become one family. Let us not create a scenario where only I and you are not united, shall we? I have never sought anything from anyone in my life. It was incomprehensible. Yang Zifeng's once haughty demeanor had evaporated. He dared not meet my gaze, resorting to furtive glances, wild, surreptitious peeks. At times, he appeared despondent, while at others, he wore a foolish grin, particularly after hearing his father's words, which propelled him from a silly smile to uncontrollable laughter. Yang Ziwei hesitated, caught in a cycle of indecision, waiting in silence for what seemed an eternity. I could not be bothered. Let us set aside those matters for now and focus on distributing the peculiar items, I declared. Agreed. Excellent. At last, the atmosphere had returned to a semblance of normalcy. A smile of relief graced my face. Alas, Only one individual remained somewhat out of sorts. Chapter 17. The Debate in the Group in the Gathering. There were 5 individuals, the 4 members of the Yang family in Longlingyu. We had a total of 27 peculiar cores, which meant each person would receive 5, leaving us with 2 surplus. Without hesitation, I allocated these 2 additional cores to Uncle Yang and Yang Ziwei, reasoning that as males, they bore greater burdens and thus required more strength. This rationale was sound, and no one contested it. In truth, I observed that the 3 females had already noticed the extra cores early on, and before I could distribute them, they had each graciously deferred, seemingly indifferent to the peculiar cores. Perhaps they genuinely did not care for the cores, yet they surely valued something else. Trust me, any astute individual would act as I did. Otherwise, they might find themselves oblivious to their own demise. The more nonchalant they appeared, the more vigilant one must be. I refrained from disclosing my ability to identify the peculiar cores. They believed my distribution was random when, in fact, it had been meticulously planned in advance. Yang Zifeng was headstrong and impulsive, so I primarily assigned her non-aggressive supportive abilities. Uncle Yang, being mature and astute, was bold yet cautious. However, I feared that one day he might succumb to the temptation of striking me from the shadows, hence I could not entrust him with abilities suitable for stealthy assassination. I had considered the remaining 3 with great care, resulting in everyone, except Yang Zifeng, being quite pleased with their allocations. After a brief trial of their respective abilities, Yang Zifeng expressed her dissatisfaction and looked at me in confusion, questioning why all her abilities seemed to be of little use. Did you truly not know in advance the types of abilities each peculiar core possessed? How could I possibly know such a thing? You are observing my division. You take one, and I take another. Besides, could I intentionally target you? I assert that your extraordinary abilities are indeed quite useful: defense, healing, protection, and the like. If you do not engage in gaming, you might not realize that support roles often outweigh damage output. Yet, perhaps what I desire is not this. Yang Zifeng still appeared displeased. I too longed to be like them, imposing and magnificent. How grand that would be. Brother Chengcheng, she gazed at me with tear-filled eyes. This girl, suddenly acting coy, truly overwhelms me. Every time she does this, I find myself in considerable trouble. All right. I sighed in resignation. You are not destined to possess these abilities forever. When you acquire more peculiar powers in the future, I shall bestow them upon you. Is that satisfactory? Kiki. Then you must hurry. She playfully blinked. Such a little vixen. Gu Jianshuang was indeed not mistaken. This girl takes after her mother. Usually composed, yet at times unexpectedly. A hint of allure sparkles in her eyes, leaving me weak at the knees. In a couple of years, she will surely become a source of calamity for many. After I acquiesced, Yang Zifeng instantaneously changed demeanor, becoming rather obstinate. This contrast, if not infuriating, is indeed quite endearing, subject to personal interpretation, of course. The Yang father and son were engaged in an animated discussion, their faces aglow, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. It seems that regardless of age, the allure of wielding formidable powers is simply irresistible. Aunt Xiao also eagerly conversed with Longlingyu, sharing intimate words. My hearing has become remarkably acute. It is nearly impossible not to eavesdrop. Moreover, it appears they have no intention of concealing their conversation from me. How delightful. Little Yu. Now, I need not worry about little Ching frolicking with others. Should he dare to be unfaithful, I shall deal with him. I am not in that kind of relationship with him. How could I possibly manage such matters? Perhaps it would be better if Aunt Xiao took charge. As she is an elder, and he holds her in high esteem, thus he would surely heed her counsel. Oh, but he listens to me not merely because I am an elder. Let us not forget, dear aunt, that I am a woman as well. Just look at my complexion and figure. How could I possibly be inferior to you young ladies? Huh? As for Uncle Yang, he cannot hear. Here. I feel it necessary to emphasize with utmost seriousness that despite Aunt Xiao's seemingly ambiguous words and actions towards me, they are akin to playful teasing of a child. Such a mature older sister delights in witnessing the flustered and racing hearts of young boys. Although my skin is thicker than most, making it difficult for me to blush, it only serves to ignite her competitive spirit. The desire to win is a universal trait among humanity, particularly among attractive women, who possess not only a competitive streak, but also a craving for conquest, unable to tolerate men who do not succumb to their allure. Therefore, should you encounter a beautiful woman expressing gentle affections, appearing to be enamored with you, do not take it to heart. She is most likely seeking to ensnare you under her spell, nothing more. Once you yield to her wishes, her interest in you will swiftly dissipate. This principle bears resemblance to the art of seduction. When an adversary employs the charm of a femme fatale, if merely teasing you slightly causes you to falter and divulge everything, is there any need for her to persist? Conversely, if your resolve is as steadfast as iron, she will escalate her temptations, layer upon layer, until you can no longer withstand her advances. Aunt Xiao and Uncle Yang share a profound bond. Despite her remarkable beauty and the countless temptations she must have faced, she has remained steadfastly loyal to Uncle Yang. Indeed, while she may appear somewhat mischievous, she is truly an exemplary woman among women. Therefore, it is indisputable that as long as Uncle Yang lives, I shall never have a chance. Please do not misunderstand. I have never wished ill upon anyone. My youthful indiscretions in the past do not count. I truly regret my behavior towards Uncle Yang back then. Upon acquiring supernatural abilities, Yang Ziwei was exhilarated and clamored to venture out and confront the bazaar, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from Uncle Yang, which rendered him compliant. The hour was growing late, and darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of stars or moonlight, leaving the night pitch black. Even though I had yet to attain night vision, the limitations of my vision made me uneasy, despite possessing mental detection abilities. Moreover, some of the strange entities are inherently invisible, rendering Yang Ziwei's venture into the night akin to courting danger. After I elucidated the situation to him, he completely abandoned the idea, and we occupied our time online while awaiting dinner. It is likely that the conveniences of the internet and electricity, once taken for granted, will soon vanish. If we do not seize the opportunity to relish these comforts now, we may be left in uncertainty about when they might return. The discussions online revolve predominantly around the bizarre and supernatural abilities. Today, a particular video has captivated everyone's attention, with netizens sharing their thoughts, some of which have indeed proven to be accurate. After perusing through the comments, I shifted my focus to search for other supernatural beings, and to my surprise, a plethora of information emerged, albeit a mix of authenticity and fabrication, with the latter being more prevalent. Yet most individuals are unable to discern truth from falsehood, fervently adulating in the comments section, while those who dare to voice rational skepticism are often besieged by the masses. The rhetoric employed is all too familiar to those who frequent the internet. Despite my mental preparation, the actual emergence of these extraordinary individuals still caught me slightly off guard, as they represent my future adversaries. Moreover, the true number of genuine practitioners far exceeds those currently visible. Those who revel in ostentation are perpetually outnumbered by the discreet. In my eyes, the flaunting ones pose little threat. However, among those who quietly amass their fortunes, there may exist formidable opponents capable of challenging even my own capabilities. There is a saying, is there not? When one is weak, there is always someone weaker. When one is strong, there is invariably someone stronger. Remaining humble and composed is the appropriate mindset. Thus, I do not feel excessively anxious. Rather, I quietly contemplate hastening my progress. At that moment, a message sprang forth in the class group chat. Initially, I had no intention of engaging, but Yang Ziwei insisted that I take a look. It seemed that the students were embroiled in a fervent discussion, and I was disinclined to pay attention to the individual who was expounding at length. Instead, I began to peruse previous messages, only to find myself momentarily taken aback. Zhu Huan, one of the two individuals who narrowly escaped calamity at the small supermarket today, was my high school classmate. The group had initially been debating the video, with various viewpoints clashing in what resembled a quarrel, until Zhu Huan interjected, swiftly bringing the argument to a close. He was unequivocally certain that the individual captured in the video was indeed human, for he had seen that person with his own eyes earlier that day. He then recounted his harrowing experience from that day, unperturbed by the possibility of being labeled a braggart. For two classmates who had been with him had already attested to the tale. You cannot fathom how terrifying that creature was. Having devoured countless souls and still ravenously seeking more, with me next in line. Fortunately, that individual returned just in time. When he reappeared, it was nothing short of miraculous. I hardly witnessed his actions. All I saw was a flash of blue light, and the monster was reduced to ashes. For a moment, I thought I was hallucinating in my final moments, until the woman was slain, which jolted me back to reality. Though he saved my life, he was merciless, slaying without a flicker of hesitation. The woman had merely exchanged a few harsh words with him, and was swiftly dispatched. However, I felt she deserved her fate. What a fool! To provoke such a formidable being. She was destined to perish, whether today or tomorrow. I had initially believed him to be immensely powerful. Yet upon viewing that video, I was utterly terrified. It was indeed him. The attire was identical. He was also quite portly. Is he truly human? I would readily believe he is a deity. If only I could possess even half of his strength, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. The others, captivated, incessantly inquired about various details, and Zhu Huanhuan reveled in the attention, responding with great enthusiasm. When pressed on whether the enigmatic powerful individual could possibly be someone they knew, Zhu Huanhuan hesitated momentarily before stating, I recall the clothing he wore. Lin Tingxing has the same outfit. Could it possibly be Lin Tingxing? Please, do not take offense at my jest, remarked Zhu Huanhuan earnestly. It has been stated that the individual in question is overweight. Although he stands at a height comparable to Lin Tingxing, he is indeed 2 sizes larger. Alas, if only he were a classmate of ours. We could bask in his favor. He could feast on meat while we merely savor the broth. Even in a world on the brink of collapse, we could still revel in our splendor. Stop dreaming. Do you really think you could enjoy such opulence? Will you even manage to have a bowl of instant noodles tonight? Do not mention it. My stock of soda crackers is nearly depleted. Does anyone have any food? For the sake of our camaraderie, could you spare a little? Are you one of those who just extends their hands? Can't you venture outside to procure something? Is it possible to obtain anything? The atmosphere is eerie, and the individuals outside resemble ruthless criminals, truly capable of murder. I'd rather endure hunger at home than venture out to deliver groceries. This situation will only escalate. Once the supplies in supermarkets and stores are exhausted and no restocking occurs, desperation will drive people to raid their neighbors' homes. Blood will surely flow, and lives will be lost. At times, I genuinely envy you girls. Why would you envy us? We boys have no choice but to succumb to starvation. You, on the other hand, can always resort to your charms to secure food. Get lost. You fool. Aren't you men capable of selling your bodies as well? Nonsense. I would rather perish than become a plaything for vile men like you. Spare me your repulsiveness. How can you utter such words at a time like this? I am truly astounded by your minds, so filled with lewd thoughts. You women are merely putting on an act. In our neighborhood's owner group, there are already individuals exchanging their bodies for food, with prices that keep plummeting, nearly to the point of being given away for nothing. With so many girls in our class, I refuse to believe that not a single one has engaged in such transactions. This revelation has struck a decisive blow. Only a few remain silent, while those who vehemently condemned such behavior have fallen quiet. Rest assured, it will only become more chaotic in the future. At that point, we might as well confine you women in cages, presenting you with a variety of amusements daily, and when the novelty wears off, we shall feast upon you. Let us see how high and mighty you remain then. Indeed, as the gentlemen in this environment, we possess a distinct advantage. It's not too late to show us some admiration. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of camaraderie in the days to come. There are still a few indulging in fantasies about Long Lingyu. I silently noted their names, then took a photo with Long Lingyu and shared it. Captioned, you few ought to contemplate how to safeguard your dignity. Long Lingyu is already my woman. Should you continue to prattle, I shall silence you permanently. In class, I am perceived as someone who is not particularly close to anyone yet commands respect, for I have dealt with those who dared to provoke me in the past, leading to rather bloody confrontations. It seems my reputation still holds weight, as no one dares to speak out of turn anymore. They merely express envy towards me, wishing they could also catch the eye of a campus beauty. What is there to envy? My ears are nearly torn from the incessant chatter. I simply wish to shield her from those lecherous individuals, whose words grow ever more brazen. Yet, there are still some who dare to challenge me with their sarcasm. I have taken note of them, for one day they shall regret their insolence. Offending me may not elicit a grudge, but offending those around me undoubtedly will. Kindness deserves reciprocation, and grievances must be settled. Let us all refrain from excessive discourse. The time for such conversations has not yet arrived. Even when it does, we trust that we shall retain our humanity, rather than succumb to the shackles of desire. Hu Dabin has spoken. Hu Kunyang's remarks, imbued with a sense of righteousness, swiftly resonated with numerous young women, who affirmed his sentiments. Lu Daban would join the fray, declaring, you boys should observe Kunyang. Day in and day out, all you do is indulge in foul fantasies, believing that when the apocalypse arrives, you will transform into lawless tyrants, with women vying for your affection. You only use your baser instincts to contemplate matters. Beware that when the time comes, you may ascend neither as a tyrant, but rather find yourselves as mere turtles, trampled like clay beneath others' feet. Lu Rian is indeed a prominent beauty in our class, and those besotted young men, consumed by thoughts of women, dared not retort when she chastised them. Those who were quick to retaliate found themselves besieged by others of their ilk, swiftly silenced into submission. Yang Weiga, seated beside me, was among these valiant souls. With the initial skirmish won, Lu Ruyan shifted her focus. Some individuals, whose identities I shall not disclose, typically present themselves as ethereal beings of purity and grace. Yet, after such a short span, they have chosen to follow a brooding and violent man merely for a morsel of sustenance? Truly comical. I imagine they are hardly granted a moment's peace, day or night. Longling, who had been peering at my phone screen, remained uncharacteristically silent. I smiled faintly. Indeed, however, someone of your caliber should not delude yourself into thinking you could share her burdens. I wouldn't accept your offerings even if they were freely given. Do not presume your situation is any better. It is likely the provisions at home are dwindling, are they not? What a fade you put on. How long can you maintain this charade? When the time comes, will you starve or resort to offering yourself to men? I genuinely hope that when you are reduced to a mere shadow of yourself, you will recall your current lofty demeanor. The group fell silent. After a considerable time, a desperate sycophant replied, "Do you think you are so remarkable? Do not believe I am unaware that your sustenance is provided by Yang Ziwei. What audacity to boast about securing a woman with someone else's provisions. And you dare to speak of others with disdain. Just wait and see how much food you have left. When it runs out, will Longling Yu still remain by your side? Furthermore, while you, Lin Tingcheng, may be fierce in a brawl, the world is rife with those wielding knives. Let us see how long your bravado lasts." Longling Yu quietly took out her phone. I am with him because I genuinely like him, and he is indeed fierce, both in temperament and in bed. You worthless individuals ought to silence yourselves and go wash up before sleeping. She then took a photo while giving the middle finger. Yang Ziwei, Gu Jinshuang, Yang Zifeng, Aunt Xiao, and I were utterly astonished. Yes, I was indeed surrounded by so many people. I am well aware of how to express expletives. She appeared to take a subtle pleasure in this. Chapter 18. Gu Jinshuang's Fury. What an explosive revelation. Not only I, but everyone present, as well as those in the group, surely found Longling Yu's words to be extraordinarily shocking. After an extensive pause, someone feebly suggested that I had sent that message using Longling Yu's phone. Yet there was no way to explain the photos. After all, that delicate jade hand is indeed quite dissimilar to my unyielding iron grasp. Lu Ruyan fell silent. I did not pursue the matter further, as I merely found her arrogance intolerable. With her subdued, I naturally ceased my retort. In the group, both boys and girls instinctively shifted the topic of conversation, no longer fixating on the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, but returning to the most fundamental concerns regarding food. When the subject of sustenance arose, these individuals became exceedingly earnest, likely none among them possessing provisions that exceeded a month's supply. A few, whose families owned small shops, lamented the plundering of their businesses, now left with scant food supplies. Speaking of Yang Ziwei, isn't his family's supermarket quite substantial? Surely they must have a considerable stock of food, right? We are all classmates. We cannot just stand by and do nothing. It wouldn't be too much to ask for a little, would it? This sentiment garnered a chorus of agreement. Yang Zifeng, upon hearing this, glared in indignation, while gripping my thigh in frustration. Realizing he had inadvertently become the focal point of the discussion, Yang Ziwei panicked. How should I respond? He inquired. I seized his phone and replied, "Sure, offer your mother in exchange." Silence enveloped the group once more, as the amusement dissipated. Lin, please refrain from speaking on behalf of Ziwei. Although you are friends, you rely on him for your survival and have no right to prevent us from seeking his assistance. Lu Ruyan interjected. Her tone had shifted, presenting a reasoned argument that was both assertive and dignified, which I found commendable. Many others joined in condemning me, labeling me a presumptuous parasite, a bloodsucker, and so forth. I have incited public ire. Regardless of what I say, I am met with meticulous scrutiny and relentless criticism. Yet, how could I possibly cower? I responded, all right. I admit that Yang Ziwei and I harbor no interest in your mothers, but you, the esteemed class beauty, are a different matter altogether. Are you not eager to champion justice for your classmates? If you could spare a night for each of us, we would ensure that one classmate is well fed. The only question remains, are you willing to make this sacrifice? I then seized Yang Ziwei's phone and declared, I, Yang Ziwei, hereby vow before the entire class that my good brother Lin Tingcheng speaks my thoughts, and they are entirely sincere. As for you, Shiyan, you are aware that I have cherished feelings for you for quite some time, yet you have consistently rebuffed my advances. I can no longer endure this. Even if I cannot win your heart, I am determined to claim your body. Therefore, I am willing to offer this abundance of food in exchange. Whether you agree or not is entirely your choice. I do not wish to impose. Now, I have truly provoked a tempest of anger. Those ruffians, despite their indignation, cannot reach me through the internet. However, the individuals present here seem eager to take matters into their own hands. What on earth did you send? Yang Ziwei exclaimed in disbelief upon reclaiming his phone. You intend to barter our family's food for women? Lin Tingqing, are you seeking death? Yang Ziwei was furious. Aunt Qiu, fierce and succinct, grasped my soft flesh at the waist and twisted it. Long Lingyu, on the other hand, unleashed a piercing gaze, a form of psychological assault. Only my wife, however, laughed uncontrollably, yet she still whispered to me that she had noted this account. I did not truly wish to change the subject, rather. It was merely to silence her. Indeed, Lu Rian was once again caught off guard, fervently insisting that the words shared by Yang Ziwei were originally mine. However, some classmates seemed to believe that my relationship with Yang Ziwei was quite solid, considering my words to carry substantial weight. They even remarked that it was quite a bargain to manage a person's meals in just one night, urging Lu Rian to make a contribution for the sake of our classmates. Many expressed their agreement, as it was not they who would accompany her. Consequently, Lu Rian abandoned me and engaged in a verbal sparring match with the crowd. In a fit of true desperation, disregarding her goddess-like image, she unleashed a torrent of foul language upon those individuals, causing even the seasoned admirer, Yang Ziwei, to furrow his brow. Fortunately, he had more than one goddess to admire. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, an image stunned everyone present. It depicted a medium-sized warehouse, overflowing with an array of delectable foods, leaving one salivating and dizzy. Even I was momentarily taken aback. This image was not shared by anyone from our class, but was posted by an individual recently invited to the group by the administrator. Hu Kunyang, Huijudi, Huijudi, Yang Ziwei exclaimed in shock. The group was equally astonished. I was also familiar with Huijudi, known as the Terminator of Admirers, a true embodiment of aloofness that even Yang Ziwei dared not pursue. She possessed extraordinary beauty, consistently topped the academic charts, was the daughter of a wealthy family, and reportedly had significant official connections. With these four formidable advantages, she stood unrivaled in our school and throughout the entire Hongjiang city, gaining notoriety far and wide. Not only did Yang Ziwei refrain from pursuing her, but so did all other admirers. Even the women do not dare to speak. Everyone holds their breath in trepidation. When others post such images, some may claim they are merely stolen from the internet. However, when Huijudi shares them, all perceive it merely as the tip of the iceberg of her family's food reserves. The provisions here are sufficient to supply several large supermarkets, dozens of medium-sized ones, and numerous small stores. If one disregards shelf life, it could sustain the entire school for several years, alleviating any concerns regarding food scarcity. Huijudi has spoken, and no one rushes to fawn over her, for they are too intimidated. Yet, I cannot engage in charity and provide sustenance for free to receive food. One must labor for me. It is only at this moment that someone dares to timidly inquire what Huijudi wishes them to do. The answer is quite simple: hunting the bazaar. However, do not be too hasty in your rejection. I shall not monopolize all the strange course. Out of 10, I shall only take one, leaving the rest for your own possession. Naturally, what I desire is your first strange core. As long as each of you hands over one strange core to me, you will qualify to remain in my team as core members. Even if you are not yet core members, the team, including myself, will unite and assist you in acquiring strange cores, as well as many more that will belong solely to you. This will empower everyone, alleviating concerns about sustenance and ensuring safety, while also granting you much more, everything you have ever desired. I have disseminated this information across all class groups in the school, and yours is the last. I will only be recruiting a total of 100 members, and currently, only 8 spots remain. Anyone wishing to join, regardless of gender, is welcome to apply. I must caution you all, my team is not easily infiltrated. If you harbor thoughts of merely coasting along, contributing little while expecting to reap the benefits, you would do well to abandon such notions from the outset. In this apocalyptic era, the repercussions I can impose on such individuals extend far beyond mere reprimands. Violence has become commonplace. Furthermore, the dangers of hunting the bazaar cannot be overstated. Despite the potential for teamwork, the absence of supernatural abilities initially will render the endeavor exceedingly arduous. Most of you may find yourselves facing swift demise. Regrettably, I will not extend any compensation to your families. Life and death are matters of fate. Consider this carefully and message me privately. The deadline for registration is at 8 o'clock, leaving you half an hour to ponder your decision. After saying this, Judy fell silent, leaving the group in a profound stillness. Indeed, it is no surprise that Judy lives up to her reputation. Just as the legends foretold, she embodies an unparalleled coolness. A goddess among goddesses, leaving everyone in a cold sweat with her words. My deductions stem from observing Yang Ziwei's current demeanor. The group has commenced a rather tepid discussion, hindered by Judy's presence, causing everyone to exercise remarkable restraint. The majority expressed their inability to indulge in this endeavor, displaying a commendable rationality. Some, however, remained indecisive, seeking the opinions of others. Zhu Huanhuan exhibited extraordinary boldness. If you had encountered that supernatural being as I have, you would not hesitate. We have sustenance and the chance to become such formidable entities. What is a little danger in comparison? Previously, I believed that it was better to endure a miserable existence than to meet a grim end, but my perspective has since reversed. Rather than live like a dead dog, I would prefer to die like a human. Moreover, I might not even perish. Remember this, I, Zhu Huanhuan, shall one day dominate the globe. Such commendable courage, remarked the extraordinarily aloof goddess Judy, astonishingly bestowing such praise upon someone like Zhu Huanhuan. Even I could not suppress the tumult of emotions within me, let alone the others. Ruyun, come with me. I shall protect you without fail. Who is this desperate sycophant? Oh, it's Yang Ziwei. You think I need your protection? Just because you possess a towering physique does not mean you can contend with the bizarre, Lu Ruyun retorted mercilessly as always. In fact, I am already a supernatural being today. Of course, I can protect you. Are you out of your mind? Yang Zifeng observed and promptly slapped Yang Ziwei on the head. Orange, you wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Yang Ziwei merely gazed at me, his brow slightly furrowed. What else could I possibly say? Your own abilities are yours to command, I remarked. Yang Ziwei smiled with immense gratitude. Yet no one in the group took his words seriously. Instead, they inundated him with mockery and ridicule, with Lu Ruyun being the most inventive in her jests. How intriguing. You claim to be an extraordinary individual. What proof do you possess? However, Judy maintained a skeptical stance. Yang Ziwei hastily retreated to a corner, recording a video of himself employing his powers to crush a lead ball with his bare hands, which he subsequently shared, igniting a frenzy within the group. The chat erupted, messages flooding in at such a rapid pace that they became nearly indecipherable. Yang Ziwei's private messages and calls surged as well, and even I, a mere acquaintance, was not spared. I could hardly be bothered, yet the obscure account I had never disclosed to anyone, solely used for gaming registration, received a verification request to add me as a friend. The verification message consisted of 3 simple characters. Judy, observing Yang Ziwei with a broad smile, rapidly responding to something. I accepted the request. How did you discover my alternate account? I was genuinely curious. Do not be astonished. It was merely a matter of some investigative techniques. Out of curiosity, I had previously looked into you, she replied. I was puzzled. What merit did I possess that warranted Judy's attention? We were strangers. Why would she investigate me? It left me utterly baffled. You wish to inquire why I investigated you, do you not? I have not only investigated you, but all individuals of note within the school, regardless of their reputation, good or ill. I believe that those who achieve notoriety possess unique qualities, and individuals of exceptional talent will eventually find an opportunity to be of service. Though I was tempted to label her as obsessive, I couldn't help but admire her dedication to such an extent. Do you now seek my assistance because you believe I am of use to you? Let me clarify. It is Yang Ziwei who possesses extraordinary abilities, not I. You ought to approach him instead. Although I share a cordial relationship with him, I cannot compel him to assist you. Do you take me for a fool akin to theirs? She retorted. In certain respects, Yang Ziwei possesses far greater renown within the school, and he is certainly within the purview of my investigation. He has commendable character and a robust physique, yet beyond that, he is fraught with shortcomings, particularly when it comes to intellect, which is frankly hard to articulate. The acquisition of his powers was not merely a stroke of luck akin to stumbling upon a peculiar core in the street. Rather, it was bestowed upon him by someone. And I hold no faith in the notion of luck. I am well aware that all appearances arise from definite causes. Her words were incisive, leaving little room for rebuttal. At this juncture, I trust classmate Lin comprehends my meaning. If I am not mistaken, you have procured no fewer than 3 peculiar cores through some means. Why 3 at the very least, rather than 2? Quite simply, you must certainly consume one for yourself. Your close relationship with Miss Chiu Yuexin, Yang Ziwei's mother, would inevitably lead you to offer her one. Consequently, that leaves Yang Ziwei, hence the conclusion of at least 3 cores. I found myself at a loss for words. While Miss Chiu Yuexin gazed with keen interest at my mobile screen. This is merely my preliminary conjecture, which I have now rectified. She continued. Even among the closest of relationships, when faced with enigmas, one tends to conceal certain truths. What you can generously offer them must undoubtedly be the surplus of what you already possess. Furthermore, considering classmate Longling you possess at least 6 enigmatic cores and exhibit great confidence in effortlessly acquiring more. Indeed, I suspect you are the mysterious and formidable individual depicted in the video. Having merely altered your form through some extraordinary ability, you possess a trump card that surpasses mere powers. Only in this manner can everything be elucidated. You may vehemently deny it, but your prolonged silence has transformed my doubt into certainty. Thus, whether you acknowledge this or not will not influence my judgment, nor will it affect the actions I am about to undertake. What actions do you intend to take? I replied with a cold smile, already prepared to remove this exquisitely clever yet excessively audacious head. Mr. Lin Tingxing, I, with Judy, humbly request to be your woman and offer you all that I possess. Without any additional conditions, merely seeking your genuine acceptance. Well, I must confess, I was taken aback. Why is the air conditioning so cold? Goodness. Why has the water frozen? Yang Ziwei pointed in shock at the water bottle that had transformed into a block of ice. His mother had already fainted on my shoulder, as had Long Lingyu. Yang Zifeng collapsed in his mother's embrace. In the distance, Uncle Yang, who was fiddling with a compound bow, had also fallen to the ground. Only he, having consumed an enhanced physical vitality core, remained awake, staring in disbelief as his family's supermarket began to freeze over. Only I can withstand Gu Jinshuang's wrath. That damned wretch. How dare she brazenly covet my man? I must eliminate her. My fierce mother tiger roars furiously in my ear. Chapter 19. Humiliation of the aloof campus belle. Oranges. Oranges. What has happened to my mother and the others? The only one still awake, Yang Ziwei, stares at me wide-eyed, and then he too succumbs to unconsciousness. I hope they awaken without recollection of the recent events. With a gentle sigh, I rise to arrange them, boys in one group, girls in another. Then I exchange glances with Gu Jinshuang. At last, you find yourself with a moment to spare. She mocks with a cold laugh. Do refrain from such fury. I whisper softly, my dear wife is as beautiful as a celestial being. Who among them can compare to you? Surely, I am not blind to the truth. Humph. Do not think that such flattery will absolve you. I was nearly brought back to life by your anger. What do you propose we do about it? Is it not merely your desire that dictates our course? There is a mattress over there. Let us proceed there. I can only force a smile. One that twists into an ugly grimace, causing her to lose interest. She resorts to lightly slapping and pinching me, muttering a few nonsensical curses. And thus this matter is set aside. The way she glares at me in an irate manner is truly adorable. No wonder she is my wife. How to respond to this? I shook my phone. This woman possesses an uncanny perceptiveness that sends shivers down my spine. If she has truly deduced so much from those fragmented bits of information, perhaps I should consider eliminating her altogether. Shall I simply kill her? Gu Jinshuang smiled. I clearly remember that Hui Judy, a beauty akin to a jade flower on a lofty peak. The people at your school gaze at her with starry eyes, revering her as a goddess. And you, don't think yourself any better. Do you really believe I wouldn't have the heart to end your life? She indeed possesses a remarkable presence. To speak frankly, anyone encountering such exquisite and illustrious gems in a museum would be captivated, wouldn't they? Were you not also entranced at that moment? If you could be so enchanted, how could I not be? My sentiments align closely with what you just expressed. Gu Jinshuang, rarely feeling bashful, continued, beautiful individuals, regardless of gender, are universally admired. What is wrong with me appreciating beauty? I am merely observing women. If one day I were to encounter a handsome man and gaze at him with admiration, would you truly feel pleased? She regained her confidence. It's not as if there haven't been instances before. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. There haven't been. There haven't been. She began to act petulantly. I had initially considered offering an example, but thought better of it. Should she become furious, it would be I who would suffer. Well, she cleared her throat, suppressing her embarrassment and attempting to appear composed. How about we agree to dismiss our admiration for handsome men and beautiful women? After all, we are merely looking and have not committed any wrongdoing against one another. What do you say? Do you doubt me? You heartless scoundrel. Don't you know my heart belongs solely to you? Do you think that after all these years, I have not encountered handsome men? What a farce. I have seen more unparalleled beauties than you have men. Yet, who has ever captured my heart? It has only ever been you. She was so furious that it seemed her eyes were about to burst with anger, this time. She was genuinely hurt and enraged. I remained silent, urging her not to jump to conclusions. I embraced her, playfully pinching her cheek, and remarked that after all these years of marriage, I had witnessed her every action. Was there anything she thought I was unaware of? Did I truly need to harbor doubts about her? Humph. Yet she continued to sulk, stubbornly resisting my grip, twisting and turning in a frantic attempt to free herself. For you, I would spare no woman, not just someone as unfamiliar as Judy, but even for Longling you and the others, I would take whatever measures necessary. I merely tightened my hold slightly, suppressing a chuckle. Go ahead, they are right here. Gu Jinshuang wore an expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, one would expect her to be moved to tears, yet I felt a hint of conflict. TCH, if you're reluctant, just say so. Stop trying to deceive me with such flowery words. Gu Jinshuang squirmed once more before finally stilling. I softly comforted her for a while, and she eventually ceased her pouting, resting her head against my neck with an expression of normalcy. Let us see what that woman is up to, Gu Jinshuang said casually. Admitting that I had underestimated her by viewing her as a mere decorative vase, she indeed possessed significance and could potentially be of great use to us in the future. Now, of course now, once they awaken, will you even have the time? She rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with sarcasm. I nodded in acknowledgement and replied to Judy. Where are you now? I shall promptly seek you out. Without hesitation, a location was provided. Nestled within a luxurious villa district of our city, not too far from us. It is said that our school is the alma mater of Miss Dai's grandfather, a man who, in his youth, hailed from humble beginnings but later rose to establish a grand empire. She admires her grandfather immensely, which is why, despite being born into a prestigious family, she chose not to attend an elite foreign institution but instead enrolled in our ordinary high school, which barely qualifies as a provincial key school. Each time the provincial unified examination occurs, her scores consistently place her at the top, allowing her to follow in her grandfather's footsteps and gain admission to a top-tier university. In fact, she has already received offers from various world-renowned institutions for her exceptional achievements, including 4 gold medals in international mathematics competitions, yet she remains steadfast in her commitment to prepare for the college entrance examination. It is likely that our humble school will never again attract such a prodigious talent in the next 500 years. Thus, she possesses not only the 4 layers of advantages but also a 5th, which is somewhat difficult to articulate, and not everyone can discern this 5th layer. Furthermore, I may be the sole individual to have uncovered a 6th layer, an imperial demeanor that allows her to be as adaptable as the infamous Liu Bang, able to kneel without hesitation when necessary, and just as resolutely compel others to kneel when the occasion arises. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, and I can only express my admiration. Were she a man transported to ancient times, she would likely achieve great feats. In modernity, being a domineering female CEO suits her well, though it may seem a bit beneath her talents. Perhaps, by some twist of fate, she may one day rise to global prominence. Regrettably, she, unafraid of death, sought me out. Thus, whether she possesses the potential to shake the world or will inevitably be reduced to a mere ball of flesh by my hand hinges entirely on her subsequent actions. I activated my supernatural ability to phase through walls, confirming my direction before dashing forward, traversing through the ink-black night and myriad peculiarities. With Gu Jinshuang by my side, I harbor no fear of demons or monsters. In my haste to reach my destination, even when confronted with anomalies I could easily resolve, I wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Gu Jinshuang concealed my presence, allowing us to pass by the strange entities, which remained indifferent, aimlessly wandering about. The once proud security system of the Villa District had long become a mere facade. Even if it were not, it posed no obstacle to us. Within these confines lurked many oddities. Some stood on the first floor, their necks stretching to the second, peering through the windows with wide eyes. Should they discover anything amiss, misfortune would surely befall the inhabitants within. Contrary to the apparent silence of the seemingly deserted villas, I sensed the trembling hearts of those who resided there. Ignoring these peculiarities, I located Judy's residence and promptly phased through the wall, ultimately discovering her in the basement. The once aloof goddess, revered and admired by the entire school, now presented a rather disheveled appearance, so much so that I nearly failed to recognize her at first glance. She lay on the floor, covered with a blanket, her hair unkempt, her face glistening with oil, evidently having gone an extended period without bathing, surrounded by a subtle odor. One hand held a phone, scrolling through its screen, while the other grasped a biscuit, munching absent-mindedly. In one corner, a mountain of various convenience foods and bottled water was stacked, while another corner overflowed with refuse. To the uninitiated, one might presume this to be the disheveled lair of a reclusive girl, but for those in the know, it would elicit gasps of astonishment, perhaps even madness. Suddenly, she appeared startled, flipping her phone to illuminate my face with its glow, fixing her gaze upon me. I offered her a seemingly indifferent smile. In a swift motion, Judy discarded her phone, kneeling on the ground with her head pressed firmly to the floor. Please raise your head. What? There is no need for such submission. After all, we are both students of the same institution. I chose to disregard formalities and seated myself. She lifted her head, and we exchanged a silent stare. Master, she addressed me. My eyelids twitched. Even before negotiations commenced, her willingness to concede was overwhelming. Yet, I couldn't afford to exhibit any signs of panic, for that would be utterly foolish. I replied nonchalantly, when did I become your master? Don't attempt to ascend without the means. Even acrobats do not perform such feats. Furthermore, who would wish to assume that role? Have you looked in the mirror lately? You resemble a beggar on the street, filthy and reeking, an ill omen to behold. Even as I hurled these harsh words, she remained unfazed, her demeanor submissive. Her eyes cast downward in silence. I'm sorry, she murmured softly. I truly have no choice. I cannot venture outside. Many residents nearby have been devoured by the strange entities, and the villa's low floors offer no refuge. Indeed, while there are peculiar beings capable of flight or scaling walls, they are the minority. Typically, those residing in higher floors need not be as anxious as she. Reduced to this pitiful state, you have been coerced by the uncanny to the point of fearing even the villa, relegated to hiding in a basement to survive. From where does the audacity to recruit others for hunting the strange come? I find myself genuinely curious. Do you truly wish to deceive them into risking their lives to rescue you? I am earnest about the hunt, said Judy, her tone remarkably calm, for this is an imperative endeavor. Although the present circumstances are challenging, they will only grow more arduous with time. While I may be confined here, there are others in my household capable of managing the hunting team. Once we achieve initial success, I shall naturally extricate myself. And then Gu Jianchuang couldn't help but express her astonishment. I too must concur. This is indeed a remarkable strategy. Moreover, such composure is often elusive even to those in their 40s. Her youthfulness renders her all the more formidable. Our journey here was not in vain. Yet, regrettably, you shall never see the light of day again, I declared, for I have come to end your life. Oh, Judy's expression remained unchanged, calm as ever. I have not disclosed your circumstances to anyone. My family remains oblivious. I implore you, spare them. As she spoke, she knelt once more. Sparing them is feasible, I continued. My laughter tinged with an eerie tone. Long ago, I harbored a fondness for you. Your lofty status and noble lineage made me hesitant to approach you. However, circumstances have shifted. I promise to spare your family, yet in return, grant me the pleasure of indulging my desires before I enact your demise. Judy maintained her composure. Of course, she replied, but I must caution you that I am rather unkempt at the moment, which may not meet your standards. No matter. I relish the notion of a high and ethereal fairy descending into the mire. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Since you do not mind. She began to undress in a natural manner. Just as she was about to remove her undergarments, I could no longer contain myself, even if I could. My wife could not. I stepped forward, grasping her wrist firmly, and pinched her cheek, finally transforming her ice-like visage into an endearing expression. I particularly adored her in this state. Judy, are you a monster? I inquired with a smile. Her eyes flickered, her jaw moved slightly, yet words eluded her. I released her. You may perceive me as you wish, she replied. An impeccable response, indeed. From beginning to end, she was beyond reproach. Gu Jianchuang and I exchanged a quick glance, reaching a silent agreement. Her life was preserved. Chapter 20. Side effects. I stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the villa, locking eyes with a decayed zombie outside, the sound of rushing water echoing in my ears, emanating from a bathroom some distance away. The zombie, of course, could not see me, and soon it wandered off. Judy appeared behind me, wrapped in a bath towel, her cleansed body as white as jade, glistening with moisture and exuding a unique allure. One hand held the towel while the other dried her damp, long hair, which was thick and dark. further accentuating her fair complexion. The two complemented each other beautifully. I cast a glance and quietly turned away. Otherwise, my wife would not approve. Did I not ask you to dry off and change before coming to see me? What are you doing? Are you attempting to seduce me? I replied with a faint smile. I did not mean to keep you waiting, she murmured. I obtained Gu Jinchuan's consent and turned to her, gesturing for her to take a seat on the sofa. I followed suit and sat down beside her. After days of consuming nutritionally deficient junk food, coupled with the strain of anxiety, her already slender face appeared even more delicate, reminiscent of a frail beauty akin to Shi. However, her gaze remained resolute and undisturbed. She had noticed the peculiar occurrences in the courtyard outside, yet she showed no signs of fear, only a slight curiosity. Do you wish to observe? Perhaps a closer look outside? I suggested. If you deem it appropriate, I shall proceed, she replied. I nodded and smiled. To my surprise, she actually rose from her seat and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, opening the adjacent small door, ready to venture further. Do not advance any further, I cautioned. If you proceed, I cannot guarantee your safety. If you wish to observe, do so from there. Once you have satisfied your curiosity, close the door and return. She paused to observe, standing unimpeded before the strange entities with their green faces and sharp fangs, yet she remained composed and unafraid. After a considerable time, she slowly made her way back. Her demeanor was unchanged, though her body exhibited slight, almost imperceptible tremors, so subtle that without my abilities, I would not have noticed. This woman was indeed more enigmatic than the peculiarities themselves. Should she ever choose to rebel, I would undoubtedly eliminate her without hesitation. Otherwise, she would remain a constant source of concern. Despite being a woman, she possessed the bearing of an emperor, absolutely unwilling to submit to another. Her deference and obedience towards me stemmed solely from my strength. The day she believes herself capable of matching me or standing against me, she would surely revolt. I am no warlord of Chu. I shall not allow the likes of Liu Bang to survive long enough to become the founder of the Han dynasty. She is indeed a remarkable talent. If I could win her over and secure her unwavering loyalty, I would be more than willing to make numerous attempts, even at a cost beyond my current imagination. Would Judy? I stated. Yes, she replied, her gaze steady upon me. For the moment, I do not intend to take you as my woman, but I can offer you a position as my subordinate. However, before we proceed, I kindly ask you to express your thoughts in the capacity of my subordinate. You may create your response on the spot, but my time is limited. I shall grant you only 5 minutes. Based on your reply, I will then decide whether to retain you, after which we can discuss further plans. I added, if your answer fails to satisfy me, while I may not accept you, I also have no intention of silencing you. Of course, this is contingent upon your understanding of what should and should not be said. You are astute enough to grasp the principle that trouble often arises from careless speech. Allow me to warmly remind you that the lives I have taken exceed double digits, and I would not hesitate to escalate that number by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, should it come to that. I smiled, beginning the timer. I had already formulated my thoughts. This woman always brings unexpected surprises, she remarked. Please continue. Before answering, allow me to pose a question to you first. I nodded. She inquired, have you ever contemplated what your ultimate goal is at this moment? I mean the position you wish to occupy in this world. Certainly. It is to reach a pinnacle beyond the peak itself, I replied. I aspire to trample upon everyone, every oddity, and all manner of chaotic elements. Judy merely flickered her gaze and, with audacity, inquired, do you prefer to adopt a relatively gentle approach, taking only necessary actions to avoid unnecessary casualties? Or are you inclined to resort to any means necessary, even if it entails rivers of blood, perhaps simply for the sake of bloodshed? I replied, certainly. The former is my preference. However, depending on the circumstances, I would not shy away from the latter. Understood, Judy responded. Let us first contemplate the former. I nodded in agreement. The initial step is to endure and lie low, gathering supplies and secretly accumulating strength, she articulated. Presently, the machinery of society has nearly come to a complete standstill, rendering it incapable of producing anew in the short term. All resources, particularly food, should be regarded as non-renewable. Due to the scarcity of food, people have resorted to large-scale looting. Although their gains are limited due to the strange chaos that prevails, every morsel they seize diminishes what is available for us, a negative-sum game. If we do not promptly secure those resources, there is a significant risk of fires breaking out in warehouses and similar places, leading to substantial losses of goods that neither others nor we would be able to access. Then, According to you, how much food should we collect to be deemed adequate? I asked with a smile, setting aside other resources, focusing solely on the most crucial. Food must suffice for at least 1,000 people for 5 years, and it must be diverse and nutritionally balanced. Relying solely on biscuits and instant noodles, while they have a long shelf life, is insufficient. She pressed her hand against her stomach, her expression finally betraying a hint of unease. Is this derived from your own experience? I inquired. She cast me a glance, and in that fleeting moment, I discerned a semblance of the essence typical of a girl her age, namely, a hint of embarrassment as she slightly glared at me. Rather than feeling anger, I found myself filled with delight. This display of human emotion rendered her far more relatable, as opposed to being a lifeless entity simply executing optimal choices like a machine. Moreover, her glare possessed a certain charm. Gu Jianchuang let out a cold snort and twisted my ear. Did your ear just move on its own? She inquired. A remarkable talent. Do you have an objection? No. Then close your eyes. Without hesitation, Huajuti shut her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself in a mysterious space. The sight before her even left her astounded. It was my first encounter with such a spectacle, and I was equally taken aback. Before us lay a mountain of supplies that Gu Jinshuang had gathered over the past few days. She must be the most audacious thief in history. The assorted goods were meticulously categorized and stacked with precision, forming towering heaps that seemed endless. What was the deal with those little mountains of gold and jade? Did you also rob banks and jewelry stores? I wouldn't be surprised if she had plundered not just our city, yes, but an entire province, yes, or even multiple provinces' banks and jewelry shops. After all, no one was monitoring her, so why not take advantage of the opportunity? She pouted. You never buy anything for me. It struck a chord. How could I possibly afford such luxuries? Besides, gold, silver, and jade were not the same as JK uniforms. Black or white stockings, kipayos, maid outfits, or bunny girl costumes, those items, if burned for her, she could wear and transform into at will. If she were to adorn herself with a golden bracelet, onlookers might well believe they had encountered a ghost. Moreover, it is indeed the case. Have I inadvertently disclosed something I ought not to have? Were you speaking to me just now? Asked Huajiu Dai, her astonishment rendering her unable to hear clearly. It's nothing. I waved my hand dismissively. These supplies should suffice for you, correct? Huajiu Dai nodded. Let us return, I suggested. No sooner had I spoken than we found ourselves back in the living room. The way Huajiu Dai gazed at me had shifted. Her eyes now sparkled with unmasked wonder and admiration. It appeared I had unwittingly taken the first step in captivating her. My intention was solely one of mental conquest. There was little more to say. I instructed her to proceed according to her original plan, a scheme devised collaboratively by all members of her family. I had heard that many influential families were engaging in similar endeavors, forming teams to pursue intricate strategies, bolstering their power, and once ensuring their own survival, advancing to even greater heights. Truly, such is the nature of high society. While the common folk fret over what they shall eat tomorrow, these elites have already contemplated distant futures and enacted what could be deemed formidable actions. Are you saying you do not yet intend to step into the limelight and engage with my father and the others? Huajiu Dai inquired. I have merely agreed to take you on as a subordinate. I have not consented to accept anyone else, I replied. I prefer to remain discreet and harbor reservations about those I do not know well. You and I have become acquainted. Yet your father and the others remain strangers to me, and I have no inclination to familiarize myself with them, particularly as they do not possess your captivating allure. In truth, I have an elder sister, along with 2 cousins and a female cousin, all of whom are equally beautiful. Really? Why do your ears perk up again? If you wish to meet them, I could facilitate an introduction. No need for that. I have made my choice with you and have no intention of gathering others for the time being. You must keep this between us. I spoke calmly, yet firmly. You must comprehend that you belong to me now, not to your family. My interests must take precedence over anyone else's in your life. Should you fail to uphold this, dire consequences await. She nodded, albeit with evident reluctance. I understand that one cannot solely rely on the stick. One must also offer the carrot. I can provide you with a unique ability now, but remember, this is not a commission. It is merely a small benefit for aligning with me, contingent on your performance, with further rewards to follow. Indeed, she was instantly captivated. The allure of power is irresistible, even to a goddess of her stature. Wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. I exited with an air of aloofness, scouring the villa area until I encountered a second-tier anomaly. This particular ability grants me mental assault powers, which I lack myself. What to do? Should I seek an alternative? I inquired of Gu Jinshuang. If you wish to change, then do so, she replied. However, there are no second-tier anomalies nearby, if I venture too far. Waiting for her would diminish my influence. I aim to create an atmosphere akin to Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong. If the wine cools, then Guan Yu loses his formidable edge. I can assist you. Plead with me. I cast aside my pride in that moment, pleading with Gu Jinshuang fervently. She vanished for a few seconds, only to return with a level 4 arcane core, and astonishingly, it was a skill arcane core. Inferno Conflagration inflicts widespread fire damage with a maximum lethal radius of 2 kilometers. The selected area can be adjusted. The smaller the area, the greater the power. Exercise utmost caution to avoid harming allies. Good heavens! Such an extraordinary skill. How could she possibly bestow it upon others? Surely, she understands the rarity of a level 4 regular dodecahedron arcane core. She has never been this generous before, much like myself. No wonder we are married. I gazed upon her gentle smile. Has she perhaps undergone a transformation? Side effects. There are side effects? This is a first for me. Side effects. Upon utilizing Inferno Conflagration once, the user's chest and hips may either shrink or enlarge by 2 sizes, with equal probability for both outcomes. This effect is cumulative, with the minimum reduction to flatness and the maximum being infinite, lasting for 48 hours. Is this some kind of jest? It can manifest in such a manner? I regarded her with skepticism. Could she possibly manipulate arcane cores by hand? Or alter the inherent abilities contained within the arcane core? Is she a spirit or a deity? Why are you looking at me? Choose for yourself. She appeared quite impatient, bearing an innocent expression. I suppose I shall opt for Inferno Conflagration. It's not that I am particularly curious about the side effects. Upon returning to the living room, Huajuti was left astonished upon seeing the regular dodecahedron arcane core. Is this truly an arcane core? Why does it differ from the images online? Those online merely depict the lowest tier of arcane cores. Mine is of a significantly higher level. Do you know how to use it? Simply place it in your mouth. It is tasteless and not unpleasant. Huajuti then placed the enigmatic core into her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment. It felt as though a wondrous power had surged within her, one that she could unleash at will. Do not rush to unleash it. Do you comprehend how to control the range of your abilities? The range of abilities? She quickly grasped the concept, realizing that she could concentrate this power into an exceedingly minuscule point. Just like that. But still, do not hasten. I said, You should change your clothes first. Ensure that your garments and trousers are as loose as possible, and do not wear a bra. She was taken aback. What do you mean, Just a moment ago in the basement, you stripped without hesitation, and now you have so many concerns? I replied coldly. I am only looking out for your well-being. You will understand shortly. She silently ascended the stairs and returned after a while. I do not possess any loose clothing. Only this, she said, indicating a JK uniform. I bought it online, but have never worn it out. One hand shielded her chest while the other pressed against the hem of her skirt, her strides exceedingly narrow, and her speech labored. Have you forgotten that our school uniform is as loose as a sack? I inquired. Yes, I shall change immediately, she exclaimed, as if liberated from a great burden. Never mind, I cannot be bothered to waste time. It will suffice as is. I gestured towards the door. Remember to minimize the range of your abilities to the smallest extent, or it may lead to dire consequences. Surely it does not have to be enlarged. She could only steel herself and walk forward, feigning calmness, no longer exuding the unassailable confidence she once had. Observing her in this state brought me a sense of delight. I did not merely refer to her smooth, fair legs, the prominent contours in certain areas, or the subtle, almost imperceptible details. In that moment, I realized that her beauty was not only breathtaking, but her physique also possessed considerable strength, nearly rivaling that of Gu Jinshuang. After a brief pause, a fiery crimson orb emerged at the center of the courtyard, which promptly erupted, silently bursting forth and reducing all the peculiarities within the courtyard to ashes. In my view, this display of power was impressive. That strike was likely far more formidable than the charge of the Inferno Knights, given the limited range of the skill. Huajuti stood there in astonishment for a considerable time before turning to me, her gaze brimming with excitement. The side effects then became evident, as the volume of her chest visibly increased, resembling a small balloon being inflated into a larger one, completely stretching the fabric on that side. Already endowed with considerable strength, she now could only be described as grand. Fortunately, the craftsmanship of her attire was commendable, as the buttons held steadfast. However, the skirt, due to the increased volume that needed to be concealed, had inevitably shortened by a small measure. It was evident that she was truly exhilarated. Completely unaware of the significant changes occurring in her body, I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this was not too excessive. I could simply explain to her to put on her school uniform. Once more. No, that won't do. She acted too swiftly. Before I could finish my sentence, she unleashed another strike towards the outside, only to hear my admonition afterward, prompting her to hurriedly approach me and repeatedly bow in apology. I smiled, wondering how it was possible to be so fortunate as to experience two enlargements. Oh no. Rather, it was unfortunate. It's nothing to worry about. I steadied her. At that moment, save for the two buttons below and the one at the very top, the remaining buttons burst open. Ultimately, I could only see two buttons and two substantial entities that instilled a profound sense of fear within me. Then, I lost consciousness. For Gu Jinshuang's elbow strike was no less formidable than that of a black mamba. Chapter 21. The Clever Yang Weiga. Pain. Excruciating pain. Upon regaining consciousness, the area struck by her elbow felt as though it were on the verge of splitting apart. Had I not fortified my physical constitution, that blow would have surely shattered my skull. Clearly, this was a predicament of my own making. I glared at Gu Jinshuang with dissatisfaction, yet she merely scoffed dismissively. This female specter possessed no sense of reason. You're awake? Are you all right? How do you feel? Inquisitively, Huijuti bombarded me with a flurry of concerns. I turned to her, somewhat taken aback by her current appearance. After fainting from the elbow strike, I had collapsed onto the living room floor and remained there. However, Huijuti had not neglected me. She knelt beside me, her gaze fixed intently upon me, swathed in a blanket that revealed only her exquisite face, still tinged with a rosy hue. She resembled a comically wrapped figure. Mistaking my silence for reproach, she hurriedly explained, I'm so sorry. You fainted unexpectedly, and I wanted to perform CPR and artificial respiration, but for some reason, I couldn't reach you. Perhaps it's due to your supernatural abilities. So, I had no choice but to let you lie there. I truly apologize. Fortunately, she had not succeeded in her attempts. Yet, she was not entirely inactive. The lights in the living room had been turned off, and upon seeing me awake, she promptly switched them on with the remote control. It is likely that she feared the eerie phenomenon would attract the light. Believing that my fainting left me incapable of self-preservation and unable to protect her, thoughts that would naturally cross the mind of any rational individual. Yet, despite her profound fear, she did not abandon me, who was immobile and unreachable, to flee alone. Instead, she bravely endured her terror and remained steadfast by my side. This bond, in my eyes, is exceedingly precious. If one were to argue that her actions stemmed solely from self-interest, seeking to ingratiate herself and elevate her status in my regard, I would concede her prowess as an exceptional venture capitalist and extend my congratulations on her success. To me, the only individuals capable of such loyalty, aside from my parents, are Long Lingyu and Yang Ziwei. As for Yang Zifeng, I am uncertain, and yet Chio's stance is ambiguous. Uncle Yang? I doubt he would. Though this may stem from my own insecurities. In any case, Huijuti has transcended the role of an ordinary little sister, having ascended to that of a core confidant. I am not being petty. Any further elevation in status must receive my wife's endorsement, for I hold her in the highest esteem. However, I find Hua, the campus belle, in her current attire somewhat perplexing. Are you still dressed like that underneath? I endeavored to phrase my inquiry delicately, yet it still elicited a blush upon her cheeks. That is not the case. I have indeed donned my school uniform, yet it remains quite apparent, she murmured, adding that her bra was not overly accommodating and her underwear was rather constricting. I felt a peculiar itch above, likely due to a minor internal injury sustained earlier. Why is this happening? She asked, her gaze towards me imbued with complexity. There was a hint of suspicion, yet she hesitated to fully doubt me. She seemed to want to regard me as a pervert, yet was reluctant to do so. Do you think that ability is strong? I inquired with an air of indifference. She nodded, and I had not anticipated her strength. Every advantage comes with its drawbacks. Can there be no such thing as an extraordinary ability without consequence? I argued fervently, asserting that perfection is a myth. Just as with medicine, the most effective treatments often bear the heaviest side effects. The same applies to extraordinary powers, though in this case, the side effects are particularly unique. Furthermore, I had no prior knowledge of these repercussions. Would I intentionally cause you harm? Huijuti immediately displayed a look of remorse. She was acutely aware of the rarity of the geek, particularly one endowed with such formidable powers. Thus, despite her intellect, She could not fathom the intricate secrets underlying the entire affair. I apologize, my master. You have generously bestowed upon me such a precious treasure. And yet I dared to harbor doubts. Please feel free to punish me as you see fit. Otherwise, my conscience will be in turmoil. Her plea for leniency, coupled with her current state, almost seemed to invite transgression. However, I maintained my composure, recognizing that it was my own oversight for not elucidating the risks beforehand. You need not feel overly guilty. In the future, I shall procure for you abilities devoid of side effects. Just bear with it for the time being. Will this side effect persist indefinitely? She inquired anxiously. I blurted out, not at all. It's merely 48 hours. A silence fell over the air. I realized I had been outmaneuvered. A peculiar glint flickered in her eyes, yet she remained silent. How awkward. I must surely appear to her as a scoundrel. Much of what I had just said was riddled with contradictions. Any reasonable person would have discerned this, and given her intelligence, she must have seen it clearly. While the adage of not speaking truths that have been perceived is a commendable habit, at times it proves to be excessively tormenting. I boldly took the initiative, resolutely walking down this path, frivolously gripping her chin. Indeed, it was my doing. I intentionally selected this peculiar situation to witness your body transform into this lewd state. Do you have any objections? She struggled to shake her head, her face inexplicably flushing deeper. How strange. Under my forceful pressure, shouldn't she have turned pale instead? I continued in an imperious tone, stating, You claim you wish to be my woman. Do you know why I remain unconvinced? It is because you do not trust me. With her high emotional intelligence, shouldn't she have complimented me, asserting that I am not a lascivious man? Indeed, I do not trust you. I echoed her sentiment, confessing that I am a person who finds it difficult to open my heart to others. Although your appearance and figure are to my liking, I cannot accept you solely for that reason. Even if you were entirely obedient, I would suspect ulterior motives, doubting the sincerity of your submission. She fell into silence. However, there is no need for you to rush to pledge your loyalty. Time will reveal all. After all, today marks our first encounter. Trust cannot be forged unless we are truly vulnerable to one another, which seems a rather humorous notion. We will have ample opportunities to grow closer and more familiar with one another in the future, so there is no need for haste between us. Understood, she replied solemnly. Yet, I must add, your appearance and figure are indeed quite appealing to me. I recklessly risked it all by pulling away the covers that enveloped her. And even clad in the school uniform, her physique was still quite striking, as I brazenly scrutinized her. Truly, a testament to the influence of her abilities. Such grandeur. Yet it does not droop, standing proudly like something from a certain two-dimensional shooting game. It is utterly insane. Judy closed her eyes, welcoming the caress of my gaze. Oh no, my scrutiny. Initially, I intended to move my hand slightly to reinforce my persona of coldness and cruelty, akin to the unfeeling. Domineering CEOs in novels who treat women as mere toys, callously toying with them. Even the female protagonist, upon her entrance, must endure such treatment. However, the thought that Gui Jianchuan would be 100 times more merciless than I deterred me. You must understand that you are mine, I stated with a casual tone, asserting that I could do as I pleased with you, be it to claim you or to end your existence. It all hinged solely on my willingness. Engaging in these trivial acts to heighten our intimacy is hardly remarkable, so why the surprise? Judy remained with her eyes shut, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. I decisively reiterated, You belong entirely to me. Everything about you, including your body, is solely accessible to me. Should you dare to disobey this truth, neither you nor anyone you cherish will escape my wrath, and I will ensure you witness their plight, unable to survive yet unwilling to perish. Do you understand? I understand. Damn it. Her blush intensified. Regardless, I resolved to dismiss it. After all, I did not dare harbor any thoughts about her body. My aim was solely to seize control of her heart through this means. The more intelligent a person is, the harder they are to tame. Great talents are like spirited horses. To master her, I must compel her to submit at my feet, ensuring she does my bidding without question. Do you know how to bridge? I inquired with a smile. Bridge? Simply lie on the ground, with your rear elevated. Is that too simple for you to grasp? Yet, do you still refuse to obey my command? I could never have imagined that one day I would utter such words to that proud Hojio Dai. Even more astonishing was her compliance, to the point where her trousers nearly tore apart. Her school uniform seemed on the verge of succumbing as well. It was terrifying. I found myself perched upon her back, not firmly seated, yet it still caused her body to tremble, nearly collapsing under the burden. What is this? Such feeble strength? Don't you exercise regularly? I inquired. I am. Too heavy now, She gritted her teeth in response. I had forgotten the weight she currently bore. Endure it. Yes. In dealing with a girl of her stature, one must ruthlessly dismantle her pride, though she did not exhibit arrogance outwardly. It certainly resided within her heart. Initially, I had contemplated more extreme, straightforward, or even convoluted methods, but alas, they were not to be employed. Even this was already a reckless exploration of the boundaries. Gu Jinshuang teetered on the brink of eruption, yet she grasped my intentions. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for having struck me too forcefully moments ago, she begrudgingly tolerated my actions. Just then, the sound of a phone vibrating interrupted us. It was Ho Jiodai's mobile device. Ho Jiodai, your phone is ringing, I remarked, extending my hand as her phone effortlessly flew into my grasp. Hao Jinjiao, who might that be? Your brother, perhaps? Yes, her voice quivered. What does he want from you? Probably regarding the recruitment of members for the hunting team, this was indeed a significant matter, prompting me to rise and allow her to answer the call. Ho Jiodai steadied her heavy breaths and connected the call. Little Dai, what is going on? Why did it take you so long to answer? I thought something had happened to you. A voice belonging to an adult man echoed from that direction, his tone lacking any gentleness. It was not born out of concern, but rather a simple irritation from having waited too long. I had just been engaged in physical training, anxious that after such a prolonged absence from exercise, I might falter when it truly mattered. Her voice mirrored a similar coldness. Very well, whatever. Hu Jingjiao impatiently inquired about the recruitment status at your school. We have already squandered too much time. If this continues, we will fall behind others. Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences? The formal list will be completed shortly. But I cannot assure you that they 1T suddenly change their minds tomorrow or that unforeseen events 1T arise on the way to assemble. TSK, had I known, I would have increased the recruitment quota, accounting for a 30% attrition rate. Even if everyone showed up, maintaining them would not be an issue. But a shortage would indeed pose a problem. Quality over quantity, and fewer spots can heighten their competitive spirit. Indeed, I simply cannot fathom why you would include women in the recruitment pool, given that men typically possess greater physical strength. What purpose do women serve besides being a hindrance? Brother, do not forget that I am a woman too, Judy calmly responded. I meant them. What is your point? Scientific research indicates that women can enhance a team's vitality and enthusiasm, particularly beautiful women, Judy stated. My criteria for selecting female members are twofold. First, they must possess a robust physique comparable to men, and second, they must be captivatingly beautiful, capable of igniting the protective instincts and ambition of their male counterparts. Oh, that sounds intriguing. I never anticipated you would consider such aspects. Huh, you truly are. Hawking Jiao remarked. Even so, one must grasp the proportions. If there are too few beautiful women, they become consumed with jealousy. If there are too many, they grow lethargic and unproductive. Understood. Are there any extraordinary discoveries? There is a male individual with extraordinary abilities, possessing strength that allows him to crush a lead ball with his bare hands. Excellent. We must secure this individual for our family. Currently, extraordinary beings are as rare as phoenix feathers, even more elusive than giant pandas. His presence will greatly facilitate the initiation of our plans. Hawking Jiao suggested, you could offer him a taste of sweetness, perhaps by agreeing to be his girlfriend. You are quite popular at your school. Even an extraordinary being would find it difficult to refuse you, wouldn't they? Men driven by lust are foolish. Let him toil for our first fortune, and once we all become extraordinary beings, we won't need to concern ourselves with him any longer. We can simply find a more attractive woman to occupy him. This is a trivial matter for you. I assent it? I will consider it, Judy responded. Don't just think about it. You must act, Hawking Jiao insisted. Remember to keep him dangling, but do not take it seriously. In the future, powerful extraordinary beings will emerge in abundance, yet heroes often falter at the threshold of beauty. You and Yuchan must focus on recruiting 1 or 2 formidable top-tier individuals for our family. There is no need to waste emotional energy on a fleeting stroke of luck with a mediocre man. Haha, perhaps you sisters truly can elevate our family to greater heights. I am eagerly awaiting my future brother-in-law to help me ascend to greatness. Are you finished? Judy inquired. The list arrived promptly. I had nothing more to say. So I hung up. Ho Jiudai was breathing heavily, even more so than before. She tossed her phone aside and resumed her bridge pose. Forget it. If you're not in the mood, neither am I remarked. She shot me a grateful glance, clutching the blanket, hesitating before asking, may I cover myself? What do you mean cover? Have you forgotten that I've seen every part of you? I replied coldly. I was indeed as brutish as a beast. Her face flushed as she dropped the blanket, lowering her gaze. Suddenly, my phone vibrated again. This time, it was a message from Quan Quan. The sender was Hu Kunyang, classmate Hoju Dai. Here are the registrants for our class. Please take a look. Cute emoji. How nauseating. I urged Hoju Dai to join me on the sofa to view the message. One glance, and we were both taken aback. Yang Ziwei, Lin Tinxing, Long Lingyu. When did I sign up? Just then, I noticed the hundreds of missed calls in the overflowing chat boxes. The majority were from Long Lingyu. Had they awakened? The awakening time was about what I had anticipated. Yu Jianchuang said lightly. I dared not look at those messages from the girls and shakily dialed Yang Ziwei's number. You, Orange? Where have you run off to? I've been worried sick. You have no idea how frantic my mom and the others are. They've been messaging and calling without a response. If the door hadn't somehow jammed, they would have rushed out to find you by now. His booming voice resonated through the line. No need for speakerphone. An imposing female voice suddenly resonated from the other side, sending shivers down my spine. Mom, don't take it away. I haven't finished speaking. There's something I forgot to mention. Hu Kunyang has been urging the registration list. Fortunately, he was waiting for me, or I would have missed it, since you couldn't reach me. He submitted your name as well, and upon seeing it, Long Lingyu decided to register too. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Lin was inaudible. I hung up. That fool. Even if he hadn't registered me, I would have found a way to slip in. But his actions led Long Lingyu to join as well, which I could not tolerate. If anything were to happen to her, I would certainly make him pay. To continue being a sycophant for a woman like Lu Ruyan, a formidable ability user, while unilaterally dragging me into this mess, such a person, who prioritizes romance over friendship, deserves my utmost contempt. Except for myself. Chapter 22. Mu Yaoxing, I am returning. Without the need for a mirror, I was acutely aware of my pale visage. It is not that I fear them. Rather, I wish to maintain harmony and avoid discomfort among us all. Huajudi nodded. As previously discussed, maintain the status quo, remotely direct them without altering your stance on my account, unless I instruct otherwise, I stated. Understood. Within the confines of the villa, absolute safety prevailed. One could illuminate the lights, take a shower, or even indulge in karaoke without concern. However, I could comprehend a desire for caution. Yet it should not reach the level of excessive prudence exhibited previously. Such behavior would waste your exquisite features. I smiled. I will endeavor to visit at least every 2 days. If anything arises, message my secondary account, and I will respond without fail. Huajudi nodded. I will replenish the food in the refrigerator. Constantly consuming junk food will undermine your health. Do not disregard your well-being, for I take my possessions seriously. I will ensure there are vegetables, fruits, and meats, including vacuum-packed delicacies that can be consumed in case of power or gas outages. She has rice and flour at home, but they were previously inaccessible due to being trapped in the basement. Even the snacks will be diversified, along with emergency provisions. I have conveyed all necessary instructions. Huajudi remained mostly silent, occasionally responding with a murmur. With a casual wave of my hand, I passed through the wall. Almost immediately, I received a message on my secondary account. How annoying. Perhaps I should turn around and eliminate that woman. Gu Jianchuang was infuriated upon seeing it. If you wanted her dead, you should have acted sooner. Why consult me? I merely smiled, refraining from provoking her. Am I aloof enough? I mused. Yet Gu Jianchuang still tapped my head. If you're reluctant, just return and take her away. There's no need for you to feign intimacy in my presence, she said coldly. After all, having acquired 1 dragon spirit reign, an additional 1 wouldn't make a difference. Balancing a cat with a dog is quite reasonable. Why take her in? I questioned, as I did not fully trust her. This arrangement is currently the best choice. Not only her, but her familial ties also appear somewhat intricate. It is prudent to refrain from entangling ourselves for now and observe from the sidelines. And then what? She inquired. Naturally. If she proves useful, we shall utilize her. If not, we shall dismiss her. Should she pose a threat, we will eliminate her. I stated matter-of-factly. Is it the same for her? Aside from you, it applies to everyone. I irritably remarked that if my parents dared to harbor any ill intentions towards me, I would not spare them, let alone others. Ultimately, they are merely outsiders. Since the age of 10, it has only been you who has accompanied me day and night. Despite the countless unkind words I have uttered to you, you have always smiled them away, never holding them against me, nor have you ever left my side. Not even for a jest of this nature. Am I still unable to discern what truly matters? Why speak such delightful words in such a vile tone? Your words are sweeter than songs, yet who can discern their authenticity? She appeared genuinely joyful, yet feigned otherwise. Of course, it's true. Do you truly hold me in such esteem? Do you trust me so deeply? Nonsense. Who else is there but you? Today, I shall not shy away from my embarrassment. I shall lay everything bare. Yu Jianshuang chuckled softly, her laughter as sincere as that of any ordinary girl. I did not even glance at her, continuing my stride ahead. She pressed closely behind me, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from a film, her arms encircling my neck. And what if one day I were to ask you to die? She inquired earnestly. Then I shall die, I replied. Hee hee. She could only manage to laugh. How infuriating. I had expressed such profoundly moving sentiments. And even if she were a ghost, she ought to respond in some manner, at least with a word of acknowledgement. How awkward this is for me. Even if I pride myself on having developed a resilience akin to being impervious to all, uttering such sentimental words remains a considerable challenge. What is there to laugh about? Does she genuinely wish for my demise? Oh well, if it were truly the case. I would merely feign resistance and question her at that moment. My thoughts drift back to the matter that currently occupies my mind, the clandestine video, the origins of which remain a mystery. An individual, the unknown Hu Jiu Dai, has managed to glean nearly all my secrets from it, a perilous indication. I can see that Hu Jiu Dai possesses extraordinary talents, far surpassing the average. Yet, the world is replete with intelligent individuals. There are many who rival her cleverness, if not exceed it. It is impractical to assume I can encompass them all under my wing. Thus, should this video fall into the hands of an enigmatic intellect beyond my reach, my exposure could become inevitable. Admittedly, I have acquired formidable abilities, and even without Gu Jianshuang's assistance, I can withstand the scrutiny of the spotlight, easily captivating those who gaze upon me. But what then? The exhilaration of being the center of attention, adored by the masses, comes at the cost of becoming a target. While a straightforward attack may be evaded, a hidden strike is far more treacherous. Until I attain a power of decisive magnitude, I must remain discreet, lurking in the shadows, allowing others to bask in the limelight. Hence, I indeed require a diverse array of talents, an eclectic mix of individuals. My declaration to Hu Jiu Dai regarding my aspirations of world domination was mere pretense. To concern myself with such ambitions is trivial, merely a secondary endeavor. My true life's ambition is to secure a place as the foremost individual in Gu Jianshuang's heart. Although I may already occupy that position, it remains a tentative assumption. She professes her affection for me and exhibits genuine fondness. Yet, my understanding of her is woefully insufficient to ascertain the authenticity of her feelings. Therefore, I shall exert every effort to confirm this matter with utmost diligence. One day, I shall truly fathom the depths of her soul, and the barriers and uncertainties that lie between us shall dissipate. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Having accomplished my first life goal, it is time to pursue the second, to find a way to transform her into a human. Initially, this ambition left me at a loss. Yet the emergence of the bizarre has ignited a premonition of opportunity. The strange and wondrous phenomena abound, and among these countless entities, surely there exists one that can help me realize my dreams. Thus, not only must I strive to dominate the world, but I also aim to master all that is bizarre, compelling them to manifest the very things I require. Should they fail to do so, they shall meet their demise. The enigmatic and high-level anomalies mentioned within that infernal magical armor stir an insatiable curiosity within me. To conquer all and achieve my ideals necessitates the augmentation of my strength in all its forms. This is precisely what I am endeavoring to accomplish. Ultimately, of course, I yearn for a warm family life with my beloved and our children. For now, I intend to have 20 offspring with her. She persistently provokes me, playfully insisting on the joys of parenthood, while I remain stoically silent, often the subject of her ridicule. I worry she might not withstand it. My heart swells with boundless ambition, a smile involuntarily gracing my lips. Darling, what has you so cheerful? She inquires with a laugh. A secret. I reply with a mere smile. In the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, within a clandestine underground facility, Mu Yaoxing has engaged in thorough contemplation and preparation, ultimately submitting a request for an audience. The request was swiftly approved. She navigated through numerous checkpoints, each requiring rigorous identity verification, before finally arriving at the entrance of an office with the highest security clearance, guided by the elderly secretary. Reporting to the chief, Lieutenant Deputy Commander Mu Yaoxing of the Special Team's 3rd Squad reports for duty. Mu Yaoxing solemnly saluted and declared with conviction, Please enter, came a voice, aged yet benevolent. As the door swung open, Mu Yaoxing hurriedly tidied her short hair, maintaining a stoic expression as she stepped into the office. Chapter 23, The Mission of Consolidation. Greetings, Chief. Mu Yaoxing saluted once more upon entering. Take a seat. The elderly man, clad in traditional attire, gestured toward a chair. Yes. Mu Yaoxing approached and sat down. However, when she observed the elder personally fetching water for her, she could no longer remain seated, standing up in astonishment. The conditions are not what they once were. The elder remarked. Though aged, his physique remained robust, and he smiled gently. I no longer partake in tea. Pure water suffices. Mu Yaoxing accepted the water bottle with both hands, not yet opening it. At the elder's prompting, she sat down again, her gaze lowered, the bottle rotating between her hands. What is the matter? You create quite a stir against your superiors outside, yet upon seeing me, you fall silent? The elder chuckled lightly. The bottle stilled, and Mu Yaoxing's gaze became resolute. Chief, I am aware of what you wish to convey, the elder interjected slowly. We ought to establish a safe zone, deploy troops to rescue civilians, and even engage in direct combat against the strange forces on a large scale. With the residents evacuated, the use of heavy weaponry within the city would be permissible. We should not continue to cower and allow our citizens to suffer. However, regrettably, I cannot issue such orders. Why? The safety of the citizens outside is currently under severe threat, with the situation growing increasingly dire. It is not merely strange. People are resorting to infighting over food. If the national military were to mobilize collectively, the circumstances would undoubtedly improve, at least not remaining as bleak as they are now. Mu Yaoxing could not help but gaze despondently. They are enduring immense suffering, desperately pleading for someone to rescue them. Yet we, as the armed forces of the nation, have long prided ourselves on our duty to protect the citizens, but we remain aloof when they need us the most. How can we justify this to those who place their trust in us? Commander, please give the order. The elder remained silent for a long time, then asked, Child, what do you know about the strange occurrences? Mu Yaoxing wanted to assert that she possessed extensive knowledge about the anomalies, yet she found herself at a loss for words. The elder smiled gently. It is all right. You are not alone in this. Everyone, from esteemed scientists to 3-year-old children, knows as much about the bizarre as you do. Commander, Mu Yaoxing continued, our limited intelligence on the anomalies stems from our failure to engage with them proactively. If we continue in this manner, we shall never enhance our understanding. The moment we engage in combat with them, this issue shall naturally resolve itself. Engage in combat with them? The elder replied nonchalantly. Does a mantis wage war against a truck? Commander, why must you be so pessimistic? Mu Yaoxing insisted. We possess the second largest military strength in the world, equipped with numerous advanced weapons, even intercontinental ballistic missiles. As long as we evacuate the civilians, we can deploy them. And then what? The elder inquired, like the United States, which boasts the world's most formidable military power. Do you, with your misguided radicalism, believe that boasting of strength is sufficient? You accuse other nations of irresponsibility and inaction, while simultaneously paving the way with tanks and bombarding cities, proudly claiming to tackle the bizarre issues first. Yet, within mere days, not only has your military suffered devastating losses, but you have also provoked a myriad of formidable and frenzied retaliations, leaving much of the nation in ruins and countless innocent civilians dead in the process. Can we, like them, offer an explanation to our citizens? His tone grew colder. Mu Yaoxing felt her face flush with embarrassment, yet she remained defiant. I would rather die in battle than cower like a turtle, she declared, resolved to disregard caution. Then tell me, the elder asked, what benefit does your death bring to the nation and its people? If I can take down even one of those aberrations before I die, that is the benefit. She retorted. Foolishness. The elder exclaimed. Do you truly believe that slaying a few aberrations will diminish the strength of their army? Those lower-tier aberrations are insignificant. The majority of modern military forces can contend with them. The crux lies in the higher-tier aberrations. Even if you unleash 10 times the number of nuclear weapons in the world upon them, you could not harm them. These enemies, nearing the divine, how many can you truly defeat? Even if you manage to kill 1 or 2 of such foes, do you comprehend their numbers? It could be a couple of hundred, perhaps a couple of 100 billion, or even a couple of 100 trillion. How many can you eradicate entirely? Answer me. Mu Yaoxing remained silent, offering no response. Lieutenant, have you thoroughly analyzed the current situation? The elder inquired. My analysis is based on factual evidence, rather than your fanciful imaginings. The current state of affairs is such that nations are powerless against the peculiarities at play. Their strengths lie dormant, allowing citizens to fend for themselves. Mu Yaoxing interjected. I concede that this is indeed the case. But do you think we adopted this approach merely for the sake of survival? Is it truly just us, the powerful and influential, seeking to cling to life? Is it not so? Mu Yaoxing retorted coolly. The elder regarded her with a hint of surprise, not in anger, but rather with a smile. Child, you possess a remarkable audacity, yet it is a pity you do not engage your intellect. Such boldness, without discernment, is merely a catalyst for your own demise. I am aware that many share your perspective across the globe. This matter, which should remain a closely guarded secret for someone of your standing, I shall divulge to you, both to quell your restlessness and to spare my weary bones from further distress. At this revelation, Mu Yaoxing was taken aback and immediately straightened in her seat. The current state of the world reflects an unsettling accord we have reached with the uncanny. This uncanny refers to those formidable entities that our existing human might cannot hope to conquer. Some of these beings could single-handedly obliterate an entire continent within a day, perhaps even more swiftly and effortlessly than one might dare to imagine. The mere thought of such monsters is beyond my comprehension. The elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke softly. If we were to truly provoke these creatures, this underground base, situated 200 meters below the surface, could be crushed and torn apart in the blink of an eye, as easily as one crumples a paper boat. Yet, for reasons unknown, they seem disinclined to act in their usual state. Otherwise, there would be no need for discussions about the future if they were to unleash their full power. The world would be utterly annihilated within an hour, leaving not a single cell to survive, and our disputes would be rendered moot. Upon hearing this, Mu Yaoxing's expression turned grave. Are they truly that terrifying? She asked, her voice trembling without her even realizing it. I fear the reality may be even more dreadful. The elder replied slowly. Is there truly no hope for humanity? Mu Yaoxing asked with a bitter smile. If we speak of hope, then certainly there is. The elder said with a faint smile. Mu Yaoxing gazed at him eagerly. The leaders of various nations, from the very onset of the uncanny's arrival, anticipated that humanity would discover a means to acquire superhuman abilities. As individuals like yourselves, those endowed with innate powers, had emerged long ago, the elder stated calmly. Mu Yaoxing was taken aback. You anticipated this all along? Otherwise, one can only resign oneself to the hopeless reality of humanity, languishing in despair. The choice is not difficult to contemplate. The old man couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yaoxing found her mood inexplicably lightened. That entity, which we now refer to as the eerie core, is indeed an apt designation, melodious and memorable. These two concise characters encapsulate a wealth of information. The elder suggested that we adopt this nomenclature moving forward, hoping for a consensus among nations. Is it truly the case that possessing the eerie core guarantees victory over such formidable anomalies? Mu Yaoxing shook her head, asserting that the supernatural abilities circulating online are rather feeble. None can rival the prowess of any member of our specialized team. So, does that mean the individual in that video pales in comparison to you? The elder inquired with a gentle smile. That video? Mu Yaoxing paused, momentarily bewildered. Was that humanoid creature not an anomaly? It is human, the elder affirmed. What evidence supports this claim? Mu Yaoxing asked urgently. None, the elder admitted candidly. The information available is simply too scant, and the identification department has been overwhelmed and rendered powerless. How can you be so certain it is human? Mu Yaoxing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Whether we label it as human or an anomaly, in truth, we possess no evidence. It is merely a wishful conjecture, a belief held in good faith. Personally, I tend to lean towards the notion that it is human. The elder paused, adding that, for contemporary humanity, evidence has become less significant than it once was. Mu Yaoxing nodded thoughtfully. However, even if he is human, there is no evidence to prove that his power derives from the strange core, nor is there any proof that he can overcome the peculiarities you mentioned. Look at yourself. Have you already forgotten what you just said? The old man replied with a sense of helplessness. The existence of evidence is not what truly matters. What is important is whether you are willing to believe. If you believe, there is hope. If you do not, there is none. This simple truth seems to elude you. Perhaps I understand. Yet perhaps I do not, Mu Yaoxing mused. All you need to remember is that our current course of action must be cautious yet bold in our hypotheses. We should strive to envision possibilities that uplift our spirits. And we must maintain optimism, for it is essential. Otherwise, we risk being crushed and driven to madness by despair. Now I see, Mu Yaoxing exclaimed. It's about understanding the art of self-comfort, right? Even if the reality diverges somewhat from the ideal, we must think positively. The old man nodded. Yes, that is a fair interpretation. You, dear Mu, must seek a partner who is both commanding and astute, someone who can bring you into submission, otherwise. Given your personality and intellect, you are bound to encounter significant troubles in the future. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Mu Yaoxing asked, feeling a bit shy. I haven't even considered looking for a partner, and besides, with everything going on, who has time for that? The more urgent the situation becomes, the more one must seize the moment and grasp opportunities. Otherwise, time may slip away irretrievably. Whether or not one chooses to seek is a personal matter. It suffices to remember my words. As one ages, verbosity often ensues. I ask for your understanding. The elder continued, stating that the overarching strategy now is to concentrate strength and resources to unearth such talents, to cultivate them into formidable forces, and to assemble a powerful army capable of truly contending against any anomalies. This is what we ought to pursue, and indeed our sole path forward. However, regarding the civilians, Mu Yaoxing furrowed her brow slightly. They must fend for themselves. It is a harsh reality, yet one we must face. Sacrifices must be made. The elder's expression remained impassive, for this pertains to the survival of our nation and the world. If we fail to conquer these anomalies, even if we pay a heavy price to rescue them, it would merely be a temporary reprieve. They would still meet their demise, simply extending their lives for a brief while, akin to quenching thirst with poison. Mu Yaoxing recognized the truth in the elder's words, yet she found herself in disagreement. Though compliance was her only recourse. Do you not yearn to make a mark, to avoid squandering time here? The elder suddenly inquired. Mu Yaoxing, stirred with excitement, rose to her feet. Indeed. The elder then stated, I shall entrust you with a mission. Concurrently, similar tasks are being undertaken across the nation. It is imperative that we execute this well. The essence of the mission is precisely what I have just conveyed to you, to discover those with extraordinary abilities, to gather them, and to enlist their service for our country. Mu Yaoxing was taken aback. While she could comprehend the notion of recruiting individuals with extraordinary abilities to serve the nation, she found it perplexing to resort to deliberate enticement. Is it not their duty to serve their country? For some, perhaps yes. For others, not necessarily. If they do not serve their country, what purpose could they possibly serve? Could it be to serve other nations? Mu Yaoxing questioned. Does that not equate to being a traitor or a lackey? One must never entertain such thoughts when engaging with them. The elder admonished sternly. For such an attitude would only drive the very individuals we could potentially win over into the arms of foreign powers. The consequences are dire. Mu Yaoxing remained unconvinced, questioning whether they would not fear being scorned for their actions. What good is scorn to them? The elder replied, they are individuals with extraordinary abilities. Who would dare to scorn them? If you believe that they, as citizens of our nation, must unwaveringly pledge their loyalty, you are gravely mistaken. A wise bird selects a suitable tree to roost upon. If another nation offers greater rewards, they will naturally gravitate towards it. Your vitriol aimed at them will not only be futile but will also exacerbate their resentment, ultimately detrimental to our own nation. Mu Yaoxing furrowed her brow in agreement. Yet she could not help but disdain those who were solely driven by profit, those who would adhere to the whims of whoever offers them the most. You must remember, unless absolutely necessary, never to sever ties with them. It is imperative to appeal to reason and emotion, while also promising sufficient benefits. The elder stated, I do not care what you may think internally, but your actions must be appropriate. If you allow your emotions to dictate your conduct and offend them in a moment of impulse, you will indiscriminately create enemies for our nation, complicating our country's situation further. You must clearly understand the stakes involved. I comprehend, Mu Yaoxing solemnly replied. I will restrain myself. Let us hope you truly understand, the elder remarked meaningfully. May I inquire where I am to carry out the mission? Hongjiang City. Hongjiang City? Is that the location of the video shoot? Mu Yaoxing inquired, astonished. The elder nodded. That enigmatic individual is the most powerful, extraordinary being we currently know of, and naturally, he is the one we should endeavor to win over. Moreover, I possess a strong intuition that he may harbor even more mysterious powers, perhaps even serving as the key to resolving the bizarre occurrences. There certainly exists such a possibility. Does it not? Mu Yaoxing asserted. The elder was somewhat taken aback, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In that case, I shall do everything in my power to win him over, regardless of the conditions he may impose or the tasks he may require of me, Mu Yaoxing declared earnestly. Hongjiang City is not far from here, but the journey is fraught with danger. You must exercise utmost caution. The elder waved his hand. Your superiors will inform you of the specifics regarding the execution of your mission. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Nothing further. Very well. Farewell, Chief. I wish you swift success, and I await your good news. Mu Yaoxing exited the office, enveloped in uncertainty about the future. Yet within her surged a fierce flame that imbued her with an invigorating strength. As for the target of her mission, what sort of person could that individual be? She pondered this thought, though she preferred not to dwell on it. If he dared to refuse, she would administer a sound beating until he acquiesced. She relished a straightforward and forceful approach, shunning convoluted complexities. Chapter 24. Lu Ruyan, I want to go too. I want to go. Yang Zifeng glared at me, his lips pouting. How many times must I reiterate that I cannot make this decision? If you must lay blame, direct it at your brother for failing to include your name. I glanced at Yang Ziwei. Hey! Yang Ziwei exclaimed with wide eyes. She isn't even a student from our class, nor from our school. How could I possibly write her name? How can you say such a thing? I frowned. Zifeng would be joining our school in 3 months. What difference would it make to add her name? It is merely a reflection of your lack of consideration for her. You. Yang Ziwei stammered, unable to articulate a response for quite some time. What is his issue? Is he wrong? Zifeng retorted, how could you be my brother? He redirected his frustration. You should tell them to include me too. After all, they are all fawning over you, the extraordinary ability wielder. Do you think they would dare to disobey you? But the list has already been submitted, and Hu Kunyang is not the one in charge. Only Huajudi has the final say, Yang Ziwei replied. And I do not even know that person. What of this Huajudi? You are an extraordinary ability wielder. You just say that if you don't take me, you won't go. She would have no choice but to agree, Yang Zifeng scoffed. But what if I don't go to Lu Ruoyan? I'm nearly exasperated by you. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zifeng rolled her eyes and sought me out again. Her expression filled with urgency. Brother Chung, you must help persuade him. With your brother being such a blockhead, how much effort will it take to convince him? I lamented. It's already too late. If we don't leave now, we will be late. Hey, Lin Tingxing, are you doing this on purpose? Yang Zifeng's demeanor shifted instantly. All right. Calm down, I said, gently ruffling Yang Zifeng's hair, which was on the verge of exploding. Now is not the right time for you to go. The situation over there is uncertain and could be perilous. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Just imagine how guilty I would feel if you were hurt. Even if it were just a minor injury. Yang Zifeng fell silent, her voice becoming delicate. But I really want to go. Let us establish a foothold there first, and then I will bring you over, I smiled. You stay at home and keep your parents company, and be good. If I find out you haven't been obedient, I will spank you when I return. Yang Zifeng twisted and turned, knowing I would easily placate her. Finally, we managed to extricate ourselves. Yang Zifeng, Long Lingyu, and I stepped out together. Our destination was the Konghong building in the city center. The property of the Hua family and the headquarters of the bizarre hunting team they had assembled. However, we did not head there directly. Instead, we proceeded in the opposite direction because Yang Zifeng insisted on picking up Lu Ruoyan. I merely expressed a symbolic opposition. For the reason he eagerly sought to join the hunting team was to ameliorate Lu Ruoyan's circumstances and to create opportunities for interaction with her. Opposition was utterly futile. This fellow may appear foolish, yet he possesses a degree of shrewdness. His desire is to showcase his prowess before Lu Ruoyan, to shine brilliantly, and subsequently win the heart of the fair maiden, an inclination as old as humanity itself. However, I hold little faith in his endeavors. Mere physical strength is insufficient. Possessing a robust heart is paramount. Yang Ziwei's rank is regrettably low. Regardless of his formidable abilities, he will merely be toying with Lu Ruoyan, for his heart pales in comparison to hers, rendering him incapable of standing against her. Regarding his role as the ultimate sycophant, my heart aches. Yet I only offer gentle persuasion. Upon witnessing his unwavering resolve, I chose silence, never having clashed with him over this matter. How to put it? It is unnecessary. Even among brothers, there are matters that ought not to be meddled with. You may think you are acting in his best interest, wishing to shield him from becoming a laughingstock, yet when one wishes to play the fool, the other can only endure, if he finds joy in his folly. What recourse do you have? Even if you meticulously dissect the situation for him, he would merely retort, she is not at all the person you perceive. She is genuinely kind. I am neither a fool nor a sycophant, but a man of deep affection, even if your assertions hold truth. He would refuse to heed your counsel. Should you continue, it would result in a rift between good friends. Such matters can only be resolved when he, one day, experiences a profound awakening. There exists no other solution. Observing his exuberance and indomitable spirit, I am acutely aware that this day remains a distant prospect. Nevertheless, I remain indifferent. All I can do is extend a helping hand when he is on the verge of being overwhelmed, ensuring that Uncle Yang and Aunt Chio do not endure the sorrow of burying their own child. Lu Ruyin resides in a dilapidated old house, not of the affluent local elite, but rather from a family of modest means, with a younger brother named Lu Yaozu. This Lu Yaozu is a classmate of Yang Zifeng, and despite their sibling bond, he is a stark contrast to Lu Ruyin in terms of appearance: short, stout, with dark skin and a face riddled with acne. He embodies the epitome of an awkward and unattractive young man. He has been on the receiving end of Yang Zifeng as unrelenting physical confrontations on several occasions. Though his allowance is meager, Lu Yaozu enjoys a surprisingly comfortable lifestyle, primarily due to his connections with many of his sister's admirers, who believe that winning over Lu Ruyin necessitates first winning her family. Thus, they shower Lu Yaozu with flattery and gifts in hopes of earning a kind word from him. Alas, it is all in vain. The very name suggests a family that favors sons over daughters, while Lu Ruyin is restrained by her parents' authority from openly confronting Lu Yaozu. Her disdain for her brother is palpable to anyone with discerning eyes, save for those sycophants. Though Lu Ruyin never dissuades the admirers from showering her brother with attention, indeed, she finds a certain pleasure in it, as it reflects her own allure and charm. The sight of her brother, who reaps the benefits without an ounce of gratitude, deeply irks her. Consequently, she harbors an aversion to the names of those her brother incessantly mentions. Such sycophants mistakenly believe they are covering all bases, yet they fail to please anyone, exerting themselves only to be met with disdain. Had it not been for a certain sycophant fervently extolling Lu Yaozu, I would not have acquired such extensive knowledge. Along the journey, I encountered numerous peculiarities, all of which I deftly resolved. Yang Ziwei and his companions were eager to assist. However, their unfamiliarity with supernatural abilities and their limited combat experience would only serve to impede our progress, thus I declined their offer. Longlingyu remained silent, her demeanor submissive and demure. In contrast, Yang Ziwei appeared somewhat displeased, mumbling to himself for quite some time before finally quieting down. Among the encountered anomalies, for were of the second tier, all swiftly dispatched. Not a single entity of tier 3 or higher was present. Upon reaching our destination, every corridor of the dilapidated building was secured with locks. Any forced entry would only bring misfortune to the residents, and I had no desire to cause undue suffering. Yang Ziwei possessed the ability to scale walls like a gecko, while I opted to carry Longlingyu as I soared upward. Upon arriving at Lu Ruoyan's doorstep, Yang Ziwei eagerly approached and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" The voice from within sounded feeble, as if its owner had not eaten adequately in days. "Ruoyan, it's me," Yang Ziwei exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After a considerable wait, the door finally creaked open, revealing Lu Yaozu. This fellow's waistline had not diminished in the slightest, and his lackluster spirit was evidently a result of sleepless nights spent gaming. Reluctantly, he opened the door only to return to his game, casting a quick, scrutinizing glance at Longlingyu. Truly, the reputation was well-deserved. I suppressed the urge to hurl him from the 5th floor and instead observed Yang Ziwei's negotiation. "Hey, Yang Ziwei, did you bring any food?" Lu Yaozu inquired, his gaze fixed on the screen, his voice robust. "Of course, I did," Yang Ziwei replied, unzipping his backpack to reveal it brimming with provisions. "Is this meager amount sufficient?" Lu Yaozu expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "There is no food left in our home. How long can this meager amount sustain me? Do you wish to let me starve?" Yang Ziwei hurriedly interjected, "There will be more food brought to you, but first, allow us to enter. I need to find your sister." "Absolutely not. You must bring enough food before you can enter. Are you not an ability user? This should be effortless for you. At the very least, you ought to bring several hundred pounds, including meat and chocolate." "Brother Yang, call Lu Ruoyan directly," I suggested. Upon hearing me address him as Brother Yang, Yang Ziwei recognized my irritation and quickly retrieved his phone. Who are you?" Lu Yaozu stammered, witnessing me gently bend the corner of his door. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he wisely swallowed his curse. I, in turn, kindly straightened the door back. "I am a classmate of your sister. But unlike the others you know," I replied gently, "the detour to this place has already caused me considerable displeasure. Should you dare to waste my time further, I will ensure you become sustenance for the peculiar." Are you also an ability user?" Lu Yaozu's expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty. ultimately leading him to retreat obediently inside. His considerable bulk obstructed the entrance, preventing our entry. Inside, at the dining table, a pair of gaunt middle-aged individuals were consuming soda crackers with tepid water, too hesitant to fully indulge. Nearby lay a half-eaten jam sandwich and a few chocolate pies, which they only glanced at occasionally. Upon our entrance, they appeared astonished, though their expressions remained subdued, and they uttered not a word. Long-term exposure to hunger renders one in such a state of lethargy, teetering on the brink of existence. Yang Ziwei cast his backpack onto the table, and the vibrant array of food packaging finally invigorated them. Remember to leave all the delicious ones for me. You can only have a taste of the less palatable. Lu Yaozu hastily interjected, his concern prompting him to take charge of the distribution. While they busied themselves, Yang Ziwei managed to inquire about the whereabouts of Lu Ruyan's room. And without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly made his way to the front door. I stood outside, clearly hearing the sounds of someone packing within. It must have been the food that Lu Ruyan had secretly stashed away. Truly, she was resourceful. Indeed, upon opening the door, although Lu Ruyan appeared somewhat unwell, her condition was still infinitely better than that of her parents, who seemed to be teetering on the brink of despair. Had she not concealed her provisions, she might very well be in the same dire state as her parents. Why did you arrive only now? Lu Ruyan frowned, her commanding presence instantly palpable. The journey was rather peculiar and troublesome to navigate. Yang Ziwei muttered, his head bowed. In truth, his arrival was not overly delayed. Yet she seemed to deliberately emphasize it. Should he dare to retort, she would seize the opportunity to maintain her upper hand. A tactic often employed by many contemporary nefarious individuals. TSK, you have an abundance of excuses, Lu Ruyan remarked impatiently, upon noticing that both I and Long Lingyu were present. Her frown deepened. Lin Tingxing I can understand, but why did you bring that woman along? No wonder you arrived so late. How could you not be delayed with these two burdens in tow? Yang Ziwei's face flushed crimson, casting a fleeting, guilty glance in our direction. Please step aside. I instructed Yang Ziwei. Huh? You won't. You are Lu Yuzu, correct? I raised my voice. Upon realizing that I possess extraordinary abilities, Lu Yuzu hurried over, not daring to be negligent. Elder brother, do you have any instructions? He inquired with a certain eagerness. Didn't you mention that your household has run out of provisions? Indeed, we have none. If it weren't for your visit, I would be left to starve as well, Lu Yaozu murmured softly. Why don't you ask your sister for some? I questioned, perplexed. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. Her? Lu Yuzu glanced at Lu Ruyan, his demeanor changing gradually. Do not pay heed to his nonsense. What does he know? There is no food here. Lu Ruyan protested, attempting to sow discord. Underneath the bed. In the innermost shoe box, I replied nonchalantly. Lu Yaozu, with a sullen expression, forcefully pushed past Lu Ruyan, whose stout form struggled to maneuver. Yet she could not prevent him from retrieving the shoe box with a broom. Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale. With the shoe box now open, Lu Yuzu bellowed in a voice akin to a duck's quack. Father? Mother? Lu Ruyan has hoarded food for herself. Hearing the commotion, Lu father and Lu mother sprang into action. I, accompanied by Long Lingyu, withdrew to the side, while Yang Ziwei, sensing their aggressive demeanor, hastily urged caution. But they paid no heed. Step aside. This matter does not concern you. Lu mother retorted without hesitation. Lu father, more direct, barged in without a word and delivered a resounding slap to Lu Ruyan's face. Having just replenished his energy, the force behind this slap was considerable. You heartless, ungrateful wretch. Your father and I are on the brink of starvation, and yet you hoard such a bounty for yourself? The matriarch of the Lu family stormed in, delivering a sharp slap and seizing Lu Ruyan by her hair, berating her with harsh words. Lu Fu, too, did not hold back, hurling a barrage of vile insults that made even me feel a sense of embarrassment. Lu Yaozu merely observed from the sidelines, reveling in the misfortune of his sister. In a fit of desperation, Lu Ruyan cried out, How can I hide? If I don't, I will starve. You give him everything, allowing him to indulge, while you disregard my very existence. I refuse to believe this. Her words only served to fan the flames of their outrage. How dare you speak such treachery to your own parents, who nurtured you, provided for your every need? Had I known you would grow to be so ungrateful, I would have discarded you in a refuse bin. Lu Fu retorted vehemently. Lu Yaozu, the sole heir of the Lu lineage, destined to carry on the family legacy, could not be allowed to suffer hunger. Your father and I have made sacrifices for him, and yet you, as the elder sister, show no compassion for your brother. What good are you? Raising you is no better than raising a dog. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Fu kicked Lu Ruyan's leg, but given his weakened state, he nearly lost his balance instead. His anger surged, prompting him to strike and berate her once more. Lu Ruyan, pushed to her limits, screamed in anguish, "Kill them! Kill all three of them! Yang Ziwei, if you kill them, I will be your girlfriend. I will even go to bed with you. Do as you wish. What are you waiting for? Act. Kill." Yang Ziwei hesitated, torn. He was enamored with Lu Ruyan, not her family. Yet he witnessed their treatment of her. Whom would he choose to aid? I stifled a yawn. If I delayed any further, she would surely meet her demise. This compelled Yang Ziwei to muster his resolve and step forward, effortlessly tossing the couple aside as if they were mere chicks. "Why you dare to lay hands on us?" The couple exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Yaozu immediately knelt before me, pleading, Brother, I beseech you, for the sake of my retribution on your behalf, spare me. Just eliminate them. I have not wronged you. I beg you, show me mercy." This rotund fellow, despite his myriad shortcomings, possessed a quick wit and an astute awareness of the situation. Alas, such individuals are the very ones I abhor. I approached and kicked open the window, casting a glance at Yang Ziwei. At that moment, the couple's panic became palpable, and their pleas for mercy intensified. Yet, they remained airborne. Regrettably, I could not cast Lu Ruyan out as well. Otherwise, they might reunite in the depths of hell. However, that was not an option. Chapter 25, The Goddess's Clever Strategy. The sound of 3 heavy objects hitting the ground made Yang Ziwei shudder thrice, and he cautiously leaned his head out the window, unable to suppress a wave of nausea. "I have killed. Orange, I have killed," he shouted. "Stay calm, if you wish to survive. There will be more opportunities for killing in the future." I instructed Gu Jianchuang to bring me a bottle of sports drink, which seemed to materialize in my hand from thin air in their eyes. Strangely, Lu Ruyan's reaction was the most subdued. This woman is truly resolute. Despite the tragic loss of her parents and brother, all occurring under her directive, she displayed no signs of panic. The only hint of despondency she exhibited appeared to be feigned. "Lu Ruyan, one must always adhere to their promises. Do you understand?" I remarked that he had already resolved all the issues you needed addressed. "Should you not also agree to be his girlfriend and take care of what needs to be done? Worry not. Longling you, and I shall not disturb you. We will wait downstairs." Lu Ruyan cast a venomous glare in my direction, but it lasted only a fleeting moment before she reined in her emotions, adopting a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, Yang Ziwei, momentarily forgetting his own discomfort, took a large gulp of his drink, gargled furiously, and then swallowed with great difficulty. He was filled with anticipation yet a hint of shyness, gazing earnestly at Lu Ruyan. "I am sorry, Ziwei, but I am not in the right frame of mind at the moment," Lu Ruyan replied, her demeanor somber. "Even though they tormented me, they remain my closest kin by blood. While I understand you killed them to save me, it is simply beyond my capacity to be with someone who has taken the lives of my family so soon. I require time to adjust my mindset." Tears welled in her eyes. "If you insist on my immediate compliance with your promise, I find myself powerless to resist. Yet I fear I can only be your girlfriend for a very brief period. Once this matter is resolved, I shall take my own life. Observe, what constitutes a true master?" Indeed, Yang Ziwei immediately panicked. "It's perfectly fine. I can grant you time. I won't pressure you. Whenever you come to terms with it, you can agree then." "Haha, I am not in a hurry. Ziwei, you are truly wonderful." Lu Ruyan stepped forward, rose on her toes, and gently placed a kiss on his cheek, her face flushed with embarrassment, as if she were preemptively rewarding him. "Please do not overthink it." Yang Ziwei stood there, dumbfounded, covering the spot where he had been kissed, breathing heavily, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I am quite certain that even if Lu Ruyan asked him to jump from the 5th floor right now, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. I had almost grown accustomed to such antics, yet this fellow cast a triumphant glance in my direction. The meaning was abundantly clear. "Look, you once spoke ill of her. She is undeniably a good girl, and soon she will be my girlfriend. Just wallow in your envy and resentment." I merely smiled, eagerly anticipating the day when he would be discarded like a used rag after being drained of his value by this woman, allowing him to finally recognize her true nature. Then Lu Ruyan turned her gaze towards me, then to Long Lingyu, and quietly inquired of Yang Ziwei, "Is Lin Tingxing also an ability user? Could it be that even Long Lingyu?" Yang Ziwei, at least retaining some semblance of rationality, refrained from speaking out of turn, merely gazing at me with anticipation, hoping that I would voluntarily answer his prospective girlfriend's question to spare her disappointment. I simply smiled. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically. She could no longer remain seated and urgently asked, "Where did you acquire so many strange cores? Are there any left? And if there are?" I replied, "You are not one of us. When you officially become his girlfriend, I shall gift you one." "Really?" Yang Ziwei appeared more excited than anyone else. Of course, it was a fabrication. How could one not perceive the profound regret and turmoil in the woman's eyes? Surely she must be lamenting her earlier pretense. Merely for the sake of a superficial title bestowed by a female friend, she had numerous opportunities to safeguard herself, ultimately gaining the coveted admiration that everyone dreams of, an assured profit, it seemed. Yet, if she were to retract her words now, even the fool Yang Ziwei would discern the underlying motives, casting doubt upon her intentions. Thus, Lu Ruyan merely forced a smile at me, affirming, "Well, it's settled then. Personally, I take no pride in honoring promises. Once agreed upon, it is as good as done." I nodded in agreement, smiling. Normally, this would enable us to head directly to the Kahong building, but Lu Ruyan insisted on rescuing another individual to bring along Hu Kunyang. Lu Ruyan dismisses all her admirers and ordinary boys like myself, growing increasingly aloof to those who flatter her. However, her demeanor shifts notably towards Hu Kunyang and a select few male icons at school, particularly him. Rumors have long circulated that the two are indeed involved. Yet both have vehemently denied such claims, even denouncing these tales with heartfelt intensity. This has left both male and female admirers in anguish, fervently combating the spread of such rumors. The male admirers, in particular, are numerous and often transform into fiercely protective, aggressive advocates. Should one dare to suggest the nature of Lu Ruyan's relationship with Hu Kunyang in their presence, they might very well resort to extreme measures. With the world's most formidable spy, Gu Jianchuang, at my disposal, I am, of course, privy to certain undisclosed truths. In a broad sense, these two individuals are currently devoid of any romantic entanglement. Rather, they exist in a relationship of mutual exploitation, jointly occupying a position of dominance within their class, employing the strategy of rallying the masses against the minority. To elaborate further, Hu Kunyang is under the impression that his allure has captivated Lu Ruyan, leading him to believe she will inevitably succumb to his charms, while in reality, Lu Ruyan harbors no interest in him whatsoever. This woman is an absolute realist. She aligns herself with those who prove useful, never allowing her heart to be swayed or engaging in foolish sacrifices for the sake of love. Thus, it is a case of two formidable forces standing parallel, albeit Lu Ruyan holds the upper hand. Hu Kunyang enjoys considerable prestige not only within our class but throughout the entire school. His acquaintance with Wajudi allows him to facilitate negotiations with the Hua family, thereby securing greater advantages for us. Therefore, it is imperative that he remains unharmed. My intentions are devoid of any personal motives. Jiwei, we must prioritize the greater good. Yang Jiwei turned his gaze toward me. Lu Ruyan observed silently, yet made no comment. "Very well," I replied, "but Lu Ruyan, you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Lu Ruyan inquired, her voice quivering slightly. She appeared to harbor a deep-seated animosity toward me, tempered by a hint of trepidation, a state that I found quite satisfying. The fact that Yang Jiwei is an ability user has now become common knowledge. Yet only you are privy to the fact that both Long Lingyu and I possess such abilities. I continued. We shall maintain a low profile and refrain from showcasing our powers to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Thus, I hope you can safeguard our secret. Of course, I will. Lu Ruyan replied with a smile. Since you have stated it thus, I shall comply. I am immensely grateful and amused. However, if our abilities as extraordinary individuals were to be revealed, I would tacitly accept your assertion. What transpires thereafter, I cannot guarantee. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted dramatically as she cast a glance at Yang Ziwei, who averted his gaze. Her demeanor fluctuated between light and dark until she ultimately forced a smile for me. I understand now, Lin Go. You may continue to address me by my name. I scratched my head, noting that her sudden use of brother might raise suspicions among others. They would wonder how the illustrious Lu goddess would seek favor from a nameless individual such as myself. Surely, it would only lead to trouble for both of us. I will remember, Lu Ruyan nodded, and I sincerely hoped she truly would. Chapter 26. Tangbingi, the residence of Hu Kunyang, was situated within an upscale apartment complex in the city. Perhaps being a goddess merely requires beauty, but to be a god requires not only good looks but also a measure of strength. The peculiarities surrounding the apartment were unsettling, rendering Lu Ruyan pale as she clung tightly to Yang Ziwei. I'll bring Long Lingyu over. You all stay hidden here, I suggested. That won't do. Lu Ruyan quickly protested. It's safer if we act together, right? Yang Weiko, what do you think? I inquired with a smile. I understand, Jingzi. You all go quickly and return swiftly. I will ensure Ruyan's safety, Yang Ziwei replied decisively. Lu Ruyan regarded him with a peculiar look, her face etched with despair. We should go together, I insisted. For without her presence to lend credibility, Hu Kunyang would likely deny us entry. The entrance to such an apartment cannot be opened without the homeowner's consent. Lu Ruyan let out a relieved smile. Upon meeting, Hu Kunyang appeared somewhat taken aback by our presence. He was fully armed, still clad in much of his protective gear. What is this? A Japanese samurai sword? Or is it the genuine article? I casually picked up the long blade resting beside him. Though it was not sharpened and merely a piece of craftsmanship, it could still inflict harm. So one must exercise caution. Hu Kunyang, however, was quite generous. It seemed he had numerous questions he wished to pose. Yet I ultimately turned my gaze back to Lu Ruyan, who merely shook her head slightly. Having observed the silent exchange between them, I directly inquired, Hu Kunyang. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. We are all classmates. There is no need for such concealment. Did you four really walk all the way here? Hu Kunyang's smile appeared somewhat strained. Although Yang Ziwei is an ability user, can he truly protect you all so effortlessly? It seems as if you strolled over to my place. Do you still doubt his strength? Come, Yang Zi Crocodile, would you kindly sharpen this blade? I tossed the samurai sword to Yang Ziwei. After examining it, he pinched the tip of the blade between his thumb and forefinger and, with a swift motion, managed to hone it to an extraordinary sharpness. However, midway through, he exerted too much force and inadvertently broke the sword. I apologize. I accidentally damaged it. How much is it? I will compensate you, Yang Ziwei remarked, genuinely intending to pay. It's nothing to worry about. It's not valuable. Hu Kunyang stammered, nearly collapsing to his knees in disbelief. Is this the true power of an ability user? There is no need for such envy. Soon everyone will become extraordinary beings, provided they can acquire the enigmatic core. Yang Ziwei laughed heartily. Indeed, if only I could. Hu Kunyang sighed wistfully. He then glanced at Lu Ruyan, who promptly averted her gaze, disregarding him. Now that the person has been contacted, shall we proceed to the Konghong building? I inquired of Lu Ruyan. She nodded vigorously in affirmation. I turned my attention back to Hu Kunyang. And you? Surely you do not have someone you wish to rescue as well? In truth, I have a friend residing in that very apartment. She is also from our school and has signed up for the enigmatic hunt. Might it be possible for her to join us? Hu Kunyang smiled. Perhaps she has already departed? I suggested. No, I just reached out to her. She initially intended to accompany a friend, but it seems her companion encountered an unforeseen mishap and altered their route. Could it be Tang Bingi, the literary and athletic goddess? I remarked. How did you know? Hu Kunyang asked in astonishment. What kind of friend would risk the danger of being hunted by the bazaar to fetch her? Such individuals are not friends. They are merely her sycophants, I replied. Your friend is not one of us. Although she is the school belle, we already bear enough burdens and wish to avoid unnecessary complications. Alternatively, you may choose to remain behind and allow her to join us. Lin Tingcheng. You truly have a knack for humor. Hu Kunyang seemed unfazed. Since our concerns trouble you so, let us depart. However, please allow me to leave provisions for her at home. She likely cannot venture to the Konghong building alone. You may do as you wish, I shrugged. After politely expressing his gratitude, Hu Kunyang began to organize the food he intended to give away. Indeed, his household supplies were quite abundant, enough to sustain them for an entire month with careful rationing. Dear, there's something unusual, Gu Jinshuang interjected at that moment. I remained composed, merely awaiting her elaboration. There is another ability user residing in this apartment, on the 23rd floor, and she is a woman, she disclosed. A flicker of curiosity ignited within me. Hu Kunyang, do you know the occupant of the 23rd floor? That would be Tang Bingi's family, correct? He replied. You were aware of this? I inquired further. Is Tang Bingi an ability user? I had no idea, I admitted. However, I must pay her a visit now. Please bring them over later. Upon hearing my intent, Longling Yu immediately wished to accompany me, yet I halted her. She appeared somewhat displeased, though she did not voice it. Orange, what are you planning? Didn't we agree to ignore her? Yang Ziwei questioned. Do not pry too much, I retorted before stepping into the elevator. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, I effortlessly traversed the wall into the apartment. A beautiful young girl clad in athletic wear was pacing the living room with her phone in hand. Upon noticing my presence, she froze for a few seconds before unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Tang Bingi? I addressed her coldly. Why, you know me? Tang Bingi stammered. How did you get in? Are you a human or a ghost? I chose not to respond to her inquiry, instead asking, are you an ability user? Me? An ability user? Tang Bingyi seemed bewildered. How would I know? You're not far from the truth, I replied. I was merely inquiring. I did not disclose my own identity. I am too lazy to ask further and will directly initiate the assessment of extraordinary abilities. Tang Bingyi, an awakenable individual, is set to awaken her powers in 3 days, the nature of which remains unknown. An awakenable individual? The awakening of extraordinary powers? Does this imply that one can acquire abilities without ingesting the eerie core? How intriguing. Although the specifics of her awakening remain undisclosed, it is evident that such individuals with the capacity for voluntary awakening are rare treasures worth observing. Tang Bingyi, there is no need to reach out to your sycophants any longer. They are preoccupied with their own affairs. I must say, there is only one path before you now, to become my subordinate. I assure you of your safety and sustenance. You want me to be your woman? Tang Bingyi exclaimed, her face a mask of terror. But we have only just met. I merely suggested you serve as my subordinate, not as my woman. Let me rephrase that. Join my ranks. Absolutely not. Tang Bingyi resolutely refused, bewildered. Why should I serve you? Are you implying that if I comply, you will provide me protection and food? Yet, at the Kanhong building, there is no shortage of safety or sustenance. It is regrettable that you possess a human intellect. I shook my head in dismay. First, do you genuinely believe that the Kanhong building is a bastion of safety and that food will be abundantly provided for all? They do not send you there for your comfort and leisure. Rather, it is to compel you to risk your life in pursuit of eerie course. How long do you think you would survive there? You would either be devoured by the bizarre or become a plaything for the powerful there. Do you truly think that is preferable to serving as my subordinate? Tang Bingyi wavered momentarily but ultimately shook her head vehemently. I continued. Even if that place is a paradise on earth, should you refuse to heed my words, you shall never reach it. Death is your only fate. My voice grew increasingly frigid. With a mere gesture, Tang Bingyi was lifted into the air, her frantic struggles and terrified screams proving futile against my grasp. Gazing upon her beautiful face, adorned with tears of fear, I found myself unexpectedly reveling in this sadistic pleasure, until my wife pinched my ear. Chapter 27. Subduing Tang Bingyi, please. No. Brother, spare me. I shall never defy you again. Just let me down. Suspended from the ceiling, Tang Bingyi quickly shifted her demeanor, pleading desperately for mercy. For heaven's sake, if you must beg, at least do so with sincerity. Your lackluster appeal makes it exceedingly difficult for me to grant you clemency. Perhaps you might utter a few more flattering words? Oh, brother, you are the most handsome. Please spare me. I am willing to be yours. I truly am. I understand the wisdom in recognizing the current situation. Your strength has captivated me. If you do not believe me, then in my life, it would be preferable to this torment. Fear seeped into her voice. Mark my words clearly. I emphasize, you are to become my subordinate, not merely my woman. I have no interest in your physical form. What intrigues me is your essence. What are you saying, brother? Whatever you desire, I am at your service. I feel as though my mind is about to explode. If this continues, you shall find that obtaining anything from me will be impossible. Oh, I certainly do not intend to threaten you. I released her. Yet before she could catch her breath, I hoisted her up again. Why? Why not simply end my suffering with a swift stab? Tang Bingyi wailed like a slaughtered pig. Did we not harbor any grievances against each other? By conventional standards, should you not employ a more torturous method upon me? Why do you prefer this approach? Would it bring you greater delight? I inquired with curiosity. Well, let us proceed this way. Tang Bingyi lamented. I am still a virgin. I wish to reserve my first time for someone I truly cherish. So you do not harbor feelings for me? I chuckled. Just a moment ago, you were saying such things to amuse me. You truly are a woman who enjoys playing with fire, aren't you? Very well. If you desire it, take it. I shall not resist. But you must first let me down, right? Tang Bingyi's expression turned strange. While I have faith in your strength, is it not a bit too intense for my first experience? I fear I may not withstand it. Do you always speak so boldly? I asked. If you prefer a gentle and demure demeanor, I could certainly mimic that as well. Never mind. I favor none of your styles. I require only silence, I replied coolly. Tang Bingyi, you speak too much. From now on, remain silent and simply follow my lead, obeying my commands. She adapted rather quickly. Should you dare to defy me? I possess a myriad of ways to bring about your demise. Do test me if you wish. I gently set her down, yet she remained visibly apprehensive. Fearing I might lift her once more. Kneel, I commanded. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Bingyi complied, lowering her head. I approached, half squatting to lift her chin. a gesture I had performed numerous times with Wajudi, and I felt quite adept at it, exuding confidence. I am Lin Tingqing. Whether you have heard of me or not, I, the bearer of this name, shall be your elder brother, responsible for your protection. In return, you must diligently serve me, I stated. Tang Bingi nodded earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered. I understood. Such matters could not be resolved with mere words. Feel free to ask any questions, I encouraged. Elder brother, Tang Bingi murmured softly, you claim your intentions do not pertain to my body. So why then do you wish to take me as your subordinate? I am but a frail woman, although I exercise regularly. My strength cannot compare to that of robust men. The only assets I possess are my appearance and figure. Do not underestimate yourself, I interjected, playfully pinching her cheek. You are unaware of the vast potential within you, which may one day unleash astonishing strength. Really? She asked, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Who knows? I replied, pulling her to her feet. I decided to take her back to Hu Kunyang's home without collecting any belongings, resolved to bring her along. The others regarded us with varying degrees of astonishment, but I paid them no mind, and they refrained from further inquiries. Wow, boss, she seems to be that Long Lingyu, doesn't she? She is a beauty of equal renown. Tang Bingi whispered conspiratorially in my ear, casting a playful glance at Long Lingyu. Is she also one of your subordinates? Are you collecting beauties merely to serve as followers? Unlike you, she is my friend. What? We are both campus goddesses. Why can she be your friend while I am relegated to the role of a subordinate? Because you talk too much, which I find quite displeasing. I swiftly delivered a slap to her rear, ensuring she would not utter another word, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at me. Let us depart, I instructed everyone. The notion of independently awakening extraordinary abilities, if true, is profoundly intriguing. Perhaps the powers that emerge are of a unique nature, unattainable through conventional means. This hypothesis ignited a fervent curiosity within me, compelling me to wish for Tang Bingi to awaken such abilities before my very eyes. Once the dust settles on various matters, I shall be well informed. If she truly awakens formidable powers, perhaps akin to a system from a novel, individuals like her will undoubtedly become my primary focus. I shall not overlook any of her kind. Whether to recruit or eliminate, I shall exert my utmost effort. Her personality is rather vivacious, a stark contrast to her legendary image, leaving me momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, under Gu Jianchuang's tutelage, I have honed my skills in guiding others. People possess a remarkable malleability. Regardless of her past demeanor, I shall transform her under my influence, shaping her into a creature more obedient than a kitten or puppy. Thus, should she exhibit any sign of defiance, I shall not hesitate to discipline her. I have even attempted to cast her into a realm of peculiarities. The efficacy of the latter far surpasses that of the former. With this singular instance, she became utterly compliant. However, Long Lingyu's gaze towards me grew increasingly peculiar. Yet, it mattered not. Should she wish to harbor any misunderstandings, so be it. I would not mind being perceived as a lecherous deviant. In fact, I preferred her distance from me. I felt no remorse for engaging intimately with a beautiful woman. She was not of my concern, nor did I require her oversight. Should she have held any misconceptions about me in the past, the truth would inevitably reveal itself in due course. The journey was devoid of tumult. The only recurring theme was the grotesque imagery of human slaughter, which would only serve to augment Tang Bingi's subservience towards me. The plight of ordinary individuals had deteriorated significantly. Even risking their lives to venture outside made it arduous to procure sustenance, necessitating competition with others, all of whom carried some form of weaponry. The actions of the Hu family were mirrored by numerous powerful clans, increasingly appealing to the common populace. They might seize this opportunity to ascend from being modest, submissive affluent citizens to wielders of dominion, establishing themselves as formidable local powers. Should they truly aspire to such a transformation, it would intertwine with numerous factors. I eagerly anticipated the surprises that the Hu family would unveil. Chapter 28. Huijin Jiao Konghong Building, undoubtedly one of the city's landmark structures. Once, I was like many others, merely glancing at this edifice from a distance, never contemplating entering, especially not in this manner. In retrospect, the Konghong Building appeared ensconced within a trench. Its foundation has been entirely sealed with numerous sandbags, and the only way to enter is through the underground parking lot. There, it resembles a military stronghold, complete with bunkers and armed guards. These are real firearms, several exquisite American-made submachine guns, and those clad in full riot gear possess fragmentation grenades at their waists. I'm quite certain that this is not the entirety of the Hu family's arsenal. While firearms may be ineffective against the peculiar, they are undeniably overwhelming against humans. Upon confirming our identities, we smoothly proceeded into the underground garage, moving forward while at least 2 guns were aimed at us. It wasn't until we were handed over to another group of armed personnel that those weapons were lowered. We were escorted to the 16th floor, which housed the cafeteria of the Kanhong group, where a considerable number of individuals had already gathered. Although the crowd was sizable, it remained orderly. Conversations were conducted in hushed tones, or not at all, with many engrossed in consuming the food distributed by the management. A loaf of bread, an egg, a carton of milk. For many here, this constituted a veritable feast. If every meal offered such provisions, it is likely that everyone would feel justified in risking their lives to be here. Upon our arrival, we received the same rations. Neither Long Lingyu nor Yang Ziwei had much appetite, yet Tang Bingyi devoured her portion with enthusiasm, quickly finishing it off before casting a longing glance at my share. I pushed my portion towards her, and seeing this, Long Lingyu followed suit. It appears that you are truly not lacking in sustenance, Tang Bingyi remarked. I have been subsisting on soda crackers for several days, not to mention milk. I have had to conserve even water. Go ahead and eat. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I lightly tapped her on the head. Tang Bingyi, undeterred, continued to relish her meal with great enthusiasm. In our corner, conversation was nearly non-existent. Hu Kunyang and Lu Ruyan exhibited signs of restlessness, yet they did not express any desire to leave, and I was too indifferent to concern myself with them. After a while, a few familiar faces approached, individuals who frequently graced the podium, school activists akin to Hu Kunyang. Their objective, of course, was Hu Kunyang himself, though they indirectly inquired about the legendary anomaly from our class. Hu Kunyang refrained from direct disclosure, merely engaging them in a game of verbal sparring, diverting the conversation. Yang Ziwei remained noncommittal. Despite his penchant for posturing, he only did so in the presence of attractive girls. Bingyi, what brings you here? Ah. How aptly one might say that beauty is a double-edged sword. A few more boys arrived, all evidently drawn to Tang Bingyi, completely disregarding my presence beside her. They were my classmates, and she leaned in close to my ear, hesitating to speak. I understood perfectly without the need for words. There was an unmistakable air about these fellows. One of them leaned closer, taking a seat opposite us, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Bingyi. Bingyi, I apologize. We did not intend to leave you behind. We initially meant to come and fetch you, but we were waylaid by an unforeseen incident on the way. And Tong Run was. That forced us to alter our course. Displayed an awkward yet courteous smile, assuring them that there was no need for explanations. It's perfectly all right. Given the perilous circumstances outside, your ability to keep yourself safe is commendable. Truly, you need not concern yourselves with me. Please refrain from speaking in anger, will you? One friend remarked, his brow furrowed with sincerity. They began to chatter excitedly, expressing their heartfelt apologies and fervently vowing to restore faith in them. Clearly disinterested in their antics, she abandoned her pretense, suddenly clutching my arm. I would appreciate it if you refrained from making remarks that could lead to misunderstandings. I'm concerned it might upset my boyfriend. It was then that they collectively noticed me, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Boyfriend? When did you acquire a boyfriend? A handsome admirer inquired eagerly. Today, replied with a polite smile. And, please refrain from calling me. We are merely classmates, so there is no need for such familiarity. What a name that is, easy to remember yet unpleasant to hear. He retorted, indignant. What gives him the right? He is merely slightly more handsome than I am. I have pursued you for so long, yet you have ignored me. How did he suddenly become your boyfriend? I refuse to accept this. Indeed, I too refuse to accept it. Several friends chimed in, their indignation palpable. If gazes could kill, I would have perished countless times. What grounds do you have to feel aggrieved, you bunch of spineless fools? I queried, perplexed. You. Were it not for the vigilant armed personnel, they would have undoubtedly surged forward, intent on my demise. Although you have devised a seemingly reasonable pretext, the undeniable truth remains that you promised to rescue her, yet abandoned her to come here. I assert that had it not been for my intervention, she would have been left to await her fate at home rather than be subjected to your reckless antics. Even without your interference, we would have endeavored to save her. Once we become endowed with extraordinary abilities, we could effortlessly transport her here. Lu Guan furrowed his brow and replied, by the time you acquire such abilities, she will have long since passed, and you won't arrive in time like some divine saviors. I retorted, perhaps you should seek another beauty to fawn over. I see several appealing options over there. Do not squander time here. With my girlfriend, You have transitioned from mere admirers to lifeless dogs, akin to the dead. Do you comprehend? I understand your point, Lu Guan exclaimed, launching a punch at me. Is my frail and powerless state truly justification for his aggression, even without supernatural powers? Such behavior is intolerable. Yang Ziwei acted with lightning speed, effortlessly catching Lu Guan's fist with a firm grip, then applying slight pressure, resulting in an immediate fracture of Lu Guan's hand. Lu Guan's agonized scream echoed, capturing the attention of everyone present, including those armed individuals. They swiftly brandished their weapons, encircling us with their guns aimed menacingly. Boss! The guns! The guns! Tang Bingyi panicked, tugging at my arm with urgency. What's the rush? If you continue panicking, you may find yourself stripped of your clothing, I replied coolly. Tang Bingyi fell silent, her fear directed towards the menacing figures surrounding us. Stop! How can you all be so oblivious? You don't even recognize Brother Yang. The sudden outburst left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Brother Yang? Orange. Who is he referring to? The most confused among us, I hesitate to name. A young man approached us briskly, possessing a strikingly handsome visage that struck a familiar chord within me. Just by the sound of his voice, I discerned his identity, Hua Jiudai's brother, Hua Jinjiao. Chapter 29. The negotiation. Hua Jinjiao was tall and imposing, clad in a bespoke suit, his polished shoes gleaming. His hair was impeccably styled, and his handsome face bore a well-mannered smile. Had he not been flanked by a cadre of burly armed men, he would have resembled the archetype of a young business elite often depicted in news reports, an affluent individual driving luxury cars and donning prestigious watches. It appeared he indeed fit that mold. Lu Guan and several of Tang Bingyi's sycophants were ushered away, making room for Hua Jinjiao to replace them. He warmly grasped Yang Ziwei's hand, the same hand that had once been capable of breaking a man's arm. You must be Brother Yang Ziwei, am I right? I am Hua Jinjiao, and I apologize for my earlier shortcomings. I hope you can forgive me. Hua Jinjiao wore a genial smile. Although he was at least a decade older than Yang Ziwei, he addressed him with an ease that belied any awkwardness. Do I know you? Yang Ziwei appeared somewhat flustered. It matters not that we were previously unacquainted. Now we are, indeed, acquainted, Hua Jinjiao replied, his smile unwavering. I kindly ask for your guidance moving forward. We shall rely on you greatly, and I implore you to accompany me to my office for a conversation over tea. The entire cafeteria buzzed with conversation. Is that Yang Ziwei, the one with abilities? He looks so formidable. Did you witness his swift action just now? He effortlessly incapacitated that fellow's arm. It seems he possesses a power of immense strength. With a single punch, even the most extraordinary would likely crumble. Alas, how splendid it would be if we could align ourselves with such a formidable ally, capable of defending us with mere gestures. With a brother like him, we could stride through the world with confidence. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Do you think, considering my beauty, I might capture his interest? My dear sister. Surely you jest? He is an extraordinary being. If you were able to share his bed, it would be a remarkable feat in itself, let alone trying to dominate him. Men and women, each with their own expressions, engaged in various conversations. Some gazed with eager anticipation, ready to curry favor with Yang Ziwei. But for the presence of Hua Jinjiao, they would have approached him with all their might. Hua Jingxiao's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming for Yang Ziwei, who turned to me and said, Oranges, perhaps you should speak with him. Before I could respond, Hua Jingxiao extended his hand towards me, addressing me as Lin Tingqing, the esteemed younger brother of Yang Degu. It seems he has thoroughly researched all available information about Yang Ziwei. I refrained from shaking his hand, understanding that Mr. Hua likely sought to discuss a partnership with my elder brother. He is not one for excessive words, a pragmatic individual. So I, being more loquacious, would gladly accompany him. Of course, Hua Jingxi replied with a hearty laugh. However, this is not the appropriate venue for a discussion. I kindly invite both of you to my humble office. May I bring a few more individuals? I inquired. Who does Lin wish to bring? She gestured toward Long Lingyu, Tang Bingyi, and Lu Ruyan. The appearance of the three ladies elicited a brief sparkle in Hua Jinjiao's eyes, albeit momentarily. Of course, that's no problem, Hua Jinjiao casually remarked. Might I inquire about the relationship between these esteemed individuals and the two of you? These two beside me are my women. And the lady over there is my elder brother's wife, thus my sister-in-law, I replied. Upon hearing this, the only one who appeared somewhat embarrassed was Yang Ziwei. Ah, I see. Hua Jinjiao nodded thoughtfully. Since they are all family, they are most welcome to join us. Please, everyone, follow me. What shall we do with these individuals? I gestured toward Lu Guan and his companions. They dared to offend you too. Lin, feel free to deal with them as you see fit. Hu Jinjiao smiled. I nodded in agreement. Elder brother, this man attacked you. We are not acquainted with him. The group hastily distanced themselves from Lu Guan. Lu Guan, having shouted excessively, had already been incapacitated by a swift kick from the staff. Aside from Lu Guan, the others were not deserving of death, as I detest the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Furthermore, this was, after all, someone else's territory, and with so many witnesses present, employing excessively cruel methods would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. I approached Hu Jinjiao and whispered a few words, causing his smile to quickly falter as disbelief washed over his face. I maintained an innocent expression. Hu Jinjiao cleared his throat twice, summoned his subordinates, and conveyed a few instructions, leaving the group utterly astonished. They looked at me with peculiar expressions, yet complied obediently, escorting those individuals out of the cafeteria. Observing the terror-stricken faces of my classmates, they likely believed I had ordered their abduction for nefarious purposes. Even Yang Ziwei and his companions seemed to share this sentiment. Have these individuals truly perceived me as some sort of deranged murderer? After all the commotion, it was only my wife who truly understood me. She remained silent, her gaze somewhat unusual. Upon arriving at the office, only Yang Ziwei, Hu Jinjiao, and I took our seats on the sofa, while Long Lingyu and the others stood beside us. Mr. Hua, let us forego the pleasantries, I said. To speak candidly, the array outside is quite formidable and difficult to eliminate. I refer to those capable of generating a powerful anomaly. As the numbers increase, we are bound to secure one or two anomalies, Hu Jinjiao remarked. In truth, that group represents merely the initial batch of our plan. Concurrently, we are recruiting personnel from other schools within Hangzhou City. The broader recruitment initiative across the entire city is also underway. However, unlike the straightforward nature of students, engaging with the general populace poses management challenges due to its chaotic mix. We hope to recruit them once we achieve initial success. Indeed, their strategy necessitates a considerable amount of expendable resources. As long as there is sustenance, they need not fear a lack of recruits. You are remarkably candid, I replied with a smile, surprised by the frankness of their admissions. Do you not fear that we might divulge this information, revealing to others that their role is merely that of insignificant pawns? In truth, it requires no external prompting. Once they have ventured forth and witnessed the considerable loss of their comrades, any individual with sense will certainly grasp the gravity of the situation. Hawking remained unperturbed. During the recruitment phase, we had already underscored the inherent dangers. This is no mere child's play. It is a brutally fierce war. I believe they have come to this realization. Should anyone still cling to the naive hope that everyone will emerge unscathed and engage in futile arguments with me, let it be known that our team is no mere ornament. The act of killing merely requires the pull of a trigger. I nodded. With the inclusion of my superior, your chances of success will significantly increase. I directly inquired, what price are you willing to offer for him? Hawking smiled. I am not one to underestimate the importance of matters. The significance of Brother Yang to us goes without saying. I would feel embarrassed to even mention trivial profits. The best I can offer is to have him join the management tier of Konghong, standing on equal footing with my family, sharing in the spoils of our endeavors. How can it be equal footing? I chuckled. Are you suggesting that Mr. Hawking will charge into battle alongside us, or will he remain comfortably in the rear, savoring fine wine while awaiting favorable news? One must not put it in such terms, Hawking replied earnestly. While the responsibilities of your vanguard are indeed paramount, our logistical personnel are no idle hands. Orchestrating and planning is my forte, and it holds immense importance. Each of us possesses our own strengths and must exert our utmost efforts. Only then can we achieve a cooperative win-win situation. You articulate well. Yet these matters are of little consequence. Let us instead address what we are all most concerned about, the distribution ratio of the spoils. 50-50. We can only accept 50-50. This is our unwavering bottom line. Should you disagree, we would rather forfeit your assistance, Hawking Jiao declared, asserting that the first enigmatic core must belong to the Ho family. His demeanor was resolute, a stark departure from his previous amicability, revealing a hint of menace. I was certain this was his non-negotiable stance. I exchanged glances with Yang Ziwei, who appeared utterly bewildered. I had not expected to rely on him. However, as he was the nominal leader, I felt it inappropriate to act unilaterally without his consent, as it would easily expose a flaw to Hawking Jiao. We need to deliberate, I suggested. Very well, but please ensure a prompt response, Hawking Jiao insisted. By tomorrow morning at the latest, we must commence the initial wave of our operational mission. He handed us his personal phone number, stating that we could reach him at any time. He scribbled a series of digits on a notepad, extending it towards me, only to redirect it to Yang Ziwei midway. Yang Ziwei accepted it without a glance and passed it to me. Hawking Jiao observed this exchange, his expression shifting between confusion and astonishment, even tinged with a sudden flicker of fear. Chapter 30. Xiaolan. Although we claim to still be considering whether to agree to the collaboration, Hawking Jiao extended to us ample courtesy, accommodating us in 2 executive offices on the 18th floor. These offices were more spacious than the average residence, featuring not only a work area but also a living space, which included, well, an additional bedroom. Before entering our respective accommodation areas, we waited in the corridor for quite some time. It was said that they needed to conduct an urgent cleaning, but this only deepened Yang Ziwei's unease. He poked my shoulder and, lowering his voice, remarked, "Qingzi, do you think these fellows are planning to install surveillance devices in our living quarters? I've seen it portrayed in numerous espionage films." "Don't fret unnecessarily," I chuckled, intending to commend him for his newfound vigilance, but ultimately decided against it. The reality was, in fact, the exact opposite of Yang Ziwei's concerns. These individuals were not there to install surveillance equipment. Rather, they were there to dismantle such devices. Hua Jingjiao certainly embodied the archetype of a domineering CEO. When I first heard him speak in Huajudi's villa, I initially mistook him for an ostentatious fool, only to realize I had severely underestimated him. Upon hearing my thoughts, Yang Ziwei dismissed them and engaged in quiet conversation with Lu Ruyan, clearly intrigued. Before long, the men in black suits hurriedly departed, each carrying a toolbox. A stunning woman clad in a figure-hugging black uniform, her long legs encased in black stockings, approached us and offered an apology. Though she appeared quite young, her makeup suggested maturity, and her smile was both warm and appropriate. "I apologize for keeping you esteemed guests waiting. Your rooms have been thoroughly cleaned and are ready for your occupancy," she smiled. "I am one of President Hua's secretaries. You may call me Xiaolan. Here is a list of supplies available for your use. Please feel free to request anything you may need." She handed us a folder, and as I casually glanced inside, I was greeted by an array of exquisite items that were once exceedingly difficult to acquire. Their current value is even more precious. "Would you be interested if it were necessary?" I inquired. The peculiar glances directed at me by several individuals were quickly replaced by a sense of normalcy. Xiaolan's body stiffened noticeably, yet her smile remained poised. "Of course, it is possible," she replied. This woman was evidently no ordinary individual. Her beauty was exceptional, and her long legs rivaled those of professional models. She possessed an alluring figure, complemented by a delicate makeup that could not obscure her innate purity, a captivating allure that was hard to resist. "All right, you may leave for now. We will contact you if needed." Xiaolan bowed deeply once more and departed swiftly, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Yang Ziwei appeared somewhat entranced in the presence of Lu Ruyan, and I could hardly blame him. I gestured for them to enter my office, and after shutting the door, they all seemed to exhale in relief. Once seated, Yang Ziwei furrowed his brow and looked at me. "Qingzi, you can't possibly be serious about that woman, can you? It's evident she is already entangled with Hua Jingjiao. If you pursue her, tread carefully. The consequences of desire can be perilous." "How can you even say that?" I chuckled, bemused, recalling who had just been entranced moments ago. "Please, don't make baseless accusations," Yang Ziwei exclaimed, hurriedly glancing at Lu Ruyan, who merely smiled in response. "Boss, if I were to wear stockings, I would be no less impressive than that woman," Tang Bingyi murmured quietly. "Who permitted you to interject?" I coldly remarked. "Is there any room here for your words?" After a brief pause, Tang Bingyi pitifully knelt before me. I did not compel her to do so. She chose to kneel of her own volition. However, I must admit that, upon observation, Tang Bingyi's legs appeared even more exaggerated than those of that little lawn. As for Long Lingyu, she possessed a well-proportioned figure, remarkably balanced, and although her features were not as pronounced as theirs, she was still quite admirable. Yang Ziwei inquired, "Qingzi, tell me honestly, do you intend to accept Hua Jingjiao's terms? Is a 50-50 split not somewhat disadvantageous? Perhaps we should strive for a 60-40? 60-40? I would willingly concede everything to him," I replied with a nonchalant smile, disregarding Lu Ruyan's astonished gaze. "I currently possess an abundance of such low-tier anomalies. I do not need to concern myself with them. My purpose for being here is not to pursue anomalies, but rather for matters that cannot be openly articulated." "Did I not drag you here against your will?" Yang Ziwei questioned. I found no desire to elaborate. even if I wished to explain. The others here would undoubtedly grasp the situation with clarity. Well, you have always been quite resolute. Yang Ziwei conceded with a nod. What shall we do next? What shall we do? I tossed the folder to him. Enjoy what needs to be enjoyed. Waste time as you please, and whatever you fancy. Let that little lawn bring it to you. Yang Ziwei glanced at the contents, bewildered. Wow, so many fine items. He is willing to part with this? Is it not because he values your strength? I remarked. What need have I for his favors? Disgusting. Yang Ziwei shook his head. What is this Gaoshiba cigar? It sounds rather impressive. Shouldn't we just order some red wine and indulge in a couple? Huh. Those prominent figures in films are always fond of pairing cigars with red wine. Not interested. I have no need for such things. You can take them for yourself. The business card tucked inside contains her contact information. I waved my hand, indicating that you and Lu Ruyan should head to your side. We have matters to attend to here. Yang Ziwei's gaze swept over Long Lingyu and Tang Bingyi, his smile turning suggestively bold. But shouldn't we remain together for greater safety? He felt a twinge of unease. After all, this is someone else's territory and they aren't. I rolled my eyes. Brother, do you not remember how many abilities you possess? They merely have guns. Unless they are firing artillery at you, you will be fine. Moreover, even if they did possess cannons, wouldn't you simply evade them? Oh right. Yang Ziwei seemed to awaken from a dream. What you lack is practical combat experience. So joining them would indeed be beneficial for you, allowing you to gradually hone your fighting skills. You can enjoy leisurely pursuits while being attended to. And those stunning beauties would cater to your whims. How delightful. My smile was laden with meaning. Oh come on, don't make such jokes, all right? I fear Ruyan might misunderstand. She certainly would not. It's all right, Ziwei. I am not the type to be jealous. Lu Ruyan smiled. Yang Ziwei merely grinned foolishly in response. With Yang Ziwei and Lu Ruyan departing, I finally had the opportunity to deal with that little troublemaker, Tang Bingyi. I meticulously surveyed the office both inside and out before returning to my original position. There was only a single bed. I would allow Long Lingyu to sleep there while I would take the sofa, and Tang Bingyi would have to sleep on the floor. Boss. That bed seems rather spacious, doesn't it? I wish to sleep on the bed too. Kneeling and still discontent. How dare you make demands? I chuckled. Tang Bingyi, it appears you have yet to grasp your current predicament. Boss, surely you will take me as well. If I become your woman, I could sleep on the bed, right? Tang Bingyi implored with a pitiful expression. I have come to terms with this. Following you cannot lead to misfortune. As long as you treat me well, I am willing to do whatever you ask, even if it involves undesirable tasks. I inquired. Tang Bingyi's face turned pale with fear. Boss, you wouldn't have a penchant for such tastes, would you? I still need time to prepare mentally. Could you grant me a little more time? You might as well keep your mouth shut. I concede. It is my fault, and I shall never utter such words again. As long as you realize your mistake, boss. Please, boss, no. I merely misspoke. I then suspended her from the ceiling. Long Lingyu observed her, a slight smile gracing her lips. After Tang Bingyi's prolonged pleas for mercy, I finally released her. Chapter 31, A Sincere Pursuit? I sat in the office chair while Tang Bingyi eagerly massaged my shoulders and legs. Her movements were rather unrefined, clearly indicating she had never engaged in such activities before. However, given her earnest effort, I could not bring myself to reproach her. In truth, I had not requested her to perform such tasks. She was merely attempting to decipher my thoughts and find ways to please me, her enthusiasm boundless in the face of survival pressures. I greatly admire her agile mind. Yet she remains outwardly aloof. What is the reason for this? You appear so polished, yet your massage technique is rather clumsy. Can you not be gentler and more precise? If you cannot perform the task, then perhaps you should refrain from attempting it. Tang Bingyi clenched her teeth. Boss, could you possibly occupy the chair over there? Why should I move? It would facilitate your massage. This chair is too large. It hinders my ability to perform effectively. Is that so? Very well. I replied with feigned interest. But should your massage prove unsatisfactory, I shall be compelled to throw you off the rooftop. I assure you it will be quite satisfactory. For reasons unbeknownst to me, there was a hint of shyness in her tone. I settled onto the plush sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, which indeed offered a splendid view of the expansive street below, albeit lacking in visual appeal. Long Lingyu, might I request that you lock the door? Long Lingyu, perplexed, complied politely. Why lock the door for a massage? What is going on? Suddenly, two soft, rounded objects pressed against my back, and the exquisite sensation made my hair stand on end. She began the massage. If only you would remove your clothing, it would be preferable. The fabric is rather coarse and causes me discomfort. Tang Bingyi murmured softly. Gu Jianshuang had just stepped out to visit my parents. Tang Bingyi, I said coldly. Huh? Boss? Are you still uncomfortable? I have truly done my utmost. Please, do not harm me. Put your clothes on and dress appropriately. She will return soon. Boss, do you not find it to your liking? Surely you are not disinterested in women? I am quite. I turned around to find her gaze frozen in surprise. I picked up the accessories that had been set aside and personally assisted Tang Bingyi in dressing. My gaze unwavering and my heart devoid of tumult. Yet, her face flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. How could she still feel shy? Engaging in such shameless acts so readily. It was utterly indecent. My speed in dressing was no less than her speed in undressing. She paused for a moment. Instinctively preparing to compliment me, Boss, your technique in putting on a bra is remarkably adept. It was merely a matter of practice. There was no escaping it. With Gu Jianshuang around, becoming proficient was inevitable. Before I could respond, she covered her face and rolled on the ground. Tang Bingyi, did you escape from a mental institution or a circus? What a peculiar individual you are. I couldn't help but wonder if her mind functioned normally. What do you mean I am not normal? She retorted, feeling aggrieved. Isn't it said that men enjoy this? I had thought she might be doing this because she believed I would appreciate it. It is indeed said that men like such things. Unless they are men themselves. But did she not realize that such behavior requires an appropriate context? We were directly across from another building, the curtains drawn back. In this expansive office, with a third person present. How could she face such an enormous figure with such audacity? I truly could not comprehend how she expected to hold her head high in front of her in the future. Sister chest pusher? Boss, please do not address me in such a manner. I wish I could just disappear. She blushed further. TSK. I merely regarded her with a cold stare. Tang Bingyi glanced at Long Lingyu on the ground and whispered, Isn't she already your woman, big brother? She was not a stranger. So there was little to be concerned about. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze was alluring. Since you have helped me put on my undergarments, I suppose I am now your woman, right? Long Lingyu remained silent, gazing intently at Tang Bingyi. I seized Tang Bingyi's ponytail, yanking her up and tossing her onto the sofa. Ouch, that hurts. Could you be a bit gentler, dear? She whimpered, cradling her head. I approached, kneeling on the sofa. One hand firmly gripping hers while the other pinched her face with even greater force than I had used on Huijuri the previous day. Tears soon welled up in Tang Bingyi's eyes, though she stifled her sobs. I reiterated with a smile, Long Lingyu is not my woman. She is merely my friend. And you are not my woman either. Do not think that merely because I assisted you with your garments, it implies anything more. Even if we were to become intimate one day, you would still not be my woman. Lastly, refrain from calling me dear so casually. Should you continue to disregard my warnings, you may find yourself in a perilous situation, unaware of how you met your demise. Do you understand? Tang Bingyi nodded vigorously. Wipe away those tears, I instructed. In this world, such displays are of little use, and they are certainly of no value here. Do not cry at the slightest provocation. I only favor resilient subordinates. If you weep over a mere pinch, what will you do when faced with greater adversity? With another firm nod, she wiped her eyes. I released her, allowing her to sit up. I understand that a heavy-handed approach is certainly not effective. Once she regains her composure, I shall adopt a gentler demeanor. It is indeed my fault for not articulating my thoughts clearly. Tang Bingyi gazes at me, her expression enigmatic, yet primarily filled with confusion. Perhaps she struggles to comprehend why I oscillate between behaving like a neurotic and then treating her with such tenderness. Truthfully, I find myself equally perplexed, for I have not always acted in this manner. My behavior is merely a strategy to recruit subordinates, employing both kindness and authority. While I can grasp the concept of benevolence, wielding authority proves to be more challenging. When it comes to adversaries, I have vanquished more than one or two. However, for those I wish to recruit, I must neither maim them nor unleash brutal savagery, leaving me to resort to a form of psychological manipulation that borders on torment. Hence, my demeanor may appear somewhat erratic. Having perused numerous apocalyptic novels, I have observed that protagonists often resort to a singular method when dealing with alluring women. They simply obliterate their existing principles, forcibly reshaping them into compliant subservience. This approach, while straightforward and brutal, remains questionable in its practicality within reality, and I am in no position to attempt it. Is it that my wife fears me? Gu Jianshuang occasionally harbors a genuine fear of me. I am serious. There are times when she worries that she might inadvertently bring about my demise. I refrain from dwelling on such thoughts and gently pat Tang Bingyi's head, maintaining a calm expression. Do you know why I sought you out and chose to keep you by my side? Tang Bingi shakes her head. It is because I have discerned your uniqueness. I meet her gaze with unwavering sincerity. Beyond your beauty and physique, you possess some truly exceptional qualities. What is it? Tang Bingi inquired with curiosity. I smiled slightly, enigmatic. In due time, you shall find out. I, too, must await that moment. Tang Bingi nodded thoughtfully, though still appearing rather perplexed. The reason I have recruited you is solely to serve as my subordinate. Therefore, there is no need for you to flatter me with your beauty. I harbor no interest in someone like you. Whether I continue to provide for you, ensuring your safety and sustenance, hinges entirely upon the value you can offer me. I must reiterate, beyond mere aesthetic appeal. Reproduction? She blurted out, seemingly without context. I found myself exasperated. This woman, who appeared so innocent, was plagued with such unwholesome thoughts. I resolved to critique her thoroughly when the opportunity arose, but for now, I had no time for that. In essence, I needed her to act like Yang Ziwei, serving as my right hand, sharing both my triumphs and perils. But I lack any special abilities. She hesitated. I perceived that she did not seek to demand anything from me but merely believed herself incapable of bearing significant responsibilities. Indeed, she was currently at a disadvantage. I had long resolved to scrutinize her closely, intending to fully understand her before considering whether to grant her special powers. For now, she would simply serve as a decorative figure. I can bestow abilities upon you at any moment, but not just yet. I trust you comprehend my intentions, I remarked. Boss, you still do not genuinely trust me, do you? Trust, while undeniably crucial, must also be weighed against the inherent value of the individual in question. For instance, consider a stray dog by the roadside. If I offer it a sausage, it may trust me, yet I would not desire its companionship, as it lacks intrinsic worth. Nevertheless, generally speaking, trust holds greater significance. I gently caressed her face and expressed, you trust me, and I trust you. To a certain extent. Even if you were to lose your utility, I would not cast you aside. Though I may not possess a particularly kind heart, I am profoundly nostalgic. And thus you must strive to become my cherished relic, working diligently to instill in me the desire to treasure you. Upon hearing this, Tang Bingi was visibly moved. Did my words truly resonate so deeply? I had not anticipated such an effect. It had been quite some time since I indulged in sausages. I craved spicy strips and potato chips. Sausages are best when grilled. Boiling them in hot pot is even more delightful. Speaking of hot pot, the thought of tripe. Perhaps I should merely assume she is feigning innocence for charm. Now, I too felt a pang of hunger. Boss, may I follow you? Tang Bingi suddenly inquired. I was taken aback. Have you not already been following me? Previously, I sensed her fear, coupled with a desire for sustenance and protection, rather than genuine allegiance. But now, things had changed. I truly wished to be by your side. Her gaze was intense as she grasped my shoulders. Boss, please accept me. Allow me to be yours. I understood her intent quite well and did not misconstrue it. But was it genuine? I was not one to easily place my faith in another. At the very least, her perspective is commendable. I nodded in satisfaction. All right. From now on, you shall be my second in command. Be sure to fulfill your duties as my little sister. Yay. Tang Bingi's smile suddenly faltered as she inquired, second in command? Is the first one Yang Ziwei? No, he is merely my friend, of the same generation as I am, I replied. Then who is your first in command? Where is he now? Tang Bingi looked around curiously. Why do you care so much? I frowned slightly. This is crucial. Tang Bingi insisted earnestly. Because I aspire to be the first under the boss. Unfortunately, you arrived too late. The position of first in command has already been filled. Please tell me who he is. I shall challenge him one-on-one and compel him to relinquish the first position. Why are you fixating on such trivial matters? I waved my hand dismissively. This ranking is based on the order of joining my ranks. Even if you win in a duel, you cannot become the first. How can it be like this? Does that mean I shall forever be the eternal second? Tang Bingi said with a pained expression. I couldn't care less about the distinctions of first or second. I declared, it's time to order. I have heard that their chef was recruited from a 5-star hotel, and one must savor the finest ingredients while they last. Delay, and you may miss out. Hey, boss, if something were to happen to your first in command, would that mean I could take his place? You should remain hungry. I suppressed the urge to humiliate her further and walked towards Long Lingyu. Boss, no. Please, don't. She wailed. This is unacceptable. Her cries could attract Gu Jianshuang's attention. Was her life not worth preserving? I dispelled my distractions and perused the menu sent by Xiao Lan. feeling compelled to exclaim how remarkably generous Mr. Hua is. Chapter 32. The conclusion of Lu Guan. After reviewing the report from Xiaolan, Hua Jinchao stretched lazily, preparing to close his eyes and rejuvenate. Mr. Hua, do you think those two youngsters will agree to join us? A voice inquired from a short distance away, laced with amusement. Hua Jinchao cast a glance at the speaker, suppressing his disdain. Although the man donned a suit and tie, he appeared as incongruous as a monkey in human attire, awkward in posture and unrefined in appearance, with a countenance both unattractive and disreputable. Particularly, his broad grin revealed a set of yellowed teeth, half of which were decayed, rendering every encounter with him a challenge to one's appetite. This individual was named Huang Biao, a notorious local ruffian of some repute. Hua Jichao had previously regarded such scum with contempt, yet now this man had become one of his most trusted subordinates. Despite the fact that their Konghong group was engaged in legitimate business, there were circumstances that necessitated collaboration with individuals like Huang Biao, which had led to an ongoing partnership with his ilk. Though such characters were generally deemed unworthy of respect, the nature of their dealings demanded utmost confidentiality, shrouded in layers of obfuscation that rendered them impervious to scrutiny. In this apocalyptic world, while ordinary people may struggle to survive, it is precisely the unscrupulous and profit-driven individuals like Huang Biao who thrive. Thus, their utility has become even more pronounced. Such is the nature of existence. Those who are well-educated and adhere to principles and decorum often find themselves unable to engage in such dealings, yet are frequently compelled to do so. Consequently, Hua Jinchao made the unconventional decision to promote Huang Biao, entrusting him specifically with the management of unsavory affairs. Such occurrences will undoubtedly proliferate in the future, and thus the significance of Huang Biao continues to ascend. Consequently, Hua Jinchao has chosen to exhibit a degree of tolerance towards this individual, often turning a blind eye to some of his actions. Huang Biao refrained from addressing them in such a juvenile manner. The walls possess ears, and one might overhear your ignorance regarding the very nature of demise, Hua Jinchao remarked, unable to overlook this matter. Huang Biao, somewhat disheartened, offered a forced smile. Mr. Hua. As you say, Hua Jinchao nodded with closed eyes. Mr. Hua, there is something I find perplexing. What is it? Hua Jinchao inquired with a hint of indifference. Why do you maintain such a favorable disposition towards that short individual, when it is said that the esper is the taller one? Huang Biao whispered, obviously referring to the dim-witted one. Indeed, a fool is but a fool. Hua Jinchao mused internally. To prevent this individual from causing further trouble through his ignorance, he felt compelled to offer a serious admonition. Huang Biao, based on your intuition, who do you perceive as the leader among the two? It should be the shorter one, Huang Biao replied. Although he refers to the taller one as Big Brother, it is evident to me that he is, in fact, the true leader. Your intuition is correct, Hua Jinchao affirmed. Before posing another question, why would the taller esper acknowledge a shorter individual as his superior? Is it not because the taller one is rather foolish? Huang Biao responded. They may have always maintained such a dynamic, despite the taller one suddenly becoming an esper. His lack of awareness has led him to continue being led by the shorter one. Fool. Hawking was truly at his wit's end. Even the most foolish of elephants would not heed the words of a monkey, would they? To become the leader among extraordinary beings, one must be even more formidable than the rest. Yet, he was a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true capabilities. If one were to fall for his tricks, it would spell doom. Keep your wits about you. Huang Biao was momentarily stunned, drawing in a sharp breath. Now it made sense. Everything felt amiss. But upon hearing Hawking's words, clarity washed over him. It's good that you understand, Hawking replied coldly. First and foremost, you must control your gaze and refrain from ogling others' women. No matter how beautiful they may be, they belong to someone else. If you dare entertain any inappropriate thoughts, you may perish, but do not drag me down with you. With a chuckle, Huang Biao responded. Ah, Hawking, you raise a valid point. Even if he were an ordinary person, his relationship with an extraordinary being is commendable. I merely dared to glance out of curiosity, but now that you have enlightened me, I shall not even look. He vowed to treat them with the utmost respect, akin to that shown to ancestors. Indeed, Hawking replied nonchalantly. It would be best if you refrained from appearing before them altogether. Absolutely. Huang Biao nodded vigorously. How have you fared with the task I assigned you? Hawking inquired. It is, after all, a matter entrusted to you by an extraordinary being. If you fail, how shall you account for it? Huang Biao's expression shifted, revealing a complex mix of emotions. Hawking, Although you instructed me to maintain decorum, I must admit, I feel compelled to utter profanities. That young man truly is insufferable." Hawking furrowed his brow, for he shared the same sentiment. Thus, he refrained from chiding Huang Biao for his candidness. What others wish to do is their own affair. Initially, I dared not provoke him, but now that I am certain he possesses extraordinary abilities, I must ensure the task is completed with utmost quality and quantity. Though it is rather distasteful and quite disconcerting, Hawking sighed, reminding himself that it is not as if he would be the one facing it directly. He could endure it. Huang Biao nodded, his emotions tumultuous. After years in this industry, he had engaged in his fair share of nefarious deeds, earning a reputation for being no stranger to tormenting others, with considerable experience in such matters. Yet, he had never contemplated venturing into that particular realm for such purposes. Why must a man make things difficult for another man? If the roles were reversed, he would prefer to be stabbed to death rather than endure such a fate. That fellow, appearing to be quite the gentleman, turned out to be a beast in human guise, an aberration among aberrations. The mere thought of that seemingly innocent smile sent chills down his spine. He resolved to become an extraordinary individual himself, to act with impunity, engaging in the most twisted of deeds without fear of reproach, while others would commend his audacity and cunning. As Lu Guan regained a flicker of consciousness, he was immediately overwhelmed by excruciating pain, rendering him acutely alert. He yearned to scream, yet felt too famished to muster the strength. This was an exceedingly cramped room, and he was not alone. Several companions were present with him. "Lu Guan, you are awake?" they inquired, having been fervently discussing something prior to his awakening. Upon noticing his revival, they hurried to express their concern. A fleeting sense of comfort washed over Lu Guan, but was swiftly eclipsed by a tide of hatred filling his heart. His hand had been reduced to this state, and they showed no interest in his plight. Gritting his teeth, Lu Guan seethed, "They invited us here, and yet they treat me in such a manner? Who is it that has offended that ability user's subordinate? In their eagerness to curry favor with him, not only you but we too have suffered." Someone lamented. "An ability user?" Lu Guan scoffed. "No wonder that wretched Tang Bingyi willingly became that man's woman. She used to put on such a fade before us. I truly believed she was a goddess. Turns out, she is nothing but a filthy dog. Enough with the insults. Save your breath. If they hear you, who knows what they might do to us? If it were me, I wouldn't mind being a dog." Sighing, Lu Guan coldly surveyed the group, disdain evident in his voice. "Look at you lot. Utterly lacking in ambition. So what if he is an ability user? That fellow merely stumbled upon good fortune. Once we too become ability users, wouldn't we be stronger than him sevenfold? The crux of the matter is that his little brother, that scoundrel, bullied us into submission and snatched away Tang Bingyi. He talks down to us as if he owns the world. Once I turn the tables, I will shatter every bone in his body." The remaining 6 individuals silently regarded him. "What is the matter? Don't believe me?" Lu Guan forced a confident smile through the agonizing pain. "Don't be fooled by their confinement. They will release us sooner or later. For such trivial matters, would they truly dare to kill? What would others think of them? Would anyone still obey their commands? As soon as we escape, we will have ample opportunities for revenge. Not a single one of those people will be spared." Upon the mere thought of that individual kneeling before him, tail wagging in a pitiful plea for mercy, Tang Bingyi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction that eclipsed even the pain in his severed hand. He erupted into laughter. "Lu Guan, it seems you've made a grave miscalculation. They are indeed capable of murder," someone remarked. Lu Guan was taken aback. "Have you witnessed them commit murder? Who have they killed?" "Not yet, but it is imminent." "What?" Lu Guan was utterly bewildered, his eyes widening in confusion. "What on earth are you speaking of? We initially harbored doubts, believing they were merely attempting to intimidate us. Yet, as time has elapsed without a single drop of water offered, we are left with no choice but to accept the harsh reality." Lu Guan discerned that their words, though unsettling, were indeed coherent. Yet he grasped not a single concept. "Ultimately, we simply wish to survive. Whether or not we become extraordinary beings, seek revenge, or turn our fortunes is of little consequence. If we cannot preserve our very lives, what purpose do such thoughts serve? Indeed, I have come to a similar realization. I not only should not have come here, but perhaps I should never have been born into this world. Yet, since I am here, the paramount objective is to endure." As these individuals suddenly succumbed to a wave of melancholy, their gazes towards him grew increasingly peculiar. "Damn it! I can no longer tolerate this charade. Enough of the pretense. I was the first to arrive. That should suffice, right? The sooner we conclude this, the sooner we can escape. If we do not act, we shall perish." Before Lu Guan's astonished eyes, one person approached him and, before him, began to remove their trousers. What on earth are you doing? Why are you undressing? What is your intention? Lu Guan was filled with terror. The others sighed deeply, each removing their trousers and assisting Lu Guan in doing the same. Brother, I am truly sorry. In my next life, I will become a woman to serve you well. Brother, we too were coerced. Please do not harbor hatred towards us. Brother. Do not touch me. Lu Guan's frantic screams echoed far and wide, causing those who heard them to tense up. Chapter 33, The Apocalypse Revelation. Ultimately, I did not allow Tang Bingyi to sleep on the floor. Instead, I permitted her to share the bed with Long Lingyu. During the night, I found myself unable to rest. Sleep was no longer a necessity for me. When fatigue overwhelmed me, I would merely close my eyes for a brief respite. With many people around during the day, it was only at night that I could move freely and independently. In pursuit of intelligence, I tirelessly traversed the city, striving to comprehend the movements of both individuals and the peculiarities surrounding us. Regrettably, time was limited, and the scope of my exploration was rather confined, necessitating further follow-up. I had visited every floor of the Kanhong building. I had gathered a general understanding of the summoned students and the members of the Hua family present there. There remained only a very secretive small room that I had not entered, yet I could easily imagine the fervent scenes occurring within. I merely mentioned it casually, not anticipating that they would indeed execute it to the letter. At 6 in the morning, I returned to the office, awakening Long Lingyu and the others, who were waiting for news while enjoying cake. After nearly an hour, Xiaolon finally knocked on the office door, calling for us and Yang Ziwei to join her in Hakan Jiao's office. Upon meeting Hakan Jiao, before he could utter a word, I declared our agreement to collaborate with his side, affirming that the profit-sharing ratio would adhere to what Mr. Hawk had outlined. Hakan Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with unrestrained joy. Since you both have consented, when can we embark on our first mission? He inquired eagerly, urging us to voice any needs we might have. Is Mr. Hawk so impatient? I chuckled. My brother and I were thinking of taking a couple of days to recuperate. You jest, Brother Lin. Hakan Jiao casually altered his form of address. This matter transcends mere urgency. One must seize the initiative in all endeavors. Many in Hongjiang are pursuing similar paths, and if they gain an advantage first, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Just a light-hearted jest. We can set off at any moment. However, we still need to select a few teammates, so let us meet with other classmates, I suggested. Are these classmates included in your team? Hakan Jiao glanced at Long Lingyu and the others. Indeed, I replied, wrapping an arm around Long Lingyu and Tang Bingyi. I cannot bear the thought of not having such beautiful women by my side. I've grown weary of being single. Hakan Jiao's eyes sparkled as he smiled. Brother Lin seems quite fond of beautiful women. Of course, who does not appreciate beauty? I responded with a chuckle. Haha, historically, heroes have always favored fair maidens. Hakan Jiao remarked that my younger brother merely wished to know if, for Brother Lin, an abundance of beautiful women is preferable. Not necessarily, I responded. I do not regard ordinary beauties with any significance, for my interests lie solely with the exceptional. Just look at these two before you. Hakan Jiao nodded and inquired about Xiaolon. Does Brother Lin fancy her? Suddenly, Xiaolan's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her professional smile. I casually assessed her, recalling that Ms. Xiaolon is indeed President Hua's secretary. A gentleman does not covet another's affection. Though I am somewhat lecherous, I would never engage in such unscrupulous conduct. Xiaolon is truly just my younger brother's secretary. Hakan Jiao smiled, stating that he had chosen her as his secretary not for her beauty or figure, but for her prestigious education and her ability to meet expectations. In the past, I had devoted myself entirely to my career, neglecting matters of allure. Furthermore, to my knowledge, she has never had a boyfriend, embodying purity and grace. If Brother Lin is interested, perhaps he should take her along? I feigned interest and beckoned to Xiaolon with my finger. Obediently, she approached, her smile radiant and generous. Does President Hua truly consider parting with such a beauty? I inquired with a laugh. Ordinary people would certainly hesitate to part with her, but in the case of Brother Lin, I would fear not being able to give her away, he replied. Such eloquence was impressive. I nodded and asked, Miss Xiaolon, would you be willing? Absolutely, I would. She replied with a bow. Is that truly so? I am not one to pressure anyone. If you are unwilling, do not hesitate to tell me, lest you find yourself regretting it later. To serve a formidable figure such as Mr. Lin is a once-in-a-lifetime fortune for Xiaolon. How could I possibly harbor any regrets? In a display of loyalty, she unexpectedly knelt before the crowd. I cast a glance at Hua Jinjiao, who merely smiled in silence. My young companion expressed gratitude for Hua's kind intentions. I reached out to assist Xiao Lan, playfully pinching her, and burst into laughter. My actions were solely to gauge their reactions, albeit to no avail. After a brief interlude, a shifty-eyed man clad in a suit entered, a character known as Huang Biao, a clandestine enforcer in Hua Jinjiao's employ. He presented a USB drive to Hua, casting a fearful glance in my direction before hastily departing. Hua extended the USB towards me, yet I refrained from accepting it. What is this? I inquired with feigned ignorance. The individuals Lin Ergu instructed us to deal with yesterday have been taken care of. This contains unedited footage of the entire process. I apologize for the lack of refinement due to time constraints, or responded with an air of nonchalance. When did I request you to handle anyone? I asked, perplexed. Hua's smile faltered as he shook his head, casually discarding the USB into the trash bin. Ah, my memory fails me. It was merely a slip. No need to dwell on it. He chuckled, immediately reaching for the disinfectant on the table, spraying it on his hands and rubbing them vigorously. Yang Ziwei, however, wore an expression of curiosity that soon turned serious. Under the guise of discretion, he discreetly retrieved the USB from the bin and tucked it into his pocket, shooting me a resolute glance that signaled his understanding. I am unable to prevent him, nor can Hawking. This is because we remain oblivious to the contents of the USB drive. It is a deception, yet it must be presented as genuine. The other students should have gathered by now, and they will be informed of certain matters. The two of you may listen in. After all, they are considered your assets. Hawking abruptly shifted the topic, to which I nodded in agreement. We arrived at a grand hall within the Konghong Tower, evidently a venue for corporate annual meetings. The others had already assembled. While 100 were expected, there appeared to be only a little over 60 present. The remaining 30 or so, for various reasons, were likely unable to reach this place, considering the unwelcoming conditions outside for the average person. Upon our entrance, we instantly became the center of attention. More precisely, it was Yang Ziwei who commanded the spotlight. It was evident that many wished to approach him to curry favor, yet they hesitated, fearful of offending us and suffering the same fate as those few in the corner. Indeed, I refer to Tang Bingyi's sycophants. Though it seems that the formidable Lu Guan has already met his downfall. Those individuals appeared to have endured both mental and physical anguish, their spirits nearly extinguished, each bearing a vacant expression of despair, unsure of how long it would take to recover. Particularly upon catching sight of me, they recoiled as if they had seen a ghost, too terrified to utter a sound, trembling in fear, with two of them even fainting on the spot. Truly, I am no demon. The atmosphere here is far more somber than yesterday. Silence reigns, and no one dares to move freely. Yesterday, some may have perceived this place as a utopia at the end of the world, but after a single night, it seems that all have come to a stark realization. Trembling as they confront their uncertain fates, Hawking Jiao did not make an appearance. Instead, standing on the platform behind the microphone was a robust man adorned with sunglasses, his muscular physique creating a striking visual impact. However, his voice was surprisingly calm, even indifferent. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Miao Jun, the captain of the security team of the Konghong Group, entrusted with your protection as well as your management. This is all you need to remember. Without further ado, let us get to the point. Excluding Mr. Yang Ziwei, Mr. Lin Tingcheng, and the three young ladies, Long Lingyu, Tang Bingyi, and Lu Ruyan, there are a total of 62 of you. Among these 62 individuals, you are required to form no fewer than 4 teams, each consisting of no more than 20 members. The choice of team composition and leadership is entirely up to you. We will not impose any restrictions. All teams, and indeed every individual, must coexist harmoniously, avoiding any provocation of conflict. Should any friction arise, it must be reported to the security team for resolution. Physical altercations are strictly prohibited. Even if you find yourself in the right, any act of violence will be met with severe consequences, potentially including execution, depending on the circumstances. At this pronouncement, the crowd stirred with murmurs, yet maintained a semblance of calm. As you venture forth to hunt the enigmatic, we shall provide you with appropriate weaponry, primarily melee instruments such as knives, baseball bats, and steel rods. There will be no bows or firearms, for as far as we know. Ranged weapons possess negligible lethality against the mysterious entities and are rather prone to inflict harm upon allies. Time is of the essence. You all have 30 minutes for open discussion and team formation. Bear in mind the regulations I previously outlined regarding team assembly. Please choose your companions wisely based on practical considerations. for to do otherwise would be a grave jest with your very lives. This statement carries profound implications. Apart from our group, the majority over there consists of formidable men, all robust and muscular, without a trace of the diminutive or frail type. Conversely, the women are strikingly beautiful. Aside from the two athletic women who outshine typical men in strength, the remaining females are stunningly attractive, each once regarded as a goddess in the eyes of many. Both the male and female participants have been meticulously selected. In the past, these beauties would have been the most sought after, coveted by all. However, the objective of forming teams is to hunt the bizarre, which precludes these delicate flowers from consideration. Despite a few who could not resist the pleas of the beautiful women and attempted to recruit them, they were swiftly met with vehement rebukes from their more rational teammates. Soon enough, teams took shape, and, unsurprisingly, several of the beauties found themselves left alone. There was also a female student council president among them. Though she lacked any striking beauty, it seemed she had leveraged her connections as president to gain entry. They wandered about, desperately pleading for inclusion, only to face rejection at every turn. Huddling together in dismay, their former regal and aloof demeanor as goddesses entirely vanished. Observing this situation, Miao Jun on the stage spoke up. "Have you not yet joined a team? We can form our own team." The president of the student council mustered his courage and stepped forward. Miao Jun shook his head and coldly remarked, "Are you an idiot? Did you not hear me say that there can only be 4 teams? There are already 4 teams here. You are surplus and must choose to join them." We exhausted all our arguments, yet they refused to let us in. The student council president was furious. "That is of no concern to me," Miao Jun replied. "Since you lack a team, you cannot participate in the hunt for the anomalies. We cannot support you without purpose. You have 2 choices, return from whence you came." The girls erupted in outrage. "What nonsense! When we arrived yesterday, we nearly perished on the way. You expect us to go back? That would be a death sentence. I wish I had never come. These men are utterly despicable. They have no regard for the safety of women. What kind of people are they? I feel nauseated. No, we cannot return. Even if we did, there is nothing left for us at home. Starvation would await us. Moreover, there are already people being devoured there." Miao Jun let them bicker, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Silence," commanded the student council president. The girls gradually quieted, though their expressions remained filled with terror. "What is the other option you mentioned?" The student council president asked calmly. "Join the logistics team," Miao Jun replied. The girls, feeling a sense of relief, instantly erupted in joy, chattering animatedly. Although the logistics team is unlikely to be subjected to any sinister scrutiny, they are not required to engage in any bizarre confrontations. Being able to remain in a safe haven, with ample provisions, is a luxury many can only dare to dream of in these times, and naturally, they are elated. However, the corners of Miao Jun's mouth curled into a wider smile, and many staff members simultaneously emitted sinister laughter. Logistics? What purpose does it serve? True to the role of the student council president, she swiftly discerned the underlying issue. It is, of course, to manage the pressures faced by everyone in this building. Miao Jun said with a cold smirk, "You should grasp my meaning, right? When pressure accumulates excessively, it necessitates an outlet. Otherwise, it can wreak havoc on one's health. Hence, your task is of utmost importance, and I implore you to exert yourselves physically." The staff responded with unabashed, lascivious laughter. Even Yang Ziwei comprehended the implication, and the girls turned ashen. You are truly beneath contempt." The student council president pointed an accusatory finger at Miao Jun, exclaiming, "Did you plan from the very beginning for us girls to be subjected to such indignities? Is that why you specifically selected attractive girls?" "Indeed," Miao Jun replied dismissively. "I fail to understand how someone like you managed to infiltrate this circle." The student council president's eyes bulged with fury as she shouted, "Classmates, you have all been deceived. They are not human. They are a band of demons. No matter who follows them, there will be no favorable outcome. Flee. Leave this place quickly." Just then, a gunshot rang out, and the student council president collapsed to the ground. "You are sowing discord among the masses. Our arrangements are made with the utmost consideration for everyone." Miao Jun retracted his pistol and smiled, asking, "Is there anyone here so ungrateful as to step forward?" Silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to respond. Miao Jun turned to us, still smiling, and inquired, "Gentlemen, are there any among these young ladies who have caught your eye? Please do let me know." All eyes shifted towards us, the young women gazing at us with a fervent desperation, their expressions a blend of hope and despair. Some even forming silent pleas with their lips. Perhaps they believed that being chosen by us was preferable to becoming mere playthings for the crowd. Unfortunately, despite their apparent beauty and pitiable demeanor, I felt no inclination whatsoever. I could easily inform Miao Jun that I desired all of these women, thereby securing their safety. But I chose not to. Though it might portray me as a hero, such an act would only incite unnecessary animosity from the members of the Kong Hong group, which I deemed unnecessary to provoke. Thus, I shook my head in refusal. Observing my rejection, the previously hesitant Yang Ziwei also resolutely declined. Take these young ladies away. They likely lack the knowledge of how to attend to men. Teach them, Miao Jun commanded with a wave of his hand, pointing to one in particular. He removed his sunglasses, licked his lips, and added, "This one is off limits. Send her to my room. I intend to educate her personally." The well-dressed staff approached, seizing the young women and dragging them outside. Any resistance met with a swift slap, as their screams and cries echoed in the air. A boy exhibited a look of reluctance, yet upon glimpsing the still warm corpse of the student council president, he managed to suppress his emotions. Tang Bingyi witnessed this scene, trembling all over, tightly clutching my hand and leaning against me. I bore her no ill will, for she was almost unable to stand. Fortunately, you were here. Otherwise, I too. This time, rather than chastising her, I enveloped her in my arms, allowing her to press against my chest as she wept softly. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. I wished to express this with nonchalance, yet I found it somewhat poignant. Chapter 34. Departure. Once the wails of the few girls subsided, almost immediately, Miao Jun completely disregarded the disconcerted expressions of everyone present and calmly announced, "Now, may the leaders of the 4 teams come forward." After a considerable pause, no one dared to move or utter a word. "What? Do you think I would devour you?" Miao Jun continued. "While we are capable of taking lives, we do not engage in indiscriminate killing. As long as you adhere to the rules, you shall not encounter any trouble. Remember, our foremost rule here is to obey orders." He spoke in a tone laced with menace. And then the 4 individuals ascended the stage one by one. Hu Kunyang was among them, accompanied by a girl who, by any measure, was more formidable than most men. Miao Jun arranged them from left to right according to the size of their respective teams. "From this day forth, each of you shall assume the roles of captains for teams 1, 2, 3, and 4, Miao Jun declared. "Your responsibility is to diligently manage your respective team members, ensuring they do not cause any disturbances. Should any issues arise, report directly to me. As captains, you will be the first to receive abilities and thus become enhanced individuals, enjoying special privileges during food distribution. However, should your team members encounter difficulties, you too shall bear joint responsibility. Is that understood?" With a resounding affirmation, the 4 voices echoed in unison. Miao Jun nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let us begin with self-introduction, starting from the captain of Team 1, so that everyone may become acquainted." The captain of Team 1 stepped forward, imposing and stoic. "Greetings, I am Ma Tianrui." "Hello, I am Tong Mingyao," she introduced herself. Known as the provincial-level athlete renowned for her prowess in shot put. "Greetings, I am Hu Kunyang," he added, flashing a brief smile. Truly deserving of his status as a heartthrob. "Gu Yinzu, I look forward to your guidance," he concluded, embodying a robust physique with a hint of an anime aesthetic. Miao Jun interjected, "Additionally, captains possess the authority to exercise leniency towards their team members, which means if a team member defies authority, you may take necessary measures, provided no fatal harm is inflicted. Even though lethal force is off the table, there are still myriad methods to exert control." This revelation caught the other students off guard. They had not anticipated the extent of power bestowed upon the captains. Their initial choice to elect captains was predicated on a desire to evade responsibility and retreat into the background, as many harbored an aversion to leading. Now, however, a palpable sense of regret was evident on several faces. Miao Junkai disregarded the others and stated that, aside from hunting the peculiar, it was essential for you to gather resources, particularly food. Additionally, you were to collect women who were relatively attractive, not necessarily stunning, but those you could manage to handle. It was imperative that they be in good health. Those who were disabled or ill were to be excluded. All items you gathered and brought here, including the women, would grant you a certain degree of preferential treatment. Contributing would inevitably yield benefits. Hence, I urge everyone to act with diligence and enthusiasm. Conversely, if sufficient contributions were not made within a 10-day period, we would not harbor idlers and would have no choice but to expel you. Do not be too quick to rejoice at the thought of escaping us. The external circumstances are likely far worse than what we offer here. At the very least, within our realm, you can expect rewards commensurate with your efforts, and those who excel may even ascend to become one of us, wielding authority over others. Should you possess confidence in your ability to carve out a place for yourself in the chaotic world outside using only your fists, you need not wait for expulsion. You are free to depart at any moment, and we will not hinder you. Some contemplated fleeing, yet after observing quietly, they hesitated to take the initiative. Now is not the time to leave. There will be ample opportunities in the future, Miao Jun remarked with a smile. However, it is time for you to recognize the reality. In this world, the weak have no foothold. The survival of the fittest is the natural order. If you wish to avoid being preyed upon, you must become the predator. To attain strength, you must follow us. If, after hearing this, anyone still wishes to depart, it can only be deemed foolishness. We do not require fools here. You appear to be anything but, and you should understand what choices are most advantageous for yourselves. This statement indeed bore a certain level of insight, prompting me to regard Miao Jun with newfound respect. He was certainly not merely brawn without intellect. A silence enveloped the crowd, yet an unspoken shift in emotions and mindsets had subtly occurred, perhaps unbeknownst even to them. Lastly, regarding your female classmates, remember that they are no longer your peers. They no longer qualify as human. Upon your return tonight, they will be treated as mere objects for your use. But each individual may only be utilized once per day. Should you desire their company, there will be personnel available to guide you to them. Do you understand why they have fallen to such a fate? Miao Jun sneered, because they are the weak. This is the tragic end for the weak. You need not pity them. In comparison, you are the strong, though still not strong enough. In the eyes of those even more powerful, you two are merely commodities to be wielded at will. To avoid such treatment, you must relentlessly strive to grow stronger. So, persevere diligently, dear classmates, not for us, but for yourselves. Fight valiantly for your own survival. This stirred a fervor within many who had previously worn ashen faces and remained silent, now brimming with ambition and eager to engage. Miao Jun nodded at a staff member, and thus, boxes of long rifles and short sticks were carried in, available for anyone to seize. He encouraged everyone to select the weapon that suited them best before issuing the command to embark on their mission. They provided weapons, yet no supplies such as food or medicine. Clearly, in their perspective, if one were to sustain injury, there was no need for treatment. Death was inconsequential. For human beings here were merely expendable, not worthy of preservation. There were many more waiting to be brought in. As for food, the provision of weapons was tantamount to supplying sustenance, as the entire city was replete with granaries. Although I had long been aware of their plans, I could not help but express my disdain for these individuals. Yet, such callousness was now commonplace, with standards that knew no bounds, constantly surpassing the limits of human imagination. All began to mobilize. Miao Jun leaped down from the platform and jogged toward us, shedding his earlier icy demeanor to greet us with deference. "Gentlemen, are you planning to venture out as well?" he inquired. "Indeed," I replied. "Is there anything we can prepare for you?" He asked eagerly. "Mr. was specifically instructed that we fulfill any request. I would like a handgun, along with several magazines filled with ammunition," I stated. My fascination with firearms had always been present, yet I had never had the opportunity to engage with them until now, at last fulfilling a long-held dream. Young Ziwei did not request a firearm, but rather a fire axe. Soon, what we desired was delivered. "Mr. Miao, correct?" I toyed with the handgun briefly before entrusting it, along with the magazine, to Gu Jianchuang for safekeeping. From their perspective, it appeared as though I had made the object vanish into thin air, leaving Miao Jun utterly astonished. Indeed. Miao Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stating that Mr. Lin should simply call him Xiao Miao. However, I preferred to address him as Mr. Miao, as I am a person who values politeness. I smiled and inquired whether we possessed the authority to dispose of individuals, should any among them offend us, allowing me to eliminate him without fear of reprisal from you? Who would dare to punish the two of you? Miao Jun was visibly shaken, hastily responding that even if it were merely Xiao Miao, should you wish to kill, you could do so at will. I glanced at those standing at a distance, who were observing me. They averted their gazes as if shunning a plague. "It's all right now, let us go." I stretched lazily. We all gathered in the underground garage, arranged to depart in batches, with us naturally being the last. Many were engaged in hushed, yet fervent discussions, and I easily discerned their words. Some were frightened and wished to flee but lacked the courage. Others desired to remain and showcase their prowess. There were all manner of sentiments expressed. Overall, although the earlier scenes had dealt them a tremendous shock, even upending their entire worldview, the adaptability of human beings is indeed formidable. They seamlessly acclimated to this new perspective and this altered reality with little effort. Chapter 35. Yimi Lan on the brink of departure. I took a moment to reaffirm our lineup. Myself, Long Lingyu, Tang Bingyi, Xiaolan, Yang Ziwei, and Lu Ruyan. We were embarking on a perilous mission to hunt down the Eerie. My intention was not solely to refine Yang Ziwei, but also to cultivate Long Lingyu, and indeed, my primary focus was on her. Long Lingyu now possessed 5 distinct abilities, granting her a formidable presence in the human realm. Yet, her temperament filled me with concern. Possessing immense power without the corresponding strength of character to wield it effectively is a source of unease. From her fervent plea for retribution against those who had caused her father's demise, it was evident that she was not as fragile as I had initially presumed. However, to navigate this increasingly brutal and terrifying world alone, she remains woefully inadequate. I cannot tether her to my side indefinitely. Even if Gu Jianfeng were to permit it, I would not intend to do so. Ultimately, there will come a day when our paths diverge, and we must each forge our own destinies. At this juncture, abandoning her would be more merciless than ending her life, as evidenced by the harrowing fates of countless girls. In a world devoid of order, the suffering endured by women, particularly those of beauty, far exceeds that of men. Their plight stems not only from their inherent vulnerabilities but also from a societal history that has coddled them. Frankly speaking, certain individuals and organizations have elevated them to an unrealistic pedestal, leaving them oblivious to the harsh realities of existence. Now, as the brutality of this world has amplified beyond measure, it is no wonder they struggle to adapt. The girls were utterly oblivious to the perilous nature of their circumstances, cautiously concealing themselves while naively believing that their beauty would allow them to continue enjoying various privileges, even amidst the apocalypse, buoyed by the adoration of their admirers. Little did they realize that, devoid of the constraints of rules, they were merely seen as prey by certain individuals, an indulgence not to be overlooked. Ordinary girls may behave this way, and inevitably, some future empowered girls will follow suit, even if they possess strength. Their inherent character flaws may lead them to their own irrevocable downfall. I do not wish for Long Lingyu to meet such a fate. Rather than merely providing a fish, it is far more prudent to teach her the essential rules for survival in this desolate world. Only then can I leave her with a sense of peace. As for Tang Bingyi and Xiaolan, I do not bear such a profound sense of responsibility. My curiosity regarding Tang Bingyi's so-called awakening is piqued. Although I have already taken her under my wing, I do not feel compelled to consider every aspect of her well-being. Subordinates are akin to tools, utilized when convenient and discarded when not, without the need for excessive emotional investment. As for Xiaolan, her situation is even less concerning. I remain uncertain of the intentions behind Hui Jinjiao's decision to entrust her to me, aside from perhaps seeking to curry favor. That man is no simple character. Negligence could lead to dire consequences. Employing my appraisal skill, I have discerned that she poses no immediate issues and that her relationship with Hui Jinjiao is indeed merely a professional one, devoid of any personal entanglement. However, this does not suffice to quell my suspicions regarding her acceptance. Regrettably, my skill is one of appraisal, not mind reading. Otherwise, I would not be burdened with such unnecessary thoughts. In summary, I shall continue to observe her closely, and should I detect any signs of trouble, I will ensure her complete disappearance. Now, Xiaolan looked at me anxiously and quietly asked, "Mr. Lin, do I really have to go out dressed like this?" She was clad in a tailored skirt suit, stockings, and high heels, a quintessential office lady's attire, stylish yet impractical for movement. "Is there a problem?" I inquired with a faint smile. "What if I encounter something strange? I won't be able to run." "Who says you need to run?" I replied. "You simply need to stay obediently by my side. There is no need for you to worry about anything else or to speak such nonsense." She nodded and bowed slightly, remaining silent, though her complexion had paled somewhat. "Hey, Miss Yumi Lan, why the long face? Smile for me. Smile beautifully," I urged. Xiaolan's eyes widened. "Mr. Lin, how do you know my name? Didn't Ti tell you to refrain from idle chatter?" I grasped her chin, saying, "You are now mine as your master. How could I not know the name of my possession?" Yumi Lan gazed at me in terror, forcing a smile. I continued to stare at her until she regained that vibrant professional smile. However, this forced demeanor left her eyes slightly red-rimmed. I was indifferent to her feelings. Her sole duty was to be eye-catching. This was the mature charm of a modern urban woman, especially in contrast to Long Lingyu and the others, who seemed overly youthful. As if sensing my comparative gaze, Tang Bingyi puffed out her chest, and held her head high, showcasing her figure. her alluring curves standing confidently before Yi Milan. Long Ling Yu cast a glance at them, secretly tugging at the hem of my garment. Tang Bingyi, feeling indignant, attempted to grasp the other side, but I discreetly removed her hand, simultaneously disengaging Long Ling Yu's hand as well, and we set off promptly, admonishing against any nonsense. Although I had quelled the initial stir, there seemed to be a subtle rivalry lingering in their glances, causing me a mild headache. Hadn't they shared a bed the previous night? I was under the impression they had forged a friendship. Is it not the case that girls can swiftly become close friends over a shared topic? It truly perplexes me. Yang Ziwei observed me, blinked, and quietly gave a thumbs up. This clever fellow, I found him rather tiresome. Concurrently, I noticed Lu Rian exchanging glances with Hu Kunyang from a distance. I chose not to expose her. As we set off again beneath the gloomy gray sky, the expressions of the group varied considerably. The vicinity of Kanhong Building was peculiar, with a significant portion of other teams being drawn away, leaving only a few aimlessly wandering, who quickly honed in on us. While we could easily handle them, we were still under the watchful eye of Hua Jingjiao, and I wished to keep our true capabilities hidden. Thus, with a decisive command, I lifted both Tang Bingyi and Yi Mili into my arms, while Yang Ziwei carried Lu Rian, and Long Ling Yu trailed behind me. I randomly selected a direction and took off. Our pace far exceeded that of the minor anomalies, and we swiftly reached a secluded corner far from Kanhong Building to briefly recuperate. It was not I who required rest, but rather the two women I was holding, who were exhibiting symptoms akin to motion sickness. Perhaps the previous posture had rendered them quite uncomfortable. If it were children, it would be somewhat more manageable. However, their tall stature makes their swaying quite tormenting for them, and for me as well. Soon, the two of you will need to walk, I said. Eldest, could you please inform me in advance when you accelerate? I cannot bear such sudden intensity. Tang Bingyi's expression was rather grim, and her words were even grimmer. Mr. Lin, I feel like I might vomit. Yi Mili leaned against the wall, retching a few times. This is the trouble with ordinary people. I truly wish I could provide them with some enhanced physical abilities to alleviate their sensitivity. Orange, what should we do next? Yang Ziwei inquired. Naturally, it's time for you to showcase your skills, I replied, glancing at him, and then at Long Ling Yu. Am I included? Long Ling Yu appeared somewhat astonished. You need to strengthen yourself quickly. That way, you can assist me. I smiled, as I had eagerly anticipated this moment. This brought joy to Long Ling Yu, her eyes sparkling. If I merely expressed a desire to distance myself from her, she might not have shown such enthusiasm. Eldest, why do I suddenly sense the presence of a scoundrel? Tang Bingyi whispered. Yang Ziwei, are you a scoundrel? I asked. Absolutely not. Don't say such things. Yang Ziwei vehemently denied. I clapped my hands. Have you rested enough? It's time for the main event. Yang Ziwei shook his backpack, which contained his fire axe, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Now, let us see how you perform. I chuckled. Us? Tang Bingyi asked. Eldest, besides Yang, is Long also an ability user? Did I not mention this before? I shot her a glance. Eldest, I want that too. Tang Bingyi suddenly grew anxious for reasons unknown, grasping my hand fervently. I am truly loyal to you now, really. If you grant me special abilities, I will no longer be a burden and can assist you. You may continue being a burden. I do not mind, I replied. Tang Bingyi seemed to want to say more, but I silenced her with a glare. Special abilities, can they truly be granted? Yu Milyong interjected, unable to restrain herself. You mean to say that as long as one possesses the mysterious core, one can obtain special abilities? How could you not know this? Tang Bingyi retorted, exasperated. Mr. Lin, do you possess numerous mysterious cores? Yi Milyong's voice trembled. Are they not exceedingly rare? Even risking one's life does not guarantee acquisition. Your mysterious cores, could you possibly have enough to share? This is utterly inconceivable. It is not inconceivable, I replied. If you steadfastly follow me, I shall bestow them upon you in due course. In the next moment, Yi Milyong knelt before me with a thud, and I genuinely worried she might injure her knee. Fortunately, only her stockings were torn. Mr. Lin, there is something I wish to confess to you, she said. It seemed her attitude had shifted, recognizing who could truly provide her with security and whom she ought to pledge her loyalty to. Then follow me, I instructed, lifting her onto my shoulder and guiding her away. Chapter 36. The marriage contract of the Hua family. I carried Yi Milyong to a secluded corner and set her down. What is it that you wish to confess? I inquired. Actually, President Hua sent me to you with ulterior motives. He desires me to ascertain your background and report back to him, Yi Milyong whispered. The response was entirely anticipated. I nodded. Yet you now reveal all of this to me. What is your ulterior motive? Yumi Lan gritted her teeth. Mr. Lin, may I start from the beginning? I promise to be succinct and not take much of your time. Go ahead. You may be speculating about some clandestine relationship I have with Mr. Hua, but in truth, there is none. My family background is humble. My father perished in a car accident, and my mother remarried, leaving me to rely solely on my grandmother. We survived through scavenging, and although it is arduous, we barely managed to put food on the table. It was only thanks to the generosity of Mr. Hua, the father of President Hua, that I was able to complete my education. He has been quite considerate towards me and even offered me a position in his company. How old are you? I inquired. 23, and I have been working at Kong Hong for nearly a year. Is Mr. Hua truly as compassionate as he seems? Not only did he finance your entire university education, but securing a position as the president's secretary is no easy feat, I asked with a smile. Yumi Lan fell silent for a moment. I suspect it is indeed related to my appearance. Isn't that a given? His generosity might have stemmed from a moment of kindness, but assigning you a job must surely have ulterior motives. Did they imply anything when you were offered the role? Actually, there were hints quite early on, Yumi Lan revealed. When I was still in elementary school, Mr. Hua advised me not to seek boyfriends from ordinary families, as they would not be worthy of me. From the time I entered middle school, he would periodically inquire whether I had found a boyfriend, continuing until I graduated from university and joined the company. What thoughts does he harbor for you? I inquired. Yumi Lan shook her head. No. He likely intends to present me as a gift to some esteemed individual. During my university years, he frequently dispatched individuals to instruct me in social etiquette, wine tasting, and golfing. I have been practicing dance since childhood. In light of this, her demeanor and grace certainly surpass that of an ordinary commoner, rivaling even that of Hua Judy. Who would have guessed her background was so tragic? Does he perhaps wish for you to become a child bride to Hua Jinkyo? I asked further. Yumi Lan shook her head once more. President Hua already has a fiancée. Beyond that, I am unaware. I do know that the girl's family possesses greater influence than the Hua family, and the two families had arranged a betrothal long ago. Otherwise, she would likely not regard the Hua family with any interest today. Both President Hua and Chairman Hua place immense importance on this union, which is why President Hua remains virtuous, avoiding any romantic entanglements, out of fear that the other party might find a reason to annul the engagement. So there exists such a circumstance. Hua Jinkyo seems rather unfortunate, fearful of being judged by his future in-laws. It is somewhat amusing to contemplate. Is Hua Jinkyo not nearing 30? If there is a betrothal, why has marriage not yet ensued? Is the other party intentionally delaying? I queried. The girl is still quite young. She seems to have only just reached the legal marriage age this year, and they will wait until she graduates from university to wed. Isn't that fellow nearly 10 years her senior? I expressed my astonishment. The betrothal was arranged before their births, set by old Chairman Hua, which is to say, Hua Jinkyo's grandfather, Yumi Lan elucidated. I began to grasp the situation. It appears that the patriarchs of these two families were once close friends, having forged a bond in their youth, even arranging a marriage for their grandchildren before they were born. Although the Hua family has prospered, the other family has fared even better, leading to a slight imbalance in their relationship. Yet, out of respect for their past, they managed to maintain a faade of cordiality. One can only imagine that had the other family been less fortunate, with the handsome and wealthy Hua Jinjiao attracting a plethora of beautiful admirers, he would have no reason to wait for that little girl. He might have exhausted himself long ago in pursuit of other interests. It seems even the affluent may indulge in unrequited affection. I have come to understand the situation regarding Hua Jinjiao, and now I turn my gaze upon Yi Milyang. Are you aware of whom they intend to bestow you upon? In the past, I was oblivious, but I have since learned that it is you, Mr. Lin. Yi Milyang seems hesitant to meet my gaze. It appears they are employing the strategy of leveraging valuable assets. Do you simply acquiesce to their arrangements? I inquired, though I would prefer not to comply. I find myself bound by the considerable favors I owe the Hua family. Until I repay them, I cannot find peace within myself. Yet, by revealing this information to me, does it not imply that you are betraying the Hua family? I smiled faintly. Are you not seeking to express your gratitude? Is this the manner in which one repays such debts? Yi Milyang hesitated, as if summoning her courage. While I yearn to repay my debts, I must also consider my own interests. Mr. Lin, you are undoubtedly a figure of greater significance than Mr. Hua may have imagined. Should I harbor ill intentions towards you and you were to discover them, my fate would be dire. I wish to avoid such an outcome. Hence I can only be candid with you. I began to feel a growing fondness for this elder sister. She possesses principles yet remains refreshingly unorthodox, which compels me to regard her with newfound admiration. Is it to say that you are now wholeheartedly devoted to me, ready to comply with my every command? I surveyed her figure with a fervent gaze. Yes, indeed, Yumialan's voice was as delicate as a whisper. Very well, when I require your assistance, I shall instruct you. I responded with a nonchalant smile. Yumialan gazed at me in disbelief. Mr. Lin, is it truly wise to place such unreserved trust in me? Should you not harbor a touch more skepticism? Skepticism? There is no need for that. I gently traced the line of her jaw with my finger, feeling the tension within her form. Should you attempt to deceive me, I assure you, I possess methods far more ruthless than you could ever imagine, rendering you helpless in your plight. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand. She made an effort to meet my gaze. Excellent. Remain obediently by my side. If Hua Jinjiao seeks you out, manage the situation as best as you can, then inform me. I will guide you on how to respond to his inquiries. Understood. Yumialan's eyes shone with determination. Indeed, engaging with intelligent individuals ensures efficiency. Observing her earnest demeanor, I found myself tempted to tease her, to witness the delightful flush upon her cheeks. Another woman has entered your life, dear husband, while I visit our parents. You have taken the opportunity to receive such a beautiful gift, have you not? What say you? Yu Jianchuang inquired with a playful smirk. Mialan, I must issue you a command. You are to comply without hesitation, I proclaimed with a wicked smile. Now close your eyes. Yu Mianlan's fair cheeks were suffused with a rosy hue, her eyes closed, yet her long eyelashes quivered incessantly. I, however, paid her no heed, instead embracing and kissing Gu Jianchuang repeatedly until even the deceased seemed to blush in embarrassment. All right, you may open your eyes now. Remember to behave as you always have in front of others. We must not allow anyone to perceive any alteration in our relationship, I instructed. Very well. Mr. Lin, may I inquire why you asked me to close my eyes just now? Yu Mianlan questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. It was merely a test of your obedience. What else could it be? I replied. Yu Mianlan remained silent, her face flushing with a deeper crimson. She must have conjured some indescribable thought, revealing her rather coy nature. Yet, I had no time to linger, guiding her back with purpose. Chapter 37. For whom the rivalry stirs after I led Yu Mianlan away. A brief silence enveloped the group. Then, Yang Ziwei took hold of Lu Ruyan, whispering sweet nothings, soothing words that were necessary given the grotesque display of humanity witnessed at Konghong Building mere moments ago. Even he, a male, felt a lingering trepidation. Lu Ruyan responded with a smile, her spirits appearing buoyant. Mr. Yang? Classmate Yang? Boss Yang? How should I address you? Tang Bingyi inquired, perplexed. Who is truly the superior between you and my boss? Is it necessary for me to divulge that information? Yang Ziwei replied, his expression cautious. You have yet to earn Orange's complete trust, so I shall not disclose too much to you. Your caution seems a tad excessive, Tang Bingyi remarked seriously. After all, I have already been seen in my entirety by my boss. Does that not establish our camaraderie? The ever-silent Long Ling Yu spoke coldly. It is merely your own lack of shame. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can forge a connection. Tang Bingyi turned to her and smiled. Long. You hardly have the authority to dictate my affairs, do you? You are merely a friend of my superior, and even that may be a stretch. It is out of compassion for your plight that my superior has taken you under his wing. You hold no significance to him. So on what grounds do you presume to instruct me? I harbor no intention of instructing you, Long Ling Yu replied, her expression darkening slightly. I simply wish to prevent you from uttering such absurd words that tarnish his reputation. Moreover, my relationship with him transcends your limited understanding. You are woefully ignorant of the nuances between us. Humph. Enough already, Tang Bingyi retorted with a cold smile. Were it not for the fear of your despicable nature leading you to complain to my superior, I would not tolerate your presumptuousness today. I have no desire to engage in conversation with you. It is you who is presumptuous, Long Ling Yu countered, unyielding, her tone icy yet composed. I am aware of your thoughts, yet such notions are futile. He will never see you as anything more than you are. Never. He will never prefer me over you? Huh. In what way am I inferior? In terms of beauty, we are both campus goddesses. As for physique, I surpass you. My personality is far more vivacious and cheerful. Unlike your gloomy and aloof demeanor, the one he will undoubtedly favor is me, not you. You. Long Ling Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Yang Ziwei was plagued by a throbbing headache, for he held a deep aversion to quarrels among women. He hastily interjected, urging, please, both of you, refrain from arguing. If Qingzi sees this, he will surely be displeased. His temper is rather eccentric. When angered, he might declare that he would abandon you here without a second thought, and no amount of persuasion would sway him. Upon hearing this, both women wore somber expressions, and their discord subsided. Tang Bingi cast a sidelong glance at Long Lingyu, collected herself, and smiled, saying, "You may call me Yang Ziwei. Referring to me as classmate sounds rather effeminate." Yang Ziwei scratched his head, aware that his prolonged devotion had never yielded romantic success for a reason. "All right, Yang Ziwei," Tang Bingi inquired earnestly, "what type of girl does my boss prefer? As his close friend of many years, you must surely know." Long Lingyu, too, became particularly attentive, listening intently. Under the eager gazes of both women, Yang Ziwei shook his head, admitting, "I truly do not know." "Ah? You cannot discern even a hint?" Tang Bingi pressed, unwilling to relent. "Even if he has not explicitly told you his preferred type, have you noticed if he pays special attention to any particular girls? What traits do those girls possess? Please, give it some serious thought." Yang Ziwei pondered deeply for a moment, yet still shook his head. "That guy seems utterly indifferent towards women. No matter how stunning a girl may be, he never casts a second glance." "Could it be that my boss prefers men?" Tang Bingi exclaimed in shock. No, he undoubtedly likes girls." Yang Ziwei quickly reassured her. "Then why do you claim he never looks at even the most beautiful women a second time? Which man, who has an affection for women, would behave in such a manner?" Tang Bingi was perplexed. "There is one exception, though." Yang Ziwei's expression grew troubled. "Who?" Tang Bingi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My mother," Yang Ziwei awkwardly admitted. Tang Bingi fell silent. Long Lingyu, however, appeared to ponder the situation. Even Lu Ruyan displayed shock, yet refrained from uttering a word. "How could this be? Surely you jest?" Tang Bingi extended her hand. "Do you have a photograph of your mother? How could you insult someone like that?" Yang Ziwei frowned. I meant, could you show me a photo of your mother?" Tang Bingi murmured softly. Oh, let me find it." Yang Ziwei began rummaging through his phone. Tang Bingi smiled. Observing Yang Ziwei's appearance, she concluded that his mother was likely not exceptionally beautiful. However, the fact that he held her in such high regard suggested she possessed a nurturing aura, exuding warmth and kindness akin to that of a maternal figure. Regardless of her looks, she must be endearing. It had to be so. Oh, found it. Yang Ziwei presented his phone to Tang Bingi. She gracefully accepted it, casting a fleeting glance before nearly dropping the device in astonishment. Leaning closer, she scrutinized the image repeatedly while glancing at Yang Ziwei, her disbelief palpable. "Is this your mother? Or your sister? Perhaps your younger sister?" Tang Bingi inquired earnestly. "Of course, it is my mother. My sister is in another photo behind her," Yang Ziwei replied, regarding her as if she were foolish. How could anyone be unable to distinguish between their mother, sister, and younger sister? Tang Bingi hastily flipped through the photograph behind her. The image was poorly captured, with the subject's expression sour. Yet it could not obscure the dazzling brilliance of this invincible young beauty. Upon comparing the two photographs, she discerned the stark contrast in the essence of the two women. The latter radiated youthful exuberance and vitality, while the former exuded a mature, captivating allure. Both shared similar eyebrow and eye contours. Indeed, there was no doubt that these two individuals were mother and daughter. Yet, a perplexing question arose. How could this mother-daughter duo possibly be related to the man before her? "Do you have a photo of your father?" Tang Bingi stammered, already bracing herself for the answer. Yang Ziwei rummaged through his phone and handed it to her. As she glanced at the screen, a heavy weight lifted from her heart. A breakthrough. She returned the phone, sinking into profound melancholy. In comparison to Yang Ziwei's mother, she felt like a mere child. Just looking at the photograph, one could sense the formidable aura emanating from the woman, which was not a maternal warmth, but rather an overwhelming desire for the other to assume the role of her child's mother. If the photo conveyed such intensity, what kind of suffocating charm must the real person possess? It was insurmountable, absolutely insurmountable. Tang Bingi's spirits plummeted to unprecedented depths, her complexion turning ashen and pale. Long Lingyu, witnessing her despair, let out a sympathetic sigh. Did she not also dwell in the shadow of that remarkable woman? "Yang Ziwei, is your father still alive, is still in good health?" Tang Bingi asked, as if clutching at the last thread of hope, her eyes filled with despair. "Of course he is alive. He's in excellent health," Yang Ziwei replied. "Your parents must have a strong bond, right?" "Of course. That means there is still a chance." A spark of hope rekindled in Tang Bingi's eyes. This was the only solace for Long Lingyu. "You wish to marry Qingzi, don't you?" Yang Ziwei inquired. Tang Bingi and Long Lingyu exchanged glances and nodded to varying degrees. What a pity, Qingzi is to wed my sister, Yang Ziwei said, eyeing them warily. I have long desired to marry my sister off to Qingzi, and my father shares this sentiment. Just the other day he mentioned it. This way, we would truly be a family. He cannot marry either of you. Isn't love supposed to be free? What era are we in, still clinging to arranged marriages? Tang Bingyi retorted. My elder brother is such an individualistic person. He would certainly not appreciate the marriage you impose upon him. Not to worry. As long as my father and I can persuade my mother to agree, Qingzi will have no room for resistance. Wait, your mother disagrees? Tang Bingyi exclaimed, taken aback. Why are you cursing again? No, I meant, does Annie disapprove of marrying my elder brother to your sister? Tang Bingyi asked. Exactly. I cannot fathom why she disagrees, Yang Ziwei sighed. My sister herself is in agreement. So much information. Tang Bingyi suddenly comprehended a great deal. A threat. A significant threat. Long Lingyu posed no real danger, and that Xiaolan was utterly unremarkable. Only that lady. She must exert every effort to seize even the slightest opportunity. Though it would be challenging, she would certainly not give up. Besides, Qingzi is already married. Huh. Yang Ziwei suddenly laughed, leaving Tang Bingyi utterly perplexed. Yang Ziwei elaborated, stating that once one spends enough time with him, they would understand. He often claims to be married, yet the identity of his spouse remains shrouded in mystery. At times, he even frightens me by saying his wife wishes to eliminate me. How amusing, right? Yet, Tang Bingyi felt an ominous sensation creeping within her. Logically, such absurd statements would be dismissed by anyone, but coming from Yang Ziwei, it took on a different gravity. In typical narratives, significant information is often held by seemingly foolish characters who, despite having revealed the truth early on, are not believed until their words manifest in a shocking revelation. Surely, it couldn't be mere coincidence? She had no time for further contemplation, as I had already returned with Yi Mayan. Chapter 38. Inescapable Purity Upon my arrival. I noticed the peculiar gazes directed at me by several individuals. Naturally, I did not presume they misconstrued my actions with Yi Mayan as anything improper, for I had overheard nearly all of their conversation. How should I put it? There was little to say. Regarding certain misconceptions about me, I felt no inclination to clarify. They were not judges, and I was indifferent to their judgments. Let us proceed. It is time to attend to more pressing matters, I declared. They complied, following me away from the location. I chose a relatively secluded area as the stage for their initial trials, where the view was unobstructed, alleviating any concerns about cowardly onlookers lurking in the shadows. The peculiarities here were of a singular nature, and their numbers were few, perfectly suited for their current capabilities. When they signaled their readiness, I allowed them to take the stage, while I positioned myself at a moderate distance alongside Tang Bingyi and the others. This placement ensured that I would not interfere with their performance, yet allowed me to intervene promptly in case of any unforeseen circumstances. The infernal armor was an extraordinarily formidable entity, deserving of being reported on anti-fraud applications to raise awareness among the public. Even the fifth-level identification abilities were incapable of discerning its true nature, as it bore a connection to that enigmatic and mysterious class of anomalies. I too had to remain exceptionally vigilant, although it was unlikely that such a troublesome artifact would be ubiquitous. Even a slightly weaker hidden anomaly would pose a challenge beyond the capabilities of Yang Ziwei and Long Lingyu at present. They possessed various abilities, yet having them was futile without the knowledge of how to employ them effectively. Experience must be acquired through personal engagement. Only through perilous combat can they refine their fighting skills. Initially, the two struggled considerably against their adversaries, even those far inferior to them, finding themselves repeatedly evading attacks. However, as time progressed, they began to grasp the situation, gradually seizing the initiative. Upon personally vanquishing their first anomaly, their demeanor transformed significantly. This marked merely the initial stride on the long journey towards the pinnacle of strength, a path that was both necessary and unavoidable. In truth, I had not engaged in genuine combat myself. My prior encounters with anomalies had been resolved through the direct assaults of the infernal knights, erasing them with a charge. While my skills were commendable, over-reliance on them had begun to cloud my judgment. Had it not been for the necessity of tending to these three defenseless maidens, I would have resolutely joined the fray and slain a few foes myself. Even I felt a surge of temptation, and the fervor among Tang Bingyi and the others was palpable as they gazed, wide-eyed and breathless, at the tumultuous battle unfolding before them, their faces flushed with excitement. Each time two combatants unleashed their extraordinary powers, their breaths would quicken, which began to wear on my patience. Yet, I found joy in witnessing their ardent desire for such abilities. They understood that I possessed the power to bestow upon them these gifts. Their longing for extraordinary capabilities rendered them more compliant to my guidance. From time to time, Tang Bingi and Yi Mianlon cast burning glances in my direction, their intentions unmistakably clear. I was well aware of their desires but chose to feign ignorance, which left them somewhat disheartened, yet their gazes grew ever more fervent. Extraordinary powers signify more than mere glamour and spectacle. They have become an indispensable talisman in this perilous world. The weaker one is, the more one requires such prowess, lest they descend into a wretched existence worse than death itself. The events at the Konghong building today have made their yearning for change abundantly clear. Extraordinary powers, only extraordinary powers, will enable them to escape being the targets of others' weapons, mere prey to be slaughtered. Boss, allow me to massage your shoulders. Tang Bingi suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. Do not employ that same tactic as last time. I shot her a glance. What tactic? Gu Jianfeng inquired with a smile. Not good, I replied, maintaining my composure as I gently brushed aside Tang Bingi's outstretched hand. Tang Bingi was taken aback. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance as she looked at me. Boss, I'm truly not being reckless. I have already assured you of my intentions. Do you really not trust me? Do you think I would act inappropriately in front of so many people? I covered her mouth and glared at her. Silence. This is not the time for such discussions. I do not require your massage. Just remain here obediently. Tang Bingi fought back her tears and nodded. Gu Jianfeng's icy nails brushed against my face. Darling, while I was away, did you engage in anything with this woman that you dare not reveal to me? I shook my head vigorously. This left Tang Bingi bewildered, yet she dared not inquire further. Oh, is that so? Gu Jianfeng's smile grew increasingly sinister, her voice chilling. Is that the truth? A shiver coursed through me, almost causing me to collapse to the ground. It was not unfounded that I felt such fear. She was undeniably terrifying at this moment. When I would often raise my voice in anger, she would merely feign innocence and play the victim, soothing me with her gentle demeanor, proving to be exceptionally obedient and charming. Truly, she is my wife. However, when she is enraged, even breathing becomes a challenge. Just like now. Were it not for the crowd around us, I would have long since knelt down, my head bowed deeply, not daring to meet her gaze. Please spare me, my dear. Can we discuss this later? I pleaded silently with my lips. Gu Jianfeng regarded me coldly, her expression as frigid as ice. But in the next moment, the frost melted away. She cupped my face, suppressing her laughter, and the fire in her eyes made my very soul tighten. So adorable. Ah, my darling, you are just too adorable. How utterly adorable, is it not? Could you possibly be a tad more endearing? Speak up. Do so swiftly. You must implore me for affection and tenderness in a voice that is both delicate and timid. I merely hesitated for a few seconds without voicing my opinion. And she became incensed, nearly pressing her face against mine, our noses almost touching, her gaze frigid and her tone equally chilling. Hurry. Otherwise, I shall not be gentle today. My face felt as though it were ablaze. How could she so shamelessly humiliate me in such a perverse manner? Yet, contemplating the potential consequences of failing to appease her wrath, it seemed that in the next moment, Tang Bingi might well be reduced to mere shards of ice, or meet some other grotesque demise. Others, even this very city, could be ensnared in the aftermath, facing the dire possibility of instant obliteration. Tang Bingi, you wretched creature. As the instigator, how dare you cast such a deranged gaze upon me? I truly desired to strangle her on the spot. But even if I were to do so, it would not quell Gu Jianxiang's fury. Her anger had transcended mere irritation. It now ignited a twisted craving within her. What was more alarming was that she used her fury as a pretext to compel my compliance. Otherwise, she would be unable to soothe herself. No one but I knew that within those fleeting moments, I had been driven to the brink of despair. I struggled, casting a glance at Tang Bingi and the others. Even from a distance, Long Lingyu and Yang Ziwei were observing me. If I were to humiliate myself in front of so many witnesses, how could I ever show my face to them again? Gu Jinxiang, you are inhuman. I am utterly exasperated, for her treachery knows no bounds. Yet, even as tears brim in my eyes, her insatiable desires only intensify, as if my sorrow and despair serve merely to invigorate her wicked delight. She gazes at me with an intensity that suggests she might devour me whole at any moment. This ought to ensure your compliance, I presume? She suddenly snaps her fingers. Accompanied by an indescribable, faint sound, something seems to shift out of place. In that instant, I realize that Tang Bingi and the others, along with their surroundings, are completely frozen, as if time itself has come to a standstill, a surreal dreamlike state, all orchestrated by my wife's will. Regaining my composure, I see Gu Jinshuang raising 3 fingers. I count to 3, and if I do not receive the desired view, I shall obliterate them all. Gu Jinshuang's expression remains inscrutable. I am acutely aware of the dire consequences should I acquiesce to her whims. Yet, I find myself with no alternative. Farewell, my innocence. A melancholic smile graces my lips as I take a deep breath. My beloved wife, I implore you, please do not be angry. Allow me the chance to speak with you gently. As long as you remain placated, I shall acquiesce to your every desire. I punctuate my plea with a playful wink. Who is this person? Can I not silence him with a firearm? Yes, arm me with a machine gun. I wish to deplete every last round of ammunition. However, Gu Jinshuang's response is remarkably subdued. Until 5 seconds pass. Aw, darling, you are insufferable. How can you be so adorable? You have me utterly flustered. Hee hee. I can no longer withstand such temptations. A naughty child must obediently accept their punishment. Gu Jinshuang lunged at me, knocking me to the ground. Her eyes shining with an unsettling brightness. Her smile was even more disconcerting. I remained calm and unperturbed in the face of it all, even feeling a hint of amusement. Yet, I shall never forgive Tang Bingy. Never. Darling, someone is coming to devour you. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter with Team 2-0? Boss. Why do you suddenly look so dreadful? Your lips seem somewhat swollen. Tang Bingy gazed at me with a perplexed expression. I offered a faint smile. If she were to endure a prolonged assault, her appearance would undoubtedly be more dismal than mine. However, that image might be more appealing to some than my own. Yet, it was clearly not the case for my wife. At present, she radiated with satisfaction and was audaciously blushing, as if it were I who had been greedily pursuing her just moments ago. Truly shameless. Sooner or later, she will pay for her actions today. I had no explanation for Tang Bingyi's inquiries and beckoned Yang Ziwei and the others back. What is the matter? I was in high spirits. Yang Ziwei, the leader, was displeased. You've had your share. Keep an eye on the 3 of them. I feel a bit restless. Allow me to join in the fun. I reached for the fire axe in his hand and strode directly towards those peculiar creatures. Just a moment ago, they had each dispatched one. And the commotion attracted nearby strange beings, not many in number, but I was not particular. I charged forward with unrestrained ferocity, cleaving and slashing with such speed and strength that the onlookers gasped in astonishment, yet I remained oblivious to their reactions, consumed by the need to vent my ire. In no time, I had laid waste to all the peculiarities surrounding me, my actions bordering on the frenzied. After all, that wretched specter had treated me like a mere plaything. Unable to confront her directly, I could only unleash my frustration upon these entities. Reluctantly, I made my way back, exhaling deeply as I returned the fire axe to Yang Ziwei. Aside from Long Lingyu, the expressions of those present had turned grim, their astonishment morphing into sheer terror, likely a result of the gruesome spectacle that had just unfolded. Why do you gaze at me so? I chuckled, assuring them that I had vanquished mere anomalies, not human beings. Do you perceive me as a deranged killer? Ha, ha, ha. Boss, I was merely captivated by your formidable presence, I assure you. I am not. Tang Bingyi's laughter was more akin to tears, her face a mask of anxiety. To be honest, Orange, what you just did was truly impressive, though, admittedly, a bit frightening. Yang Ziwei seemed to regard me anew, as if rediscovering an old friend. This is the reality we must confront henceforth, I declared with utmost seriousness. When the time calls for it, we may need to take lives, for if we do not, we may find ourselves as victims instead. If you wish to uphold some noble ideal of humanity, then perhaps you should refrain from associating with me. It would be prudent to end your own lives now rather than face humiliation and slaughter at the hands of others. The others hastily shook their heads in denial. I can take a life, Long Lingyu remarked with an air of indifference. Tang Bingyi gazed at her, words poised on the tip of her tongue, yet she restrained herself, casting a pitiful glance in my direction. What is the matter? Constipated? I inquired. Boss, I don't wish to deceive you. I genuinely want to be part of your crew, but now you want me to commit murder, and I find myself hesitant. I've never even killed a chicken before. Neither have I replied. So you, Tang Bingyi's eyes widened. What? Is killing a chicken a prerequisite for murder? Am I required to practice on chickens first? I tapped her lightly on the head and added, I haven't asked you to kill anyone right now. With those slender arms and legs, who could you possibly kill? You're just joking. Hiki. Tang Bingyi chuckled innocently. I surveyed our surroundings. There was nothing left here, so I suggested, we can change locations now. My apologies for taking your prey, but since you've made your debut, It counts as a gain, doesn't it? Yang Ziwei nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is exhilarating. Fighting against the bazaar is far more entertaining than playing games. I hope this assists you, Longling murmured. Though I know such foes are not formidable, I will continue to seek out stronger challenges. Indeed, as a debut battle. This is quite commendable, I affirmed. Our task now is to solidify our gains. Let us meander around the city. I will inform you of suitable opponents to help you hone your skills. Both of them appeared ambitious, their spirits high. It truly felt like leveling up in a game. Tang Bingyi gasped, wishing she could join in. For now, she could only watch from the sidelines. Ordinary people could indeed vanquish the bazaar, albeit with greater difficulty. If you are so eager, I can provide you with a weapon, and you may step onto the field at any moment, I said. Perhaps not. Tang Bingyi quickly waved her hand. In fact, I think watching is quite enjoyable. It serves as a form of experience. Yumilan suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Who authorized you to find amusement? Tang Bingyi glared at her fiercely. Who allowed you to wield a chicken feather as if it were a command? Besides, I haven't even given you a chicken feather. I tapped her on the head and turned to Yumilan. What is so amusing? Yumilan hesitated before responding. I feel as if we are on an outing. Friends chatting and bantering together, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. I playfully nudged her. Now, two beautiful women were looking at me with feigned indignation. Let us be serious. I proclaimed with righteous fervor. The entire world is fraught with peril, and anyone could meet their demise at any moment. This is no mere child's play. If you maintain such a mindset, you won't even know how you perish. The two nodded earnestly. However, I added, being overly tense is not beneficial either. A light-hearted laugh like just now is perfectly acceptable. My smile softened their expressions, and they gazed at me with shimmering eyes, deeply moved. Boss. Tang Bingyi warned against laughter. I must feign severity, I replied. What? Tang Bingyi's expression fell immediately. Uffed. This only made Yumilan laugh even more joyfully. Longling Yu finally pressed her lips together, her eyes curving slightly. Indeed, one must admit that this sensation was quite delightful, filled with warmth and joy. Albeit Gu Jianchuan was once again in a foul mood. I dared not jest or frolic with them any longer, lest I incur their wrath once more. Establishing emotional connections with women other than one's wife should be done with moderation. It is not that I lack courage. If your wife could extinguish you with a mere snap of her fingers, you would be even more prudent than I. What? You have no wife? Then it matters not. Ah, merely a jest, do not take offense. Since earlier, Yang Ziwei wore an expression of profound seriousness, and I refrained from inquiring further. For he might utter words of such gravity that one would understand the folly of lifting a stone only to drop it upon one's own foot. It is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Orange, hold your breath. We must make haste. I led them through various paths, aiding their comprehension of the myriad circumstances enveloping this world. The chaos has escalated day by day. Homicides, arson, robbery, extortion, and the abduction of women have become commonplace, often executed by swift and efficient gangs. Leaving no room for hesitation. Many of my classmates, employed by the Hua family, are also engaged in such activities. Clearly, to them, humanity is far more vulnerable than the uncanny. Most of these incidents transpire in the confines of residential buildings, relatively secluded, as long as the actions are sufficiently swift. One need not fear attracting undue attention or trouble. However, due to the prevailing chaos, certain areas have inevitably succumbed to bizarre intrusions, where both perpetrators and victims meet with a grim equality in their brutal fates. I harbor no interest in seizing women or resources. My focus remains steadfast on the peculiar entities. I endeavor to estimate their magnitude, examine their distribution, and ascertain the ratio of their classifications within a specific area. The results lead me to harbor a rather bleak outlook on the living conditions of the city's inhabitants. Danger lurks everywhere. Humanity itself poses a threat. But the peculiarities are even more perilous, and both factions are in ample supply. In a month's time, it is likely that the vestiges of human civilization within the city will disintegrate and vanish. In its stead, only a handful of primitive beings will survive amidst this steel jungle, driven solely by instinct, willing to commit the most atrocious acts for mere survival. These individuals can only exist in the shadows of the peculiar activities, inevitably turning against one another. In more remote areas, far removed from the throngs of humanity, perhaps in a secluded mountain forest, there might be a chance to establish a refuge and lead a relatively normal existence. However, the urban landscape offers no fertile ground for such sanctuaries. Yet, groups like the Hua family, which form armed factions to expand and fortify their survival space, could be regarded as establishing a form of refuge. Although their intentions are purely self-serving, their actions can inadvertently pose significant threats to the general populace, who remain indifferent to their plight. A disciplined and organized team represents a formidable challenge to countless isolated individuals. Banding together for warmth is the correct strategy for ordinary people without special powers to navigate the apocalyptic landscape. I find myself genuinely curious about how many such teams exist in Hongjiang City. Among them, there may be several promising individuals worthy of a closer examination. While I ponder these thoughts, we serendipitously encounter Tong Mingyao's second team. Indeed, she and her companions are engaged in combat against the peculiarities. Chapter 40. Departure. Tong Mingyao's second team comprised 18 individuals, a considerable force compared to the petty factions that roamed around, engaging in theft and mischief. However, they found themselves contending with a peculiar entity. The creature they encircled resembled a mound of flesh, its skin coarse and thick, moving at a sluggish pace. Lacking eyes, it was covered in numerous orifices lined with fine, sharp teeth, leading me to surmise that it was a scavenger. The identification results confirmed my hypothesis, indicating that this entity was of the second level. For an ordinary person, this would be an ideal target for hunting. Had they encountered a more agile creature, they would likely have been reduced to a mere handful. Yet, this bag-like being, while resilient and difficult to dispatch swiftly, could ultimately be worn down with persistent effort. They maintained a safe distance, neither too close nor too far, surrounding the creature. Occasionally, one would rush forward, delivering a strike with a machete before hastily retreating to prepare for the next assault. The creature bore numerous wounds, oozing a pinkish pus. And while the injuries were healing at a noticeable pace, their rate of attack significantly exceeded its ability to recover. It was only a matter of time before the creature succumbed to their efforts. Among the 18, only 2/3 participated in the encirclement, while the remaining 6 remained vigilant, wary of potential ambushes from behind. Indeed, a group had already set its sights on them. Not us, but several middle-aged men armed with weapons. The members of the second team also took notice of them, yet they found themselves ensnared in a critical moment, unable to disengage and address the situation. Thus standing at a distance in a tense standoff. Both sides were on edge, and while the second team currently held the numerical advantage, the uncertainty of whether those middle-aged individuals would summon reinforcements loomed large. To my observation, they indeed appeared to be calling upon other comrades to rush to their aid, their anxiety palpable as they made urgent phone calls. If the enigmatic entity was not swiftly eliminated and the peculiar nucleus seized, the second team would undoubtedly find themselves in grave peril. What to do? Orange, will you assist them? Yang Ziwei inquired in a hushed tone. Assist them? I chuckled softly. They are laboring for Hoking Jiao, who has stated that we could share in the profits. Therefore, they are essentially working for us. Yang Ziwei continued, and moreover, they can be considered our classmates. If we do not aid them, those unfamiliar individuals will seize the opportunity. I remained indifferent to who would gain or lose, finding mere amusement in the situation, and shot him a glance. Remember not to take Hoking Jiao too seriously, nor to place too much importance on his promises. Those trivial benefits are not worth sacrificing yourself for him. We aim to exploit them, so do not allow yourself to be exploited in return. Oh, I see. Yang Ziwei nodded. Compared to the matters at hand, I am far more eager to retrieve my parents. The deterioration of the situation has exceeded my expectations. The place where they reside is no longer safe. Although Gu Jinshuang has established a barrier around their home, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to forcefully intrude. Their ignorance of the peril poses a significant risk. Should they venture outside, our family reunion dinner would consist of but 2 pairs of chopsticks. I contemplate relocating them to the villa area belonging to Huijudi, not to have them live with her, but to find an alternative accommodation. The villa district already houses numerous vacant properties, exquisitely decorated, fully furnished, and equipped with all essential utilities, yet they remain unoccupied. Given the current circumstances, it is unlikely that anyone will inhabit them anytime soon. Thus, I shall make slight use of them for our needs. Suddenly, my phone vibrated. It was Aunt Xiao. I answered immediately. It's bad, Xiaoqing. Someone is banging on our door. What should we do? Aunt Xiao's voice was tinged with an unusual panic. The sounds of chaos erupted on the other end, with Uncle Yang engaged in a heated exchange of insults, and Yang Zifeng joining the fray. It appeared that their adversaries were numerous. Yang Zai will return at once, I assured her. After Aunt Xiao acknowledged my words, I ended the call. Forget about those people. We are heading to your home. Why are we going to my house? Yang Zhao inquired. To kill, I replied. Yang Zhao paused, taken aback momentarily, before his entire demeanor shifted dramatically. We hastened to his family's supermarket, where a large crowd had gathered at the front entrance, loudly hurling insults and attempting to break down the door with various implements. The rolling shutter was on the verge of giving way. Thank goodness. Although Uncle Yang and the others now possess extraordinary abilities, they have yet to engage in actual combat, rendering them inexperienced. The adversaries, being numerous, render even a minor injury to me unacceptable. Yang Ziwei and I charged forward simultaneously, seizing the individual who was attempting to breach the door with an axe by the back of his collar and, with a forceful throw reminiscent of discarding a chick, we hurled him to the ground. He landed with a thud, breaking both arms and sustaining a significant gash from his own axe, resulting in a wretched howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This spectacle left all present astounded. Those surrounding us dared not make a hasty move, encircling us with their weapons, yet none had the audacity to step forward. Who are you? Someone demanded, their voice laced with authority, as if we were the wrongdoers. How dare you inquire? Yang Ziwei bellowed, his voice booming. This is my home. What are you scheming here? Speak up. With a grim expression, I rapped on the warped and distorted door. Uncle, Aunt, we have returned. The door, forcibly pushed open, emitted a grating creak. Upon seeing us, Uncle Yang and the others were filled with joy, yet this was not the time for pleasantries. We needed to deal with the crowd before us. We merely seek to procure some food. We are aware that you possess ample supplies, yet you heartless merchants would rather see us starve than sell to us. Thus, we are left with no choice. Someone asserted with conviction. Our supermarket has long ceased operations. We are not conducting business. You are clearly here to rob us under the guise of purchasing. Another retorted, their tone accusatory, as if we were the brigands. Yang Ziwei, filled with uncontainable rage, shouted, Get out of my sight. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. A voice echoed amidst the chaos, declaring their numerical advantage. There are only a few of them. Merely 3 men among us. We have the upper hand. Let us arm ourselves. Whatever is inside, take as much as you desire. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of shouts and curses, each trying to bolster the other's courage, preparing to surge forward. Yet, I denied them that opportunity. I approached the instigator, who stood momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses and attempted to evade, I had already seized his collar. What do you intend to do? I warn you to refrain from reckless actions, he exclaimed, hastily calling for aid from his companions. Why are you all just standing there? Attack him. Come help me. However, his peers averted their gazes, revealing themselves as a ragtag assembly, eager to stir commotion yet reluctant to engage in actual confrontation. Though their numbers were substantial, few were willing to take action. Those who dared to act, upon witnessing the agonizing struggle of their comrade on the ground, quickly fell silent. Thus, despite his frantic pleas, they remained resolutely indifferent, as if he were invisible. When I ultimately snapped the man's neck, a wave of terror surged through the crowd, prompting them to scatter in panic, disappearing swiftly from sight. Such is the fate of those who dare to challenge the strong. As the adage goes, brothers may fight tigers, sons may march to battle, abandoning their comrade. Not one among them even offered to retrieve the fallen. I swiftly ended the suffering of the one still wailing in agony. As we all entered the supermarket, I introduced a few strangers to one another. Once Yang Zifeng, still somewhat shaken, finally calmed down, I began to address the matter at hand. This place is no longer safe. We must swiftly relocate. I remarked, this time we are merely a disorganized crowd, but next time it may be different. What about the supplies in the supermarket? Yang Zifeng inquired. There is so much here. It would be such a waste to leave it behind. Regardless, we possess extraordinary abilities. Even without your help, we can deal with those individuals. It's just that my father is hesitant to take action, Uncle Yang replied solemnly. Once we engage, someone is bound to get hurt. What if it were you or your mother? Yang Zifeng fell silent, visibly displeased. Such a foolish girl, I thought, ruffling her hair in a gesture of comfort. In this world, one can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can one guard against thieves for 1,000 days? Moreover, a fierce tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. This place is too prominent and conspicuous. As long as you remain here, trouble will incessantly come knocking. But the supplies, Yang Zifeng whimpered, on the verge of tears. Where else could we possibly find so many resources? I don't wish to relinquish these items to others. It seems we must let go, Uncle Yang stated. Take what you can carry and leave the rest for them. Everyone is struggling these days. For me, The safety of my family is paramount. The supplies are but a trivial concern. Yang Ziwei also remained silent. If you do not mind, I can take responsibility for the items here, I offered. You can take care of it? Yang Ziwei was taken aback. How do you plan to manage that? You can't possibly stay here indefinitely, can you? Standing here? The only thing that matters is the supplies. If we take everything away, there will be no problem, right? I chuckled. Take everything? Uncle Yang expressed disbelief, stating that the items here, combined with those in the warehouse, would require dozens of freight trucks for complete removal. How could you possibly carry it all? As long as you nod, we can take it, I replied. After a moment's hesitation, Uncle Yang nodded. I snapped my fingers, and the supermarket instantly became desolate. Aside from our small group, even the discarded cardboard boxes in the corners vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, several individuals erupted in astonished exclamations, cursing in shock. Chapter 41. Reunion. A considerable amount of time had passed, yet everyone remained in a state of disbelief. Their expressions varied as they regarded me, their emotions seemingly intricate. Only Yang Ziwei was incessantly exclaiming, "No way. Dude, no way. I was already impressed when you tossed so many bizarre items in front of us a few days ago. But now you've taken it to an entirely different level. How did I not realize before that you were this extraordinary? Are you still the same Orange I once knew?" However, in his eyes now resided a deeper, more complex emotion that even I found difficult to decipher, sending a shiver of unease through me. Yet, I remained speechless, for it was not I who was remarkable. Although Gu Jinshuang did not mind my leveraging her reputation to garner respect, I did not possess the audacity to usurp the limelight that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, I simply smiled in silence. They, however, interpreted my demeanor as humility, their gazes towards me filled with a newfound admiration, glimmering with intrigue. Uncle Yang, why do you appear somewhat discontented? I have no intention of committing any wrongdoing. Are you truly Lin Tingqing? Yang Zifeng suddenly inquired. What happened to your former timidity? How was I ever timid? I couldn't help but ask. You simply never retaliated or responded when I bullied you. Yang Zifeng exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Back then, you never resisted my torment. Why are you so formidable now? Was that truly bullying? I pondered. Wasn't it merely the playful antics of a child towards an adult? Who do you consider the child? Yang Ziwei quickly interjected, lowering his voice. Oranges has never been one to easily intimidate. In the past, she faced multiple seniors in fights without flinching. She only tolerated you because she liked you. Indeed. That is correct, I conceded, although the so-called fights with seniors were actually fought on my behalf by my wife. Have you ever heard of a traditional skill known as spirit possession? In that instance, I transformed into a martial arts master, effortlessly defeating numerous opponents, which earned me a reputation for being quite formidable. However, this also led others to perceive me as a violent individual, making them wary of approaching me. By that time, I had long ceased to care about such matters. Yang Zifeng was left utterly astonished. Is it truly that surprising? It's rather commonplace, isn't it? Who would hold a grudge against a lively and adorable little girl? While I do not judge based on appearances, I must admit that those who are conventionally attractive tend to receive more leniency. Very well. If it weren't for her undeniable cuteness, I would have dealt with her arrogance much earlier. In my eyes, there exists no fundamental distinction between men, women, the elderly, and children. If provoked, I shall respond with equal measure. However, if it involves an adorable little girl, I might exercise a modicum of leniency, attributing her behavior to her youthful innocence. Yet, Yang Zifeng remains in a state of bewilderment. This seems rather unnecessary, doesn't it? Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, Yang Zifeng let out a piercing scream. You say he likes me? He likes me. Oh dear, something feels amiss. Nevertheless, Yang Ziwei remained oblivious to the oddity, exclaiming, if he didn't like you, he would have dealt with you by now. That does hold some truth. Yet one cannot simply voice every thought that crosses one's mind. Yang Zifeng tuned out all other information, exclaiming, he likes me. In a state of ecstatic frenzy, stamping her feet in delight. And yet, I am still here. My wife is here too. Brother Chengcheng. Yang Zifeng's voice, sweet and delicate, rushed toward me, sending shivers down my spine. I elegantly sidestepped, compelled to do so. Yang Zifeng gazed at me with a look of innocent grievance, pouting. Zifeng, what kind of affection do you think I hold for you? I inquired calmly. Isn't it obvious? It's the love of a brother for his sister. She replied. You know that much. Then why did you come rushing over? But isn't it natural for a sister to seek affection from her brother? Yang Ziwei interjected with wide eyes. Then why have you never sought my affection? Yang Zifeng shot him a fierce glare before turning her big, sparkling eyes toward me. But I also like Brother Chinching, that's why I want a hug. Oh, I shall not oblige, I replied. Why? Yang Zifeng's expression darkened. Despite being so grown up, she still sought her brother's affection, which struck me as somewhat distasteful. I maintained a serious demeanor. Yang Zifeng appeared as if struck by lightning. I mean, come on. Tang Bingi stifled a laugh. Your parents and so many others are right here. Little sister, you don't seem to possess that delicate, dependent personality, do you? Isn't it a bit embarrassing to put on such a cute act? Her words cut rather sharply, albeit they were undeniably truthful. Who are you? The previously silent Yi Mianlan was also caught in the crossfire. And you? Yang Zifeng furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Tang Bingi and Yi Mianlan suspiciously. Where did you two come from? They are my newly recruited subordinates, I replied. Subordinates? What exceptional qualities do they possess? Why would you take them on as your subordinates? Yang Zifeng regarded them with vigilance. That's a secret. You. All right, Zifeng, stop causing a scene, Chiao interjected, pulling Yang Zifeng into her embrace to calm her. These young ladies were brought by your brother Chinching. From now on, we are all on the same side, and it's important to coexist harmoniously. But Lin Tingqing just bullied me, and that woman was also making snide comments about me. Yang Zifeng rarely experienced such indignity. It's all right. It's all right. Be good or else. Aunt Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, startling Tang Bingi and the others. Yang Zifeng flinched and promptly settled down. You all stay here and rest for a moment. I will go fetch my parents, and then we shall move together. I seized the opportunity to say. This left them utterly astounded. Aren't your parents working out of town? Uncle Yang, do you truly have parents? Yang Ziwei, how could this be? They haven't even properly applied makeup. Hello. Mother? Yang Zifeng. Long Lingyu hastily declared, I will accompany you. I want to go too. Tang Bingi eagerly raised her hand. Mr. Lin, please do not exclude me. Yi Meifen timidly interjected. What is the matter with you women? Should it be your turn? If anyone is to be taken along, it should be me. Yang Zifeng exclaimed in anger. What a commotion. Gu Jinshuang scoffed. Indeed. Things were becoming rather tumultuous, escalating to the point where everyone insisted on accompanying me. How could I possibly take them along? Setting aside the myriad of complications, there were certain matters I needed to discuss with my parents first to avoid any potential issues. No need, you all stay here. I resolutely refused. But it is unsafe for you to go alone, Long Lingyu whispered. I am not going alone. My wife will accompany me, I said nonchalantly. They all stared, their eyes filled with sympathy. They were about to argue, but I did not wish to waste any more time. I urged them, regardless of the circumstances, not to step outside, and then I dashed out, swiftly disappearing. If I had known it would be such a hassle to manage so many people, I would have refrained. I exhaled slowly. It would be easy to change my mind at any moment. I could simply turn back, eliminate them all, and then continue to enjoy a world of two. Gu Jinshuang excitedly suggested, if you are going to find your parents, are you also considering eliminating them to enjoy your private world? Certainly, my parents are undoubtedly different from those individuals. Hehe, please do not regard me in such a manner. I am aware of your deep concern for them, which is why you have always shown them great respect. How could I ever commit an act that would cause you sorrow? In other words, if I remain untroubled, her feelings are of no consequence. She harbors no special affection for my parents. Her efforts to portray herself as a dutiful daughter-in-law, despite the disdain of her in-laws, are solely to protect my feelings. This aspect of her captivates me, yet it also instills a modicum of fear. If she only cares for me, does that imply that should I command her to annihilate all of humanity, she would do so without a second thought? And if, one day, she were to cease caring for me, who could possibly restrain her? My beloved, I adore you. Suddenly, I embraced her tightly. Ouch. Your overtly ulterior motive in expressing love is somewhat nauseating. Yet, I must admit, it brings me a flicker of joy. Speak. Are you contemplating bringing another woman into our lives? If you profess your love once more, I shall permit you to keep another. She embraced me with a tragic resolve akin to severing one's own arm. Where are your thoughts wandering? I asked. Do you truly perceive me as that kind of person who offers unsolicited affection with ulterior motives? If I were to affirm that, would it wound your tender heart? I found myself unable to retort, for she was indeed correct. But this time, it is genuinely different. In your past readings of romantic novels, did you not often mock those domineering male protagonists who profess, if you were to die, I would ensure the world accompanies you to the grave? I inquired. Indeed. Such individuals are rather foolish, boldly making grandiose claims that mislead others into believing they possess remarkable abilities, eliciting laughter from discerning readers. Gu Jianchuang offered a candid critique. Now, if one day I were to inadvertently meet my demise, please do not emulate them, all right? I stated earnestly. Just feel a slight sorrow, and then live your life as a ghost. When I am reincarnated, seek me out, and I shall marry you. My dear, Gu Jianchuang smiled. You must adhere to scientific principles. Reincarnation does not exist in this world. What? I was taken aback, not because a ghost was speaking of science, but because, does this mean that the Taoists deceived us? He explicitly stated that one could be reincarnated as a human. He assured us. Suddenly, I was consumed by rage, yearning to confront that scoundrel and truly make him pay. Yet, Gu Jianchuang held me tightly, preventing any reckless actions. Once this is settled, we shall together seek him out for retribution. I shall not rest until justice is served. My heart was ablaze with indignation. That Taoist was merely a performer I hired. She remarked with a light chuckle. What? I was utterly bewildered. To be precise, I manipulated him to facilitate our union. Otherwise, how could I have had the opportunity to marry you? She continued. After our goal was achieved, I released my hold on him and sent him to another province. How could she nonchalantly reveal such a staggering secret? Is this truly surprising? She inquired. Or perhaps, are you angered because I deceived you and your parents? No. That is of little consequence, I replied. I had thought that Taoist was some kind of reclusive sage. What kind of hermit is he? Merely a half-mad, half-dazed vagrant. That tattered Taoist robe he wears is surely something he picked up from somewhere. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. Judging by the Taoist's demeanor and the scent that clung to him, labeling him as a mere beggar carries no insult. Though this explanation does make sense, it simultaneously unravels other perplexities that had long troubled me. Yet, I can't shake off a sense of subtlety. What about that Tin Yang body and Tinning body? Am I to believe that is also a deception? Well, what do you think? She blinked playfully. I guess. Ah, darling, are you being mischievous? Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You have teased me so many times before. What is wrong with me returning the favor? I replied with a stern face. It's nothing. Just, could you exert a bit more effort? She shyly blinked again. I've lost interest. I won't play anymore. No. She clung to me once more, employing all manner of coaxing and playful stubbornness. I continued on my way, my mind a chaotic tangle of thoughts. If there is no reincarnation, how then did she come back as a human? That thread of inquiry had snapped. Furthermore, if marrying me did not grant her a human rebirth, what was her reason for seeking me out? I sighed. Even if I were to ask her, she would likely deflect with jest and triviality, never revealing the truth. I would have to wait for her to gradually open up. Regardless, I am determined to uncover all her secrets. Lost in my thoughts, I arrived at my parents' doorstep and called them. Hello? Mom and Dad, it's me, Xiao Cheng. Son, how is it that you reached out to us? Is something amiss on your end? Just wait. Your father and I shall come to your rescue. I feel a slight urge to jest, yet I am also quite moved, so I shall refrain. I stand at your doorstep. I state, and as the call disconnects, a flurry of hasty footsteps precedes the door swinging open. There stands my father, Lin Jining, and my mother, Yao Dongmei, both wedged at the entrance, gazing at me in a stupor, tears streaming down their faces. In such a moment, to claim that I am not overwhelmed with emotion would be disingenuous. However, the reunion with dear ones renders trivial any sense of embarrassment. I offer a serene smile. Father, mother. Oh, my son, they exclaim, enveloping me in a tight embrace. Even I cannot suppress the welling of tears, feeling profoundly moved. Then I glance at Gu Jianchuang. I had anticipated she might share in the sentiment, yet she stands aside, her eyes wide. All right. A moment of embrace is sufficient. Let go. You two should keep your distance from my husband. What an astonishing woman. Chapter 42. Mending past grievances. From now on, updates will be daily. I kindly ask for your support. We entered the house. The once exuberant couple fell into silence after we took our seats, neither speaking nor daring to meet my gaze. It has been several months since we last met. Do you not have any words to share? I inquire. They exchanged glances, and my father, with great caution, began. Did you, by any chance, already know? Know what? That you reside here? I chuckled. My father nodded. I have known for quite some time, ever since I was in elementary school. I replied nonchalantly. So many years have passed. Why have you never confronted us? My father appeared somewhat awkward. Was it truly necessary? Were you afraid of cohabiting with her and me? Believing that if I exposed you, you would willingly return to our lives? Without exposing you, there remains a semblance of dignity between us. Unveiling the truth would only lead to mutual disgrace. Ignoring their dismal expressions, I continued to assert that we need not necessarily coexist under the same roof. We thrive just as well without you. I had anticipated that my words would incite anger or sorrow, yet they responded with cheerful laughter. Shuang Shuang has taken excellent care of you, and we have observed it all, so there is no need to worry about your well-being. With her by your side, it makes no difference whether we are present or absent. Is this your justification for shirking your responsibilities as parents, abandoning your 10-year-old son? I struggled to contain my rage. You fear her disdain, yet so readily entrust me to her care? Do you genuinely believe she will treat me well? If she were unreliable or cruel-hearted, would I still be here in one piece? I have every right to be furious. Their actions, though seemingly absurd, are profoundly contemptible to me as the affected party. I understand they have their own burdens, but who will comprehend mine? Thankfully, they did not sever all ties. They did not completely abandon me. Otherwise, while I would not resort to violence against my biological parents, their fates would hold no significance for me. Then they began to weep, both of them. I remained unmoved, merely observing them coldly, offering no comfort. We find ourselves utterly helpless. The profound anxiety and fear engulf us. As the mere thought of an unseen presence in our home, vigilantly observing all that transpires, renders us incapable of enjoying our meals or finding solace in sleep. We are paralyzed, unable to engage in any activity. We have attempted to acclimate to this reality, yet it proves insurmountable, compelling us to flee. Yet we dare not venture too far, fearing that should anything happen to you, we would be unable to reach you in time, thus we remain here. Gradually, however, we have come to terms with our situation, observing her kindness towards you, raising you with a care that surpasses our own. We have begun to accept this daughter-in-law and wish to return to continue caring for you. Yet we are at a loss for words. The very notion of abandoning our own flesh and blood weighs heavily on us, and we dread that revealing the truth may incite your resentment towards us, leaving us to persist in this state. Is there truly such hidden complexity within? They do not intend to walk a solitary path to the bitter end. They have contemplated turning back, yet are restrained by certain fears. Although this rationale may seem foolish, I harbor no objections. I merely seek a justification to forgive them, regardless of its robustness. Their remorse is sufficient for my contentment, for I have no genuine desire to regard them as adversaries. As parents, their contributions may not be entirely selfless, yet a commitment of 60 or 70% is commendable, far better than none at all. I have learned to temper my expectations of others, including my parents. If they offer me 2 measures of kindness, I accept it. A single measure? I embrace it. Even the slightest gesture is met with gratitude. Should they extend no kindness at all, I bear no grudge against anyone. The earlier remarks, tinged with a hint of bitterness, were merely the musings of a small child grappling with the sorrow of my parents' departure. Presently, I find myself devoid of words. I soften my tone, questioning whether in this changed world, they still wish to wander aimlessly outside. At that moment, my mother hurriedly inquired, "Xiao Qing, how did you come to us? Did you encounter any dangers along the way? I've heard that the outside is quite chaotic. Even our community is not spared. There are those scheming against everyone, and some have already suffered misfortunes. It's truly frightening to contemplate. Did you face any troubles?" I asked. Both shook their heads, assuring me that their provisions were ample, rendering the external chaos irrelevant. They ignored those who knocked at the door or called through the community committee. They believed no one could breach their sanctuary. Can't breach? Do you genuinely think that shutting your door will safeguard you from all troubles? The outside world may be far more daunting than you can imagine. Had it not been for your daughter-in-law's protection, those intruders would have long since forced their way in, I remarked, shaking my head. You mean Shuang Shuang? Has she come? My mother asked, bewildered. Not only has she arrived now, but she has been here daily, all to ensure your safety, I replied. Did she provide the food we have at home? My father inquired. If it wasn't her, then who else could it be? I was at a loss for words. Your mother, and I thought it was divine intervention. Why does the divine not extend protection to those starving outside? I found myself rendered speechless. The two of them were of the sort whose intellect occasionally faltered, displaying moments of cleverness interspersed with folly. Otherwise, they would not have committed such foolish acts. Furthermore, the immense mental strain they had been under recently could easily account for their complete befuddlement. Upon my observation, both suddenly became aware, their faces awash with shame. Do you have paper and a pen? I inquired. Yes. I'll fetch them immediately. My father sprang up and swiftly returned with a notebook and a pen. I laid the notebook open and handed the pen to Gu Jinshuang, who diligently inscribed the following. Dear Mom and Dad, greetings. I am Shuang Shuang. We have come to rescue you. Upon reading those words, their expressions turned blank, and then they wept profusely, their sobs more intense than when they first beheld me. I'm so sorry. Shuang Shuang, I apologize. We should never have looked down upon you. You are a good child, our beloved daughter-in-law. We, as your parents, have wronged both you and Xiao Cheng. Despite how we treated you, you still dared to risk such peril to save us. It should have been us rescuing you, yet we were too afraid to even step outside. Truly, their cries were heart-wrenching, their emotions spiraling out of control. Gu Jinshuang looked at me helplessly. If I were to tell them that their opinions of me did not matter in the slightest, would that be deemed disrespectful to my elders? The fact that you are still willing to engage with them seems to me an act of profound compassion. Their actions towards me I can rationalize, but towards you, it is utterly unjust. I murmured softly. Gu Jinshuang gently grasped my hand and smiled, assuring me that it was all right. With a daughter-in-law like me, it must be quite challenging for them. How could they dare to ask for too much? What is wrong with having a daughter-in-law like you? They would be hard-pressed to find someone even comparable, yet they still dare to be picky. Speaking of which, they have indeed caused my wife considerable distress. Truly, they are. Well, I fear that voicing such thoughts may render me an unfilial son, condemned for forgetting my parents in the presence of my wife. Please, no. Gu Jinshuang appeared somewhat taken aback, saying, Darling, speaking like that will embarrass others. I must confess, her natural demeanor evokes a similar shyness within me. Her myriad styles are beyond counting. Yet, it is this gentle and virtuous appearance that most profoundly touches my heart. Of course, I am equally moved by her other styles. In every conceivable way, were it not for my parents being present, I would seize this rare opportunity to playfully tease her, curious to see just how adorably she would react. Alas, I have missed the chance to be thoroughly teased by her, pondering just how charmingly she might respond. Just as I have in every moment before. All right, do not weep any longer. If you are moved to such tears by our actions, it is wholly unnecessary. I assure you, your daughter-in-law possesses great abilities. She can ensure your safe departure and proper settlement with utmost ease. Continuing in this manner only burdens her and creates discomfort. Upon hearing my words, they reluctantly began to compose themselves. Gu Jinshuang sighed softly and continued to write in her notebook. It's all right, Mom and Dad. With us here, you no longer need to live in fear. Once we close the door, we are a family. Even if there have been some unpleasant moments in the past, let us consider them as if they never occurred. From now on, we will honor you well, ensuring that you experience joy and happiness each day. Upon reading this, a sense of unease washed over me, and sure enough, tears began to flow from her eyes again. The elderly couple, moved and excited, began to utter a stream of nonsensical words, as if they had already accepted Gu Jinshuang as their own daughter. In less than an hour, the focus of their guilt had shifted from me to her. I felt almost indifferent. My emotions were rather complicated. Was this truly advantageous for me? Gu Jinshuang looked at me, her smile playful and charming, with a hint of mischief. Unable to contain myself any longer, I excused myself, claiming a need to use the restroom. There, I playfully tormented her, leaving her breathless and demanding mercy. Ah, what a relief. Chapter 43. The inquiry. Upon returning to the Yang family supermarket and reuniting with the larger group, I managed to find a van. Although it lacked keys, Gu Jinshuang was sufficient. Neither my parents nor I could drive, so it was left to her. She couldn't drive either. She simply made the vehicle glide. My parents seemed to have fully embraced Gu Jinshuang, so in the face of this shocking scene, they were not frightened at all. Instead, they repeatedly praised how impressive my daughter-in-law was, much to Gu Jinshuang's delight. Their compliments became tiresome to me, yet they showed no signs of weariness in their admiration. I felt somewhat superfluous in the midst of it all. It was only when confronted by such a multitude that my parents ceased their incessant chatter. Although Uncle Yang and Aunt Chio had never met my parents, they were already aware of each other's existence through my accounts. My parents expressed deep gratitude for the care the Yang family had extended to me over the years, yet the Yangs harbored no such fondness for them. They had long deemed my parents as irresponsible and negligent guardians. Uncle Yang had repeatedly expressed a desire to engage in a serious conversation with them, but I had consistently deflected those overtures. Though Uncle Yang is a mature and composed gentleman, he is also a man of strong emotions. When those feelings are stirred, he can be quite impulsive. Like any true gentleman, he abhors the notion of using force against women, yet he shows no mercy towards men. Given my father's slight stature, I feared that before Uncle Yang could deliver even half a blow, my father would be on the ground. My reluctance to allow them to meet stemmed not only from concerns for my father's safety, but also from other significant considerations. On the journey here, I had earnestly conveyed to them the importance of maintaining composure, imploring them to exercise restraint and avoid any unpleasantness due to my past conflicts with my parents. After much persuasion, they reluctantly acquiesced. Although Uncle Yang would not confront them directly, he made it clear that he would not offer them any semblance of cordiality, maintaining a stern silence throughout. My father found it perplexing that this seemingly warm-hearted man, as I had described him, was so difficult to engage with. Unaware that had I not sung Uncle Yang's praises beforehand, he might very well have been lying on the ground in need of resuscitation. However, apart from Uncle Yang, everyone else exhibited an exceedingly favorable disposition towards them, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Their emotions swiftly transitioned from gratitude to trepidation, prompting them to seek an excuse to pull me aside. What is the story behind these enchanting young ladies who resemble fairies? Do not dare tell us they are merely your friends. My parents glared at me, their tone laced with discontent. Only Long Lingyu is my friend. The one named Lu Ruyan is unrelated to me. She is Yang Ziwei's partner, while the other two are my subordinates. I recounted the facts truthfully. Yet, my response failed to appease them. That Long Lingyu, could she possibly be the same Long Lingyu from your elementary school? I recall you once fought over her. She resides in the same community, in the same building as us, my mother inquired. I nodded, confirming it was indeed her. You merely regard her as a friend? My parents scrutinized me with the piercing gaze one reserves for a suspect. Naturally, I do. What else would you assume? I was perplexed. I admitted that I had indeed harbored feelings for her in the past, but that was years ago, ancient history, and yet you still doubt my intentions towards her? However, the girl is undeniably stunning, though she may not surpass Shuang Shuang. Which boy would not be enamored by such beauty? Moreover, you have a checkered past. What checkered past? It sounded as if I had been incarcerated. Truly, had it not been for that incident, I would never have brought her along. I recounted the tragedy of Long Lingyu's father's untimely demise, revealing that she is now indeed alone and without support. Upon hearing this, my parents nodded in agreement, acknowledging that my actions were, in fact, justifiable. Poor child, what a world we live in. Alas, my mother sighed, advising me to treat others kindly, yet to be mindful of boundaries to avoid misunderstandings, reminding me constantly that I am a married man. I nodded earnestly. However, I must also express that both of you should refrain from giving her special attention due to this matter. She is quite sensitive, and your actions may inadvertently cause her distress. It would be best to maintain a natural demeanor, treating her neither with excessive familiarity nor undue distance, as though she were merely my cousin. Do I need to remind you of this? My father scoffed, questioning the situation with Tang Bingyi and Xiao Lan, who addressed us as mom and dad, leaving one to wonder if they believed themselves to be our daughters-in-law. I have already stated that they are my subordinates. Their behavior is merely an attempt to curry favor with you to please me. Do you truly think they yearn to be your daughters-in-law? Were it not for the changing times, they would hardly deign to glance our way. To avoid complications, I told a little white lie. That may indeed be true. My father nodded repeatedly. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that they hailed from an extraordinary background. Although they have aligned themselves with you now, it does not necessarily mean they hold you in high regard. After all, aside from your wife, you possess little of significance. I remember when your mother and I used to worry about your prospects for marriage. My mother appeared to be entirely convinced without a hint of doubt. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming urge to cast them out and let them fend for themselves. Kiki, what is the deal with the daughters of the Yang family? Why do they refer to us as mom and dad? By the way, what about your Uncle Yang's wife, Aunt Chiu? Where has she gone? Is it possible that... Are you serious? I couldn't help but inquire. What do you mean? My mother asked, perplexed by my words. Where have I gone wrong? I began, stating that the Yang family has but one daughter. Furthermore, I clarified that of the two daughters you mentioned, the elder one is Aunt Chiu. My parents stood in stunned silence. And then, what? The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, prompting me to urge them to lower their voices. My mother, as if awakening from a dream, blurted out nonsensically, well, she certainly maintains herself quite well. Although Aunt Chiu is in her 40s, she appears to be in her 30s. With a change in attire and a touch of makeup, one might easily mistake her for someone in their 20s. Some individuals possess an innate ability to defy the passage of time, and indeed, she takes good care of herself, indulged by her husband as if she were a daughter. with her most taxing responsibility being to manage household accounts. My father refrained from voicing his opinion on the matter, as my mother was scrutinizing him closely. Should he display any sign of dissent, his life would be quite miserable. If my fear of my wife is rated at 5, his would be 9. But why does Aunt Shio address us as Mom and Dad? My father, with a serious demeanor, shifted the topic. Is it not apparent? She is merely playing at youth. However, do not expose her ruse. Despite her youthful appearance, she is not as young as she seems. And how many beautiful women like her are willing to accept the reality of aging? I solemnly stated that the next time she addresses you as father and mother, you should not take offense, nor should you inquire as to why she does so. You are well aware that over the years, she has taken exceptional care of me. Although my words may appear absurd, and should Aunt Shio learn of my failure to placate her until she is thoroughly exhausted, I would undoubtedly lose favor for at least 3 months, if not longer. Nevertheless, my parents expressed their understanding and agreement. They then spoke fondly of young Zifeng, their faces adorned with smiles. That Zifeng is truly clever and charming, her laughter sweet, and her demeanor respectful towards us, akin to that of a biological daughter. She does not resemble the spoiled and willful child you once described. Do you harbor some bias against her? Or has she somehow offended you? They spoke as if I were fabricating grievances out of thin air. I did not. I could only respond in this manner. They nodded, half believing, and continued to shower young Zifeng with compliments, transforming that little imp into an angel in their eyes, leaving me in a state of confusion as to whether I should find it absurd or feel nauseated. Ultimately, they gazed at me meaningfully and sighed, reminiscing that when they conceived me, they had hoped for a well-behaved daughter like Zifeng. Who would have guessed they would end up with a mischievous boy? They pondered the prospect of having another child, yet feared the arrival of another like me, thus resigning themselves to their fate. Fortunately, had it not been for this, they would not have encountered such a wonderful daughter-in-law like Shuang Shuang, and gradually came to terms with it. Damn it, I suddenly found myself wondering why I could not, like the protagonists of internet novels, secure a life where one person's satisfaction ensured the well-being of the entire family. Did they truly believe that obtaining my forgiveness would grant them the audacity to overstep their bounds? Thankfully, I have long grown accustomed to such behavior. Otherwise, I might have found myself in a contemplative state atop the rooftop. By the way, with so many beautiful ladies surrounding you, Long Lingyu, Tang Bingi, that little lawn, along with Zifeng and your Aunt Shio, surely Shuang Shuang isn't displeased, is she? My father inquired. Did he not sense the oddity in his question? My mother chimed in, asking whether Shuang Shuang had any objections. I do have reservations, Gu Jinshuang declared. What could she possibly object to? My wife is the unparalleled beauty of both heaven and earth. While those women are indeed lovely, they pale in comparison to her radiance. I waved my hand dismissively. Very well, I have no objections then, Gu Jinshuang nodded. Is that so? How wonderful. My mother suddenly sighed, lamenting, it's a pity we cannot see her. How I wish we could. Fear not. For there will come a day when you shall behold her. I smiled reassuringly. Gu Jinshuang's eyes sparkled, and then she enveloped me in a warm embrace, knocking me to the ground. I feared she might attempt a playful kiss, shaking my head vigorously. Yet this time, she merely lay atop me, gazing intently with a smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering as if they contained 1,000,000 stars. Chapter 44. The Black Dragon Gang. I could delay no longer. With no time to allow for slow exchanges to nurture their feelings, I led my parents and Uncle Yang away. Yang Ziwei and the others remained behind, waiting for my return. The reason I did not take them along was not due to the limited space in the van, but rather my lack of trust in Lu Rian. Though she appeared to be quite honest, I had already discerned her clandestine scheming with Hu Kunyang. Even if it were not the case, I would not so readily place my trust in her. The impression one forms of another is challenging to alter, let alone her duplicitous behavior and insincere flattery. Even if she were genuinely devoted to Yang Ziwei, I would still need to scrutinize her gradually before contemplating any shift in my perception. It seems she has no intention of granting me that opportunity. I am not angered. Rather, I find myself quite pleased. I eagerly anticipate the day when she, in her misguided confidence, reveals her true nature to us. Although someone may be heartbroken at that juncture, is it not true that one cannot truly grow without experiencing some pain? It is high time for this foolish giant to mature mentally. Even in a world on the brink of chaos, her naivety leaves much to be desired. Who can young uncle and Shio aunt rely on in the future? I have never intended to become their son-in-law, although I find myself in their company now. It is inevitable that we shall part ways, returning to the solitary life of husband and wife with Gu Jinshuang, where it becomes difficult to attend to them in times of need. On our way to the villa district, Yang Zifeng ardently engaged my mother in conversation, while my father occasionally chimed in with cheerful remarks, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a happy family of three. Young uncle appeared utterly exasperated, and Aunt Xiao observed with a cold gaze, seemingly displeased with Yang Zifeng's antics. Indeed, this is part of her teasing me. I am acutely aware of Yang Zifeng's forced transformation, pretending to be demure with ulterior motives. She seems to harbor some feelings for me, attempting to use my parents as a means to forge a connection, thereby establishing a favorable relationship with her future in-laws. I can only say that her well-laid plans have been foiled from the outset. In the past, it seemed that my parents harbored hopes for me to free myself from Gu Jinshuang, or for Gu Jinshuang to grow weary of me and depart, allowing me to find a normal girlfriend with whom to marry and raise children, thus gifting them a robust grandson to dote upon. However, as time elapsed, this notion gradually faded from their minds until it ultimately vanished entirely. They have now firmly embraced Gu Jinshuang as their daughter-in-law. Moreover, they have never considered Yang Zifeng in that regard. Their exuberant delight stems solely from their desire for a daughter like her. Yang Zifeng might still believe that my parents are quite fond of her, and indeed they are, albeit in a different sense. I find no inclination to involve myself in their little game, especially since they have yet to draw me into their affairs. Gu Jinshuang, on the other hand, remains remarkably composed, as she is wholly indifferent to my parents' perceptions of her. Even if they were to harbor an intense aversion towards her, it would change nothing. Thus, in response to Yang Zifeng's deliberate attempts to ingratiate herself with my parents, Gu Jinshuang feels no sense of urgency, but rather finds it amusing. As long as she is happy, that is all that matters. After selecting a suitable house within the villa district, I swiftly surveyed the surrounding area in the interior, dismantling all surveillance systems to prevent any remote prying. The password lock on the front door posed no challenge for Gu Jinshuang. I had anticipated that she would merely unlock the door with ease, but to my astonishment, she managed to acquire the password as well. Has her prowess evolved to the point where she can command even computers? The villa is spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 2 families of 5. After leaving them with an ample supply of food and conveying some essential precautions, I took my leave. Before departing from the villa community, I made a discreet visit to Huijudi, ensuring that she remained unaware of my presence. She sat before her computer, her expression stern as she fixated on the screen, engaged in a phone call with someone. Within the span of 48 hours, I had scarcely observed her before Gu Jinshuang forcibly pulled me away. Upon returning to the supermarket, I rejoined Yang Ziwei and the others to confront the peculiar sight where Tong Mingyao's second team had gathered. By this time, the bizarre mound of flesh had transformed into a heap of putrid meat, and the enigmatic core had been secured by Tong Mingyao. However, reinforcements from the group that had been closely monitoring them had arrived, armed with 2 firearms. Tension was palpable as both sides faced off, conflict imminent. Listen, students. It would be wise for you to hand over the core to us adults. Our patience has its limits. If you do not surrender the item, we will resort to gunfire. The leader sneered, aiming his weapon at the second team. Tong Mingyao, as the captain, stood resolutely at the forefront, her expression impassive. You must be dreaming. This core was acquired through our hard work. Why should we hand it over to you? Just because we have guns. The leader threatened to pull the trigger. You likely underestimate the power of this thing. A single shot could obliterate your heads. A member of the second team shouted, Captain, just consume the core. With powers, we won't fear them. Silence. Tong Mingyao replied coldly. The leader erupted in laughter. Do you truly believe that becoming an empowered individual renders you immune to bullets? What kind of extraordinary abilities do you possess? If you indeed have impenetrable skin and iron bones, then there would be no cause for concern. However, should you wield the power of laser vision capable of annihilating us with a mere glance, that too would pose no threat. Yet, if your abilities are ultimately futile, you are still destined for a grim fate, one fraught with excruciating pain. The leader sneered, proclaiming that you shall soon understand the consequences of crossing the Black Dragon Gang. The situation was crystal clear. This self-proclaimed Black Dragon Gang held firearms, boasting an overwhelming advantage in firepower. Yet, instead of immediately resorting to violence to assert their dominance, they opted for verbal intimidation, fearing that their adversaries might resort to desperate measures and consume the enigmatic core. The second team hesitated, uncertain whether this core could bestow them with the powers needed to escape peril. Should they wager incorrectly, they would inevitably face a savage retribution. This standoff, akin to a deadlock, hinged on which side would falter first under the mounting pressure. Undoubtedly, the Black Dragon Gang held the upper hand for them. The worst-case scenario entailed losing a mere core, while the second team risked total annihilation. The psychological burdens were decidedly unequal. Thus, the members of the Black Dragon Gang remained composed, exuding an air of confidence, while their opponents were drenched in sweat, many already displaying signs of panic and contemplating flight. You cannot possibly be the masters of your own fate. Surely, you serve a greater organization, do you not? The leader of the Black Dragon Gang suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, a smile laden with implications. And what of it? Tong Mingyao inquired coldly. Observing that you are devoid of any capable weaponry, it is evident your employer regards you as expendable. Why do you toil for him? The leader of the Black Dragon Gang handed a gun to a subordinate beside him, spreading his arms wide. Why not join our Black Dragon Gang? We offer humane management to our members, with generous treatment and abundant respect. At the very least, we won't send you out to fight without even a weapon. Do they not realize that without a gun, they are merely prey for others? Their fear lies in the possibility of you turning against them with a weapon. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang smirked. Your boss is clearly a cowardly, incompetent, and arrogant little man. What future can one expect from associating with such a person? There is no need for you to pledge your loyalty to him at the cost of your lives. It simply isn't worthwhile. Is there indeed a future with you? Tong Mingyao inquired. Absolutely. The leader responded confidently. Do you think the Black Dragon Gang consists solely of us few? To be frank, we have over 100 members. And our boss is a remarkably powerful ability user. An ability user. A remarkably powerful ability user. I could hardly register Tong Mingyao's reaction. I was only slightly taken aback. Until now, I had never encountered another ability user in reality apart from those around me. The fact that he could command such a band of desperate individuals indicated that their boss indeed possessed significant capabilities, capable of instilling fear and ensuring their compliance. The Black Dragon Gang? I instructed Yang Ziwei and the others to remain where they were and approached the group alone. Chapter 45. Humor. As I boldly made my way toward them, both factions immediately took notice of my presence. Some members of the second team called out to me as if I were their savior, but they were quickly silenced by Tong Mingyao's reprimand. Her intelligence is truly incongruous with her robust appearance. However, with just a few shouts, the members of the Black Dragon Gang immediately discerned the depth of my relationship with this group. Although it was a misunderstanding, I was powerless to change their perception. Thus, one of the two guns was aimed at me. The leader cast a cold glance at Tong Mingyao and the others, ensuring they made no sudden movements before turning to me and inquiring, "Who are you? A companion of theirs?" "I am merely a classmate from the same school," I replied candidly. "A classmate? Huh. So you intend to rescue them?" The leader scrutinized me from head to toe. "What gives you the right to save them? If you were carrying a bomb, perhaps I would be intimidated. Could it be that you are an ability user?" "An ability user?" The underlings of the Black Dragon Gang gasped in astonishment. "Boss, is this kid truly an ability user? If not, how dare he act so arrogantly on his own?" Another underling remarked. "Perhaps he is merely bluffing. Have you not heard of the empty city stratagem? He aims to make us believe he is an ability user to frighten us away. Damn it, we are not easily intimidated. Who will go and probe this kid's true capabilities? Why don't you go yourself? I have a stomach ache and need to use the restroom." Silence. The leader frowned and snapped impatiently. The others fell silent, half of them vigilant towards Team 2, while the other half remained wary of me. "Are you an ability user?" the leader asked, his voice low and serious. "Why should I disclose that to you?" I replied with a smile. "Even as a person endowed with extraordinary abilities, the presence of firearms in our hands and the multitude around us should prompt you to consider whether you can withstand our bullets," the leader asserted. "Should you choose to remain a mere observer at this moment, you would become a distinguished guest of our Black Dragon Gang. Our boss is in the midst of recruiting talent, and if you truly possess such abilities, you might ascend to a high-ranking position in our organization in no time." "High-ranking?" I inquired with a smirk. "Can anyone truly surpass your boss?" The leader chuckled, unaware that I recognized the disparities in power among those with abilities. "Some are formidable while others are rather inconsequential. Do not presume that simply bearing the title of a person with extraordinary powers will intimidate us. If you genuinely possess the confidence to bring us all down, why waste words with me? Could it be that I simply enjoy conversation?" I raised a hand, insisting, "Must we defeat you before you yield to us? Do not move. Otherwise, I shall open fire." The leader warned sharply, redirecting his weapon towards the second team. This individual was astute, either threatening to shoot me or attempting to secure a retreat for themselves. However, The second team was in dire straits. You do not assume that I care for their fates, do you? Even if you were to eliminate them all, it would matter not. I did not step forward for their sake, I replied languidly. So, are you after that enigmatic core? The leader inquired. No. I have merely heard that the head of your Black Dragon gang is also a person of extraordinary abilities, and I find myself somewhat intrigued, I stated. The leader's expression shifted. Do not expect me to betray our boss. He is exceedingly formidable. Ordinary ability users are utterly no match for him. It would be wise for you to recognize your place and refrain from seeking trouble, lest you find yourself regretting it. How do you know he is strong? I feigned disbelief, observing that you hardly seem to possess any extraordinary abilities yourself. With the perspective of an ordinary person, can you truly discern such strength? He is indeed powerful. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of no consequence. Were he present, you would have already been dealt with. Thus, I advise you not to oppose our Black Dragon gang, for our leader will undoubtedly exact revenge. Should you witness his methods firsthand, you would not doubt the dire consequences of incurring his wrath. Hearing your words, you have seen his methods? I inquired casually. The leader opened his mouth to speak. Yet before uttering a word, he closed it once more. I nodded, and since he refused to cooperate, I suggest you vacate the premises immediately. The Black Dragon gang. Is it? Are you aware of our Konghong group? Inform your leader that in Hongjiang City, we expect you to behave with humility. Very well, Konghong. The leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Depart. I commanded assertively, gesturing dismissively. A bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, leaving a charred gash. The Black Dragon gang members, who had previously been dismissive, now displayed palpable fear, retreating into themselves. If you do not leave now, you shall remain here, I stated coolly. The leader cast a lingering gaze upon me and declared, we shall take our leave. The members of the Black Dragon gang fled hastily, not daring to look back. The second team exhaled in relief, and then Tong Mingyao stepped forward, addressing me. We are immensely grateful for your assistance, Lin. Tong Mingyao spoke with a composed demeanor. I truly admire your poise, yet I can't help but wink and inquire. Having rescued you all, is there no reward in store for me? I could offer myself in exchange. I nearly succumbed to a fit of laughter. Her words wielded a potency far exceeding that of a bullet, igniting an urge to flee to the farthest reaches of the earth. Just a jest, she remarked with an impassive expression, revealing a surprisingly sharp sense of humor. Extending her hand toward the mysterious core, the team member tasked with safeguarding it trembled. But Captain, this is something we endured great hardships to obtain. Without Lin, this precious item would surely have been seized by others. Hand it over. Some among the group concurred with Tong Mingyao's decision, while those who harbored dissent dared not voice it. Despite their reluctance, the team member relinquished the core into her hands. Without even glancing at it, she promptly passed it to me. I smiled, pondering the appropriateness of this exchange for such a hard-won treasure. Accept it? Or perhaps you would prefer I offer myself? I hastily accepted it. Though it was a jest, the implications of her words were not particularly gentle on my fragile heart. I toyed with the core momentarily before returning it to Tong Mingyao, who regarded me with surprise. Without the core, you will find it impossible to report back, won't you? Other teams have their own spoils, and without yours, you might find yourselves in a difficult predicament. Are you aware of the circumstances of the other teams? Tong Mingyao lowered her voice. I simply nodded in response. May I have a word with you? Her gaze held a hint of peculiarity. Of course. As long as you do not behave inappropriately. That's hard to say. Damn. She truly possesses a sense of humor. We stepped aside, and Tong Mingyao spoke candidly. Have the other teams ever contemplated independence? This notion was rather audacious, yet not difficult to conceive. The group led by Hu Jingjiao was far from amicable. Though they painted a pretty picture, the only allure lay in the abundance of resources available there. However, relinquishing one's moral compass could lead one to find resources anywhere, should one dare to fight and seize. Moreover, remaining there would equally demand the abandonment of ethical standards. Given this, why not break away from Konghong and establish one's own force externally? Do you wish for independence? I inquired. It is not my desire. I merely wish to ascertain whether other teams harbor such thoughts, replied Tong Mingyao. How would I know? My understanding of their situation stems from having witnessed their acts of violence and plunder. They have not dared to confront the enigmatic. Yet they have been quite faithful in executing the tasks assigned by Konghong. This suggests that, for the time being, they still intend to serve Konghong dutifully. Does it not? Tong Mingyao nodded. I understand now. Thank you for sharing this with me. Even if you claim not to desire independence, given what you just said, if the people of Hu Jingjiao were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly not spare you. Are you not afraid that I might inadvertently reveal something to them? I asked. You would not, Tong Mingyao replied decisively. Why do you believe I would not? Because it would bring you no benefit whatsoever. What do you believe the benefits I seek to be? I am unsure, nor do I wish to know, for surely they cannot be attained through mere slander. I nodded slightly, though it was difficult to ascertain. A flicker of something unusual finally appeared in Tong Mingyao's eyes. Indeed, I possess a sense of humor. I departed from the group in the second team and returned to Yang Ziwei and his companions. Chapter 46. The New Stronghold Orange. What is that group up to? Yang Ziwei inquired. They hail from a gang known as the Black Dragon Gang, intent on seizing the enigmatic core of the second team. I merely assisted in driving them away, I replied with a smile. Yang Ziwei regarded me with skepticism, which irked me somewhat. What kind of look is that? He scratched his head. They wanted to deliver the enigmatic core to you, and you declined? Indeed. So, you are merely acting out of goodwill? Is that a problem? I asked, my expression stern. Yet Yang Ziwei's gaze was complicated. You are not truly that sort of person. I am not. And my actions undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. What motives? Yang Ziwei's eyes brightened with curiosity. I shall not divulge, I replied, pouting. Yang Ziwei lamented dramatically, persistently questioning me, but I ignored him entirely. Boss, what shall we do next? Tang Bingyi asked. We shall go to your house, I stated. To my house? Tang Bingyi was taken aback, but my home has nothing of worth. Fortunately, I possess everything we need here. By the way, do you have many vacant rooms at your place? Indeed, aside from my parents and my own room, there are 3 guest rooms, although we rarely have visitors at home. Why do you ask? Tang Bingyi inquired. I wish to transform your home into our stronghold. Do you have any objections? None, Tang Bingyi replied, shaking her head. Given her swift agreement, I refrained from elaborating further and led everyone to the apartment where Tang Bingyi resided. I instructed Gu Jinshuang to scout the area and locate an unoccupied room, which we cleaned thoroughly before taking everyone there. I then shared the door code with Yang Ziwei. From now on, you and Lu Ruoyan will reside here. If you require anything, I shall provide it shortly, I stated. Yang Ziwei's eyes widened. How did you know the code for this house? I guessed. TCH. If you won't say, then don't. Yang Ziwei continued. Aren't we supposed to live together? It would be inconvenient with too many people under one roof. Are you worried I might disturb you and these lovely ladies? Yang Ziwei retorted with dissatisfaction. Isn't there a beauty in your place as well? Aren't you concerned I might interrupt you both? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ziwei conceded. You have a point. Perhaps it is best we remain apart. His intentions were rather transparent. I allowed him and Lu Ruoyan to enter first to acclimate to their new surroundings while I took the remaining group to Tang Bingyi's home. Upon entering her own abode, Tang Bingyi was overwhelmed with emotion, almost brought to tears. I never imagined I would return in my lifetime. She choked out. Come now. It's as if you've been away for centuries. Weren't you just here yesterday? Tang Bingyi nodded quietly, discreetly wiping away her tears. You should stay in your own room. I will share one of the 3 guest rooms with the 2 of them. We won't touch your parents' room. I immediately made the arrangements. Hey, boss, how can you occupy a guest room? I'll give you my room and take the guest room myself. Tang Bingyi hurriedly exclaimed. I appreciate your kindness, but do you really expect me to stay in a girl's room? I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Come on, boss. You're acting so naive despite being so experienced. Are you afraid to stay in a girl's room? You can't possibly be a virgin. Tang Bingyi teased with a playful smile. I chuckled in response, and she hung upside down from the ceiling. Boss, I'm sorry. Tang Bingyi quickly conceded. Don't think that just because you're at your own home, you hold the advantage. Remember, you are mine. Your home is equally my domain. Mind your manners when speaking in my presence, I stated firmly. Understood. Tang Bingyi replied, looking pitiful. I released her from her position. I allowed Long Lingyu and Yi Milan to choose their rooms, and I instructed Tang Bingyi to arrange the bedding and other necessities, asking her to provide me with a list of any missing items. Upon entering the last room, as soon as I closed the door, Gu Jinshuang immediately cast a spell to transform the space into an independent realm, ensuring that no sounds from our lively activities would reach the outside world. Finally, we had a place to enjoy some intimate moments as a couple. I felt a surge of joy, yet Gu Jinshuang seemed even more elated. She eagerly climbed onto the bed, beckoning me with a playful gesture. Darling, come here. I smiled and approached her, but merely lay down beside her. Gu Jinshuang's mischievous hands soon became restless. Do not move. Just lie down quietly, I said with a stern expression. Is this acceptable? She replied. rolling over to lie atop me, our faces mere inches apart, her eyelashes occasionally brushing against my eyes, creating a ticklish sensation. The closeness was indeed palpable, yet I found it tolerable, yes. Gu Jianchuang smiled with delight, her laughter melodious. I closed my eyes, but she playfully tugged at my eyelids, insisting I keep them open. What are you doing? I frowned, growing impatient. Am I not presentable? It's not every day we get to be alone together. And you want to even look at me. She feigned a pout, appearing delicate and vulnerable, making it difficult for me to refuse her. I forced myself to focus on her. Her eyes bore into mine without blinking, occasionally breaking into silly laughter. It was rather nauseating, yet I found it endearing in moderation. Let me hold you, and take a brief nap, I suggested. Wasn't it only in the summer that you would let me hold you to sleep? Gu Jianchuang tilted her head. Though it's not hot now, it still feels like summer. I smiled, replying. As if you wouldn't sneak into my blankets in the dead of winter. Oh, did you catch me? She feigned surprise, causing me a pang of annoyance. How could one not notice a human ice cube suddenly invading their warm nest? This had become a nightly ritual, so who was I supposed to be? I fell silent, wrapping my arms tightly around her, then closed my eyes and drifted to sleep. I truly cherish these moments of tranquil serenity. Yet this mischievous spirit sought to stir things up. Darling, do you remember when you were little and had to embrace me because you were too short? Finding yourself cradled in my arms instead? Several times, you slumbered unaware, much like a little piglet, bustling about on my chest. I presumed you longed for your mother, so I loosened the collar. Then you, shoo. I suddenly opened my eyes and screamed. What on earth are you doing? After having consumed everything. Do you wish to deny it? Gu Jianchuang wore a look of deep sorrow. Why must you bring this up? I am on the verge of madness. I have striven so hard to forget. How can I face you after this? There is an old adage that a daughter-in-law is half a mother. Is this not entirely reasonable? You even allowed me a glimpse of motherhood beforehand, so I shall be well prepared when we have children, ensuring our little one grows up plump and healthy. Are you intentionally trying to mortify me? I asked earnestly. Were you not embarrassed back then, and now you are shy? Gu Jianchuang chuckled with delight. I'm not shy now. Did you not say this was perfectly normal? Allow me to demonstrate just how normal it can be. I had entirely lost my sanity. Today, I was determined to make her experience the sheer despair of mortification. Ultimately, I failed, leaving myself dizzy and breathless. Yet Gu Jianchuang smiled contentedly, tenderly cradling my head, pressing my face against her bosom while humming a sweet lullaby. I shall inevitably perish within her embrace. Chapter 47. Unspeakable for 1,000 words. Dear husband, why did you assist those individuals just now? Though I am your wife, I do not turn a blind eye. You are clearly the type who rises early only if there is profit to be gained. It is unlikely that you would suddenly change your nature, is it? What ulterior motives are at play? Gu Jianchuang inquired suddenly. A sharp tap on my head urged me to speak. Reluctantly, I complied, taking a deep breath before articulating. I merely find it intriguing. Oh, what is so intriguing? Gu Jianchuang asked with keen interest, delivering another playful tap, insisting, speak, but keep your hands busy. Such demanding requests, what did you say? I remarked, my dear wife, your skin is truly exquisite. Gu Jianchuang responded with satisfaction, allowing me to continue. The Black Dragon Gang is inherently fascinating. With over 100 members armed with knives and guns, they already constitute a formidable force. It is said their leader possesses extraordinary abilities. On the surface, they are capable of contending with the likes of the Huijinjiao's faction. Although their weaponry may not match up, who has to say that this ability wielder isn't exceptionally powerful? High-level supernatural abilities are not easily attained. If this individual possesses remarkable combat prowess, perhaps they are akin to Tang Bingyi, an awakened one. Thus, you deliberately invoked the name of Kong Hong and showcased your strength in front of those individuals. Intending for the Huijinjiao's faction to take notice of the Black Dragon Gang? To make that enigmatic power wielder a target? The name Kong Hong is well known throughout Hongjiang City. I chuckled, realizing that my actions would surely prompt the Black Dragon Gang to act. If I have not overly misjudged that individual's courage, the first wave of probing will likely arrive swiftly. And then, do you wish to witness their conflict? This is merely a glitch scenario. Their quarrel offers us no tangible benefits beyond mere entertainment. What then do you seek to gain? I desire to observe their intricate alliances and covert rivalries, stirring the stagnant waters of Hongjiang City into a tempest. Oh, a flicker of intrigue ignites in Gu Jianchuang's eyes. Hongjiang City, with its considerable expanse and nearly 10 million inhabitants, is a fertile ground for exceptional individuals. It is not surprising that such a populace could foster formidable talents. They may band together to vie for power or operate discreetly, lying in wait for the opportune moment, particularly those solitary figures lurking in the shadows. To draw them out, one must create sufficient commotion. I assert that a mere Kong Hong lacks the requisite influence. The Black Dragon Gang's reach is also limited. However, should they incite chaos, connections with surrounding factions will inevitably emerge, triggering a chain reaction that will swiftly engulf all of Hangjiang City. Those individuals will find no refuge, compelled to engage. And then what? Gu Jianshuang inquires. Once they surface, we will take notice, and we shall possess ample means to manipulate them. As I have reiterated, utilize when necessary. Eliminate when required. I will not permit others to lurk in the shadows, passively awaiting the fruits of our labor. Once we have subdued all factions, this city of Hangjiang will rest firmly within our grasp. The next step will be the entire S province, followed by the nation itself. Gu Jianshuang smiled gently, caressing my cheek, and remarked on my husband's ambition for dominance. I do not act for the sake of conquest, I replied with solemnity. Gu Jianshuang maintained her smile. I gathered my thoughts. Although the bizarre phenomena are rampant and exhibit a ferocity that is quite tyrannical, humanity must never be underestimated, particularly in light of the emergence of the enigmatic cores. Initially, humans indeed found themselves at a disadvantage, yet there exists the potential to gradually amass strength through these cores, allowing us to stand against the aberrations and even potentially suppress them. This conclusion, born from my utmost optimism, is likely shared by many discerning individuals. Though I wonder how many share my concerns regarding the harsh realities that humanity will inevitably face thereafter. Gu Jianshuang's expression grew slightly more serious. I find the aberrations outside to be rather feeble, I continued, pausing momentarily. It has been several days since we encountered anything of the caliber of the Infernal Knights. All we have faced are those that ordinary individuals can overcome through unity in the judicious application of tools, akin to low-level adversaries in the early stages of a game. Clearly, there are high-level aberrations among them. One that could effortlessly obliterate a city, like the Black Dragon, would barely suffice for the Infernal Knights. Such beings, no matter how rare, should still be present in a city as vast as Hangjiang. Furthermore, it is not only Hangjiang. There are no reports of them domestically online, and scan information comes from abroad, but even that has dwindled recently. If their intention is to annihilate humanity, they could act at any moment. Yet, why do they merely send their minions to instill fear? They bestow upon humanity extraordinary abilities, granting us the strength to resist them, much like the mindless villains in internet novels, who could easily eliminate the protagonist with a mere swipe, yet choose to send their subordinates to bestow experience and equipment upon the hero. If they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, such behavior would be inconceivable. Should one inquire about their reasoning, it could either be that they genuinely seek to assist humanity in its evolution, or perhaps someone is compelling them to remain concealed for the time being. I directed my gaze steadily at Gu Jianshuang, who maintained her composure, even smiling slightly. Are you truly an ordinary female ghost? I sighed softly. For your displayed abilities thus far are exceedingly outlandish, resembling those of a deity rather than a specter. Yet, where exists a celestial being cloaked in such chilling, ghostly aura? Thus, you remain a ghost, yet instill fear in those monstrous entities akin to deities. Perhaps those beings are simply foolish, overconfident and arrogant, disdainful of engaging directly? She inquired. I chose not to dwell on this topic further. If she was not yet willing to speak, there was little I could do. I continued, asserting my disbelief in the benevolence of those monsters. They would inevitably strike to obliterate humanity, to eradicate us. Thus, I must eliminate them. So, you desire to empower humanity as a whole, even granting formidable strength to mere children? Is that why you seek to lead them? To prevent excessive internal strife that might weaken the human coalition? She questioned. It is premature to ponder this matter, at the very least. I must first ascertain one crucial question. What is that question? If a supernatural being were to slay another of its kind, what becomes of the fallen one's abilities? Do they vanish entirely, or can they be appropriated by another in some form? Gu Jianshuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, this question merits profound exploration. I chuckled softly. If the abilities of a supernatural being were to dissipate upon death, and assuming the quantity of available abilities remains constant alongside a fixed number of awakened individuals, then it would be prudent to regulate them. Otherwise, we might find ourselves devoid of supernatural beings to combat those monstrous entities. However, what if these abilities could be inherited? There would be no need for further inquiry. Let them engage in their battles freely. Although the number of supernatural beings may dwindle, the quality of their abilities would undoubtedly enhance. I favor this scenario, for when confronting such formidable anomalies, sheer numbers hold little significance. Although it is said that ants can bring down an elephant, one has never heard of ants defeating a deity. A sufficiently powerful supernatural being is worth countless lesser ones. Should such an individual truly emerge, they would undoubtedly leave behind a trail of devastation. Yet, I remain indifferent, as long as they do not harm those I hold dear. Even if they are a despicable wretch, I would still seek to enlist their services. Gu Jianchuang smiled slightly, thus. All your endeavors are aimed at ultimately conquering those who wish to annihilate us? Regardless of whether we ultimately triumph, it matters not, as long as we remain unscathed. The fate of this world is of no concern to me. Furthermore, during this time, I shall discover a means to transform you into a human. A task of far greater significance than saving the world itself, an endeavor that is imperative. Gu Jianchuang offered a bittersweet smile. If I were to become human, I would lack the strength to protect you, and apart from bearing your children, I would be rendered powerless. Nonsense. Do you think I, Lin Tingqing, am destined to rely on my wife for protection throughout my life? I declared fiercely, feeling a sense of guilt in my current dependence, which fuels my desire to grow stronger, to become a true man capable of safeguarding my wife and children. And while you are undeniably formidable, can you truly contend with the most monstrous of foes? There will inevitably be adversaries beyond your capabilities, will there not? If I were to become complacent and rely solely on you, how would I endure if you were to sacrifice yourself to shield me? Gu Jianchuang was momentarily taken aback by my words. It was rare to witness such a display of emotion from her. I must surpass all others and every enigma. Only then can I shield you from the storms of life. Only then. Might you be able to lean on me, even slightly? I murmured softly. How delightful it is. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly began to speak, her words faltering. To my astonishment, tears streamed down her face. Though she smiled beautifully, her tears fell silently. I reached out to touch her tears, my fingertips feeling cool and damp, yet leaving no trace upon my skin, as if it were but an illusion. Why are you crying? What is there to weep about? I felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, my cheeks burning. I am deeply moved. I never anticipated how significant I am to you, nor did I expect you to consider so many things for my sake. I could have never imagined. Her tears flowed more abundantly, nearly overwhelming my heart. I had not foreseen that my mere words would touch her to such an extent. Could it be that she truly harbors deep feelings for me? Is it possible that a few light-hearted remarks could render her so overwhelmed with joy that she loses her composure? It seems she possesses little decorum. Yet, that is of no consequence. No more tears. I raised my voice, gazing intently at her. Gu Jianchuang smiled at me, her tears still streaming down her cheeks. I contemplated many words, yet none seemed appropriate, and after a prolonged silence, I found myself unable to speak. My heart felt heavy, an unprecedented weight. This sensation is beyond the capacity of words to convey. Thus, I chose silence, leaning in to kiss her, pouring all my effort into distracting her from any troubling thoughts, hoping to quell her tears. Sad tears would shatter my heart. Joyful tears would also bring me great distress. All I desire is to see her smile. For that, I would willingly endure the most excruciating pain. All right. I shall not cry anymore. Are you trying to suffocate me with your kisses? I do not require breath. There is no need for you to compete with me in this regard, is there? Who says I am about to suffocate? I could last another 20 minutes. All right. I concede that I cannot endure any longer, so please, my dear, spare me. Well, since she has willingly begged for mercy, I suppose I shall relent. However, she seems unwilling to let me off the hook. She pressed me back down. Be a good husband. Open your mouth. I refuse. I was filled with terror. Having uttered such commanding words, how could you expect me to behave this way? How shall I face others in the future? Indeed. Do remember to be gentle this time, and refrain from playful bites, for I, too, am susceptible to pain. By the way, if we are to have a son, perhaps we should consider hiring a wet nurse. I mumbled incoherently. Such possessiveness. Are you truly jealous even over our son? How ridiculous. It seems this will depend on your conduct, then. Well, understood. As long as you are willing to draw near to me from time to time. Why does it sound as if I am the one taking advantage of this situation? TSK. I have already said no biting. You naughty husband, you mischievous darling. It is indeed shameful. After all, I am a proud man, yet here I am treated like an infant. Such indignity. However, I must admit that this occasional treatment is rather delightful. Indeed, It greatly facilitates emotional communication between spouses. I lost track of time, my mind swirling in a haze, teetering between dreams and wakefulness, when Gu Jinshuang gave me another nudge. Someone was knocking at the door, gradually regaining my senses. I sighed with a sense of loss, adeptly helped her into her clothing, tidied my appearance, and then proceeded to open the door. 3 young ladies stood outside. Have you eaten? Did we disturb your rest? Tang Bingi said softly. I shook my head and smiled. Who prepared the meal? She did, Tang Bingi replied, glancing at Long Lingyu. But we helped a bit too. She hurriedly patted her chest. Yi Milan sincerely admired. I could have accomplished that. But I fall woefully short compared to Miss Long. I hardly had a chance to contribute. Miss Long is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Miss Yi. Long Lingyu replied, her cheeks slightly flushed from the praise. The shredded potatoes were cooked by me, Tang Bingi asserted, unwilling to concede. Her hands remained hidden behind her, and it was easy to surmise the reason. I grasped her hand and activated my healing ability. Tang Bingi's expression shifted. It doesn't hurt anymore? Boss, just how many abilities do you possess? Let's eat. I have more to discuss. Though I forced myself to appear cheerful, I still felt somewhat listless. After all, how could one not say that a gentle abode is a hero's tomb? Being surrounded by women tends to sap one's fighting spirit. I deemed it time to temporarily distance myself from intimate interactions. Darling, we'll continue this evening. I'll change into your favorite Cheongsam. Should the stockings be 30D or 15D? Gu Jinshuang whispered in my ear. Definitely 30D. All right. Tomorrow, I will make a concerted effort to avoid feminine distractions. Boss, what did you just say? Tang Bingi turned back. Nothing, I replied with a smile and a shake of my head. Mr. Lin, my stockings are 40D, Yi Milan mentioned. Is that so? The next time. We're 30D for me. Yi Milan shyly nodded, causing my ears to ache suddenly. Tang Bingi, however, appeared to have an epiphany and dashed into her room. I knew my ears would soon suffer again. Chapter 48. A call from Yang Ziwei. Tang Bingi, is your backside feeling rather itchy? After much restraint, I could no longer hold back the question. Tang Bingi trembled as if someone had tossed ice cubes into her clothing, emitting an unusual whimper and casting a mournful glance in my direction. Boss, how could you utter such crude words to a girl? She softly complained. Who told you to be so restless? You twist and turn like someone with hyperactivity during our meal, nearly dismantling the chair and your feet. Please refrain from touching my calves. I fear you might infect me with your athlete's foot. I certainly do not have athlete's foot, she retorted, exasperated. Tang Bingi glanced disapprovingly at both Yi Mianlan and Long Lingyu, who were stifling their laughter to varying degrees. She felt utterly humiliated, burying her face in her meal while occasionally casting a pitiable look my way. Upon emerging from her room earlier, she had already changed her attire. Previously clad in practical sportswear, though striking, it did little to showcase her enviable figure. She had now donned a JK uniform paired with black stockings and dark high-top shoes. This ensemble accentuated her legs, allowing them to rival Yu Mianlan's, while the student uniform lent her an air of purity that could compete with Long Lingyu's charm. Exuding both innocence and seductive allure, she became the most captivating presence in the room, even momentarily shocking Gu Jinshuang, who began to reassess her. In the subtle comparisons among the girls, Tang Bingi held the advantage, causing Yi Mianlan and Long Lingyu to feel somewhat diminished, secretly lamenting their lack of fashionable attire. Then she faced me like a proud peacock, feigning elegance while subtly concealing her intentions, her gaze tilted at a 45-degree angle downwards to the left. Anticipating my astonished reaction that would evoke a foolish grin from me. However, I merely cast a brief glance her way before inviting her to sit down and eat. Unwilling to be so easily overlooked, she resorted to playful antics in an attempt to capture my attention. At this point, she had surrendered her pretenses, and her demeanor became quite pleasing to behold. All right, I acknowledge your beauty, but may I please finish my meal before I indulge in your charms? I said with a smile. I'll serve you some dishes, boss, she exclaimed, instantly revitalized, chest puffed out, as if she could wag a golden retriever's tail to the heavens. Casting a disdainful glance at the other two girls. With chopsticks, mind you. What are you saying, boss? I haven't even used these chopsticks, she retorted, having previously focused solely on her graceful movements, which, I must admit, were indeed captivating, though I would never concede that. Could you kindly wipe the rice off your face first? Are you still a child? Boss, are you implying that I am your darling? Her ability to climb the social ladder with such finesse was truly remarkable. Children are not treasures. I find them utterly detestable. Thus, Tang Bingi wilted once more. Let us eat, I commanded, Addressing the two others, you are both quite lovely as well. So may I ask if you could put your shoes back on? My shins are close to being fractured from your kicks. The two girls remained silent, focusing on their meal. After a while, Tang Bingy inquired, Boss, didn't you mention earlier that you had something to discuss with us? What is it? Excellent. She finally refrained from uttering any nonsense. I set down my chopsticks and glanced at them. Do you believe it is better to reside here or in the Konghong building? Of course, it is better here. Tang Bingy replied with a smile. This is my home. Living here is most comfortable. Here, Yimi Lan smiled, relishing the current atmosphere. Wherever you are, that place is the best, Long Ling Yu softly remarked. The air suddenly became still. Big sister, I actually wanted to say the same. Tang Bingy quickly interjected, casting a fierce glare at Long Ling Yu. I also enjoy living with Mr. Lin. It matters not where, Yimi Lan added. TSK, truly a troublemaker. I shall pretend I did not hear that last remark. I shook my head. In truth, there is no need for you to feel this way. I, too, prefer residing here. Isn't that splendid? Tang Bingy beamed. My home is your home. You may stay as long as you wish. If possible, it would be delightful for us all to live here together without concern. Is that really feasible? Yumi Lan inquired, somewhat intrigued. Long Ling Yu merely observed me silently. Theoretically, I could indeed allow everyone to dwell here indefinitely, enjoying these carefree and joyful days. However, I personally do not wish to remain in such ease perpetually. Thus, I must venture outside and explore. As for you, it is unnecessary for you to always be by my side. The three girls hurriedly attempted to speak, but I preemptively halted them, urging, do not be agitated. Allow me to speak first, otherwise it will become a muddled exchange. I want to emphasize that I have no intention of abandoning you. They all secretly exhaled in relief, yet still regarded me with a palpable tension. What I meant to convey was that, in most instances, it is far more convenient for me to operate alone. There are numerous places I cannot venture to with a group. Furthermore, your abilities remain rather limited. There is no need to mention Xiao Yi and Xiao Lan. Even you, Xiao Linger, do not possess sufficient strength to aid me, and I would find myself more concerned about your safety. It is not that I disdain your company. I hope you can comprehend my perspective. Simultaneously, I understand your desire to share both the joys and adversities alongside me. However, I trust you would not wish to place me in jeopardy due to your presence, would you? Although they appeared somewhat discontent, they all nodded in agreement. To my surprise, Long Ling Yu's reaction was far more positive than I had anticipated, and she seemed a touch moved. Perhaps it was the familiarity of the name Xiao Linger. I had always referred to her in that manner, but it had been an eternity since. I had no intention of reverting to such an intimate and ambiguous term. Yet in this context, a degree of closeness was necessary for certain sentiments to be expressed. Otherwise, it could lead to serious complications. Thus, I suggested that when I embark on specific endeavors that do not require your assistance, it would be best for you to remain here. I assured them that when the necessity arose to include you, I would do so regardless of your reluctance, so there was no need for such despondency. This arrangement would benefit us all. If there are any dissenting opinions, now is the time to voice them. I surveyed the room and spoke slowly. Does working at Konghong count as the activity you mentioned? Long Ling Yu inquired. Thus, whenever I visit Konghong, I always bring along Xiaolan. I remarked, without her. How could I engage in our playful games of strategy with Wu Jingjiao? Tang Bingy cast an envious glance at Xiaolan, while Long Ling Yu merely nodded in acknowledgement. When will I be able to support you, ensuring that I do not hinder your endeavors, so that I may stand by your side in any undertaking? She inquired further. When that time arrives, you shall naturally understand, I replied with a smile. That day shall never come. She seemed to grasp, or perhaps she understood but feigned ignorance. Long Ling Yu gazed at me in silence, her fervent eyes momentarily unsettling me. Silly girl, do you have something to express? I turned to seek Tang Bingy's thoughts. One day, she murmured repeatedly, her gaze becoming increasingly profound yet fervent. Boss, are you essentially keeping a mistress? Tang Bingy asked earnestly. If I were to cast you aside, then indeed, I replied. Oh, you wicked boss. Bullying others again. Laughter erupted among everyone. At that moment, I received a call from Yang Ziwei. Hello? Have you eaten? I casually inquired. Before leaving, I left them plenty of ingredients. Lu Ruyan should be able to cook. Chengzi, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Yang Ziwei's tone was hesitant yet grave. Shall we meet? No. Let us speak over the phone. If we meet, I might struggle to voice my thoughts. Very well. The big moment has finally arrived. Go ahead. I'm already aware. Orange, Yang Ziwei murmured. Can I leave you and go solo? Chapter 49. The break goes solo? What do you mean by that? I inquired with a light laugh. That is, well, I simply do not wish to act alongside you any longer. I desire to be with Ru Yin and make my own decisions. His voice was resolute. Why the sudden change? Isn't everything quite well as it is? Indeed, it is well. But that is solely because you are here, making it so smooth. I want to see if I can manage on my own and still lead a comfortable life. For a moment, I found myself at a loss for words. I understood that I ought not to voice such sentiments. After all, those extraordinary abilities were granted to me without cost. Without them, I would merely be an ordinary person with a bit more strength, still susceptible to being bullied by those ruffians. I, Yang Ziwei, am not ungrateful. Yet I truly do not wish to remain stagnant like a mere lackey. I aspire to be as formidable as you, earning both respect and fear from those around me. Just like the protagonists in online novels. Hey, buddy, you must understand that protagonists in online novels come in various forms. I wanted to retort. But a more pressing question lingered in my mind. Yang Ziwei, I asked, who told you that you were a lackey? No one told me. That is merely my own perception. Is it not true? Yang Ziwei expressed, I have always done whatever you asked of me. Although I understand your intentions are for my benefit, it has rendered me akin to a mere echo, devoid of any personal standing. Many have commented on this before. Yet I have kept my silence until now. I was left speechless. He continued, I am aware of my lack of intelligence. Numerous people have scorned me for being simple-minded and physically able, including my parents and sister, who frequently call me a fool. Even I perceive myself as such. But who decrees that a fool must heed the words of others in all matters? I yearn for autonomy, to make my own decisions. Even if I stumble and face setbacks, I am unafraid. I shall steadily improve, and one day, this fool will become as astute as you. His laughter faded. And with a soft sigh, he added, if I perpetually trail behind you, I shall never progress and remain a fool forever. Chingzi, I do not wish to be a fool indefinitely. Therefore, may I embark on my own journey? Of course, I replied. Who is there to hinder your exploration? I fully comprehend and respect your personal wishes, Mr. Yang Ziwei. Henceforth, let us part ways amicably. That's not what I meant. I don't wish to sever our ties. Yang Ziwei exclaimed hurriedly. We will still be good friends. It's merely that we want to be together all the time. It must be Ru Yin who has influenced your thoughts, I bluntly revealed. I had anticipated some resistance from him, yet he did not. I find her words quite reasonable, but trust me, she is certainly not sowing discord. She genuinely cares for me, wishing for me to become a man of stature and integrity, which is a desire I share. Let us assume she harbors no ill intentions. However, do you comprehend what it means to act independently? It signifies that there are matters I may not be able to attend to promptly. It's not merely a matter of stumbling and facing repercussions. Your very life could be at stake. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents? Therefore, it would be wiser to maintain a clear boundary. Each grievance has its rightful owner. Should you encounter any misfortune, they would not hold me accountable. Even if you could attend to me immediately, does that guarantee my survival? You speak as if you are invincible. Must you be so self-assured? His words left me somewhat dazed. There is no need for you to explain to my parents. They adore you far more than their own child. If I were to face adversity, you would simply take care of them, wouldn't you? They would likely prefer that arrangement. Zifeng also resents my affection for you. You and they appear more like a family. I am merely an extraneous presence. Who told you this? I was momentarily taken aback and inquired. No one needed to inform me. It is evident to anyone who observes. Are you feigning ignorance? Or do you wish to claim you are aware yet disdain competing with me for the affection of our parents and sister? Everyone adores you, and not me. Even Long Ling Yu favors you. I once had feelings for her, but she couldn't even be bothered to glance my way. Do you think I am such a fool that I should always wear a foolish grin regardless of the circumstances? Am I not permitted to refrain from smiling? I remain calm, Yang Ziwei. To speak candidly, I believe I have not wronged you in any way. I have never contemplated vying for anything with you. There exists a significant misunderstanding regarding your family. They are merely showing me kindness out of pity for my solitude. You are their true kin. You may choose not to believe me, but you cannot dismiss their understanding, can you? This is a matter I do not require your instruction on. You have never wronged me, for you regard me as a fool, thus deeming it beneath you to apologize. You have never considered competing with me for anything, as you could effortlessly take whatever you wish from me without even trying. Should I be grateful for this? At present, my sole desire is to preserve my last vestige of dignity and reclaim what I have lost with honor. I find it amusing, judging by your tone, that not only do you intend to go solo, but you also wish to oppose me? It is merely a matter of normal competition, Yang Ziwei replied coldly. I had not intended for it to escalate to this point. You have forced my hand. I laughed. Yang Ziwei, is it truly so easy to sever ties? Am I to be blamed for my actions? While I may feel remorse for you, I cannot help it. I yearn to make my mark, to prove myself. And to do so, I must turn against you. Otherwise, no matter what achievements I attain, others will only attribute them to you and will never acknowledge my efforts. Very well, I said, I wish you good fortune. Regarding our affairs, please do not inform my parents or Zifeng. He hesitated, for it would cause them distress. I concur with this sentiment. If one day you find yourself at my mercy, I shall show you leniency. He seemed genuinely earnest in his words. I appreciate your magnanimity in advance, Mr. Yang. I ended the call. Long Lingyu and the others remained silent. They are astute. I did not use the speakerphone. Yet from my side of the conversation alone, they grasped the entirety of the situation, their expressions varying. I rubbed my face and smiled, reminding myself that there was no need for such tension. After all, we are adults, and disputes among friends are commonplace, especially since this matter does not stem from their actions. So, let us consider this an unspoken affair. Boss, are you truly all right? Tang Bingi inquired cautiously. Of course, I am fine. It was that fool who instigated the issue. Am I to weep in grievance? I harbored no thoughts beyond wishing to give him a good thrashing. I shrugged my shoulders, maintaining my usual demeanor. Please, do not look at me like that. I am currently quite irate, and I would advise against provoking me, I said coolly. They quickly averted their gazes, focusing on the table. One might say that such developments were not entirely unforeseen. His discontent had indeed been brewing for some time, though I had previously chosen to overlook it, whether intentionally or not. It seems I am simply unfortunate. Yet, there will always be consequences, regardless of whether they can bear the cost. Chapter 50, Transformation, for 1,000 words. After the call ended, Yang Ziwei remained in a daze for quite some time. It is unclear when it began, but he had been harboring a grievance against his good friend Lin Tingqing, with no opportunity to express it until now. When the two first acquainted themselves, he had no reason to harbor any dissatisfaction towards Lin Tingqing. If one were to insist on jealousy, it would seem more fitting for Lin Tingqing to envy him. For that individual appeared to possess nothing at all, perpetually solitary, devoid of friends, and even his parents seemed indifferent to his existence. During parent-teacher meetings, while others were accompanied by their guardians, he remained isolated in a corner. He had only transferred to that class in the 6th grade, unfamiliar with all his classmates, including Lin Tingqing. Although he had a cheerful disposition, his lack of wit often led to him saying the wrong things, resulting in swift disdain from his peers. Others either ignored him or mocked him for amusement, and he could only respond with a foolish grin, as his prior school experience was no different. He had long since become accustomed to the role of a jester. No one esteemed him, no one cherished him, despite his belief in his own numerous virtues. They went unnoticed. Yet, he yearned to forge genuine friendships, not those shallow connections that sought to exploit and ridicule him, merely using him to elevate their own status. After numerous setbacks, he set his sights on Lin Tingqing, having discerned the uniqueness of this individual. Both he and Lin Tingqing belonged to the unpopular faction in their class. The distinction lay in his fervent desire to escape his current predicament and become a beloved figure, while Lin Tingqing seemed entirely unconcerned with his own unpopularity. Even amidst a crowd, he exuded an aura of seclusion, as if inhabiting a world of his own. He was solitary, seldom engaging in conversation unless absolutely necessary. And even when others attempted to strike up a dialogue, he responded with a frosty indifference. When others seek to provoke him with their sarcastic jabs, he responds with remarkably incisive and unrelenting retorts that leave them speechless. No one would expect this typically taciturn individual to possess such eloquence. With just a few well-chosen words, he can leave his adversaries regretting their own careless remarks. Should a physical altercation arise, he retaliates with swift and ruthless precision, unfazed by the peculiar glances cast his way. Thus, rather than being isolated by his classmates, it is more accurate to say that he has chosen to distance himself from them. Truth be told, he often finds himself envious of this state of being, yet he understands that such a demeanor is one he could never emulate. Moreover, he yearns to be the center of attention, as the solitude that accompanies such a status is something he can scarcely fathom enduring. He contemplates the notion that perhaps this individual is not as resilient as he appears, after all, who truly exists without the need for companionship. It seems more likely that he is merely maintaining a fade in the absence of friends. People often indulge in a one-sided understanding of others' actions. and he increasingly believes that Lin Tingqing must have a friend, lest he risk becoming the very antisocial figure others describe, leading to dire consequences. He genuinely holds this belief. Therefore, in a bid to rescue a pitiable soul teetering on the brink of a perilous path, his compassionate nature compels him to take decisive action. Initially, his efforts met with resistance, as he was understandably perceived as lacking intelligence, yet he remained undeterred, engaging in a cycle of persistent struggle and resilience, showcasing an unprecedented tenacity. He contemplated giving up, but the prospect of the benefits that success would bring to both of them reignited his determination. He gained a friend, and Lin Tingqing also found companionship. Lin Tingqing would not descend into the realm of antisocial behavior. On a personal level, this represents the realization of his dreams. On a grander scale, it constitutes a significant contribution to the welfare of society. From a young age, he believed himself destined for greatness. Now that opportunity lies before him, how could he possibly falter? The turning point arrived when he extended an invitation to Lin Tingqing to visit his home. Initially, Lin Tingqing declined, but after numerous refusals, he likely felt that continued resistance would subject him to relentless torment, prompting him to reluctantly acquiesce. This filled him with uncontainable joy, as if he could glimpse the dawn of victory. He had previously invited classmates over, yet none had shown interest. The arrival of Lin Tingqing astonished his family. His parents, who eagerly encouraged him to forge friendships, were understandably taken aback by his sudden guest, given his previous failures in this regard. Consequently, Lin Tingqing was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his parents, whose fervor even made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Lin Tingqing, on the other hand, exhibited a demeanor of grace and poise, displaying a maturity beyond his years. His respectful and considerate nature quickly endeared him to the entire family, leaving him both elated and astonished. Was there truly this admirable side to Lin Tingqing? He suddenly realized that the core difference between them lay in the fact that Lin Tingqing's lack of popularity stemmed from his disdain for it, while his own was a result of his insufficient abilities. This realization left him with a bittersweet feeling. Nevertheless, his happiness prevailed, even as a twinge of discomfort lingered in his heart. Lin Tingqing's distinguished background only intensified his parents' affection and compassion towards him, deepening their fondness. The more they cherished him, the more their affection grew. In this seemingly endless cycle, Lin Tingqing inexplicably yet understandably became the cherished darling of his parents, receiving even more affection than their biological son. Lin Tingqing's demeanor was certainly worthy of such adoration. He possessed the eloquence and sensitivity that the other lacked, exhibiting qualities of tenderness and thoughtfulness. With a mere few words, he could elicit laughter and joy from his parents, and even his temperamental younger sister quickly fell under his spell, seeking him out daily for news about his life. He initially believed that he and Lin Tingqing shared a bond of mutual understanding, yet it was merely his own delusion. The very things he yearned for were effortlessly within Lin Tingqing's grasp, causing him to seethe with frustration. However, he found no justification for his anger, as Lin Tingqing's demeanor was nothing short of exemplary. Not only did he excel in his interactions with his family, but he also catered to his needs with remarkable attentiveness. After successfully forging a friendship with Lin Tingqing, he found himself the recipient of profound care and consideration. Lin Tingqing could empathize with his feelings, nurture his emotions, and assist him in solving dilemmas. That individual often stood in silence, rarely initiating contact, yet whenever he sought him out, the responses he received were unfailingly gratifying. Thus, even when he yearned to find fault, he could not conjure a reason to do so. If it were merely this, it would not be so troubling. He was simply inferior in certain aspects, and he felt no compulsion to surpass Lin Tingqing in every regard. He still possessed numerous virtues that outshone Lin Tingqing's, such as greater strength, a taller stature, a more optimistic disposition, and a lively, energetic spirit, albeit these attributes held little significance in the grand scheme. Yet, even if it holds little significance, it suffices to restore a semblance of balance within him, allowing him to continue his friendship with Lin Tingqing. However, it was only after the series of bizarre events that transpired that he finally recognized the extent of his own absurdity. The chasm between him and Lin Tingqing had grown so vast, at an indeterminate point in time, that even his self-deception could no longer mask it. It was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. While others toiled desperately for even a single enigmatic core, Lin Tingqing nonchalantly tossed out handfuls, generously distributing them as though they were mere candies. The goddesses, whom others pursued with fervent desperation, Lin Tingqing could effortlessly win over. And once secured, he treated them with a dispassionate and brusque demeanor, yet they remained steadfastly devoted to him. In a world where survival was a grueling struggle and self-preservation a daunting challenge, Lin Tingqing boldly declared his intent to protect them, and everyone believed in his capability to do so. When his mother encountered a crisis, her first call was to Lin Tingqing. Without hesitation, he rushed to their aid, exhibiting calmness, decisive action, and a mastery of strategy that effortlessly defused the perilous situations, dispatching formidable foes with an ease that evoked little astonishment from onlookers. After all, this was Lin Tingqing. He never failed to meet expectations, whereas he could only disappoint. In the past, when others commented that he resembled Lin Tingqing's subordinate or sycophant, he merely smiled, dismissing their remarks. They were equals, thus they were friends. Yet now, even if Lin Tingqing were to insist that they remained friends, he could only perceive himself as a subordinate, merely a lackey. Because they are not equals, Lin Tingqing surpasses him by an immeasurable degree. He cannot even catch up with him, even when seated on a rocket. This unbearable reality has pushed him to the brink of explosion. Yet, despite having heard Lu Ruoyan's words, he has not truly erupted. Instead, he yearns to retreat to a place beyond Lin Tingqing's radiance, quietly striving to enhance himself, transforming Yang Ziwei into someone formidable, deserving of everyone's admiration. However, upon hearing those words, though they were rather ordinary, they ignited a flame within him. He no longer wishes to be overshadowed by Lin Tingqing. Even though Lin Tingqing has never regarded him as a rival, this only fuels his anger and unrest. Lin Tingqing is not perfect. He is excessively arrogant. His pride leads him to believe that if he does everything right, others should willingly submit to him without complaint. The sun illuminates all, yet for moths and bats, its brilliance can be overwhelmingly blinding. The more Lin Tingqing excels, and the more he is deemed correct, the more he makes this self-proclaimed friend appear wretched and forlorn. He feels unworthy of being considered Lin Tingqing's friend, thus he no longer wishes to identify as such. He can hardly fathom how Lin Tingqing perceives him. He can only assume he is regarded as a nuisance, someone to be tolerated. Lin Tingqing has never cared for anything, including him and his family, rendering their existence inconsequential to him. Lin Tingqing is not his close friend or brother. He is not the cherished beloved of his parents, nor the admired and trusted older brother of his sister. Lin Tingqing is merely a monster, a being that has never truly existed in this world. Because of his disdain for everything, it appeared as though nothing escaped his notice. He would feign deep affection to garner the admiration and praise of those around him, all the while harboring a condescending smirk. It was chilling and nearly nauseating. Yet, upon realizing this, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy, for at last, he possessed a reason to detest Lin Tingqing. Thus, he orchestrated the current situation in one fell swoop. He felt no remorse, only a tinge of regret that he had not reached this point sooner. If only he had. Then his dearly beloved parents and sister would not have suffered the mockery and ridicule at the hands of Lin Tingqing. They would not have been led to believe that. In comparison to him, Lin Tingqing was more deserving of being their family. However, it mattered little now. One day, they would come to understand who truly deserved their affection. Zyme, what on earth is going on? Lu Ruyan asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. What is it? He replied with a hint of indifference. Didn't you want me to confront him? You misunderstood my intentions, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. I merely wanted you to maintain a distance from him while preserving a cordial friendship. He has certain connections, and his nature is to treat those around him well. If you remain his good friend, he will think of you whenever he has something to offer. Isn't that more advantageous for us? Do you truly believe he is better than I? He frowned slightly. No. Lu Ruyan quickly waved her hands. You are undoubtedly the better one. I have never liked Lin Tingqing. I detest him. He has always spoken ill of me, hasn't he? You know that better than anyone. He had never spoken ill of anyone. He said, however, he is far from amiable. He often hurls harsh words at others. Isn't that akin to slandering them? He does so openly, never resorting to whispering behind their backs. Lu Ruoyan fell into an awkward silence for a moment before stepping forward to embrace him. Regardless, my heart belongs to you. No matter how admirable Lin Tingqing may be, it is of no concern to me. He is surrounded by countless women, each more beautiful than I. Would I truly seek out his favor? Only you have shown me unwavering kindness. Upon hearing her words, he felt a measure of solace. He held her tightly, saying, Ruoyan, I am aware that I currently pale in comparison to him. He excels in every regard. Yet, I shall strive diligently. I shall carve my own path without relying on him. Do not dwell on the meager favors he bestows. Unbeknownst to you, he holds us in contempt, and his kindness is lesser than mere charity. One day, I shall unveil his true nature, allowing everyone to see what he truly is. Lu Ruoyan glanced up at him. Her eyes filled with uncertainty and confusion. He, however, smiled with ease. Let us depart. This place is merely his charity to us. We shall not accept his alms. Let us go to Konghong, where we need not endure his scrutiny and can achieve our own accomplishments. His gaze was resolute as he spoke. Yes, yes. Lu Ruoyan smiled. He was aware of his intentions and understood the rationale behind his actions. The intricate challenges bestowed upon him by Lin Tingsheng were the last remnants of what that man had offered. There was no escaping them now. They were irretrievable. Yet, moving forward, he would rely entirely on himself to forge a new destiny. He would undoubtedly confront Lin Tingsheng. How else could he bring that individual to his knees? Instilling a profound sense of regret for his actions and allowing him to recognize the true essence of Yang Ziwei as a man. This battle would not only be fought in the present but would also extend into the future. Ultimately, he would emerge victorious. Once that fellow experiences defeat and undergoes a transformation, he would extend an olive branch, offering them a chance to rekindle their friendship, one that is genuine, equitable, and ideally one where he holds the upper hand as a true friend. Yang Ziwei eagerly anticipated this moment, feeling a sudden surge of warmth as he embraced the enchanting woman in his arms. He instinctively acted upon this impulse. Lu Ruoyan, unable to resist, at least for now, was not permitted to oppose him. He relished the sensation of controlling another, longing for this feeling to endure indefinitely, forever, never to fade away. Chapter 51. A sleepless night. After much contemplation, I resolved to have a serious discussion with Yang Ziwei, exerting my utmost effort. Upon reaching their designated floor, I stood outside the door, already aware without needing to enter that they had departed. Upon stepping through the wall, the chaotic array of bodily fluids on the living room floor provided a grim indication of the events that had transpired here. It was either Yang Ziwei mercilessly beating Lu Ruoyan, or well, it was difficult to articulate. I called his phone. The first attempt was abruptly terminated, and the second went unanswered, likely resulting in my being blocked. Very well, I had done all I could. My emotions were tumultuous, and overall, I felt rather dismal, leaving me at a loss for words. I lingered by the floor-to-ceiling window for an extended period, and only when my legs began to ache did I regain my senses and return to Tang Bingyi's home. The three of them are not outside, but rather hiding in their respective rooms. I feel a twinge of guilt for having snapped at them earlier, driven by my own emotional turmoil. They are innocent and should not have been treated in such a manner. I recline on the sofa, lost in thought as I pass the time, contemplating preparing dinner and calling them when it is ready. This situation is my fault, and it is indeed necessary to at least offer an apology. Gu Jianchuang has vanished. I can sense her presence. She is near me, yet I cannot see her. There was a time when I uttered harsh words to her while in a foul mood. Words that were equally unjust to her, yet I took my frustrations out on her. Since that incident, she has chosen to become invisible to me during such moments. Fearing that my sight would disturb her, adopting a demeanor that is both cautious and, one could argue, submissive, I immediately regretted my words. Yet my damn pride prevented me from offering an apology. She said nothing and simply faded away. Years have passed, and I have yet to apologize. She continues to vanish. And although she always reappears, I dread the day when she might not return. The thought terrifies me, splitting my heart with fear, causing my very soul to tremble. Gu Jinshuang. I cannot restrain the urge to call for her, overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of deep-seated dread. Here she is. She has materialized above me, her face radiating with a smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. It has been a long time since I directly addressed her by name. While I can still utter it without hesitation, it sounds somewhat foreign to my ears. For a moment, I almost believed her name was simply wife. I was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to pull her down, embracing her tightly. What is the matter? Why the sudden display of affection? Perhaps we should relocate, as this place seems rather inconvenient. In the next instant, we found ourselves on the bed in my room, a scenario that suited me perfectly. I rolled over, pinning her beneath me. Gu Jinshuang, unusually flustered, gazed at me blankly, and then, her face turned crimson. Could it be that she is capable of blushing? What had I overlooked all this time? Yet, I did not engage in any actions that would provoke such a reaction. I merely gazed at her. Do not leave me, I implored. Do not vanish from my sight again. With a soft laugh, she chuckled for an extended period, her melodious laughter dissipating my frustrations. However, this only incited a semblance of annoyance within me, prompting a serious contemplation on whether to tease her further. I thought you were about to impart something of great significance. Is this all? Gu Jinshuang eventually stifled her laughter, though her eyes still sparkled with mirth. What do you mean, is this all? I retorted. This sentiment was articulated only after considerable deliberation and intense internal conflict. But it sounds quite ordinary, doesn't it? Merely trivial banter. What do you mean by ordinary? What constitutes triviality? I then began to tease her, my actions becoming more intense and relentless. Yu Jianshuang soon found herself unable to withstand my advances. Despite her bold words, she was rather inept in this regard, quickly resorting to cries for mercy. Yet, this time, I had no intention of letting her off easily. Countless times before, she has teased and provoked me, leading me to lose my senses and act beyond propriety. Yet, she remains oblivious to her own frailty. This time, she did not play with fire, but the flames within me blazed fiercely. The amalgamation of fresh grievances and old resentments culminated in an encounter that nearly transcended the bounds of impropriety, stepping into an entirely new realm. However, just before crossing that threshold, I regained my composure and precariously halted my advance. Gu Jinshuang's tearful and aggrieved expression stirred something in me. Darling, you've misunderstood my intentions. I never deemed your words insignificant. It's just that I have no intention of leaving you, so such words are unnecessary. Who told you to speak in such a way that invites misunderstanding? You brought this upon yourself. I retorted coldly. Please don't be like this, darling. Just smile a little. I realize my mistake, and I promise I won't tease you again. Yu Jianshuang delicately cradled my face, pouting slightly. My gaze and tone softened immediately. Did I hurt you just now? No, it felt quite pleasant, exhilarating even. The vulnerability in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a raw, captivating allure that nearly stripped me of my reason. Darling, we've come this far. After all the effort, why not see it through to completion? Haven't you always been curious about such matters? I know all about the hidden treasures you keep on your computer. Her voice dripped with a languorous sweetness, laced with a deadly charm. Altogether, she seemed to transform from a specter into a seductive siren. No. Although it was arduous, I resolutely declined her advances, remaining unmoved despite her persistent coaxing. My resolve only grew stronger, and I ceased even to glance in her direction. Though I closed my eyes, it did not signify that I could truly disregard her. This time, she seemed equally determined to entice me with a blend of sweet words and brazen boldness. And the subtle, tantalizing physical contact left me restless. Yet, that particular endeavor was out of the question, was it not? Gradually, her approach shifted, accompanied by a gentle smile. No, absolutely not. None of it was permissible. He. Really? I remained silent, as did she. After a mere 6 seconds, she commenced her actions. I kept my eyes shut. It was the only thing I could manage at that moment. Dinner was rendered impossible, until Tangbing and the others called for me. I found my regained strength only sufficient for conversation and eating, while walking felt somewhat laborious. Although physically exhausted, my spirit had been rejuvenated, leaving them pleasantly surprised and delighted. I sincerely apologized for my previous harsh demeanor, and they accepted my apologies with a certain trepidation. Our meal was filled with laughter and joy, a delightful atmosphere prevailing throughout. While queuing for a shower, I received a call from Hu Jinjiao. Mr. Lin, will you not be returning to Konghong Mansion tonight? Hu Jinjiao inquired with a smile. I have matters to attend to and must remain outside. Is that so? Mr. Yang and Ms. Liu have already returned, which is why I dared to inquire about your current situation. Thank you for your concern. I am well. Is there anything else? I replied curtly. Has Xiao Lan been obediently following your instructions? Indeed, she is quite obedient. That is reassuring. I was concerned she might lack the experience to serve Mr. Lin adequately, which would displease you. You worry too much. Her performance has been entirely satisfactory. If that is the case, I can rest easy. Please take care of yourself while you are out, and I wish you a pleasant mood. Thank you for your concern. I ended the call. As for Yang Ziwei, Lu Ruoyan, and the enigmatic Hu Kunying behind her, their intentions remain unclear to me. However, as the proprietor of Konghong, Hu Jiao must undoubtedly be intertwined with them. I am eager to ascertain their current state. Are they a nest of thieves conspiring together, or do they harbor ulterior motives, probing one another? This is undoubtedly information I desperately wish to uncover. Yet, it would be an exaggeration to say I am utterly determined to know. For, should I so desire, I could easily send them to their demise at this very moment. Their schemes and hidden machinations would find no opportunity to unfold. However, I refrain from doing so. As I am reluctant to overly depend on Gu Jinshuang, I wish to engage them myself in this game. a game they are destined to lose spectacularly. After my shower, I returned to my room and lay upon Gu Jianchuang's lap. Neither of us spoke. She simply gazed at me with a smile. There was a newfound maturity in her expression, an alluring charm that made it difficult for me to look away. "Are you still troubled by that matter?" she suddenly asked, gently stroking my cheek with affectionate eyes, as if to comfort my distressed husband. "That foolish giant truly deserves a reprimand. Bah, who feels wronged?" A shiver ran down my spine. I would not feel wronged or lament anyone who chose to depart from my life. I held no regard for beautiful women, let alone an odious man. "Aside from me, do you care for any beautiful women?" she inquired with curiosity. I had misspoken again and could only acquiesce to silence. Fortunately, Gu Jinshuang was in exceptionally high spirits and showed no inclination to pursue the matter further. Instead, she earnestly asked, "Yet you remain displeased, do you not? After all, you have been friends for so many years, and he is your only friend." Indeed, I had no reason to deny it. However, what could I do if he chose to behave in such a manner? I had neither killed his father nor stolen his wife. Upon introspection, I found no fault in my actions towards him. Why, then, should he turn against me without any forewarning? Do you truly not understand? He is merely envious of you. Envious, huh? I chuckled. He was an absolute fool. What could he possibly envy in me? It is a universal truth that all beings harbor jealousy, even the dead, for they resent others who possess what they desire but can never attain. Perhaps he was not particularly envious of me in the past, but my recent achievements have been so striking that it is only natural for him to experience negative emotions. I was well aware of this. Yet was it truly my brilliance that shone? It was you who excelled, was it not? I was merely a sugar baby. If anyone were to feel envy, it should rightly be directed towards you. But the crux of the matter is that he is oblivious to my existence. Gu Jianchuang smiled. What he has witnessed is you continuously redefining his perceptions, is it not? I had informed him of my marital status and disclosed that the peculiar abilities were bestowed upon me by my wife. However, his disbelief was beyond my power to alter. Who could believe such a tale, after all? It is not my concern, for I speak only the truth. Let us cease this pettiness, though it is endearing. It serves not to resolve our predicament. Gu Jinshuang adopted a grave demeanor, warning that if I did not converse with her earnestly, I would be denied the comfort of her company that night. Indeed, the situation had turned quite dire. I had sensed that I should not have acted as I did, which led to my loss of agency. Nevertheless, in hindsight, it was rather worthwhile. In any case, I found myself unwilling to separate from her recently. Thus, I resolved to engage in earnest discourse. I recognized that he was envious of me, yet I truly saw nothing worthy of envy in myself. I am but an ordinary individual, so inconspicuous that even my own mother would struggle to recognize me in a crowd. My sole advantage over others lies in having you as my wife. Without you, I am nothing. Consequently, Gu Jinshuang silenced me, though the means by which she did so remain unspoken. Such words ought not to be uttered, she remarked with a slight frown. My husband is the most exceptional man in the world. Even in my absence, he remains an unattainable paragon. Suddenly, I found myself empathizing with King Zhou. Although her sweet words were entirely unfounded and lacked substance, I found them utterly delightful. Do not assume I jest. I speak with sincerity, Gu Jinshuang whispered softly. Even if one day I should no longer be present, you must cherish. That is flesh, my dear husband. I fear causing you pain. Yet you seem to show me no compassion. She felt a sense of grievance again, yet her gaze bore a slightly twisted intensity. What prompted you to utter such nonsensical words? If you dare to speak such again, I might as well cook you and consume you, ensuring we shall never part ways again. Ha ha. When did my husband transform from a proud spirit into a possessive one? Ouch. Another bite. Even if you wish to devour me, you cannot have me raw. You wicked scoundrel. This time, she was genuinely displeased, and I hastily comforted her with tenderness until her smile returned. Well, let us cease our discourse regarding that individual, regardless of the reasons behind his decision. I choose to respect it. Moreover, whether it stems from jealousy or something else, he must not blame me for my lack of loyalty should he act ruthlessly. Can you truly act against him? Gu Jinshuang inquired with an indifferent smile. Of course I can. I shall not waver before a despicable man. So, you would hesitate before a fragrant woman then? Do not divert the subject. All right, all right. Gu Jinshuang earnestly questioned. You may disregard that foul man. But what about his mother and sister? And his father? They are his family, and they hold no grievances against you. How will you confront them? He is he, and his family is his family. No matter the chaos between us, it concerns no one else. But what if it comes to a life and death situation? I shall not strike first, I asserted. Even if I must engage, I vow that he shall not perish by my hand. But is it acceptable for him to perish by another's? Certainly, I said calmly. This way, I can at least make amends to Uncle Yong and Aunt Xiao. If they accept, I shall treat them as I would my own parents. If they do not, there is little I can do. Well then, as long as you are not upset, you may do as you please. As your wife, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Now, open your mouth this time. You must be a good little one, unless you wish to find yourself bedridden for the days to come. All right, I admit I am being cowardly. Her methods of managing me have become increasingly formidable, and I suspect she has secretly perused my study materials. Before I devise a countermeasure, I must endure. Sooner or later, I shall transform her into a compliant little one. Sooner or later. Chapter 52. Astonishing thoughts. The following day, we all rose quite late, particularly myself. Although I had promised to return to Kan Hong, I was not bound by the constraints of a clock. I could choose my own timing. After breakfast, the four of us passed the time through conversation. Remarkably, after the rather unpleasant incident of yesterday, our emotional distance had inadvertently diminished. Although this closeness was garnered through my apologies, I see no fault in it. I have long discarded any needless pride. I shall stand tall when necessary and bend when required, without hesitation. Aside from Long Lingyu, the gazes of Tang Bingi and Yi Milan towards me had shifted, now imbued with a newfound respect, as if their loyalty had been elevated as well. Our mode of interaction began to normalize. In the past, I maintained a posture of high pressure towards them, rendering them anxious and fearful in my presence. Their predominant sentiment towards me was one of trepidation. Now, however, we interact as ordinary friends. I no longer intimidate them at every turn, nor do they take advantage of my leniency, consistently upholding the fundamental decorum befitting subordinates. This arrangement can be described as exceptionally ideal and delightful. It is so exquisite that they appear somewhat taken aback by my demeanor, leaving me feeling somewhat helpless. Yet I do not intend to dispel their lingering shyness. Maintaining this state is quite satisfactory. There is no need to further bridge the gap, nor to create distance. I have heard that engaging in gossip is the second most effective means to foster closeness, second only to speaking ill of the same individual. Each person has their own unique experiences, and since we were previously unfamiliar with one another, sharing anecdotes becomes rather intriguing news worth listening to. Naturally, it is primarily Tang Bingi who recounts these tales. She possesses the most stories, narrating them with vividness and captivating detail. I must concede that this is indeed a rare talent. Were it not for her inexplicable remarks and peculiar antics, she would shine like an angel, just as the legends from school suggested. Her radiant smile, bright eyes, and melodious laughter are all utterly enchanting. Such allure transcends gender boundaries, causing even Long Lingyu and the others to occasionally lose themselves in admiration. I too regard her with appreciative eyes. When Tang Bingi realized our current dynamic, she momentarily froze, then blushed. I heard several audible gasps, including my own astonished exclamation. This girl seems truly remarkable. Why are you all staring at me like that? Tang Bingi covered her face, feeling bullied by everyone. I replied slowly, we simply believe that you appeared exceptionally radiant just now. Tang Bingi lowered her hands, gazing at me in disbelief. Boss, are you praising me? Indeed, is that so strange? I inquired. She nodded and then quickly shook her head, ultimately settling on a nod. Is it not permissible for me to find you particularly pleasing today? I said with a smile. Is there something different about me today compared to yesterday? Tang Bingi observed herself. Not really, right? I'm not even wearing stockings, just this plain home attire. Who said it's plain? You look lovely in this outfit, I remarked. Tang Bingi was taken aback. I sensed she was about to embark on a tirade. Yet I felt no impatience to interrupt her. Rather, I was intrigued, my smile entirely sincere. Surprisingly, she refrained from making any odd comments and instead gazed at me earnestly, as if trying to peer into my soul. Boss, perhaps it's not that I'm different, but rather that you seem quite different today, Tang Bingi said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Long Lingyu and Yi Mili also turned their attention to me, appearing contemplative. Indeed, Mr. Lin has been exuding a particularly gentle and refreshing aura today, Yi Mili nodded. And your gaze is so clear. Not a hint of impurity. As pure as a baby's eyes, Tang Bingi asserted with great seriousness. Is that so? I felt somewhat embarrassed by their words. Long Lingyu nodded and took a seat beside me, gazing into my eyes with intensity. I met her gaze with calmness, betraying no hint of timidity. Soon, Tang Bingi and Yi Milan also drew closer, and the three enchanting beauties encircled me, their fragrant breaths nearly brushing against my face. Yet, I remained as tranquil as a still lake. If one were to inquire why I could maintain such composure, it is perhaps because I have transcended worldly desires. Apologies for my earlier preoccupation. I had entirely forgotten the rest. Indeed, I have renounced indulgence. Some pursuits, once embarked upon, become inescapable. Human willpower is far more fragile than one might imagine. As mortals, we are but pitiable creatures governed by our own desires. Yet, I had to refrain, for I wished to avoid an untimely demise. Under Gu Jianshuang's relentless pressure, I genuinely sensed the specter of death looming. While it is said that one may be a dashing ghost beneath the peony, I would much prefer to remain human. After a fierce internal struggle and painful deliberation, my spirit underwent a profound transformation, which perhaps made me appear different to them. All right, everyone, please return to your seats. The idle chatter is concluded. I must address serious matters, I stated calmly. In truth, I was not particularly inclined to discuss serious matters. My primary objective was to create some distance between us. While I may currently possess the ability to remain unperturbed, my wife would not grant me the opportunity to prove myself. She was already agitated by my steadfast resistance to her temptations, and the atmosphere was rather tense. Should they attempt any further antics, my well-being could be at risk. The three complied obediently. After careful contemplation and organization of my thoughts, I decided to have Xiaoyi accompany me today while Xiaoling and Staolan remain at home. Hooray! Exclaimed Tang Bingy, brimming with excitement. Yet, a question lingered. Mr. Lin, Yu Milan inquired, her tone tinged with reluctance. Yesterday you mentioned that I would be by your side today. That is due to a change in circumstances. My plans must adapt accordingly, I replied with a composed demeanor. Yang Ziwei, that scoundrel, leaves me uncertain about whether he is entirely aligned with Hu Jingjiao. He possesses considerable knowledge of me. And if he divulges what he knows to Hu Jingjiao, the game of espionage would become far more precarious. Does this mean I have become obsolete to you? Yi Milan's gaze turned vacant. Such an assertion is not entirely accurate, I countered gently, shaking my head. Firstly, I have not entirely abandoned the plan of intrigue. I merely need to lay the groundwork at this moment. Should all go well, there will indeed be a time when your skills will prove invaluable. Moreover, even if we were to abandon this espionage endeavor, you could never be deemed useless in my eyes. Trust me, your worth far exceeds your own perceptions. Even without this opportunity, there will be other moments where you can truly shine. Upon hearing my words, Yi Milan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Her eyes glimmering as they regarded me. I had become immune to such looks. Boss, by choosing to take me along, have you finally recognized my hidden virtues? Tang Bingy declared with a sense of pride. I truly have no knowledge of what you refer to as your hidden virtues, I retorted without reservation. Of course, it is my formidable presence that commands attention, she asserted confidently. She spoke unabashedly, sincerely believing that she was indeed the epitome of a woman who could grace both the drawing room and the kitchen. A hero must be paired with a beauty, she declared, and with me by your side, others will instantly recognize you as a person of significance. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? I could not help but scoff. The notion of excelling in both realms? Let us not even mention the unevenly sliced, half-cooked potato shreds, which, I might add, were accompanied by an unsettling amount of blood. Is this your idea of providing me with protein? Setting that aside, do I not present myself well? It is said that a man's finest adornment is a woman of exceptional caliber. Am I not extraordinary? Just look at my face, my figure, my poise. Here we go again. This individual certainly craved praise. Calm yourself, I replied with a composed demeanor. I do not intend to diminish your qualities. But my desire to accompany you does not stem solely from that. Otherwise, bringing along those two would yield the same result, would it not? Tang Bingy, determined not to concede, silently competed with Long Lingyu and the others, though on this occasion, she found herself at a disadvantage. Her spirits visibly dampened. Xiaoyi, have you ever pondered why you are my subordinate rather than the other way around? I inquired. Is that even a question? You are an extraordinary ability wielder. I am but a weak woman, so naturally, I must serve as your subordinate, Tang Bingy replied softly. But if you were to suddenly surpass me in strength, would you still wish to remain my subordinate? I pressed. I am not jesting. Please envision this scenario seriously and contemplate it with care. Although Tang Bingy gazed at me with a hint of confusion and bewilderment, she truly began to ponder. In fact, it was not difficult to contemplate. Prior to establishing our current subordinate relationship, she and I were complete strangers. It was my overwhelming force that compelled her to submit to me. Though our relationship has since improved and softened, it does not obscure the initial reality. Her compliance stems solely from my superior strength. If the roles were reversed, who would willingly submit to someone weaker? Tang Bingyi's gaze sharpened, signaling the end of her contemplation. Boss, you wish to hear my honest thoughts, correct? You are not seeking empty flattery? Naturally, I nodded, encouraging her to speak freely. Regardless of your response, both of them can attest. I, Lin Tingchen, swear by the heavens that I will never hold you accountable for your words in any form. Honestly, why make such a vow? Is it necessary to be so serious? Tang Bingyi chuckled. All right, since you insist, I shall be candid. I am all ears, I replied with a serene smile. If there comes a day when I surpass you, I will certainly no longer serve as your subordinate, Tang Bingyi declared decisively. I nodded, unperturbed, as this was merely the expected response. Because I aspire to be your woman, Tang Bingyi proclaimed loudly. Uft, it was not I, but Longling Yu and Yi Milan who burst out laughing. Why is that? I am merely perplexed. My only notable asset is this modest strength of mine. If you surpass me, my abilities would be rendered insignificant in your eyes. Why then would you choose to be with me? Such matters are not dictated by strength, but rather by my affection for you and my desire to be by your side. Tang Bingyi's cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet every soul present could hear her clearly. It was rather strange. I was being confessed to by a stunning beauty whom I had only known for a mere 2 days, and this was occurring despite my rather harsh demeanor towards her. I could not help but wonder, Tang Bingyi, are you somewhat peculiar? Where am I peculiar? She retorted, her face reddening. Do you think it easy to utter such words? Tears of grievance began to well in her eyes. The issue lies not in what I said, but in the question of why you would harbor feelings for me. I am quite serious. Either you possess a masochistic inclination or you have lost your sanity. Why can't I like you? She exclaimed, raising her voice. You are so composed, so dependable, and rather handsome to boot. The crux of the matter is your reliability. In this world we inhabit, dependable men are the most sought after. Her reasoning was quite compelling, leaving me at a loss for words. Why do you allege that I have a masochistic tendency? You have never mistreated me. How could I possibly have such inclinations? She complained. Have I not mistreated you? I genuinely questioned. I have treated you poorly, often scolding you and humiliating you. Does that not qualify as mistreatment? Is this merely a drizzle? It is hardly worth mentioning. I do not dwell on it. So why should you? Tang Bingyi remarked. If you had not taken me in, where would I be now, enjoying such a blissful life in my own home? I began to comprehend. She was engaging in a comparison of misfortunes. Although I treated her poorly, others would treat her infinitely worse, perhaps by several hundred or even thousandfold. In contrast, she developed a fondness for me. Boss, it seems you still do not grasp the situation, Tang Bingyi sighed. You are not as clever as I had imagined. In these matters, you remain rather foolish, akin to a simpleton. How dare you speak to the boss in such a manner? I retorted, incensed. I shall speak as I wish. Who allowed you to misconstrue my feelings towards you? She asserted with unwavering confidence, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. I admit you have not been particularly kind to me, she continued. Isn't that enough? But I know, deep down, you are truly a wonderful person. Am I a good person? Does this mean I've been issued a good person card? Yet, it seems not quite so. She then added, as your subordinate, you treat me poorly, but if I were to become your woman, you would undoubtedly treat me exceptionally well, right? It seems quite reasonable to me. Reasonable? Nonsense, I exclaimed. Your argument is utterly flawed, worthy of a score of 0. Humph. Regardless of its validity, I have fallen for you. No matter how arrogant or obstinate you may be now, once my strength surpasses yours, I shall ensure you never dare to overlook me again. She expressed herself with a fierce demeanor. For the sake of her safety, I had no choice but to speak earnestly, asserting that it is wrong to bully others merely because of one's strength. When I was stronger, I did not compel you to become my woman. And even when your power surpasses mine, you cannot force me to accept you as my partner. Humph. I shall do as I please. Who could possibly find her arrogance intolerable? Even Gu Jinshuang was somewhat entranced, reluctant to strike her down. What an adorable girl she is, even more charming than I. Wouldn't you agree? Kiki. Such a meaningless trap. Boss, I love you. I beg you to take me. I wish to be your woman. I do not want to remain a subordinate any longer. Do not act irrationally here. Woo-woo. Boss. Then I implore you to grant me many mysterious powers so that I may become stronger than you. I promise to treat you well. I am willing to do anything you ask. Do not act irrationally here. Chapter 53. Determination. Thus it was settled. We prepared to depart. Estimating the time was about right. I stood up and spoke. Will you return tonight? Long Lingyu inquired. Of course, we shall return, though unforeseen circumstances may arise. And who can predict such matters? I smiled, assuring them that even if I could not return, I would contact them to explain the situation. You may rest easy at home. Travel safely. Yu Milan rose and waved goodbye to us. I assessed her for a moment and promised to bring back several sets of clean clothes upon my return. When Long Lingyu departed with me, she at least managed to tidy up her belongings, whereas Yu Milan did not. Despite having bathed, she still donned the same attire from yesterday. Gu Jianchuan possessed a plethora of garments, and I had initially intended to select a few outfits for her. But the busyness of last night caused me to forget entirely until now. Thank you, Mr. Lin, she said, her words trailing off as she gazed at me. Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for such restraint. Could you bring me a few pairs of stockings? 30D. I was taken aback that she remembered this detail. I was genuinely impressed. I want some too, Long Lingyu interjected, casting a glance at her. I could only nod in resignation. And me, exclaimed Tang Bingyi, raising her hand high. Don't you already have some? Those are black. I want white. Having only black can lead to aesthetic fatigue. A change of pace every now and then is rather delightful. To my surprise, I found her reasoning quite persuasive. And I acquiesced. Then Yi Mialan and Long Lingyu looked at me, their expressions hinting at unspoken words. I won't forget about yours either. They both nodded, their demeanor unruffled. Having multiple women around can indeed be quite troublesome. I never anticipated that I would one day grapple with such concerns. Yet, there is a certain charm to it, isn't there? Once Tang Bingyi had changed her clothes, we set off immediately. Outside, I procured 2 abandoned bicycles, which would expedite our journey compared to walking. Of course, riding in a vehicle would be faster, but given my current strength, I lacked the ability to propel a vehicle swiftly, and I wished to avoid overly relying on Gu Jinshuang. She has established a solid foundation for me. However, if I continue to seek her assistance at every turn, while she may not refuse, it would inevitably bruise my self-esteem. Some pride is unnecessary, yet some must be upheld. My journey has been relatively smooth, and I arrived at Konghong without encountering too much trouble, where I was promptly ushered into Mr. Hua's office. Mr. Hua greeted me with his usual warmth. Mr. Lin, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. Oh, is Miss Tang the only one accompanying you today? What about Miss Long and Xiaolan? They are at my home. It was a bit cumbersome with too many people, I replied nonchalantly. In truth, Xiaolan is a capable and efficient girl, quite intelligent and considerate. She wouldn't be a hindrance. However, I still need to acclimate to her presence. If Mr. Hua is so concerned about her, I shall bring her along next time. Whether you bring her or not is entirely up to Mr. Lin's preference. But my concern for her is warranted, Mr. Hua smiled. She must have informed you that my father is her benefactor and holds a fondness for her. I have known her since she was quite young. She is akin to a half-sister to me. A sister is indeed significant, I nodded. Mr. Hua has a sister. While I do not, I truly envy you. There is no need for envy. You must be well aware of my real sister, Mr. Lin. Of course. Such a dazzling and remarkable girl, it would be hard not to know her at our school. I take great pride in my sister, shouted I, Hawking sighed lightly. To be candid, although I am her brother, I find myself lacking in comparison to her abilities. Were she a boy, it is likely that the person you are conversing with now would be her. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. What is the issue with being a girl? Mr. Hua, your statement seems somewhat misguided. This matter is not solely for me, a younger generation, to decide. My father is the true captain of our family. His thoughts are rather traditional. To put it bluntly, he still harbors some preference for sons over daughters. Furthermore, my sister is still quite young, which is why I have been designated as the heir, though the future remains uncertain. I believe Mr. Hua's talents are exceptionally rare. You are a most suitable heir. If it were up to me, I see no need for any change. Mr. Lin, your graciousness truly astonishes me, yet I suspect you hold a preference for my sister. Do you not? I wonder what your relationship is like. Hawking laughed heartily. What relationship can one speak of without even knowing each other? You are not yet acquainted? Hawking appeared quite astonished. While my sister is indeed remarkable, Mr. Lin's demeanor and conduct also place him among the elite of his peers. My sister has no reason not to meet someone of your caliber. It was merely a matter of lacking the opportunity. I waved my hand dismissively, insisting that I am quite ordinary and not of the same ilk as such a distinguished young lady. Mr. Lin, excessive modesty can come across as pretentious. Hawking Jiao's expression was grave. It was indeed my sister's folly not to recognize the true essence of individuals, but now I must rectify her mistake. How about this? I will share her contact information with you, and you may converse with her first. Is it only possible to chat online? If circumstances permit it. I would genuinely wish to meet her in person. I glanced around as if searching for something. Is she currently in this building? Had she been here, I would have introduced her to you long ago. Hawking Jiao offered a wry smile, stating that she was confined in one of my family's villas and was unable to come over for the time being. Is that so? With so many people around, you could certainly go to fetch her. The outside world is not as perilous as you might envision. With a bit of caution, there should be no significant issues. It is her own reluctance, Hawking Jiao explained. She believes that our current capabilities do not provide her with substantial security and prefers to remain in seclusion until our team of extraordinary individuals is fully formed. That does sound reasonable. A child of privilege ought not to dwell in the shadows. For someone of her stature, any misfortune would be a loss to all men across the globe. Such praise may be excessive. I find her to be rather melodramatic. Hawking Jiao expressed a hint of genuine impatience, explaining that my family has been urging me to bring her over. They are concerned about her being alone. Yet she remains obstinate in her decision, leaving me at a loss. If Mr. Hawking were to agree, I could assist in bringing her here. That would indeed be too much trouble for you, Mr. Lin, wouldn't it? I have heard that there is an unsettling number of peculiar occurrences in her vicinity, making it rather unsafe. Moreover, the situation here is currently chaotic. Certain individuals harbor discontent and are poised for action. I must first tidy up this mess. For her arrival as a lone girl would only complicate matters further. I nodded, indifferent to how things unfold. If I must express it, her absence at this moment would indeed be more advantageous for me, provided that Hu Jinjiao has not deceived me or played tricks. It appears that Hu Judy has not divulged any of my information, her loyalty having been preliminarily affirmed. This revelation makes the time I spent conversing with him worthwhile. Does Mr. Lin harbor feelings for my sister? Hu Jinjiao suddenly inquired with uncharacteristic frankness. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a stunning beauty? I replied casually. Not to boast, but my sister is indeed a talented individual. However, her striking appearance may lead those unaware to mistakenly perceive her as merely a decorative vase. Reliant solely on her looks, she is undoubtedly worthy of being cherished as a devoted and virtuous wife. Hu Jinjiao's smile held a profound significance as he asked whether Mr. Lin entertained such notions. I feigned a captivated demeanor, remaining silent, yet he seemed to understand my unspoken thoughts instantly. It appears Mr. Lin is somewhat intrigued, yet regrettably, I cannot present her to you as I did with Xiaolon. She is my sister, the daughter of the Hu family. Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, gaining her hand must be through honorable means, Hu Jinjiao stated with gravity, emphasizing the steadfast principles of our family. While marrying through honorable means is not insurmountable, it is not merely a matter of my saying it can be done, is it? Would that be an accurate assertion? Hawking Jiao appeared quite candid. While I hold Mr. Lin in high regard, and my family has also developed a favorable opinion of you upon learning of your abilities, it is important to recognize that modern society has long since moved past the era of arranged marriages. Relationships and unions must be based on the mutual consent of both parties. My sister possesses a rather peculiar temperament. She may not regard you with any special consideration merely because of your extraordinary talents. To win her affection, I believe that Mr. Lin must genuinely invest his heart. Essentially, he is advising me not to be presumptuous simply because I am an extraordinary being, and to refrain from acting as a sycophant towards Hu Judy, albeit in a rather subtle manner. It seems premature to discuss such matters now. Let us focus on the more pressing issues at hand. I waved my hand dismissively. Hawking Jiao tempered his smile, adopting a serious tone. Mr. Lin, what pressing matter would you like to discuss? Is it regarding the outcomes achieved by the 4 teams yesterday? Or, Mr. Yang? I fixed my gaze upon him until he hurriedly averted his eyes, breaking into a cold sweat. I chuckled. Let us address each matter in turn. Hawking Jiao seemed somewhat taken aback, but complied with my request. Each of the 4 teams had made their own discoveries. The other 3 merely gathered supplies and returned with a few women. However, Team 2 brought back an enigmatic core, which, to be frank, was an unexpected outcome that genuinely surprised me. And what of that core? Who has utilized it? I inquired. It has yet to be used. Hawking Jiao retrieved a small box from his drawer, reminiscent of a ring box, but instead of a diamond ring, it contained the enigmatic core that I had handled yesterday. I was secretly astonished. This is indeed something that all of humanity yearns for. He has obtained it, yet can he refrain from using it? Such willpower and determination are not qualities possessed by the average individual. I have been awaiting your decision regarding the ownership of this enigmatic core, which is why I appear so anxious. Hawking Jiao chuckled, apologizing for any amusement he may have caused. Why inquire of me? I asked, as your sister initially informed us that this first enigmatic core belongs to you. You are entirely free to make your own decision. However, we have another agreement. Hawking Jiao replied, a 50-50 split, yet this item cannot be divided in half, necessitating further negotiation. I did not expect you to be so particular, Mr. Hawking. Though businessmen may contend over every penny, agreements must be honored. Otherwise, no one would wish to engage with us, and business would falter. Hawking Jiao shrugged. I nodded. Are you only discussing this with me? What about my elder brother? Elder brother? Which elder brother? Hawking Jiao lowered his voice. The only elder brother I acknowledge is you. Mr. Lin. So, does this imply you have already made your choice? I was somewhat taken aback. I had long since made my choice. Hawking Jiao smiled. My choice is to side with Mr. Lin, wherever he may stand. That certainly diminishes the intrigue. I laughed, intrigued by what you discussed with him. Please observe. Hawking Jiao pushed a tablet toward me, and upon opening it, a video appeared. The scene was still this very office, where Hawking Jiao was conversing with Yang Ziwei, while Lu Ruoyan sat beside him. Yang Ziwei evidently came prepared, speaking as if he had rehearsed a script, adhering strictly to his own narrative. Whenever Hawking Jiao posed a question outside his anticipated scope, he would either revert the discussion or maintain silence. Why had this cleverness not manifested before? Mr. Yang, if I am not mistaken, you are inquiring about the stance that Kong Hong and I should adopt towards Mr. Lin, correct? Hawking Jiao stated. Indeed. Yang Ziwei replied in a low voice. I have pledged to devote myself wholeheartedly to your cause, so under this condition, how will you respond to him? This question is difficult for me to answer, Hawking Jiao said, his expression troubled. I am certainly pleased that you are willing to assist us vigorously, but Mr. Lin is not someone I can afford to offend. We truly cannot dare to be his adversaries. You may not dare, but I do. Yang Ziwei frowned, perplexed by their fear of him. What is so formidable about Lin Tingcheng? Is he truly capable of intimidating you all to this extent? Hawking Jiao chuckled awkwardly yet courteously. In any case, I am currently at odds with him. The reasons are my own, but we are now fundamentally on different paths and shall not converge again. Yang Ziwei continued. Think carefully about whether you wish to align with me to confront him, or if you prefer to remain neutral. However, should you choose the latter, I shall not be able to invest my heart and soul into our endeavors. Regarding this, I will consider it earnestly. Humph. Yang Ziwei, seemingly displeased, declared. As the smoke fades, let us depart. The two individuals departed from the office. Lu Ruoyan's gait exhibited a slight peculiarity. I mentioned that I would contemplate the matter. Merely as a temporary measure, Mr. Lin should comprehend this, correct? Hu Jingjiao asserted that he had already conveyed his genuine stance to me moments ago. Excellent. I am quite pleased, I replied. There are certain matters I shall refrain from probing, yet I implore you to clearly communicate Mr. Lin's disposition towards Mr. Yang. I fear that mismanagement may incite Mr. Lin's ire. Are you contemplating our lengthy friendship? Though we have fallen out, reconciliation may still be a possibility. Your current approach towards him appears overly aggressive, and I worry it may lead to unintended consequences, which Jingjiao tacitly acknowledged. Such sentiments are only natural. Were it possible, I would prefer to avoid conflict, yet the circumstances have unfolded, leaving me with little to articulate. I fell into silence for a moment. It is effortless to transition from friend to foe, yet the reverse transformation from adversary to ally is fraught with difficulty. Moreover, once a friendship has soured, the prospect of rekindling it is, in my view, impossible. Chapter 54. The confrontation. I harbor no concerns regarding Hu Jingjiao misinterpreting my words, for my thoughts are precisely as I have articulated. I am not an extraordinary individual, yet I steadfastly adhere to numerous principles, and my surroundings are not akin to a public restroom, open to all. Should anyone presume that a severed relationship can be mended through prior camaraderie, personal struggles, or by virtue of a third party's influence, believing that I would act as though nothing transpired, it is a profound misjudgment of my character. Very well. I understand. Hawking nodded. Mr. Ha, there are certain matters I must clarify here, I stated. Please proceed. While I am immensely grateful for your willingness to stand by my side, I do not intend to ask you to take any special actions on my behalf, particularly concerning Mr. Yang. I merely hope you can maintain neutrality. Maintain neutrality? Hawking appeared somewhat perplexed. You wish for me to merely remain neutral? Precisely, I affirmed. I trust you grasp my meaning. Mr. Lin wishes to play a game of cat and mouse. This assertion may be somewhat presumptuous, yet it is apt. He seeks to engage with me, and I shall indulge him in this endeavor. I return the tablet, fully aware of your capabilities. Should you choose to entirely align with me, even as an extraordinary individual, you possess numerous means to ensure he does not see the dawn of another day, correct? Mr. Lin, I largely concur with your perspective, yet the weather outside is overcast, devoid of sunlight. Hawking feigned modesty. This jest was rather mediocre, yet I remained impassive. Thus, I trust you have no objections to my arrangements? None whatsoever. Of course, I have no objections. As for this peculiar core, from now on, should such an item come into your possession, you may handle it as you see fit, I declared. Since you have been so forthright, I shall also share my position. This trinket holds no value for me. Receiving it would be tantamount to waste, and I believe you are not fond of waste. Hawking's gaze appeared somewhat vacant as he nodded, clearly disliking the situation. From my pocket, I produced a handful of peculiar orbs, further intensifying the vacancy in his eyes. I selected 2 of them and tossed them onto the table. The orbs bounced and rolled about, prompting Hawking to hurriedly cover them to prevent them from falling to the floor. I returned the remaining orbs to my pocket and cast a sidelong glance at Tang Bingy, who wore a proud expression, disdainfully regarding Hawking. Her sycophantic demeanor was quite convincing, yet it undeniably intimidated Hawking to some extent. Here, this is for you. Do you like it? I inquired with a smile. I like it. I like it very much. He stammered. As long as you like it. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Remember the instructions I provided. I stood and waved my hand dismissively. Hawking continued to maintain his vacant expression, perhaps needing a moment longer to regain his composure, but I had no inclination to wait for him to return to normalcy. I escorted Tang Bingy back to the office assigned to me by Hawking. Upon entering, Tang Bingy shed her aloof goddess persona, bouncing about like a fool. Boss, you were incredibly impressive just now. Did you see his reaction? You completely stunned him. Haha. It was so exhilarating. Truly, it was just so delightful. Is it any wonder that some people enjoy showing off? It truly is quite exhilarating, I replied. However, her exuberance seemed rather undignified. Calm down, calm down. If you keep bouncing like that, the floor might collapse, and others will complain about the disturbance, I said, settling into a relaxed pose on the sofa. Boss. Tang Bingy suddenly lunged towards me. She flung herself beside me, nearly pressing her entire being against me, gazing at me with a pitiful look. Boss. How revolting. Keep your distance. I could hardly endure her exasperating, high-pitched voice. Although you tossed that deceptive core with such nonchalance, akin to striking a dog with a heavy weight. It was indeed a deceptive core. How could you throw it at him? That's quite an affront to my dignity. Why not throw me instead? After all, I am your subordinate. That fellow merely seeks to exploit you. Can you not see that? He does not genuinely wish to serve you. She incessantly nagged, her voice a bothersome drone, laced with a resentful gaze that sent shivers down my spine. All right. Enough. I grasped her face, squeezing it inwardly until her lips resembled a chicken's rear. Wah. She could no longer articulate a word, yet remained irksome. Do you not comprehend my good intentions? I asserted. I was compelled to demonstrate my capabilities. Otherwise, why would anyone heed your commands? Do you truly think I acted merely for show? Foolish. Tang Bingy nodded, looking quite aggrieved. A hint of her charm slightly softened my demeanor. I continued with feigned ferocity, that lowly deceptive core is utterly unworthy of your stature. Do not doubt my words. Do you not recognize your own uniqueness? I temporarily released her, allowing her to speak freely. Am I truly unique? Tang Bingy responded with an air of certainty. I have long acknowledged that I am more attractive than the average person, and my figure is quite exceptional. She would have been better off remaining silent. Her words were but nonsense. To punish her for wasting my time, I began to torment her delicate face until her eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of crying. Tang Bingy, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Do you know why I sought you out? Because you are an awakened one. I believe it is time to reveal these truths to her. After all, today marks her awakening day, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Tang Bingy, without a doubt, stared blankly, utterly bewildered. An awakened one? What does that entail? It sounds impressive, but is it referring to me? Am I truly an awakened one? She questioned with confusion, asking what exactly I was meant to awaken. How should I know? Keep your voice down. What if someone overhears us? Oh, master. What now? Earlier this morning, when you inquired how I would react if I surpassed you, was that merely a pretext to inform me of this? Tang Bingy's gaze held a peculiar glint. What other reason could there be? Am I simply idling away my time? That remains uncertain. No. I meant your unpredictable demeanor always leaves one guessing. Perhaps there is a deeper meaning behind it all. As mere mortals, we cannot fathom your intentions. So please, spare me. My face still aches. I withdrew my merciless hand, snorting softly. Just behave yourself. Stop being so troublesome. I am being serious. So, master, if I awaken, will I truly surpass you? Her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, yet she feigned nonchalance. It is uncertain. Who knows what might awaken? I assure you. My intention is not to dampen her spirits, so please refrain from harboring such high expectations. The greater the anticipation, the more disheartening it becomes when such hopes are dashed. Oh, the irony of your ominous predictions. Humph. I shall ignore you. Tang Bingy, visibly irked, turned her head away. I shrugged. The truth is often difficult to accept. Yet, even if what she awakens proves utterly useless, I would not cast her aside. She possesses a remarkable talent for lightening the mood, which counts as a skill in its own right. After a considerable time, she still appeared quite upset. And I was somewhat surprised by her ability to maintain such an aloof demeanor for so long. Hey, Tang Bingy? I attempted to call out to her. She remained unresponsive. Shall we? Still, she chose to ignore me. I found myself at a loss. I dared not use a more intimate or flirtatious form of address. Thus, I fell silent. Why have you ceased to call me? She inquired coldly, her irritation palpable. Sigh. Why the sigh? Call me. Quickly. If I don't feel like it, then I won't. If you call me again, I will definitely respond. Really? You expect me to call you just because you say so? Who exactly is in charge here? I shall not call you. Are you going to bite me? She truly lunged at me as if to bite. I quickly defended myself, for my chin was in peril. Stop. Stop. I am no longer jesting. Come down. Apologize. She demanded fiercely. I can hardly believe my ears. Surely. She does not think that by seizing this opportunity, I would bow to her, allowing her to ride on my back and wield power over me henceforth. Apologize. Do you not comprehend? Why must I apologize? Have I truly committed a grievous offense that warrants such contrition? You have wounded my feelings. Oh, how so? This is utterly perplexing. It is indeed so. I could just as easily end you. Perhaps you should calm down. I have once again suspended her from the ceiling. One must admire her tenacity. She continues to glare at me fiercely, though her face has turned a deep shade of purple. Fearing that I might inadvertently cause her demise, I reluctantly lowered her, only for her to lunge at me once more. Wait. I am at my wit's end. I can apologize. But you must elucidate how I have hurt your feelings. Otherwise, how am I to atone? It is because you utter such words. It is more than mere bad luck. I merely stated objective facts. Is it not true that such possibilities exist? I understand your noble aspirations, yet the world is as it is. Goodness. Why are you crying? Am I truly the odd one here? Why does she cry so easily? Tang Bingy vigorously wiped her tears and glared at me with venomous intensity. You took me in as your subordinate because you knew I was an awakened one, did you not? Indeed, I nodded. You once remarked that should I prove to be of no use, you would cast me aside. Hence I must awaken formidable abilities to be deemed useful to you, correct? Yet you insist that I may not necessarily grow stronger. What is your true intention? If you no longer desire me, just say so. I chuckled, realizing that this was what truly concerned her. You dare laugh. Her sobs intensified, appearing all too genuine. If she possessed such acting skills, she would no longer be Tang Bingy. I assured her, I will never abandon you. Tang Bingy halted her tears, staring at me in disbelief. Must I be so blunt? I scratched my head and continued, you have passed the test, officially becoming someone I hold dear. Therefore, as long as you do not betray me, even if you possess no talents whatsoever, save for foolish antics and dining, despite any misfortune that may befall you, rendering you unrecognizable or incapacitated, there will always be a place for you by my side. I shall protect and care for you. Have I truly passed the test? So soon? Tang Bingy appeared incredulous. In matters such as these, time is not of utmost importance. Though it is said that time reveals a person's true nature, I believe I have already seen through you. Should you manage to conceal a second facade, then I shall accept my misfortune with grace. I smiled. As it stands, I find it necessary to keep you close. Boss. Tang Bingy's eyes brimmed with tears once more. In truth, there is no need for you to feel particularly moved. I find this atmosphere somewhat unbearable. In this life, how few are those with whom one can share genuine conversation. Recently, I lost a friend, and gaining another would merely restore the balance. Friend? But am I not your subordinate? Tang Bingy seemed taken aback. Is it too much to ask you to double as my friend? It is not too much, but I would prefer to be your girlfriend, while also serving as your subordinate. Such aspirations are rather fanciful, yet you have already lost your opportunity. Tang Bingi fell into a moment of silence, pondering whether it was Aunt Xiao, or perhaps that Wujudi, or Long Lingyu. I could comprehend the mention of Wujudi and Long Lingyu, but what on earth was Aunt Xiao's involvement? A twitch involuntarily tugged at the corner of my mouth. Who exactly was it? Tang Bingi calmly inquired. None of them, I replied. Initially, I had no intention of discussing this matter, but you have been the most vocal. Incessantly claiming you wish to be my woman, uttering such provocative words that invite trouble. Thus, I must lay my cards on the table. Gu Jinshuang gazed at me in astonishment. Darling, are you really going to tell her? I continued, oblivious to her concern. I am already married. Having entered into matrimony long ago, my relationship with my wife is quite harmonious, and therefore, I would never betray her or entangle myself with other women. You may believe that my association with 3 beautiful girls implies some hidden sentiment. However, I assure you, there is absolutely nothing of the sort. Moreover, unless I had her consent, I wouldn't even dare to glance at Long Lingyu. What does that even mean? Gu Jinshuang asked with a stern expression. Are you suggesting she holds a special place in your heart? In truth, she was quite pleased, for I had asserted my claim over a beautiful girl on her behalf. She had never harbored concerns about the secrecy of her existence. It was I who deemed it prudent to keep it hidden to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus I had gone to great lengths to obscure the truth. In hindsight, such caution seemed rather excessive. There will come a day when she appears before the world in human form, proudly as my wife. It is wiser to let those around me know first to avoid unnecessary complications. Is this true, my friend? Tang Bingi's expression shifted. I truly did not mean to offend you. But is the wife you speak of not merely a figment of your imagination? Certainly not, I replied with a stoic countenance. Her name is Gu Jinshuang, the sole wife of Lin Tingqing, encompassing my past, present, and future. There is no room for anyone else to intrude upon our bond. Therefore, regardless of whether your interest in me is genuine or feigned, it would be prudent to withdraw promptly to prevent any further entanglement. But, Tang Bingi remained unconvinced. If she truly exists, where is she now? Right before you. Tang Bingi gazed into the void before her, bewildered. Suddenly, the ashtray on the coffee table levitated inexplicably. Tang Bingi looked at me, and I shrugged. Then, her gaze fixated on the ashtray, her face gradually betraying a look of terror. Chapter 55. The visit of Hu Kunying. Tang Bingi stood in a daze for an extended period, before suddenly exclaiming in horror, There's a ghost. Boss, there's a ghost. This place is haunted. What is happening? You startled me with such theatrics. I have endured the hauntings in my home for years without complaint. Calm down, I said. When have I ever claimed my wife as human? Are you mistaken, my friend? Seeking a ghost as a spouse? Have you been bewitched by her? Should I summon a Taoist priest to exorcise the evil? Perhaps it is best to refrain from such actions. To attempt to banish her? Do not speak of the Taoist priest. Even the deities he venerates may prove powerless. Does this mean you shall be ensnared by her for eternity? I am quite content with that notion. Tang Bingi's mental state remains precarious, her gaze wandering aimlessly, her movements awkward and unnatural. Allow me a moment. There is much I need to process, she said, closing her eyes, her brow furrowed. I understand your sentiments. Some matters are indeed not easily embraced. Yet your acceptance is inconsequential. I have shared these thoughts with you because I do not regard you as a stranger. However, I am not the least bit grateful to you, Tang Bingi exclaimed, her eyes snapping open in resentment. That does not concern me in the slightest. She then composed herself, rubbed her eyes, and forced a sincere yet rigid smile, waving her hand forward. Greetings, sister-in-law. I am Tang Bingi, though I suppose an introduction is unnecessary, as you must already be aware of me. Well, ha ha ha. It truly delights me to see you, though it seems we have not truly met. She pondered thoughtfully. Gu Jinshuang offered a ruthless assessment, deeming the woman utterly foolish for attempting to use this as leverage. In truth, she had long since vacated that position, and witnessing Tang Bingi enthusiastically gesturing to thin air was somewhat amusing. I found it difficult to bear watching Tang Bingi make such a fool of herself. She was no longer present in that realm. But where is she? She is beside me, that is to say, right next to you. Tang Bingi's leg trembled, and with a sudden jolt, she perched herself on the armrest of the sofa, gazing apprehensively at the vacant space beside me. Do not be alarmed. Though she is a ghost, she is truly a benevolent spirit, I reassured her. There is no need for such discrimination. Discrimination? Are you accusing me of discrimination? Do you think I would dare to discriminate against anyone now? Tang Bingi was furious. Just because you consider yourself my superior, do not presume that I would refrain from confronting you. Do you have the audacity? No, I do not. Oh, but I truly do not harbor any discriminatory feelings towards her. I simply find it difficult to accept the reality that you are indeed married, and to someone like her. Someone like her? Such a peculiar wife? Tang Bingi's expression turned serious. Generally, men do not seek out this type, do they? Well, I had no grounds to refute that. Nevertheless, you must remember that although she is a ghost, she is, in essence, not much different from a human. The only distinction lies in the fact that you cannot see or touch her. Furthermore, I assert that her beauty and figure may even surpass yours. Boss. While I completely understand your fondness for your wife, saying such insincere words to appease her, even if your conscience remains untroubled, you ought to consider my feelings. In terms of beauty, I, Tang Bingi, am unparalleled. Really? Gu Jinshuang inquired. Are you merely flattering me by claiming I am more beautiful than her? Of course not. I quickly retorted. How could that yellow-haired girl possibly compare to you? Just look at her foolish expression. Even calling her a yellow-haired girl is an exaggeration. She is merely a tall, silly child. That was a bit much. Gu Jinshuang stifled a laugh. But I quite enjoyed hearing it. I laughed, completely disregarding Tang Bingi's disdainful gaze. All right, I acknowledge that you have a wife. If it were truly delusional, how could you possibly smile so mischievously? Yet, I shall not easily surrender. I shall continue to harbor my affections for you. Huh? I am perplexed. Knowing I have a wife, why do you still wish to like me? What intentions do you harbor? Even if I cannot be the primary wife, I would not mind being a secondary one. What do you mean by primary and secondary wives? Do you take me for someone who desires multiple spouses? Isn't it said that having multiple wives is the dream of every man? Tang Bingi inquired. In the past, I indeed held such aspirations, but they have since vanished. Truly vanished. Believe it or not, that is your choice. I do not believe it. Believe it or not. Speaking such words may bring about my demise. Do you comprehend? Do you even know who my wife is? Oh, so you fear her, which is why you feign disinterest in multiple wives, while in your heart, how chilling. Tang Bingi instantly curled up, shivering uncontrollably, her nose even freezing. Do not incite discord. Even in jest, one must heed the boundaries, or else it may lead to dire consequences. Yet I genuinely wish to be with you. Tang Bingi insisted stubbornly. Gu Jinshuang gazed at me. Am I to be cast as the villain? Tang Bingi, do you possess no sense of shame? I asked helplessly. None. Even if I did, I would not care. Who prompted you to provoke me first? You didn't disclose your marital status at the outset. Had you been forthcoming, I would never have acted in this manner. Therefore, this is all your fault. Even in death, I shall become a ghost to haunt you. The determination in her demeanor suggested a resolute unwillingness to yield. However, there is indeed no room for negotiation in this matter. Gu Jinshuang did not truly wish to harm Tang Bingi. It was not out of mercy, but rather because she found Tang Bingi utterly perplexing, and bullying a fool brought her no sense of accomplishment. The chilling atmosphere surrounding Tang Bingi dissipated. Could it be that my sister has acknowledged me? Tang Bingi's first reaction was one of surprise. Who is your sister? Even Gu Jinshuang was at a loss for words. She merely believed that your mental faculties were somewhat lacking and did not want to stoop to your level, yet her patience had its limits. If you continue down this path, you may truly find yourself in peril. Do you not understand? To perish at the hands of my esteemed sister would leave me with no regrets. She truly had struck while the iron was hot. Gu Jinshuang found herself in a profound quandary. I am not concerned about you being taken by another woman, but someone like her genuinely gives me a headache. Gu Jinshuang sighed lightly. Fierce women fear entangled men, and vice versa. So, should I simply strike her down with one swift motion? You decide. If I were to eliminate her, you wouldn't sulk and hold it against me, would you? No, I wouldn't. Since that is settled, why not take matters into your own hands? I would rather not resort to violence. Yet I worry that Gu Jinshuang might misconstrue my resolve as weak or suspect me of harboring ulterior motives. Just a jest, Gu Jinshuang chuckled as she patted my head. Do not concern yourself with her. She will not remain obstinate for long and will retreat upon realizing the difficulty. I am not worried about trivial matters. I nodded in agreement. However, on another note, since I place such trust in you, do not let me down. Gu Jinshuang winked playfully, her smile radiant. Yet, there was not a trace of mirth in her eyes. I nodded solemnly, beads of sweat forming on my brow. Thus, I solemnly regarded Tang Bingi and declared, in light of this, I shall make it unequivocally clear, whether or not you harbor feelings for me is entirely your prerogative. I am already bound in matrimony and shall not be swayed by any other woman. Thus, your affections, should they exist, are merely a squandering of time, energy, and emotion. However, if you persist in this pursuit, it is beyond my control or concern. I simply wish to offer you a gentle reminder. I am aware, yet I remain unfazed. Tang Bingi retorted with unwavering resolve. I truly do not comprehend what it is about me that could possibly captivate you, I muttered softly, genuinely perplexed. In the past, why was I devoid of such allure? Not a single woman expressed interest in me, save for one ghostly apparition. Yet, recently, a succession of striking young women, including the unique Tang Bingi, seem to have developed an interest in me, leaving me utterly bewildered. Perhaps they are drawn to my capabilities, believing I can provide them with security. However, my strengths are derived from Gu Jianchuang, which would imply that their affections should be directed towards her instead. Wait, if they are enamored with Gu Jianchuang, does that not render me a rival in love? It is quite the enigma. Are you not overthinking this, my dear? Tang Bingi interjected, placing a hand upon her chest. I assure you, I am not the type to be swayed by superficiality. My feelings for you are entirely sincere. If you doubt me, feel free to continue testing my devotion. I refuse to be entangled in such matters. I shook my head. Even Aunt Xiao and Uncle Yang are unaware of my wife's situation. Apart from my parents, only the matchmaker from years ago knows. It is not that I wish to conceal my marital status, but she is indeed unique, and it is prudent that not too many people are aware. Therefore, I hope you can keep our secret. My dear friend, such a significant matter. Can you truly trust me so easily, even if I promise to keep it confidential? I believe in you, though my trust is not absolute. Mere belief is insufficient. Tang Bingi frowned, insisting that you must be entirely certain I will not disclose this. Rather than relying solely on your own instincts, then what should I do? I inquired. Generally speaking, when it comes to such weighty secrets, one must eliminate any loose ends to feel secure. However, you certainly would not resort to such extremes with me, so that path is not viable. No, I would. No, you wouldn't. I nodded reluctantly, asking what I should do next. Of course, you must completely possess me, transforming every facet of my being into yours, leaving an indelible mark. This way, there would be no fear of my betrayal, and the method to achieve this is... Stop, stop, stop. Do not say another word. I know what you intend to convey, but that is simply impossible. Why? It is simply because I suffer from erectile dysfunction. With this revelation, Tang Bingi was utterly taken aback. Gu Jianchuang was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. My dear husband, you are truly too good to me. To rid yourself of this woman, you would even utter such falsehoods. You bring me to tears. I let out a sigh of relief. I could even cast aside the dignity inherent to manhood. Surely she must comprehend my resolve by now. Actually, there are ways to navigate impotence, I thought. Tang Bingi, seemingly afraid of hurting my feelings, spoke with utmost delicacy. I was left utterly speechless, resolutely choosing to remain silent. A knock resounded from outside. I raised my hand, and the door swung open. Hu Kunyang stood there, his expression somewhat peculiar. Lin Tingqing. No. Mr. Lin, Hu Kunyang smiled and inquired, may we have a word? Talk? What do you wish to discuss with me? I was somewhat intrigued. In truth, there are matters I wish to clarify with you to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. About whom? I asked. Mr. Lin, must you feign ignorance? Hu Kunyang's smile was humble. Might I come in? It would not be prudent if others were to see us. I agreed, casting a glance at Tang Bingi. She promptly entered the inner room and closed the door. I motioned for Hu Kunyang to step inside, then moved to my desk and gestured for him to take a seat opposite me. Now, you may proceed, I said. It was indeed my suggestion for Shi Yin to encourage Mr. Yang to part ways with you, Hu Kunyang stated slowly. Is that so? And what of it? Please believe me. We merely intended to make use of him, never to harm him, nor did we wish for him to become adversarial with you, Hu Kunyang replied, his expression earnest. The situation has unfolded in a manner that we never wished to see. Is it you and Lu Rian? Hu Kunyang chuckled shyly, his smile as radiant as ever. I gazed at him intently, utterly astonished by the conviction that he seemed to genuinely believe such a notion. I stifled a laugh, maintaining an air of nonchalance. So, my good brother, is he not being led around in circles by the two of you, played with at your whim? Does Mr. Lin still regard him as a close companion? I shook my head. Hu Kunyang chuckled again, and I surmised that he was right. Forgive my candor. But you two are from entirely different worlds. The evolution of your relationship to this point was inevitable. Do you require me to play the role of a naysayer? I inquired, feigning irritation. My apologies, Hu Kunyang slightly bowed. Might I inquire if Mr. Lin objects to our utilizing Mr. Yang? This matter does not concern me. I have no particular feelings about it. I understand. Thank you very much. Hu Kunying bowed once more. Did you come here solely to convey this? I asked. In addition to this, I wish to express that neither Ruyin nor I harbor any intentions of opposing you. If possible, we would be more than willing to align ourselves with you. However, I suspect you would not genuinely accept us, leaving us no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. What are your plans now? I asked. With Mr. Yang's assistance, we aim to acquire sufficient resources and accumulate initial strength, Hu Kunying replied. And then, when you have spread your wings and become formidable, will you then cast him aside? It is not that we are unfeeling. Rather, Mr. Yang's thoughts are often so elusive that he does not seem like someone with whom one can engage in a long-term partnership. Did not Mr. Lin also suffer from his treachery? And that betrayal was entirely unjustified. We do not possess the same formidable strength as you, should the time come. It is likely our very lives would be at stake. I nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, due to the connection with Ruyin, it is impossible for us to coexist under the same roof. This is only reasonable. How would one feel if the woman they cherish were to use her body to ensnare another man? Hu Kunying's expression faltered for a moment. Yet he quickly recovered with a gentle smile. This is merely the survival tactic of the weak. It is entirely understandable that a strong individual like Mr. Lin would not grasp it. I smiled in silence. Rather than using the body to ensnare, I would prefer if Mr. Lin could clarify that it is a matter of psychological entrapment. Hu Kunying's smile remained charming. Ruyin has numerous ways to handle him, and he would not gain undue advantage. Is this the confidence of a male deity? Alas, he has overlooked the current twisted nature of Yang Ziwei. When will he lose this graceful and composed smile, revealing a face contorted with rage? Hu Kunying and I exchanged smiles, each reflecting entirely different sentiments. Chapter 56. The Truth Revealed. Mr. Lin, do you recall our first encounter? Hu Kunying suddenly shifted the topic. At that time, we were still undergoing military training, and I had volunteered to be appointed class monitor by our homeroom teacher, tasked with keeping track of my classmates. It was during this period that I had already discerned your uniqueness. In what way? I inquired with a smile. You possess a remarkable silence and an extraordinary demeanor. Several girls from other classes have even discreetly sought information about you through me. Oh, really? I had no idea, I responded, genuinely unaware. That is precisely because I took it upon myself to shield you from their inquiries. I must admit, rather shamefully, that it was motivated by a touch of personal selfishness. Hu Kunying chuckled, for I wished to be the only popular boy. His candidness imparted a rather exceptional feeling, and I found it quite agreeable. Although, in a certain sense, his actions had compromised my interests. Doesn't Mr. Lin get angry? He asked again. Why would I be angry, even if you were to inform them? They would ultimately approach me only to be disappointed. Some might even conspire with close friends to fabricate rumors about me. You have spared me from such troubles, for which I should be grateful, I replied. Hu Kunying appeared slightly astonished, remarking, Indeed, you are not an ordinary person. Aren't we from class 2? Haha, you are truly humorous. Indeed, Hu Kunying remarked, although this incident occurred before graduation, it has irrevocably severed our student lives. Now, my former classmates find themselves in diverse circumstances. Some are even oblivious to whether they are alive or dead. Even if we were to forcefully gather, we would find it difficult to engage in meaningful conversation. I found myself in agreement with him. Thus, the notion of camaraderie among classmates seems rather futile, does it not? Each of us pursues our own path, and the willingness to betray an old friend for personal gain carries no moral burden. The adult world is inherently rife with power struggles and avarice, particularly in these times. Even if one desires to show compassion, one must first assess their own strength. Hu Kunying sighed, I have no intention of courting disaster. Hence I do not shy away from betraying others. I am quite indifferent to it. You used to be lauded by all the girls in school as the sunny boy god. If they were to hear you utter such words, their fantasies would surely shatter. I remarked casually. In truth, I was never the sunny boy god they imagined. I have merely strived to cultivate and maintain the facade, you understand. It was merely an illusion, Hu Kunying replied with a stoic expression. This persona garnered me popularity, allowing me to receive preferential treatment everywhere, becoming the object of affection for girls and the envy of boys. Individuals like you may regard this with disdain, yet for the majority of people, the pursuit of such superficial acclaim constitutes the essence of their lives. I am simply a mundane person, seeking vainglory and chasing after benefits. Such candid truths are typically reserved for close friends, are they not? I inquired. Because I genuinely desire to be your confidant, Hu Kunyang said earnestly. A sentiment he has harbored for a long time, unrelated to your current prowess or status. I found this intriguing, as I had never anticipated hearing such thoughts from Hu, the esteemed figure I admire. I was sincerely perplexed. You possess a profound understanding of me, discerning my true essence, unfold by the facade I project. Hu Kunyang continued, his tone laced with a hint of ambiguous jest. I am quite popular. Many hold a fondness for me. Among them, girls become elated at the chance to exchange a few words with me, while boys take pride in calling me their brother. Yet, I find no affinity for them. They strike me as foolish and superficial, resembling monkeys in my eyes. Their ignorance and shallowness are not their fault, as the majority of the world is composed of such individuals. Moreover, even if they are akin to monkeys, their numerical advantage allows them to dictate the terms of existence. Thus, I must navigate this foolish world dominated by imbeciles, conforming to their expectations and presenting myself in a manner they find pleasing, in order to thrive within it. I do not consider myself self-righteous, yet I genuinely disdain them. Consequently, I often question the significance of my elaborate efforts to please a throng of monkeys. I feel akin to a reluctant courtesan, forced to allure a group of gluttonous and unattractive patrons, which I detest immensely. Nevertheless, I am compelled to act thus, for it is the only means of survival. Without it, I cannot endure. Hu Kunying chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging that only a select few, like yourself, can truly see through to my essence. While I may not harbor fondness for your kind, I must concede that you are among those with whom I can genuinely converse. It is my earnest desire to engage in such dialogues, hence I long to be your confidant. I comprehend your approach, however. I am disinclined to forge a friendship with someone of your disposition, let alone a deep friendship. Why? You inquire. Is it because you abhor my actions? Hu Kunyang gestured towards himself. You and I have merely chosen lifestyles that bring us comfort. The distinction lies in your pursuit of inner tranquility while I seek external ease. Because I find you excessively pretentious, speaking as if you were a jaded schoolchild. To consider you a confidant would plunge me into self-doubt, questioning whether I, too, am a fool. Yet, this is indeed my genuine sentiment. Your earnest feelings are remarkably foolish, and therein lies a greater terror. Hu Kunyang paused, then laughed. You assert it as your truth, and so it shall be. Regardless, expressing these thoughts has brought me a sense of relief, akin to the exhilarating freedom of running through the streets in the dead of night without clothes. I have no desire to witness a repugnant man in such a state. I retorted, utterly speechless. The essence of running bare lies solely in personal exhilaration, not in providing amusement for others. Quite a valid point. Indeed? Hu Kunyang, I remarked. It seems you must have had your wits confounded to ramble on so inexplicably. I harbor no interest in your thoughts and musings. Your philosophy of life is one I have long comprehended. It amounts to nothing more than the exhausting and arduous existence of donning a mask each day, feeling misunderstood by the entire world, which leaves you in a state of lofty despair, void of companionship and warmth. These are but cliché sentiments, devoid of any novelty. So, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Shall we conclude this preamble here? Hu Kunyang offered a wry smile and replied. I nodded impatiently, signaling him to expedite the cessation of my torment. You are correct in one regard. I indeed feel a profound sense of emptiness and solitude, yearning for companionship. You have sought out the wrong individual. I am not inclined towards that. Where do your thoughts wander? I am, after all, a quintessential heterosexual. No amount of coercion or temptation would lead me to acquiesce. How amusing. Yet, I advise you against employing such tactics with me, especially coercion. I have heard of the unfortunate fate that befell Lu Guan. Should you attempt the same with me, I would prefer to meet my end. I dare not state anything too emphatically. I speak the truth. Hu Kunyang possesses far more delicate features than Lu Guan. A video of him would undoubtedly garner far greater views. I find myself curious as to whether, when he is thoroughly subdued, he will still maintain his lofty demeanor. I shall take your jest in stride. Hu Kunyang forced a smile. After a pause, I reiterated that I harbor no affection for them, nor for you. To be precise, the only person I truly cherish in this world is myself. In order to expedite the conclusion, I found myself compelled to acquiesce to him. Yet, how did you come to develop an affection for Lu Ruyan? My fondness for her was merely a reluctant choice, born out of a desire for companionship, while simultaneously refusing to compromise my own standards. I aimed to meticulously select a suitable partner. Well, primarily, it was based on appearances. He smiled and added under my scrutiny. Indeed, that seems just right. My primary target was not her, but rather Huo Judy, though she resided on an entirely different echelon. She was, without a doubt, a paragon of excellence, while I'm merely an illusion of substance. I approached her with a sense of unwarranted hope, but a single glance from her extinguished my aspirations and left me despondent. I understood the implication of his words. I had encountered Hwajudi. Even when she exhibited humility in my presence, her gaze remained unwaveringly indifferent, as if I were a mere ant, dwarfed by a dinosaur. This was under the assumption that she had overestimated my capabilities. If Hu Kunyang were to face Hwajudi, he would undoubtedly perceive himself as nothing more than a standard-sized ant in her eyes, and it would be entirely reasonable for him to feel utterly deflated. Subsequently, I found myself enamored with Tang Bingi, yet that endeavor also bore no fruit. Hu Kunyang shrugged, suggesting that in many respects, she and I were akin. Yet my infatuation with her visage rendered me indifferent to her lack of affection towards my own. The repulsion between us, stemming from our similarities, led to yet another failure. I suspect Hu Kunyang may have misconstrued Tang Bingi. He had overcomplicated his perception of her. In truth, Tang Bingi is rather eccentric. A whimsical character whose depths I cannot claim to fully comprehend. I remain uncertain as to which of her peculiarities might inadvertently trigger her sensitivities. She harbors a distaste for Hu Kunyang, likely due to his ostentatiousness and foolishness, which she finds repugnant. Yet, it appears you have managed to win her over. Perhaps prowess is indeed the most admirable trait of a man. He mused. It seems I am not to rely solely on my looks. He must think I am being courted by someone of considerable stature. I chose to remain silent, allowing him to speculate freely. Subsequently, I found myself enamored with Long Lingyu. Yet she remains utterly indifferent to my affections. Hu Kunyang expressed his frustration at this juncture, having faced 3 consecutive failures, leaving him to question whether he is truly a heartthrob. So, have you successfully captured Lu Rian's heart? My curiosity was piqued. Evidently so. Hu Kunyang replied with a semblance of modesty, though his smirk betrayed his confidence. I have thoroughly discerned her psyche and every motive behind her actions. It is inconceivable to me that she could harbor any aversion towards me, don't you think? Is it not possible that Lu Ruyan is, in fact, akin to you, both possessing a penchant for self-admiration? I contemplated articulating this thought but restrained myself, for revealing it would render the conversation less intriguing. Perhaps, I replied lazily. I have no interest in her. With the plethora of stunning beauties surrounding you, far surpassing her, it is only natural for you to lack interest, aside from Hwajudi. You have ensnared both campus queens. Had this been in the past, you would have been the adversary of every boy in school. I primarily believe that Lu Ruoyan possesses a flawed character. Every individual has shortcomings. Neither you nor I are exceptions. Why then must we cast aspersions on others? Such sentiments are often embraced by the most despicable individuals, and in my eyes, Lu Ruoyan is no better, perhaps even more reprehensible than you. May I inquire, Mr. Lin, what constitutes your definition of a scoundrel? Definition? There is no precise definition. Anyone I disapprove of is deemed a scoundrel. But what of yourself? Have you never exhibited scoundrel-like behavior? For instance, such as the actions taken against classmate Lu Guan and the malicious slander directed at others. Since I inflict harm solely upon scoundrels and slander only those of similar ilk, my actions, though inherently vile, may cancel each other out, thus absolving me of being a scoundrel. In summary, I am not a scoundrel. Do you hold a differing opinion? If I were to assert that I do, would you resort to violence against me? Indeed. Then I shall retract my statement. You prey on the weak and cower before the strong, scoundrel. Do you also exhibit such behavior? Indeed. Does that not classify you as a scoundrel? Not at all, for I am quite hypocritical. Hu Kunyang paused, then chuckled, stating that if given the chance, he would genuinely wish to befriend me. Alas, that opportunity has vanished. Indeed, it has, yet I do not find it regrettable. Hu Kunyang's smile faded. Even if you were to grant me that opportunity, I would have no desire to be your friend. And why is that? Because I have harbored affection for both Tang Bingi and Long Lingyu, who have both eluded my grasp. Despite their rejections, I have not entirely relinquished hope. If that were the case, I would not have offered my assistance to Tang Bingi that day. Initially, I assumed that, having already secured Long Lingyu, you would not act so swiftly against her. However, I underestimated your resolve and overestimated her allure. Indeed, no matter how aloof a woman may appear, at her core, she remains an inferior creature drawn to strength. Hu Kunyang smiled nonchalantly, reflecting on how in the past, wealth was paramount, but now it is strength that commands respect. Once I acquire sufficient power, it shall be I whom they admire, not you. Is this the reason you consider me your adversary? I inquired. I harbor no desire to be your foe. However, Given our inability to forge a friendship, we are ultimately destined to become enemies. You utter such words without fear that I might strike first, eliminating any potential threat? I asked with a smile. I am indeed fearful. Yet I am aware that you will not act against me, at least not at this moment. Hu Kunyang lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. My existence, to you, presents more benefits than drawbacks. While you appear to act freely, every decision you make is calculated, constantly assessing the value of those around you. I shall not comment on the accuracy of your assertions, but what do you perceive your value to me to be? I asked with curiosity. We both understand the unspoken truths between us. To articulate them too plainly would render them meaningless, Hu Kunyang replied, shaking his head. Do not fault me for my enigmatic demeanor. If you find our exchange lacking in intrigue, I shall find myself in peril. I refuse to be deceived. How infuriating. Did he actually guess it? I found it hard to suppress a smile and thus burst into hearty laughter. Hu Kunyang joined in my mirth. In an instant, I stifled my laughter, moved my fingers, and forcefully pressed his head down onto the desk, creating a resounding thud. Had I exerted a bit more pressure, his skull might have shattered against the fine wooden surface like a crushed watermelon. Hu Kunyang's aura of charm and confidence dissipated, replaced by sheer terror. His pupils dilated, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. Chapter 57. Outing. I propped my chin on one hand while gently tapping the desk with the other. Hu Kunyang remained pinned in that contorted position. The only movement he could muster was the fluttering of his eyelids. I observed him blink. Gauging the right moment before I spoke with a smile, Hu Kunyang, I concede that you are indeed clever, but one must not be overly confident, believing oneself to be the most astute in the entire world. What you desire is merely to play both sides between me and Yang Ziwei, to offend neither while cunningly utilizing Lu Rian to stir discord, hoping to emerge as the beneficiary in the end. Do you truly think I would allow such antics? Certainly. I could permit it, for I am utterly indifferent to your petty schemes, convinced you possess no ingenuity worth my concern. Yet even so, I cannot entirely disregard your existence. You have indeed underestimated me, yet simultaneously overestimated me, misjudging my moral threshold, believing that as long as you remain outside my boundaries, I would not take action against you. Thus, you prance about, exuding humor and arrogance, behaving like a fool, which only serves to further dissuade me from engaging with you. You have misunderstood the boundaries I have set. You believe you comprehend my essence, yet it is merely a misguided perception of your own making. My boundaries do not manifest as a mere line, but rather as a circle, containing only myself and those I deem worthy. Anyone outside this circle has overstepped their mark. Even if you have committed no transgressions, I cannot dismiss the possibility of meting out severe consequences, especially given your past misdeeds. However, fear not, for I am not inclined to take your lives. I do not wish to be perceived as a remorseless killer. Thus, I am willing to extend a chance, provided you and your petty schemes distance yourselves from us. I shall spare you. I do not relish in threats. Yet trust me when I say that no matter the strength you may attain, you lack the entitlement to provoke me. Should you doubt this and choose to test the waters, it could lead to your demise. I gently patted Hu Kunyang's face and added, remember, I have no desire to reminisce about the past with you. Firstly, there is nothing to reminisce, and secondly, I have no interest in trivial banter with someone who overestimates their worth. If you have understood, you may leave now. Do not forget to close the door behind you. I released Hu Kunyang, who stared at me for a moment, his emotions inscrutable. Without uttering a word, he exited hastily, closing the door behind him. I clapped my hands, and Tang Bingy emerged, rushing over to perch herself on the desk before me. Aren't you afraid of tumbling down from such a height? Not in the slightest. Regrettably, I did not wear a short skirt today. If you dared to sit like that in a skirt, I would surely toss you aside. Ha ha ha. Are you truly so intimidated by your sister? Not at all. I merely find your appearance quite unappealing. I scoffed, and furthermore, do not refer to her as sister. Call her sister-in-law. Why are you so anxious when even sister has said nothing? Never mind, I can't be bothered with you. Tang Bingy chuckled with satisfaction. Glancing at the office door, what did Hu Kunyang come to discuss with you? May I inquire? Are you curious? Yes. Tang Bingy nodded emphatically. I won't tell you. I smiled. Tang Bingy looked exasperated, removed her shoes, and propped one foot on the armrest of my chair. Hey, do you no longer want your lackey? Quickly move it away. It stinks. I pinched my nose. It does not stink. I showered again this morning, and I am wearing entirely new clothes, and I donned the stockings you adore. Wearing stockings beneath my trousers, is it too risky? Allowing you to know is merely a display of boldness. If you wish to meet your end with me, just say so. I indeed wish to meet my end with you. Ignoring the chill that permeated the office, Tang Bingyi placed her other foot on the armrest as well. I am frightened of you. Get down. Put on your shoes. Hee. With the first move made, Tang Bingyi descended from the desk and plopped down on the floor to begin putting on her shoes. Why are you so lackadaisical? Are you a child? Still sitting on the floor? I inquired. Does this not make me appear innocent and adorable? She huffed defiantly. Those who wear stockings beneath their trousers are unworthy of the term innocent and cute. It is evident that they derive pleasure from it, yet refuse to acknowledge it. Truly, our leader is. Even without any impotence, their words remain steadfastly unyielding. She cast a glance my way. I turned aside, glaring at her fiercely. Tang Bingyi, unperturbed, declared herself a true healer. You lecher. Do you not possess any shame? I retorted, anger bubbling within me. How could one engage in such behavior with a married man? I was utterly exasperated. I had hoped to enlighten her regarding Gu Jinshuang, wishing that she would recognize her missteps and reform her ways. Yet, this woman not only failed to restrain herself, but she also escalated her audacity. Boss, I have put on my shoes. Who cares about that? Please, tell me more. I am genuinely curious. Tang Bingyi blinked her large eyes. She remained seated on the ground, her gaze wandering indiscriminately. Her posture was exceedingly unbecoming. A chill ran down my spine. This individual exhibited such reckless behavior even when she was powerless. If she were to awaken to her potential, how perilous would that be for me? He came to me with an array of disjointed topics, probing my reactions. Although I barely understood his ramblings, he did mention that he once had an affection for you. I smiled as I replied, What are you trying to convey, boss? Is it wrong for all boys to be enamored with me? My popularity surpasses that of the 3 campus beauties combined. Tang Bingyi beamed with pride. Perhaps it merely indicates the abundance of sycophants? I nodded. What is your opinion of Hu Kunyang? What opinion? I have no desire to regard him. Tang Bingyi wore a look of disdain. That fellow was merely a social butterfly, strutting about like a peacock, appearing to be well acquainted with everyone. He seemed to believe that his charm rendered him irresistible to all women, yet I found him rather unremarkable, embodying an androgynous demeanor that blurred the lines of masculinity and femininity. It was a kind of beauty that left one perplexed. He possessed nothing but a pretty face and a silver tongue. Beyond that, he was devoid of substance. I was somewhat taken aback by your low appraisal of him. After all, it was he who came to your rescue that day. Tang Bingyi retorted. His intentions were surely ulterior. He had once confessed his feelings to me, albeit in an ambiguous manner that left ample room for retreat. Should you reject him, he would likely claim that you were overthinking his words, that he never meant anything of the sort. The type of man I loathe most is one lacking in courage, unable to express his feelings forthrightly. Thus, when faced with such individuals, I find myself unwilling to offer them a serious rejection. They only deserve my sarcasm. Tang Bingyi grumbled. Some people accuse me of leading him on without providing a clear answer. How could I be leading him on when his words are so vague? I cannot respond with clarity. I mused that if it were not for Gu Jinshuang, I too might have hesitated to express my affections for a girl directly. Enough with the anger, I said. What was your ideal type in the past? It's quite simple, Tang Bingyi remarked. Being handsome is a prerequisite. One must be taller than me. Wealth is of little consequence. What matters most is being sincere, responsible, and ambitious, along with possessing a sense of humor that can make me smile. I pondered for a moment and realized that, aside from not being entirely candid, I genuinely met her criteria. I may lack financial resources, but she deemed that unimportant. The most crucial factor is the chemistry, she stated. What does chemistry entail? I inquired. It means I hold a veto power, Tang Bingyi explained. Even if someone perfectly meets these standards, if I find him unappealing, I will still reject any affection toward him. I see, I said sincerely. What do you mean by I see? She retorted. I concluded, if you wish to pursue someone, there is no need to alter yourself to fit her expectations. If she is attracted to you, she will appreciate you as you are. Conversely, if she is not, no amount of effort to meet her criteria will change her feelings. Exactly. You are truly wise, she exclaimed. Many young men grapple with these truths. It is indeed a painful experience to harbor feelings for someone who does not reciprocate, I continued. Tang Bingyi paused, saying, Are you hinting at something? Shall we? Even if I were to develop feelings for you one day, it would be impossible, as I am already committed to someone else. Would you ever like me? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Given your current lack of decorum, I harbor no concerns about developing feelings for you, I replied playfully. What are your criteria for a partner? She inquired, amused. I'm already married. What need is there for criteria in choosing a partner? But before you were married, what kind of girl did you prefer? Gu Jinshuang gazed at me with great interest, and I too was curious, so do share. You must speak the truth. Quiet, gentle, adorable, and kind, I pondered before responding. Quiet? Come on. What era are you from? Who still fancies those dull, uninteresting girls? Tang Bingyi suddenly seemed contemplative, and as you speak these words. Are you perhaps thinking of someone? I am not. I am not. Stop fabricating. My face instantly paled. Don't be so anxious, dear husband. Isn't it just Long Lingyu? She has known for a while and isn't angry at all, Gu Jianchuang said with a gentle smile, but you mustn't like her now, okay? Yes, yes. Is it true that my sister is upset? What does that have to do with you? I shot her a glance. How can it not concern me? Tang Bingyi retorted. I am the good little sister of the elder sister. If you upset her, then you're also affecting me, and I must speak out on her behalf. You. The notorious flirt. That was all many years ago, I replied helplessly. That girl isn't my sister, right? Then who is she? Tang Bingyi's gaze became peculiar. It wouldn't be Long Lingyu, would it? It truly is her. Isn't it? Tang Bingyi was taken aback. Realizing she had not been lying after all, what did she say? I inquired. No, nothing at all. Tang Bingyi shook her head. How did you come to know the elder sister? What is the relationship between my esteemed sister and Long Lingyu? The circumstances of our acquaintance are rather complicated, yet it is evident that there is no connection between her and Long Lingyu. I must clarify that if you are speculating whether we are entangled in a love triangle, such a notion is entirely unfounded. Our interactions have never descended into any melodramatic tales, hence there is no amusement for you to witness. Who seeks amusement in this? I am engaging in this matter with a weighty heart. Tang Bingyi declared solemnly, I absolutely forbid you to harbor feelings for Long Lingyu. Your prohibition is inconsequential, for I could never develop affections for her. However, I equally will not permit you to disregard me. I scratched my head, contemplating. Tang Bingyi, are you implying that it is wrong for me to like her, yet equally wrong for me to not like you? Indeed. But why? Are you superior to her? Is that not the case? My physique surpasses hers. Physical attributes hold no significance for me. To my eyes, you and she are indistinguishable. Not at all. Regardless of how one perceives it, there are undeniable differences. Tang Bingyi insisted, every girl is uniquely distinct. You cannot crudely equate me with her. I smiled, withholding my words. Tang Bingyi fell into an awkward silence. After a moment, she remarked, Boss, should you ever contemplate infidelity, under no circumstances should you pursue Long Lingyu. I smiled. If I were to end your life now, would that not leave me with no choice but to seek her companionship? But what about Sister Xiaolin? Her physique is no less admirable than mine. I wish to end your life, I stated. Do not, boss. I must. Alas, despite my heartfelt lamentations, I resolutely dealt with her, much to Gu Jianchuang's approval. Initially, she could only lie down to rest for the next couple of days. Yet I employed my healing abilities to restore her, promptly lifting her from her pitiful state. We stepped outside, and I stretched languidly. Out into the world? Indeed. I plan to indulge in a bit of shopping. Oh, how delightful. Shopping is my utmost favorite pastime. My intention was to seek information regarding the Black Dragon Gang. As I had gleaned nothing from Hu Jinchao, whether it was due to his ignorance or reluctance to divulge remains uncertain. Along the way, I would also take the opportunity to stroll with my dog. A glance at Tang Bingyi revealed her exuberance, nearly wagging her tail in delight. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor and came to a halt. The doors slid open to reveal several individuals. At the forefront stood Hu Kunyang, Lu Ruyan, and Yang Ziwei. Upon seeing Yang Ziwei, Tang Bingyi's anger flared, and I swiftly grasped her hand to prevent her from lunging at him. The group showed no inclination to enter. Yang Ziwei maintained a stoic expression, merely casting a glance my way throughout. I offered a smile and closed the elevator doors. Boss, why don't you eliminate that traitor? Tang Bingyi inquired. What good would it do to kill him? I replied. It would be satisfying. He betrayed you without a word. If it were me, I would have dispatched him countless times. That's not to be classified as betrayal, I said with a gentle smile and a shake of my head. Huh, that doesn't count as betrayal? Tang Bingyi was perplexed. The only one capable of genuinely betraying me is my wife. Everyone else, regardless of their actions, matters not to me. Thus, there is no need for such anger, I articulated slowly. Boss, when will I have the qualification to betray you? Are you saying this because your bottom is itching? No. I'm merely contemplating that aside from your sister, you seem indifferent to everyone else, including us. However, I do not wish for it to remain this way. I yearn for you to genuinely care about me. You incessantly mention your sister. Yet you also seem to have an interest in her partner? Have you acknowledged her as my sister? What purpose does that serve? Besides, I have not admitted it. Woohoo. She is completely disregarding me. Chapter 58. The mysterious crisis. The situation in the outside world has undergone yet another transformation. Initially, households were closed tight, holding their breath in silence, rendering the city eerily quiet. However, due to the pressures of survival, people grew restless, unwilling to perish confined within their homes, and thus, they ventured out into the perilous unknown. Chaos ensued. Some resorted to violence and looting while others fell victim to such atrocities. Yet, in a remarkably brief span, the city once again succumbed to silence. Human activity was not entirely absent. It merely diminished, becoming clandestine to the point where it was nearly undetectable without careful observation. Strangely, the number of anomalies appeared to have significantly decreased, no longer manifesting in abundance. At first, I suspected I was mistaken. However, after venturing further afield for observation, I gradually solidified my thoughts. Xiaoyi, have you sensed that the anomalies seem to have diminished? Indeed, Tang Bingi exclaimed, startled. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. But now that you have, it truly feels like that. What is happening? There are so few now. I remain uncertain of the cause. Yet it is evident that the anomalies cannot simply vanish without reason. What could have killed it? I inquired. Humans? I shook my head. Although there have been instances of humans banding together to hunt the strange beings, such occurrences are rare. In just a few days, how many of these entities could be slain to account for such a noticeable decline in their numbers? Strange beings? I nodded, leaning towards that belief. During this period, I had witnessed strange beings engaging in mutual destruction on multiple occasions, indicating that they do not exclusively target humans. They too are prey to one another. However, under normal circumstances, even if they were to unleash their full strength against each other, the disparity in their capabilities would prevent such significant casualties. Unless a particularly formidable strange being has emerged. As a strange entity, it could wield overwhelming power to decimate its peers. I shared my thoughts with Tang Bingi, who was taken aback. Boss, are you suggesting that strange beings can turn against one another? I smiled. There exists a vast array of strange beings, each differing greatly from one another, much like lions, tigers, grizzly bears, and hyenas pose threats to humans while also being threats to each other. Naturally, they can and do engage in mutual slaughter. Does this mean that as long as humans remain hidden long enough, these beings could annihilate each other? Tang Bingi was exhilarated. Highly unlikely, I replied. To reach that day could take hundreds or even thousands of years. Given the current state of humanity, we may not even last another decade. My estimate of 10 years was, in fact, quite optimistic. So, if we wish to survive and return to our former lives, we must actively confront the strange beings, rather than cower like turtles. Indeed, placing hope upon the bizarre is perhaps more peculiar than the peculiar itself. I never truly thought that way. I merely uttered it casually. Tang Bingi huffed in dissatisfaction. Well, let us delve into the root of the current issue. I nodded. Tang Bingi shivered slightly, awkwardly touching her arm. Boss, are you referring to that particularly formidable anomaly? Yes. That thing is utterly terrifying, isn't it? If your conjecture holds true. And even anomalies can kill at will, taking down so many at once. What a dreadful entity must it be? Tang Bingi smiled. I do not doubt your strength, however. I believe it is wiser to deliberate further. How do you propose we deliberate? I inquired, intrigued. Naturally, we should observe from a distance, Tang Bingi declared. This matter is so outrageous that it cannot remain inconspicuous for long. It will soon attract attention from various individuals, perhaps even numerous extraordinary beings. Let them take the lead while we watch them engage in a mutually destructive struggle, and when the time is ripe, we shall emerge to seize control of the situation. That is quite a sound strategy. Hee. Thank you for the compliment, boss. However, isn't it a tad cowardly to deliberate before even having seen that thing? Shouldn't we at least ascertain what exactly we are dealing with first? Well, of course. Tang Bingi's expression turned serious. Boss, let us go find it. Very well. To enhance our search efficiency, perhaps we should split up? I wear a serious expression as well. Please do not jest with me, my superior. In an instant, Tang Bingi's demeanor shifted, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Are you attempting to frighten me to death? I am but a fragile woman, already terrified from wandering aimlessly outside. You mentioned that there is something bizarre in the city. Do you not understand how much I wish to cling to you for safety? Currently, The number of peculiar occurrences in the city is not exceedingly high. With a stroke of luck, one might traverse from the east to the west without encountering a single anomaly. As for that formidable entity, I assure you, you are destined for protection. Have you considered that? Oh, you wicked scoundrel. She lost her audacity entirely, desperately clutching at the hem of my garment, her large eyes blinking adorably. Please do not abandon your little E. Ahem. Enough of the jesting. You must stay close to me and ensure we do not get separated. Huh? How could we possibly get separated? Tang Bingyi inquired, bewildered. It appears that you are the only living soul here. How could I lose track of you? Well, that remains uncertain. Though I smile, I am quite serious. That formidable entity must possess some extraordinary abilities to create such a commotion. I cannot fathom otherwise. What abilities? Tang Bingyi trembled slightly. Is that even a question? Typically, it involves hypnosis or the fabrication of illusions. To ensure Tang Bingyi fully comprehends, I pondered an illustration. Imagine you suddenly catch a whiff of an enticing fragrance, and in an instant, you find yourself transported back to a time before the eerie invasion, where happiness and freedom abound. At that moment, the school bell rings, and you joyfully gather your belongings with your classmates, racing towards the school gate. Yet, unbeknownst to you, this so-called gate is not a portal to learning, but rather, the maw of that entity. Gasped. Tang Bingyi's complexion drained of color. Please, don't say any more. My mind is conjuring images. Hey, it's not just you. Even I find myself feeling a tad tense from my own narration. I gazed into the distance, then withdrew my gaze moments later. Let us return home. Huh? Oh, yes. There is a high probability that my suspicions are not unfounded. Indeed, an unexpectedly perilous adversary has emerged. Given this individual's modus operandi and potential tactics, the entire city may not be deemed secure, except for my immediate vicinity. Even if I find myself at a loss, I have Gu Jinshuang as a formidable safeguard. While I aspire for independence and resilience, I would never sacrifice my life for the sake of pride. Should circumstances escalate to a point where her intervention becomes imperative, I will not hesitate to wield her strength. Tang Bingyi and I returned to our makeshift stronghold. Mr. Lin, how have you returned so swiftly? Yu Milan inquired, astonished. We encountered a minor issue. Returning was unavoidable. However, I regret to inform you that the stockings I promised are not yet prepared. I trust you won't mind? I asked with a smile. Yi Milan shyly lowered her head. Tang Bingyi audaciously struck my head, her eyes wide with admonition. What are you doing, still flirting with girls at such a time? Do not forget your position and the current circumstances. I found myself reluctantly agreeing with her. Gu Jinshuang nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Tang Bingyi's somewhat smug expression. I realized she was wielding a mere feather as if it were a scepter of authority. She hadn't even grasped the feather yet here we were. However, with my wife's approval, I felt utterly powerless against her. Had I known this woman was not only foolish but also cunning, I would not have lifted a stone only to drop it on my own foot. I explained the external situation and my concerns to Long Lingyu and Yi Milan. They were momentarily startled but displayed no particular astonishment, gazing at me with calm expressions. It appeared they were completely oblivious to the hidden dangers lurking within. Had I sheltered them too well? Sighing inwardly, I considered that this crisis might indeed serve as an opportunity for them to understand the true peril of the world we inhabit. Leaving you here, I feared you might fall prey to that fellow. Though I was uncertain of his true power, it is better to err on the side of caution. I must keep you close for safety. My demeanor grew serious. Oh, shall we go change our clothes then? Sister Milan, I will lend you my sportswear. Our figures are quite similar, so it should fit well. I think wearing the original outfit would suffice. You intend to wear high heels? Are you out of your mind? But Mr. Lin will be there, right? There is no need to fear. Indeed, it has become imperative to elevate their awareness of the lurking dangers. Continuing to treat them like canaries in a gilded cage would only endanger them further. In Shaolin, you must wear sports attire. I inhaled deeply. Oh, Yu Milan inquired further, how should one dress inside? I was momentarily taken aback by her question, as I had not anticipated such an inquiry. You all decide for yourselves. Change your clothes and call for me. I dashed into the bedroom. They seemed to think I was angry, but in truth, I merely wished to have a brief discussion with Gu Jinshuang. Marvelous, my dear husband. Your alertness is commendable. Gu Jinshuang clapped her hands in encouragement. However, I was displeased with her affirmation, for it merely validated my suspicions, which I had intended to confirm with my own eyes. As for my parents and Hojo Dai, can you manage to look after them? I asked. As long as they remain indoors, they will be safe. In fact, it is the same here. but you insist on bringing them along. I smacked my forehead, vexed by my own forgetfulness. Simultaneously, I realized that Gu Jianshuang was announcing her complete control over the formidable entity wreaking havoc in this city. Although I had sensed this long ago, I also recognized that such thoughts were perilously misguided. At some point, I had subconsciously accepted Gu Jianshuang as invincible, with only a select few powerful beings posing any threat to her. This notion was continuously luring me into an unconditioned dependency on her, and thus it was a mindset that needed to be decisively eradicated. Consider it as though you have not established a secure zone where they reside. I will first ascertain their safety, I declared. Yes, my husband is truly remarkable. Do not say such things. It will spoil me. Well, it seems I have long been indulged by her. This prevailing situation must undergo transformation. After all, I consider myself a leader, constantly proclaiming the need to protect this and that, with the foremost priority being her safety. How can I remain at ease, behaving like a pampered child? I cast her a discontented glance, yet she merely continued to smile. Thus, I felt compelled to sternly admonish her, rendering her unable to laugh, only blushing in response. Without wasting much time, I made progress. Meanwhile, Tang Bingyi's gaze towards me bore a subtle nuance, yet I feigned ignorance. My parents and Uncle Yang's family appeared to be in excellent spirits, albeit expressing a profound sense of boredom, particularly Yang Zifeng, who incessantly clamored to go out, proving impossible to placate. After some contemplation, I resolved to bring her along this time. Given her temperament, prolonged confinement could lead to illness. Simultaneously, I subtly inquired about their current awareness. It seemed they had yet to realize the complications in my relationship with Yang Ziwei, which was precisely what I wished to observe. I had yet to determine how to broach this matter with them. When addressing their remarks, I must be impeccably precise. This required some thought. Even for one as unrestrained as I, certain topics remained challenging to articulate. I had not directly engaged with Wu Judy. Rather, I merely strolled around her neighborhood. I have maintained communication with her, yet we have not delved deeply into matters concerning Kong Hong, preferring to engage in aimless, casual banter, akin to conversing with a friend. In my view, this serves as a means to cultivate closeness, allowing her to feel more connected to me, much like Tang Bingyi and the others. Certainly, throughout the conversation, Gu Jianshuang maintained a constant watch, and we never uttered anything inappropriate. Once we departed from the villa area, Yang Zifeng, like a bird released from its cage, was exuberant and filled with vitality, chattering incessantly. I understood her need to express herself after being repressed for so long, so I refrained from dampening her spirits. At times, I would join in with a few responses, deliberately choosing words that delighted her, which only made her more joyful. However, Tang Bingyi and the others seemed somewhat astonished and envious of my treatment towards Yang Zifeng. Honestly, I couldn't comprehend what was so enviable. By the way, where is my brother? Isn't he with you? Yang Zifeng, having exhausted her thoughts, suddenly remembered her brother. Why must he accompany us? I replied with a natural smile. Let us not forget, he is currently burdened with significant responsibilities, preoccupied with wooing your future sister-in-law. Our presence as mere bystanders is simply a hindrance. Stop it. Future sister-in-law? Disgusting. Yang Zifeng recoiled in horror. I have never held a favorable opinion of that woman named Lu Ruyan. She is nothing but a wicked individual. How could my foolish brother possibly outsmart her? If this continues, he will surely be led to his doom, and you should intervene. How can I intervene in such matters? It's a delicate subject, I said. If you had a crush, and your close friends constantly warned you that he was a bad person urging you to leave him, would you be pleased? Of course not, but all my friends are quite fond of you. They think you are aloof and handsome, even asking for your contact information. How did this conversation turn to me? TCH. Silly Lin Tingqing. Shouldn't the point of contention lie in your aloof and handsome demeanor? I truly wish to unveil your true self to them. What do you mean by my true self? Clearly, you are not aloof at all. Yang Zifeng asserted with conviction. And what about your handsomeness? I couldn't help but chuckle. Huh. Of course, you are undeniably handsome. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Oh well, if you didn't hear it, then so be it. I shan't repeat myself. Yang Zifeng made a face, calling Lin Tingqing a big fool. A big fool. Forever destined to be a singleton. I have heard her utter this phrase countless times, and I can only find it endearing. For long before I met her, I had already escaped the ranks of the single. One day, I shall return the jest. Thus, for the time being, it matters not if she revels in her boastfulness. Chapter 59. A hero saves the beauty. Have we not yet formally acquainted ourselves? Two ants. As she spoke, Yang Zifeng directed her attention towards Tang Bingi and Yi Milyang, immediately launching into harsh words. Caught off guard, I was struck with a sudden headache. Could Tang Bingi, who was addressed as aunt, truly let her off so easily? Yet, Tang Bingi merely cast a fleeting glance her way, saying nothing. Yang Zifeng, ignored, became incensed. Hey, do you not understand manners? I specifically greeted you. And you brush me off? How audacious. Tang Bingi merely offered a faint smile. This infuriated Yang Zifeng, who seized my hand and shook it, tears brimming in her eyes. Brother Ching, she is bullying me. I was present throughout, and she dared to falsely accuse me without a hint of shame, leaving me at a loss for words. Even if I regard her as my younger sister, I cannot indulge her without principles. If she targets me, I can endure it, but when it involves others, I cannot remain passive. Zifeng, from now on, either address them as elder sisters or refrain from calling them anything at all. I insist that we all coexist harmoniously and that no one harbors baseless grievances against them. Humph. Yang Zifeng shook off my hand. I must also acknowledge Tang Bingi's commendable performance. Her recent handling of the situation was quite impressive. I had thought you might argue with her. How could that be? Tang Bingi's smile was benevolent. Although I do not typically tolerate disrespect, how can I hold a grudge against a child? My heart skipped a beat. Indeed. Yang Zifeng's expression darkened, and he grasped my hand once more, holding it tightly. Andy, you are being rather reckless, Yang Zifeng said in a low voice. Little sister. I should be only 2 or 3 years older than you, right? Why must you impose an elder's title upon me, alternating between auntie and elder? If I truly were an aunt, what would be wrong with considering you merely a child? Tang Bingi retorted gently. How splendid. I had not realized she possessed such sharp wit, and I marveled quietly. Lin Tingxing, just who is she to you? Miss Yang has always been unreasonable. Despite being thoroughly outmatched, she seeks to create trouble for me. She is my subordinate. As I mentioned previously, I replied nonchalantly. Oh, a subordinate? Then what am I to you? A friend's sister. It now feels somewhat ironic to still refer to you as a friend. Yet that is the only term I can muster. Could you reiterate that for me? Well, dear sister. Humph. It's rather mediocre, isn't it? Yang Zifeng cast a triumphant glance at Tang Bingi. And since I am your sister, does that not mean your subordinates are also mine? I directed a pleading gaze toward Yi Milan, for there were certain matters I found too delicate to express myself. As expected, Yi Milan stepped forward, asserting, this is not quite right. We are Mr. Lin's subordinates, but that does not imply we must obey his relatives. If Miss Yang has any directives, she may certainly convey them to us, but whether we choose to comply will ultimately depend on our own volition. Precisely, little sister, Tang Bingi interjected. Our leader will always be but one, and we shall forever remain solely his subordinates. Aside from his wife, no one else may presume to command us. Such eloquence was impressive, and it even coaxed a smile from Gu Jinshuang, who could hardly contain her amusement. Are you unaware that he might marry me in the future? Yang Zifeng countered sharply. I am not. My father has already consented. My mother is nearly on board as well. Once she agrees, we shall wed immediately. Then I shall be his. Humph. You know what I mean. She even feigned a bashful demeanor. Have you consulted my leader's opinion? Tang Bingi replied languidly, her tone exceedingly irksome. I hastily signaled her to hush, urging her not to delve deeper into this topic. A few casual remarks would suffice. Why must she take it so seriously? Yet, she remained resolute. I am acutely aware that this is her method of retaliating against my repeated refusals. While I would similarly deny Yang Zifeng, it is imperative to articulate the same sentiments differently for distinct individuals. My intention is to gradually make Yang Zifeng cognizant of the stark reality that I harbor no such feelings for her. Otherwise, this volatile little firecracker may erupt in an instant. Is there any need for inquiry? How could he possibly be unwilling? Yang Zifeng tightened her grip around me, casting a warning glare in my direction, declaring that my dear brother Ching is utterly fond of me. I shall refrain from commenting on the veracity of your statements, but may I inquire how, in the presence of the three of us, you could assert with any confidence that he would not be taken from you? You have finally acknowledged it. Haven to you. You three are indeed vixens, attempting to snatch my man. This sentiment resonates with me. It is truly you six who embody the essence of seduction. Gu Jianchuang sighed softly. The immature girl with unkempt hair speaks of men with such audacity, utterly devoid of shame. The truth is, you have no comprehension of the allure we possess. Even a single one of us would easily overshadow you, let alone the three of us together. Tang Bingi smiled, asserting that even if you stubbornly claim your charm rivals ours, surely the advantage of numbers, is evident even to a child. The three of us are always open to any form of playful engagement. Yang Zifeng's expression changed dramatically as she looked at me in disbelief, asking if I had already been involved with them. Please, with three beauties of such caliber at your disposal, can you truly maintain your composure as a man? I feigned exasperation. Lin Tingqing, you beast. Yang Zifeng withdrew her hand from mine and halted her steps. How can you treat me this way? How can you face my mother? I confessed, Zifeng, I am, in truth, an incorrigible flirt, one who finds charm in every beautiful woman. If you genuinely wish to marry me, you must accept this facet of my nature. I reached out to caress her face, my tone as frivolous as it could be. Well done, Tang Bingyi. I silently reveled in my own cunning. Why had I not thought of such a simple tactic before? The most effective way to decline someone's affections is not through harsh and resolute words, but rather by tarnishing one's own image, leading the other person to believe they have misjudged you, that you are unworthy of their admiration. Often, the only recourse with obstinate individuals is to resort to such measures. Otherwise, no matter how eloquently you plead, they will not relent but rather become more fervent, potentially resorting to extreme actions. Do not touch me. Yang Zifeng pushed my hand away. What is wrong? Did you not claim to have feelings for me? I inquired with a smile. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yang Zifeng gazed at me, her voice trembling. I thought that despite your seemingly cynical demeanor, you were a gentleman at heart, one who would never coerce a woman into unwanted actions and who held genuine respect for them. The matter of respect aside, do you truly believe I am the one forcing them? As I spoke, I spread my arms wide. And Tang Bingyi along with Milan instinctively moved to fill the void, wrapping their arms around my waist. Their gestures were fluid and unrestrained, their expressions perfectly fitting the moment. Long Yu stood beside me, her presence radiating a formidable aura, suggesting an intimate yet ambiguous connection between us. Though no physical contact was made, Gu Jinshuang took note of this dynamic, but at that moment, the priority lay in observing Yang Zifeng's reaction. She was engulfed in profound shock. Of course, I remarked, in the past, such scenarios were merely figments of my imagination. However, in this apocalyptic world, I found myself possessing a modicum of strength. What harm is there in aspiring to multiple wives and an entourage of beautiful women? In fact, I deemed the few before me far too few. I intended to amass more beauty, claiming whomever caught my fancy. Even if they were married, I would seize them without hesitation, regardless of age. If they were too young, I could simply wait for them to mature, couldn't I? You've become wicked, Yang Zifeng muttered. It is not that I have transformed. Rather, I have always harbored such inclinations, merely masking them before. Now, I feel no need for pretense. With an air of nonchalance, I explained that I would not be so candid with everyone. After all, you are an acquaintance from my past, and I wish to be forthright with you. But what is revealing this change? Should you still harbor affection for me under these circumstances, I would accept you as my woman, much like the others, ordinary in my eyes. With no elevated status in my heart, I would not treat you any differently due to our previous relationship. Should you disobey or break the rules, I would cast you aside without a second thought, regardless of any former sentiments. You think that by saying this, I would come to believe you? Yang Zifeng retorted, teeth clenched. You are merely seeking an excuse to rid yourself of me. I'm aware of your intentions. I began to glance around, and if you truly doubt me, I shall find a place to demonstrate it before them, leaving you with no argument. How infuriating. Were you not satisfied last night? I'm still in pain. Tang Bingyi bashfully nudged me. As long as Mr. Lin desires it, I would willingly oblige even here. You merely murmured softly. But this is the bustling street, is it not? You always speak so boldly, you little temptress. Can you refrain from pretending so convincingly? Gu Jinshuang could not help but remark, had I not been by your side all night, I would truly question the extent of your indiscretions. She was already half in doubt, and Yang Zifeng's pallor was evident. Has your fantasy been shattered, little sister? What do you say? Would you like to see? My smile was exceedingly lewd. I want to go home. Yang Zifeng was on the verge of tears. You insisted on coming out with me. How can returning be so simple? I released them and approached her. In truth, Zifeng, I have long admired you. Just look at how lovely you've become. So fresh and innocent, like a little green apple, I have longed to take a bite. I feigned and advanced towards her, and she was too frightened to resist. My movements were slow, increasingly so. As she remained still, if I did not slow down, I would truly touch her. Yet, to avoid arousing her suspicion, I merely drew her into an embrace, gripping her shoulder firmly, producing an unsettling sound, utterly beastly. It hurts. Stop it. You've hurt me. Oh, dear sister, of course I care for you. Isn't this what you've always desired? Hee hee. Why do you keep pinching the same spot? I'm truly starting to feel pain. Could you perhaps change it up a bit? Yang Zifeng shot me a glare. My expression stiffened. Have we been exposed? Is our performance too exaggerated? I have been quite worried about this. Zifeng, do you find my behavior towards you off-putting? I inquired. Why would I be offended? I have long known you to be a great lecher. It was only a matter of time before you couldn't resist taking advantage of me. You enjoy lectures? What are you saying? I like you, no matter what you do. What other choice do I have? I am surrounded by women. Do not be deceived by the mere presence of 3 here. I have many more outside, and there will be even more in the future. Can you endure this? I can hardly bear it myself. Of course, I cannot endure it. However, I believe I can attempt it. Huh, how would one go about attempting that? I was trying just now. I am still trying. Yang Zifeng remarked. Initially, I found you quite detestable, but your current bizarre and lascivious demeanor had been anticipated, which makes it somewhat less intolerable. Besides, although your words may be harsh, how could you possibly regard me as just an ordinary woman? If you dare to treat me as such, I would certainly make a scene. If you dare abandon me, neither I nor my parents would let you off easily. She glared at me fiercely. Do you dare? Zifeng, your behavior is inappropriate. You, a heartbreaker who loves every girl you meet, dare to lecture me? Indeed, I am a scoundrel. I truly fail to comprehend. Even if you are a rogue, I find myself drawn to you. She shyly lowered her head, stating that if I desired, she would give herself to me, but not here, and she did not wish to be seen by others. Once we are done, you must immediately accompany me to meet my parents and finalize our marriage. After all, your parents are there as well, making it more convenient. Marriage? Yang Zifeng, are you joking? I laughed, for I possess numerous women. How could I possibly marry any one of them? If I were to do so with each one, I would be utterly exhausted. Moreover, what you just said was utterly inappropriate. Are you seeking a fight? She gazed at me with an expression of grievance, on the verge of tears from my harshness. I was puzzled. Did she not realize I was merely acting? Were these words her genuine feelings? What an unusually twisted girl she must be. You beast. Release that girl. Are you not human for bullying a young lady in public? Suddenly, a young man rushed in to interrupt us, wielding a dagger with remarkable speed. His agility was beyond that of an ordinary person. He was an ability user with a focus on speed. While I was still in shock, he dashed towards us but did not immediately attack. Do not be afraid. Little sister, I shall protect you from this fiend. I will surely vanquish this lecher. The youth proclaimed confidently, trust me, for I am an ability user. Yang Zifeng stood there, astonished. Huh, do not react this way. Remain calm. There is no need for such surprise. I am astounded by your audacity. How dare you meddle in my affairs? If you ruin my plans, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Yang Zifeng sneered, beginning to make unwelcome advances towards me. I was bewildered, crying out for help. The gaze of the extraordinary youth turned blank. Chapter 60. A casual conversation. Zifeng, this is inappropriate. Please let me go. No. Why should I release you? You initiated this, and it's not so easy to simply halt. All right, I concede that I was overly arrogant earlier. But I have my reasons. I never intended to bully you, so you mustn't. There are boundaries you cannot cross. Why such an exaggerated reaction? Honestly, haven't you already had countless encounters with women? Surely that cannot be a fabrication. What do you mean also? I am unaware. So what? What is your relationship with those women? Just as I described earlier. Oh, so now our relationship is akin to that, correct? Therefore, who stated that? I retract my words. I've always regarded you merely as a sister. If you enjoy this sibling play so much, I can certainly oblige. Don't assume I am oblivious. The internet is quite advanced, and I might know more than you. Goodness, how did I not realize you were a pervert before? Who is the pervert? I only act this way towards you. Had it not been for my attempts to understand your preferences, I wouldn't have strayed into this path, so you must take responsibility. I refuse to concern myself with that. I now find it necessary to reevaluate my perception of you. Before I reconstruct my understanding, I would appreciate it if you refrain from bothering me. I shall send you back. No, after all the effort it took to emerge. I refuse to return. At worst, I shall cease my antics. Isn't that sufficient? Truly, you are relentless in your bullying. Oh, not allowing you to misbehave has left you feeling wronged, has it? Hey, I am in tears. Shouldn't you be comforting me? Why are you still saying such things? If you're going to cry, at least release your grasp before you do so. Hand it over. What a stingy person. Unable to play, yet insistent on teasing. One day, I shall consume you entirely. After much struggle, I finally extricated myself from Yang Zifeng, finding solace behind Long Lingyu and her companions. Engulfed by a sense of humiliation and dread from nearly being violated, Yang Zifeng, however, continued to observe me with hawkish intensity, occasionally licking her lips, unabashedly revealing her desires. I had underestimated this girl. Her thoughts are indeed bold and liberated. Now, I find myself pondering how to amend her character, transforming her into a more innocent and carefree being. Given her arrogant demeanor, I realize this will be a challenging endeavor. What is it that you all are doing? The supernatural being suddenly wore a furious expression. After all my efforts to obtain powers and play the hero, I am confronted by you lunatics. Could you not consider my feelings? How dare you insult me? You seek death. Yang Zifeng raised her hand. The supernatural being, sensing the threat, retreated warily, adopting a defensive stance. Yet, the anticipated attack did not materialize. Alas, it seems I lack offensive abilities. Yang Zifeng, upon uttering these words, shot me an irritable glare. I remain indifferent to her fleeting emotions, grateful instead for my foresight. TCH, what a surprise. Little sister, if you possess no strength, do refrain from posturing, won't you? The young ability user laughed heartily, yet I must admit, your demeanor is rather endearing. With a flick of my wrist, I hurled a fireball, narrowly grazing the top of his head, nearly igniting his meticulously styled hair. His laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by the mirth of Yang Zifeng. What is this? Have you lost your sense of humor? She taunted, pointing at him with unabashed delight. You are also an ability user? The young man trembled as he touched his singed hair. How else could I dare to stroll the streets with 4 stunning ladies? I replied. Observing that you hardly appear to be a villain, one should indeed exercise caution while venturing out. Regardless of speed, one must remain vigilant. My earlier miss was intentional, otherwise you would now be but a headless corpse. Was that truly intentional? Yang Zifeng inquired. I shot her a weary glance, choosing silence. The young man appeared poised to flee. I could sense his subtle movements. His hesitance indicated a semblance of intelligence. Hey, buddy, you're not contemplating escape, are you? I asked with a grin. The youth, startled, quickly masked his surprise with a nonchalant laugh. Why would I run? You are an ability user, and so am I. Why would I flee from you? I admit, I was somewhat careless earlier, but I assure you, that will not happen again. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly retreated. As he retreated to a considerable distance, he suddenly turned and sprinted away, swiftly disappearing from sight. Yang Zifeng was taken aback. How could you let him escape just like that? Were you planning to invite him for dinner instead? Humph. It must be your arrogance that led to this, pretending to be indifferent. I had no intention of explaining myself. She could think whatever she pleased. The leader must have had his reasons for acting this way. So why should you, like a fretful eunuch, be more anxious than the emperor? Tang Bingi could no longer contain herself. What did you say? Who's the eunuch? I can't be bothered to discuss this with you. She retorted, you're like a firecracker, always ready to explode. I don't even want to acknowledge you. Yang Zifeng turned to me. Lin Tingqing, you tell me, why did you let that person go? Firstly, he did not provoke us, I replied. Just now, he thought I was bullying you. And while his motives may not have been entirely pure, he did not commit any egregious acts that warranted our hostility. Secondly, he cannot escape. Yang Zifeng was taken aback. Cannot escape? What do you mean? I pointed towards the direction he had fled, which coincidentally was where we were headed. That place might very well be where the large creature was hiding. If he wasn't unfortunate enough to meet his demise there, we would likely encounter him again soon. What if your estimation is incorrect? She queried. If I am wrong, then so be it. I am not some merciless killer who believes all abilities must be eradicated. Are all ability users a threat? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them to prevent future troubles? Haraha. What a laugh. You'll see when it's your turn to cry. She had once again fallen into a sulk. We pressed on, as the silence enveloped us when Yang Zifeng refrained from speaking. When that extraordinary individual had appeared, I had already employed my ability to assess his powers, gleaning nearly all pertinent information. Based on my evaluation, he posed no immediate threat to us, hence my decision to refrain from taking action, merely a temporary restraint. Should our paths cross again, I may seek to validate some of my hypotheses through him. The direction I chose was dictated by the peculiar density of anomalies observed. The further we ventured, the fewer the anomalies became, indicating that formidable predators lay ahead. As we traversed further, an escalating sense of peril permeated the atmosphere, rendering me hesitant to confront that entity with the others in tow. Thus, I sought a concealed and secure location for them to remain temporarily while I ventured forth to assess the situation. After assuring them I would return within half an hour, they reluctantly allowed me to depart. With my detection abilities fully activated, I continued my advance. It is remarkably quiet here, I remarked. Indeed, it is very quiet. Gu Jianchuang floated above me. The area was replete with structures, yet they stood desolate, devoid of both inhabitants and anomalies. The ground was pristine, lacking any conspicuous traces. As far as the eye could see, it seemed as though only Gu Jianchuang and I existed in this vicinity. I pondered the whereabouts of that individual. Had he perhaps changed direction? How could you not know? Gu Jianchuang queried. I merely voiced the question on your behalf, of course. I am aware. Would you like me to disclose it? No. You must not speak of it. Moreover, you need not engage in any further actions, save for accompanying me in conversation. In a casual conversation, Gu Jianchuang approached me, suggesting we discuss that golden-haired girl. You mean Yang Zifeng? What is there to talk about? Is she upset about what happened earlier? I quickly defended myself, asserting that I had merely thwarted her malicious intentions and had not suffered any loss. Why mention this? I am not such a petty person. Gu Jianchuang shrugged, expressing her curiosity about how I would explain my situation with her brother to her. This inquiry posed a significant challenge. Oh, I sighed, acknowledging that although this girl exhibited a harsh demeanor towards her brother, she held her family in high regard. If I were to disclose that I had a falling out with Yang Ziwei, she would undoubtedly dig deeper, insisting on uncovering the truth without resting until she clarified who was right or wrong. Isn't that a good thing? You haven't done anything wrong. Not at all. If matters could be resolved so easily, I wouldn't be in such distress. I continued, I have always perceived them as a family, while I am but an outsider, never intending to disrupt their familial bonds. One reason for his animosity towards me is that he feels I am an unwelcome presence, causing his family to favor me, thus undermining his standing in their eyes. If I were to place myself in his position, I too would find it unacceptable for an outsider to usurp my place. Therefore, his anger is not unjustified. Should I reveal the entire truth to Yang Zifeng, she would undoubtedly side with me and confront her brother on my behalf. Yet this would only exacerbate the situation further. Without a moment's thought, it is evident that the girl would not communicate properly, although she acted in my defense. The bond between the siblings has been irrevocably severed. Originally, Yang Ziwei merely had a falling out with me. He still cared for his family. However, with this turn of events, he too would become estranged from his loved ones. Am I not causing even more harm by turning kin into adversaries? Gu Jianchuang listened in silence, smiling. My husband is indeed gentle. Despite the turmoil, he remains considerate of his feelings. I do not care for his feelings. I am concerned about those of Yang Zifeng and the others. I express that there are things I am resolutely unwilling to do, neither desiring nor respecting them. Thus, I suppose I must continue to keep Yang Xiaomei in the dark. What other choice do I have? How long can I maintain this facade? I acknowledge that no secret can remain hidden forever. If she is determined to investigate, she will uncover the truth without difficulty. My situation may be manageable. But should she encounter Yang Ziwei, it would not take long for her to grasp everything. Since I do not wish to sow discord among blood relatives, I cannot deny them the chance to meet. Of course, I would not obstruct their reunion. Yet I must weigh the consequences of such actions, whether I can endure them or not. I shall have to bear the burden. I shook my head. At worst, I would lose her and Uncle Yang and Aunt Chiu, leaving me with 3 fewer companions. It is not something I cannot accept. Life is indeed arduous, my dear husband. As long as one is alive, troubles will inevitably arise. Even in death, such matters persist. You do not appear completely untroubled, do you? Indeed. I too have my share of worries, particularly concerning the abundance of beautiful women surrounding my husband. Well, after much circling, she has returned to the crux of the matter. I find myself pondering whether this is, in fact, her genuine concern. Would you be happier if Yang Zifeng and Aunt Chiu were absent from my life? I inquired. Do you think I would find joy in that? I wanted to assert that this seems rather obvious, yet I refrained from voicing it. Gu Jianchuang chuckled and, in a swift motion, leapt onto my shoulders. I grasped her slender legs, ensuring she settled more securely. People are indeed complex, are they not? She asked. Certainly. I nodded in agreement. Do not move your head. It makes me uncomfortable. I surmised as much. Gu Jianchuang softly remarked. Although I long for there to be no other woman beside you, only myself, such a situation would bring me joy, yet it would bring you discontent. Hey, dear wife. Your words send a chill down my spine. Do not digress. You know that is not what I meant. Yet it is difficult to say, for humanity is intricate, And so too are spirits. They can turn on a dime. Long Ling Yu and her companions are all delightful girls. Were it not for their intentions towards you, I might have taken a liking to them, she confessed. Nevertheless, even if I do not favor them, I cannot deny their charm. On this matter, I find myself reluctant to express an opinion, yet I am inclined to agree. Any one of them would make a fitting bride, would they not? She inquired. Is that so? Yet, it bears no relevance to me. Could you perhaps ease your tension? It seems rather transparent, does it not? The more you act this way, the more it appears as though you are concealing something. Therefore, I implore you to be honest with me. Are they not quite alluring? Were I not in the picture, would you not find them appealing? Indeed, I confess. But how could I ever be without you? Among them, who do you favor the most? She merely inquired. You have posed your question to the wrong person. Do not be afraid. I swear my curiosity is genuine. She appeared exceedingly eager. If you were not married to me, which of them would you prefer? If I must choose, it would be Tang Bingi, I suppose. Why not Long Ling Yu? Long Ling Yu is indeed quite remarkable, yet for some reason, I feel a twinge of fear towards her. Your intuition is correct. I am not slandering her, but I genuinely perceive her as somewhat psychologically unbalanced. You are indeed disparaging her. Not at all. I refuse to believe you possess no feelings whatsoever, Gu Jinshuang remarked lightly. If you truly feel nothing, when we return, tell her you do not fancy her, and you shall understand. Very well, I do have feelings. Chapter 61 Reflection. I do not like Long Ling Yu. This is a fact. The term like is far too broad, as if it can be applied in any context, rendering it exceedingly prone to misinterpretation. The negation of liking is equally ambiguous. Yet, I would rather be misunderstood than refrain from declaring my disinterest in her. Once, I truly harbored feelings for her. But that was an eternity ago, so distant that it seems almost unrelated to reality, akin to an ethereal ancient legend. The reason I now keep her close is, I confess, intertwined with this sentiment. In the days of my infatuation, I never dared to dream she might reciprocate. Even a simple exchange of words would elate me, igniting a joy akin to the thrill of illicitly sipping fine spirits. Thus, when years later I was abruptly informed that she harbored affection for me as well, the impact was profound. I had long believed myself devoid of any eligibility to compete for her affection, only to discover I had unwittingly won the singular grand prize. Moreover, the deadline for claiming this prize has yet to expire. It would be impossible to deny my happiness, despite my continuous reminders to maintain rational restraint. I found myself unable to suppress an intensified protective sentiment towards her. However, this feeling does not equate to love, nor does it resemble affection. I simply do not wish for a girl who once cherished me and still does to encounter any misfortune. This is not an attempt to absolve myself. I genuinely believe that anyone in my position would make the same choice, even if she did not care for me. I would lack the fortitude to remain indifferent to her potential suffering, and considering her feelings for me, the matter weighs even heavier. Furthermore, I find myself incapable of responding to her affections. Had I revealed my own sentiments sooner, perhaps she would not have clung to these feelings until now. This realization adds a layer of guilt to my emotions towards her, compounded by the remorse I feel for having wronged her in the past, leaving my feelings for her exceedingly complex. Though it is undeniably complex, my mind remains clear, and I shall not blur certain boundaries. Nevertheless, her standing in my heart has ascended to a level nearly akin to that of my parents, second only to Gu Jinshuang. After all, she is a woman with whom I share no blood relation, young and beautiful. Placing her in such a high regard within my heart is, indeed, not an advisable course of action. Yet, it is beyond my control, and I have done so nonetheless. Unless she were to betray me as Yang Ziwei did, no one could alter her esteemed position in my heart. Judging by her current demeanor, she appears to be more loyal and dependable than Yang Ziwei. However, this perception is predicated on her belief that I harbor feelings for her, or that I might come to do so. Long Ling Yu is a rather reserved and introspective individual, preferring to keep monumental matters confined to her heart, never sharing them with others. Had it not been for this opportunity, I might have never discovered her affection for me. It seems she has always been waiting for me to confess my feelings, yet I have remained silent, and she appears indifferent to this. Even in my oblivious state, she has silently observed me, filled with deep emotion. I often ponder how our story might have unfolded had we traversed the ordinary path of life, entering university and subsequently society, without the peculiar occurrences that have befallen us since the strange arrival. Her academic performance is exceptional. Though it does not quite rival that of Hu Judy, she still ranks among the top in the school. As for me, my grades are mediocre, destined to lead me to an unremarkable university. Is it possible that upon entering that university, I might unexpectedly encounter her, who had underperformed in the college entrance examination, and continue to share the same academic journey? While most individuals might refrain from jeopardizing their future for the sake of affection, she is Longling Yu. Initially, I remained oblivious to this notion, but upon discovering her feelings for me, the idea that she could attend the same high school as I, given her academic standing, began to seem somewhat peculiar. At first, she was not in my class. It was less than a week after the semester commenced that she transferred into ours, causing quite a stir among our peers. Given her academic prowess, it was a mere formality for her to request a class change from the head of the department. A similar occurrence transpired during the Division of Arts and Sciences. At that time, I could never have imagined such a rationale. Even now, I remain somewhat skeptical. Therefore, the possibility that we might enter the same university with differing academic achievements cannot be easily dismissed. However, if she were to undertake such a decision, rather than being touched, I might find it rather unsettling. Regrettably, there are no hypothetical scenarios to explore. The true course of events remains unverified. Following the passing of her father, her affection for me has undoubtedly deepened. Previously, her feelings were somewhat concealed, with only a few distinct manifestations, yet overall, they remained rather ambiguous. It would not be unreasonable to assert that I was merely overthinking or being overly sentimental. But now, having lost her father, I have become her sole support and emotional anchor, to the extent that her gaze towards me reveals sentiments that are no longer veiled. Even though I am adept at twisting the truth, I cannot deny her feelings for me. If I were to return and tell Gu Jianchuang that I do not harbor any feelings for her, I could swear to the heavens, she would either bring about her own demise or eliminate me before succumbing to her own despair. There is a 99% chance she would indeed do so. I have always understood that those who are quiet and reserved tend to create the most tumultuous uproar when their inner turmoil finally erupts. Many of the most deranged killers possess an introverted disposition. They remain inconspicuous, their actions understated, and may even be regarded as exceedingly honest by those around them. Yet, when those who believe they know them discover the horrific deeds they have committed, the shock is invariably profound. I have witnessed such instances far too often and wish to avoid following in their footsteps. I do not suggest that Longling Yu will become a monstrous killer. Not all deranged individuals are predestined to take lives. Humans are capable of transformation, and the process can be swift or gradual. Good people can turn into bad ones, and the wicked can descend into greater depths of depravity. Presently, Longling Yu still appears enchanting and harmless to everyone. But who can guarantee that she will not completely unravel and descend into madness one day in the future? I do not possess any affection for her. The moment I disclose this to her, she would bypass the lengthy and intricate psychological metamorphosis and instantaneously transform into an entirely different person. I am firmly convinced of this. Undoubtedly, I do not wish for her to become that way. No one would desire such a fate for her. I sincerely hope for her happiness and joy, holding the most genuine and beautiful wishes for her. Yet, I increasingly realize that to ensure her happiness, I would have to sacrifice my own well-being for her sake. Her gaze spoke volumes, growing increasingly resolute to an unparalleled degree. Yet, such a transformation was impossible, for I had already pledged myself to Gu Jinshuang. Those who gave her life are now but shadows of the past. Other women, no matter how exquisite or enchanting, hold no significance for me. Longling Yu is certainly one of them. This contradiction is irreconcilable. My feelings shall remain unchanged. My sole hope is that she may evolve. If she remains unwilling to change, then her tragedy is inevitably sealed, a tragedy that belongs solely to her. Gu Jinshuang and I will remain untouched by it, regardless of the circumstances. Darling, you seem to be in a rather somber mood. Gu Jinshuang's laughter rang out, light and carefree. You heartless wretch, your husband is being watched by such a dangerous figure. And you still find it amusing? What is there to find amusing? What grand scenes have I not witnessed? Longling Yu is but a trivial nuisance. Gu Jinshuang replied with calm assurance. Were it not for the concern for your feelings, I could easily reduce her to ashes with a mere flick of my finger. To vie for a man with me is a foolish endeavor. Indeed, what does that indeed signify? Will you not offer a few sweet words to dissuade me from harming her? There is no need for that, I responded after a pause, feeling at a loss regarding her. If you were to make her vanish entirely, I might find a sense of relief. Such a delightful thought. You may find ease in that. But what of me? Gu Jinshuang retorted with a cold laugh. Do you think we are strangers? You may claim indifference, but deep down, You care immensely. If she were to perish at my hands, we would likely be forever separated by an insurmountable barrier, a fate I wish to avoid. I do not desire such an outcome either. Yet, why do you compel me? I was merely contemplating that perhaps this could be a viable solution in comparison to other alternatives. Haha, you, my friend, are one who shies away from confrontation. Now you find yourself faced with a challenge that is not only soft but also sticky, akin to maltose. It seems you have finally encountered a worthy adversary. Indeed, I am plagued not only by dental discomfort, but, alas, this predicament is of my own making. Who prompted you to cherish delicate beauty so much? Had you chosen to disregard her from the outset, allowing her to fend for herself, you would not be in such a quandary now. Such hypotheticals are entirely unfounded. It was never within my capacity to neglect her. Thus, the present circumstances were, in truth, predestined. Life unfolds in this manner. One may believe they possess numerous choices. Yet in reality, only a scant few are genuinely available. Often, one finds there are no choices at all, while the other options are merely illusions. I have another suggestion. Would you care to contemplate it? You cannot be implying that I should permit you multiple wives, can you? Your perception is remarkably acute. What gives? Do you think we have been married for so many years without me discerning your thoughts and words? Oh, how utterly distasteful. So, does this mean I have no secrets before you, my dearly departed husband? Who claims that? Do you not possess your fair share of secrets? This time, I speak with utmost sincerity. Do not mention a mistress. I could easily relinquish the title of a primary spouse as well. A girl who can wholeheartedly adore you is indeed a rarity, and I find her endearing too. Granting her a fraction of your affection is no trouble at all. Given your magnanimous nature, why not completely entrust me to her? You could quietly bless our bond from the sidelines. I would not stand in your way. Yet, why do you appear angry? Gu Jianchuang gracefully descended from my shoulder, running to face me, wrapping her arms tightly around me, playfully clinging to my form. Shouldn't a man relish such moments? Her pitiful demeanor left her puzzled. Why do I find myself so enamored with you? You are the only one I desire. My tone was rather frigid. When exactly did you begin to hold such affection for me? While Gu Jianchuang was elated, her curiosity was piqued. You used to be indifferent, even harshly dismissive, making me feel like a lovesick fool. Now, your sudden ardor leaves me quite bewildered. What led you to become so shameless? If I do not maintain a certain aloofness, how can I match your lack of propriety? How many children have we even conceived by now? Can we even bear them? She blinked rapidly, her allure undeniable. You inquire of me, yet who shall I ask? I am at a loss. It is all your fault. I have consistently suggested we try, yet you have always been reluctant. Otherwise, we wouldn't be exchanging glares now. I am in no rush. I am still young. I smiled. For I have yet to fully savor life before being burdened with the responsibilities of parenthood. I refuse to accept such a miserable fate. You are doing this on purpose. You wicked scoundrel. She began playfully nipping at my face, her touch perfectly calibrated. Just as my heart begins to ache with impatience. I am certain that she and I could conceive. Are you so desperate for a child that you would disregard whether it is mine or not, leading you to such madness? How dare you? Gu Jinshuang glared at me, asserting that only I could father her child. Do you dare to let another woman bear it? Is it truly necessary to behave in such a manner? Just now, if I had fallen for your seduction, would you have executed me on the spot? I was serious. It is you who are unwilling. Now that this opportunity is past, should you wish to express deep affection, then grant me your unwavering devotion. If you dare to be fickle, I shall bite you to death. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever my esteemed wife says is correct. Humph. However, if you behave well, this event might just return, you know. She appeared quite earnest, observing the girls around, each one blooming like flowers, all so enamored with you. Are you truly willing to relinquish them to other men without a second thought? They are not mine. They may pursue whoever they wish. And it cannot be said that I am relinquishing them. I gazed into her eyes, declaring that you are mine. The only person you are allowed to cherish is me. Even if I must forsake my very life, I will hold on to you tightly. Hee hee, how delightful. I love to hear it. Do say more. She chuckled, her laughter like a flurry of blossoms. If you insist on me being amiable with them, I suppose I could tolerate it. I shall consider it a quirk of yours. Though I may not understand it, I will certainly respect your peculiarities. Lin Tingxing, are you seeking death? Her expression shifted in an instant. Gu Jianchuang rarely calls me by my full name. Whenever she does, it signifies that something significant is about to unfold. What exactly have I done to court such danger? I inquired with a smile. Despite my deliberate decision to be magnanimous and embrace you, How could you speak to me in such a manner? Is this not an invitation to destruction? Who asked for your tolerance? Very well, this is what you assert. Do not regret it. As I observed her fierce and resolute demeanor, I found myself unable to contain my emotions. Shall we find a room to discuss our matters amicably? I suggested. Is it not your intention to refrain from indulgence? Has it been less than a day, and you are already unable to withstand it? My dear, you truly are a mere fish. I smiled in silence, knowing that soon, the one considered a fish would not be me. If one's heart is burdened with too many thoughts, it is perhaps wiser to temporarily clear the mind. It seems she must endure a little hardship. Chapter 62. The Mysterious Girl. I firmly rejected Gu Jianchuan's agreement to my desire for a concubine. My conviction in this matter is unwavering. This is not merely due to my wish for fidelity. There are deeper reasons at play. I once read a fairy tale that left a profound impression on me, and I have revisited it multiple times. The protagonist is a perpetually gloomy little boy, overlooked by his family and devoid of friends, leading to his profound loneliness. With no one to confide in but the reflection in the lake, the water nymph, wearied by the boy's incessant murmurs, could no longer bear it and approached him one day, offering to alleviate his troubles and bring him joy, thus liberating herself. Naturally, the boy was elated. They frequently met to discuss solutions to his problems, and in time, they became inseparable friends. The boy's parents, perpetually embroiled in financial strife, would blame one another, leading to frequent quarrels. The fairy retrieved the lost gem from beneath the water and presented it to the boy, urging him to bring it to his parents, thus fostering harmony within his family and improving their attitude towards him. However, the boy struggled to connect with the other children in his village. The fairy continuously encouraged and guided him, enabling him to open his heart and be embraced by an ever-growing circle of new friends. With each passing day, the boy's smile blossomed, dispelling any traces of unhappiness, much to the fairy's delight. As time went on, their daily conversations gradually ceased, for the boy had cultivated numerous friendships and was immersed in joyous play with his companions, leaving him little time to visit the fairy by the lakeside. The fairy felt no resentment. Rather, she believed the boy had outgrown his need for her presence and departed with a sense of tranquility. Eventually, when the boy recalled the fairy and sought her out, he found her elusive and unattainable. In that moment of realization, he understood that his liberation from sorrow and attainment of joy was not solely due to the fairy's intervention in winning his parents' affection or helping him forge friendships, but rather because he had the privilege of seeing her each day. Yet, it was too late for such enlightenment. No amount of regret or desperate cries could summon back the beautiful maiden who once gently stroked his head. This narrative, while evidently tragic from the boy's perspective, appeared comedic from the fairy's viewpoint. She failed to comprehend the depth of the boy's feelings for her, believing that he would thrive even in her absence, which allowed her to depart without sorrow or longing. She undoubtedly harbors affection for the boy, yet it is not of a nature that binds her to him irrevocably. Thus, the story draws to a close. Given the longevity of a fairy's existence, by the time she suddenly recalls the boy and wishes to revisit him, countless generations may have passed. What thoughts would occupy her mind as she stands before the boy's grave? This question lingers in my mind, evoking a profound sense of contemplation. However, I shall not be as foolish as that boy. Upon realizing my true desires, I would not indulge in the ephemeral and illusory joys of the present. Instead, I must immediately venture to the place where I truly belong by her side. Even if it be the dead of night, I would shout and call out until she emerges. Exasperatedly questioning my incessant clamor, I would bind myself to her with a rope, securing at least 20 knots, ensuring her inability to escape. Gu Jianchuan and I bear a striking resemblance to the protagonist of this tale. Otherwise, I would not hold it in such high esteem. To say I cherish it may not be entirely accurate. In truth, I harbor a deep-seated disdain for the narrative, yet I am irresistibly drawn to it. Gu Jianchuan urges me to seek out more women, akin to the fairy's endeavors for the boy, merely wishing to add more focal points to my existence. The focal points of life serve as anchor points. Regardless of how one may frolic, one cannot escape their confines. Thus, a person is neither lifted into the heavens nor cast down to the earth. What may appear as constraint is, in essence, a form of protection. Without anchor points, individuals are prone to extremes, either endangering themselves or others, or both. If a person possesses numerous anchor points, then losing one or two inadvertently is hardly a catastrophe. It is akin to my assertion that I cannot survive without my wife. Even in her absence, I have another. Should there come a day when she chooses to depart from me, witnessing a plethora of wives by my side would surely grant her the reassurance to leave. Yet, I would rather perish than accept such a fate. She is my sole focus, my only anchor. My wife remains exclusively her. If she were to stray, I would torment myself to the brink of death, ensuring she never has the opportunity to abandon me for another woman, while she frolics in some unknown realm. As long as she remains tethered to me, willingly or otherwise, she is destined to remain by my side eternally. In many respects, I find a kindred spirit in Long Ling Yu. We are, in essence, two souls sharing a profound plight. If Long Ling Yu were to lose me, madness would ensue. Yet, I am already teetering on the edge of insanity, finding solace only in the sight of Gu Jianchuan, which temporarily curbs my delirium. This predicament is entirely of her own making. She is the one who provoked my affections to such an extent. I am determined to haunt her relentlessly, akin to a vengeful spirit, while simultaneously pondering daily how to savor her essence. Even if she were to regret her choices, it would be far too late. Had she known my true nature from the outset, she would have been sufficiently alarmed to maintain her distance. I wish to hear no more of her trivialities, for they evoke a sense of peril. Only after she finally implores for mercy, vowing to amend her ways, does time seem to pass swiftly. I have returned to fulfill my promise, thereby securing additional time for our engagement, an entire hour, no less. This time, I truly dedicated myself to observing the environment and meticulously analyzing the current situation. By chance, I encountered the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, whose name I learned to be Davis. Despite being a capable and fierce local man, his name, so sophisticated, left a lasting impression on me. The subordinates surrounding him appeared familiar, with several new faces among them. They were scattered across the ground, searching for something, each bearing a serious expression, displaying utmost diligence. Davis occasionally glanced around anxiously, softly urging his men, his grip firm on his firearm. They were in pursuit of an anomaly core, beside a dilapidated vehicle. One of the underlings made a discovery, picking up the anomaly core and exclaiming with joy, "I found one. Boss, I found one. Shoo, keep it down. You fool. Do you want to get us killed? Let us retreat." Why retreat? If we found one here, there might be others nearby. I said retreat, so retreat. Enough with the chatter. After muttering a few words, Davis led his men eastward. The east was precisely the direction I intended to go. As they departed, I began to search the area they had previously occupied. To my astonishment, I too discovered an anomaly core concealed beneath a cluster of leaves. Though it was merely a level 1 core, possessing rather mundane abilities, it was still an anomaly core. Surely, it would not be reduced to the same level as a mere coin, available for anyone to pick up? An anomaly core drops only upon the demise of a peculiar entity, with no delay in its appearance. If a human is responsible for slaying the anomaly, that core will undoubtedly be claimed by them. The items that have fallen here and been collected by me could either be carelessly discarded by another or, perhaps, the enigmatic being that perished was not human at all. Such precious artifacts as these could hardly be lost at such close proximity, suggesting the latter possibility. I continued to survey my surroundings. There were no signs of a struggle, indicating that it must have been either an ambush or an overwhelming display of power resulting in an instant kill. The bizarre corpse had vanished without leaving any traces of blood or remnants behind. Could it have been the work of that individual? Suddenly, I caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance, reminiscent of orange essential oil, akin to a perfume. I hastily concealed myself within an abandoned vehicle, crouching low and peering through the shattered windshield. Approaching me was a strikingly beautiful young maiden, adorned in a refreshing pale green gown, her skin fair and complexion pallid. With deep-set eyes, a red cord around her wrist bore a small silver bell, chiming melodiously with her movements. I nestled deeper into my hiding place, employing my abilities to mask my presence. Even if I were foolish, I would never presume that this alluring girl was an ordinary human. Her gait was unhurried, her movements fluid and devoid of stiffness, seemingly imbued with a subtle sense of joy. But from where did this joy arise? I was unaware, and dared not inquire. My identification skill, predictably, failed to yield any results, despite being a level 5 ability, perpetually faltering when it mattered most. Yet, to elude the grasp of a level 5 ability, this young lady must possess extraordinary qualities. As I stood on edge, prepared for battle at any moment, she strode past the dilapidated vehicle where I was concealed. I turned to watch her recede through the rear window until her figure vanished from sight, at which point I finally inhaled my first breath of air. Then, I held my breath, cold sweat trickling down my spine. The girl I had just witnessed departing was now seated beside me in the driver's seat. I struggled to turn my head towards her, only to find that she did not regard me. Instead, her curiosity led her to explore the interior of the car. She appeared as if she had never encountered the world beyond, poking and prodding at everything, and resolutely pressing her foot down on the accelerator. That single action left an indentation in the pedal. My eyes widened in disbelief, not merely at her unusual strength, but at the realization that her peculiar demeanor suggested a mind not quite right. She was not human. I had confirmed it. And if she was not human, she could only be something bizarre. I had to admit, she was the most human-like anomaly I had ever encountered. Yet, regardless of her resemblance to humanity, she remained a creature of the uncanny. I quietly opened the car door and stepped out with one foot. "Are you leaving?" she inquired, her speech somewhat halting yet comprehensible. "Yes, I have ribs simmering at home." My anxiety compelled me to utter something nonsensical. "Ribs? What are those? Can they be eaten?" she asked, her curiosity genuine. It did not seem like a pretense. I nodded, confirming they were indeed edible. "Could you share some with me?" she implored, clutching her stomach. "Are you human?" I could not help but wonder. "Human? What is that? Can it be eaten?" she queried once more, her innocence striking. It did not seem like an act. Very well. She was indeed peculiar. In this moment, I found myself unexpectedly at ease, seated in the passenger seat, scrutinizing her intently. Despite her formidable strength and the astonishing ability to teleport over great distances, she refrained from launching an attack and even spoke in human language, leading me to believe that perhaps communication was possible. "Where do you live?" I inquired. "Home? What is that? Can it be consumed?" Her eyes grew increasingly vacant, and her tone became laced with impatience. "How did you end up here?" I shifted my question. "I don't know. I simply found myself here." Unable to recall anything from before, I suddenly sensed something within, which compelled me to enter and discover what it was. She furrowed her brow, exhibiting a semblance of distress. I surmised that I was the very thing she spoke of. "Do you eat humans?" I asked. "What exactly is a human? Can it be consumed?" "I am a human." I gestured to myself. "Do you think I can be eaten?" She regarded me for a moment, as if contemplating. "Perhaps." I hastily shook my head. "You are mistaken. Humans cannot be eaten. Then what can be consumed? I am hungry and wish to eat." I instructed Gu Jinshuang to present a selection of items before her: braised pig's head, raw steak, fresh greens, and a cluster of ripe bananas. "Which of these do you desire most? Feel free to eat." I generously gestured. If she chose the raw steak, I would make a swift exit. For if she could chew on raw meat, she could certainly do the same to me. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, during which she sniffed the offerings, she ultimately selected the most aromatic braised pig's head. With great enthusiasm, she began to devour it. Though her eating manners were rather unrefined, her smile was undeniably enchanting. If I could, I would truly like to keep her as a pet. She is far cuter than Tangbingi. After devouring 2 pounds of pork head, she still felt hungry. Isn't that just the essence of a foodie? I have an abundance of food here. I can afford to nourish her. After consuming approximately another 20 pounds of meat, she finally paused, though still seemingly unsatisfied. I offered her a bottle of iced red tea, allowing her to sip it leisurely. Is this truly bizarre? I couldn't help but ponder deeply. She exhibited various reactions indistinguishable from those of a human, save for a slight indication of cognitive dissonance. Yet, in this day and age, who can definitively assert whether she has been subjected to any form of trauma? Her attire was remarkably neat and tidy, meticulously arranged, with her panties being a charming classic blue and white design. With a scientific curiosity, I lifted her skirt, and she displayed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she adjusted her sitting position, making it all the more convenient for me. Ultimately, my gaze fell upon the bell. The bell was small and exquisite, adorned with intricate patterns that were incomprehensible to me. Perhaps it was a form of special language? An enigmatic language? Regardless, I decided to relinquish my attempts at interpretation for the time being and wholeheartedly focus on winning her over. She seemed blissfully unaware. Yet she was quite adept at eating and drinking. Our communication was surprisingly smooth, more so than with many humans. Indeed, it felt as though I would be her superior from now on. What does being a superior mean? Can it be eaten? She inquired, intrigued. Chapter 63. Pepe. The reason I wish to take this enigmatic being, who may not even be entirely human, under my wing is quite simple. Firstly, she possesses strength. Whether it be her mysterious teleportation ability or her effortless display of formidable power, both are undeniable manifestations of her prowess. Secondly, her intellect is rather limited, a fact of great significance. Such a formidable yet foolish individual, if ensnared by others, could easily elevate their captor to become a tyrant in Hangzhou City. Therefore, to avoid unwarranted pressure upon myself while simultaneously augmenting my own strength, I must act preemptively. As for the moral quandary of abducting an unsuspecting young woman, well, that is of no consequence. I elucidated the meaning of being the boss in simple terms, and her brows furrowed immediately. No, I want to be the boss. You shall be my subordinate. I was taken aback. It had been a long time since someone had dared to speak to me in such a manner. This girl was quite stubborn, intriguing, and flavorful in her demeanor. Do you still crave pig's head meat? I inquired with a smile. Pig's head meat? The very dish you just consumed, which you seem to enjoy immensely? You polished off over 20 gene, if I recall correctly. It does seem so, she replied, her tone still tinged with uncertainty. I gently coaxed her, explaining that being the boss entails many burdens, such as protecting one's subordinates and providing for their sustenance. Thus, if you were to become the boss, it would not be I who provides you with pig's head meat, but rather you who must offer it to me. Do you possess any pig's head meat? No, she decisively shook her head. What about iced red tea? I gestured towards the half-empty bottle. None of that either. She continued to shake her head. Since you possess nothing, how can you claim to be the boss? I chuckled. Should you acknowledge me as your leader? Whether it be pig's head meat or iced red tea, you would have as much as you desire, and as for other delectable treats, there is no need to elaborate. She appeared somewhat intrigued yet remained vigilant, questioning whether I would deceive her. Surely, one should not be so naive as to fall for such tricks. I feigned innocence, responding, with your intellect, do you truly believe I could deceive you? Perhaps that was indeed the case. She was rather gullible. However, my intentions were not to mislead her. To demonstrate my abilities, I urged Gu Jinshuang to present an array of delectable foods, all of which I relished, laid out before her. At that moment, she capitulated completely, devouring the feast with great enthusiasm. She seemed to have an insatiable appetite. Yet, it mattered not. Even if she were to consume tenfold, I could easily sustain her. Seizing the opportunity while she indulged, I attempted to stroke her head. She merely glanced at me, offering no resistance. She truly resembled a small creature, quite endearing. Even if merely to keep her as a pet, it would be worthwhile. What will you do next, lifting skirts and petting heads? Gu Jinshuang inquired with a smile. I was jolted back to reality, calmly retracting my hand. Do you possess a name? I asked. A name? That is something every individual has, though it cannot be consumed. It holds significance, I interjected, growing weary of her repetitive inquiries. With your intelligence and fierceness, it would indeed be a pity if you were nameless. I have no name, she replied. Shall I bestow one upon you? I suggested eagerly. She contemplated for a moment, her expression solemn, before nodding in agreement. Let us call you Pei-Pei. What do you think? I inscribed the characters for Pei-Pei on the dust-laden dashboard, and she regarded it with earnestness. Very well, she replied. Then she inquired, what is your name? Beside those two characters, I inscribed my own name, Lin Tingqing. Why does your name contain more characters than mine? She immediately expressed her displeasure. Can you even count? What a delightful surprise. Observing her intense reaction to this matter, I was compelled to yield and bestow my surname upon her. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Lin Pei-Pei. However, I shall continue to call you Pei-Pei, as it rolls off the tongue more conveniently. Lin Pei-Pei nodded in agreement. This was more acceptable. She resumed her meal. Henceforth, you must refer to me as your boss, I declared. Aren't you called Lin Tingqing? Yet, I am your boss, thus you cannot address me by my name directly. Why then are you permitted to call me by my name? Because I am your boss. With an additional 2 pieces of chocolate, I finally brought her to a compromise, concluding our debate. The terms were as follows. I would call her Pei-Pei, and she would call me Qing. Only under these conditions would she refrain from harming me. It was my fault for emphasizing the hierarchy of our titles too heavily. She seemed unwilling to submit, as if it were a hardship for her not to dominate me in return. I suppose I was too conscientious, having deceived her only partially. Now, having fixed her stance on certain stubborn principles, she refused to budge. Qing, I crave iced red tea once more. Ah, the agony. My soul feels as though it is about to shatter. To be addressed as such by an uninformed young girl fills me with a level of embarrassment that far surpasses my expectations. One might mistakenly assume that I possess some peculiar proclivity, intentionally guiding her to address me in this manner. If Tang Bingi and my multitude of subordinates were to discover this, how could I possibly continue as their leader? Pei-Pei, perhaps we should consider a different form of address. Refrain from calling me Chongqing. That rather uninspiring name, once uttered by you, diminishes your beauty. I spoke with a hint of suppressed frustration. Is that so? Very well then. What should I call you? Address me as brother. My parents have always desired a dutiful daughter, and I too long for a compliant younger sister. While Yang Zifeng can barely be considered a sister, she is far from obedient. Bringing home a well-behaved younger sister who calls me brother would certainly ignite her competitive spirit. Brother, what does that mean? This time, I took heed of my previous lessons and replied with utmost seriousness. A brother is your most significant person, and that person is me, as I gestured towards myself. I will provide you with delectable treats and teach you a myriad of skills, ensuring you can thrive in this world. As my sister, you should be willing to offer me everything. You must comply with my every command and refrain from any actions that may cause me distress. This notion seemed to unsettle her, as she slightly furrowed her brow. Such animalistic intuition was, however, within my expectations. I then grasped her shoulders and gazed deeply into her eyes. As your brother, I would not merely indulge myself while neglecting my responsibilities. You may express any wishes you have, and if I deem them reasonable, I shall grant you every desire, ensuring your days are filled with joy and happiness. Happiness is the ability to be in your brother's embrace, enjoying pig-ass head meat and iced red tea. I gently embraced her, not without purpose. The experiment involving the Iron Mother and the Cloth Mother was something I had chanced upon in a popular science book. This experiment illustrates that the innate desire for a warm embrace is a fundamental instinct shared by all living beings. The Iron Mother provided nourishment to the experimental subjects, while the Cloth Mother offered nothing. Yet, every young rhesus monkey involved in the experiment chose to nestle in the arms of the Cloth Mother, despite her peculiar nature. There were countless facets in which she resembled humanity, leaving no reason for her to reject my well-practiced embrace. As anticipated, she initially resembled a small hedgehog, bristling with spines. Yet, within my arms, she transformed into a soft little kitten. Brother? She called out, confused yet tenderly. Yes, good Pei, dear sister, from now on. I shall be your brother, so remember to heed my words. I gently patted her back, soothing her as one would with an infant. Brother, I wish to eat pig's head meat. Of course, no problem. However, consuming pig's head meat directly isn't very palatable. I shall unlock the proper way to enjoy it for you. Just a moment. I sliced the freshly procured pig's head meat into thin pieces, meticulously prepared my secret dipping sauce, and arranged it beautifully, enough to make my own mouth water. Pei was instantly captivated, her gaze filled with awe. How easily she was deceived. The entire process of deception was a delightful experience. Yet, Gu Jianshuang had something to say, her expression complex. Darling, how should I perceive your actions? What do you mean by perceive? I mouthed in response, having only recently acquainted myself with her. I find your regard for her surpasses that which you hold for Tang Bingi and others, to the point where I feel a tinge of envy. Is this truly commendable? My sole intention is to entice her. These gestures are merely sweetened deceptions. If Pei were a touch more astute, she ought to be alarmed and retaliate against me with force. I fail to comprehend what there is to envy. I gently ruffled Pei's hair, and rather than resisting, she leaned into my hand, nuzzling it affectionately. This stirred something within me. However, upon witnessing the murderous intent in Gu Jianshuang's eyes, my heart grew still. I merely find her somewhat endearing. Don't you agree? I do. Yet if I were in your position, I would refrain from caressing another woman in front of my wife, even if she were as innocent and naive as a playful puppy. I erred. Acknowledging my mistake is a step forward. Yet, how I long to caress her. In Gu Jianshuang's gaze, there flickered the fervor and obsession typical of a girl encountering something adorable. I maintain that I am powerless against this. Though I am undoubtedly a formidable man, I possess an affinity for charming things. For instance, charming young maidens, adorable little Lolas, enchanting young matrons, delightful mature women, and the allure of charming 100-yuan notes. For the time being, I have managed to captivate Pei, prompting me to ponder further about her. Could she be the very entity I have been seeking? Though she is indeed substantial, her physique is not overwhelmingly large. What, then, is her method of vanquishing the bizarre and rendering their corporeal forms utterly non-existent? Observing her extraordinary appetite, an unsettling thought crossed my mind. Ugh! To swiftly dispel any doubts, I directly inquired, Pei, what did you eat before you met me? She replied that she couldn't remember. Do not conceal crucial information in peculiar places. I urge her, think carefully. It hasn't been long since, and it's rather improbable that you have forgotten what you ate. She wore a clever expression. Well,